Chapter 1. Just turn 1. Is the counterattack system here? The Qian Shuzhou winter approaches. Is he all right? He has caught a slight chill, but nothing serious. The doctor said a couple of days of medicine will suffice. That is a relief. Li gazed at his concerned parents. As a time traveler, he found himself in an unfortunate predicament, having reincarnated as an infant born from the womb, and now he had just celebrated his first year. The frail body of an infant was particularly vulnerable, and with winter's onset, the sudden drop in temperature nearly led him to catch a cold that could have been fatal. The Li family, to which Li belonged, was a renowned aristocratic clan in Deqian, wielding significant influence. His father, Li Yuntian, was the current patriarch of the Li family, a formidable figure at the martial emperor level, recognized as one of the strongest in Deqian. His mother, Xiao Qingya, hailed from a scholarly lineage, embodying the grace of a distinguished lady. His elder brother, Li Xian, was a prodigy in cultivation from a young age, possessing extraordinary talent that allowed him to enter the Royal Academy for training without the need for examinations. His sister, Li Shuer, had joined the Taiqing sect as a disciple and had become its holy maiden at a tender age, destined to become the future leader of the sect. From the perspective of lineage and background, Li had much to be proud of after all. He was also a time traveler, with a promising future ahead. With such a destiny, who still used stairs, one could simply leap down. Just as Li Yi was about to drift into a peaceful slumber, a panel suddenly materialized before him. The system had arrived? Your performance during the first birthday celebration was exceedingly poor, leaving your father profoundly disappointed. From the onset of cultivation, your progress has been sluggish, leading to your reputation as a cultivation failure. Consequently, your standing within the Li family has plummeted, resulting in neglect from your father and bullying from your siblings. At the age of 8, you aspired to gain recognition through scholarly pursuits, yet illness struck, and you would fall asleep at the mere sight of books. By the age of 10, the only person who cherished you, your mother, passed away, leaving you an orphan, bereft of parental love. On your 20th birthday, your fiancé arrived to call off the engagement, shattering your dignity. In a fit of anger, you established a 3-year pact with her. The system has detected that you meet the conditions for a counterattack life and has activated the counterattack life system. Li, is this a summary of my unfortunate past? Could it be a life simulation system? Are these the events that will transpire in my early years? The narrative seemed vaguely familiar, as though he had encountered it in a certain novel. Unlike the trajectory Li Yi had envisioned, he was to be looked down upon from a young age, spurned and bound by a 3-year agreement. This was a classic trope of a cultivation failure's beginning. According to the system simulation, I am destined to be deemed a failure for 19 years before I can activate the counterattack life system. Li did not come to this world to be a failure. He was here to revel in the experience. This life path was unacceptable. He resolutely commanded the system to resimulate. He silently focused, issuing commands to the system for an extended period, yet there was no response. Suddenly, another panel appeared before him. Host Li, age 20, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Please commence your counterattack life. Counterattack mission issued. Gain the attention of your father, who has long neglected you. Make him realize that his past indifference was a grave mistake. Li. A large question mark flashed above his head as he stared blankly at his panel and the mission issued by the system. I am 20 years old? I have only just turned 1. Moreover, what on earth is this counterattack mission? How have I begun to counterattack? Surely the system has arrived prematurely? Li Yi began to comprehend that what he had activated was not a life simulation system at all. It had always been a counterattack life system. It had simply arrived a tad too early, coming into play when he was merely 1 year old, and had divulged the entire plot before he even reached 20. The pressing question now was that the system had arrived too early, and the mission had come too soon. How was he to accomplish this mission? Fortunately, the mission bore no time constraints. Otherwise, it would truly be a disaster. Perhaps he could simply proceed along the narrative, completing the events leading to his 20th birthday before fulfilling the mission. One step at a time, it seemed. Having a system was a boon. Even if it had come too early, it was certainly better than having none at all. All in all, the future was promising. Being ill like this, I wonder if it will affect the birthday celebration. In the Li family, every child underwent a celebration upon reaching their first birthday, where tests were conducted to gauge one's cultivation talent and constitution. Thus, the The first birthday celebration held particular significance for the children of the Li family. A commendable performance could lead to resource allocation and a bright future. Conversely, a lackluster performance could only lead to a life of mediocrity. What if Li Yuntian suddenly conceived an idea? Xiao Qingya guessed what Li Yuntian was contemplating and promptly shook her head, saying, "No, is still an infant. Your aura is too overpowering. He may not be able to withstand it." Very well. Li Yuntian sighed, conceding defeat. Li gazed at his parents with wide eyes. Today marked the day of his first birthday, which coincided with the celebration itself. There were only a few hours remaining until the festivities commenced. A maid approached, carrying a bowl of medicine. "Here, come, drink your medicine," Xiao Qingya gently urged as she carefully fed Li Yi. After swallowing the medicine, he felt considerably better, though the bitterness lingered. Once the medicine was administered, the effects took hold, and Li Yi felt drowsy, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Why isn't his condition improving after taking the medicine? Li Yuntian frowned, worry etching his features as he gazed at Li Yi. He has only just taken the first dose. It cannot work miracles so swiftly, Xiao Qingya reassured him, gently patting Li Yi's back to lull him to sleep. "Let me have a look at the child." Li Yuntian observed Li Yi, who lay quietly in Xiao Qingya's arms, not crying or fussing, and felt an urge to tease him. As the patriarch of the Li family, Li Yuntian had several children, yet none were as well-behaved as Li Yi, who resembled a porcelain doll. He would undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. This naturally endeared him to Li Yuntian. Just took his medicine. I was in the midst of soothing him to sleep," Xiao Qingya informed him. Li Yuntian, unfazed, replied, "Is so well-behaved he won't cry." With a sense of resignation, Xiao Qingya handed Li Yi over to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian gingerly cradled Li Yi, gently patting his back and swaying him softly. In this fantastical realm, cultivation levels were categorized into martial apprentice, martial master, great martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial sovereign. Li Yi opened his large eyes, gazing at his father, a martial emperor. The script seems somewhat amiss. Is truly well-behaved, and so handsome you will surely be as dashing as I am in the future." Li Yuntian laughed heartily, praising Li Yi while also tooting his own horn. Xiao Qingya shot him a disapproving glance. Even in praise, he sought to embellish his own image. Has taken his medicine and needs rest. Do not create too much noise, Xiao Qingya cautioned. "Understood. I have more experience in caring for children than you do." As the patriarch of the Li family, Li Yuntian had more than one wife, including Xiao Qingya. He had 3 consorts in total. Xiao Qingya was the third. There were naturally more children than just Li Yi, but Li Yi was Xiao Qingya's firstborn. Li Yunshin's fondness for the obedient Li Yi only grew stronger. "Come here, let father give you a kiss." With his unshaven face leaning toward Li Yi promptly raised his hand to block Li Yunshin's face, expressing disdain. Li Yuntian found himself embarrassed by Li Yi's rejection, his expression one of mortification. "I am being spurned by my own son. What a disgrace." Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Successfully garnered your father's attention, transforming his indifference into care and affection, and you have rejected your father's goodwill, vowing to rely on yourself. Reward acquired, primordial sacred body. Li. A flurry of question marks raced through his mind. What is happening? I completed the mission? How did that occur? Li Yi was utterly bewildered. He had done nothing, and yet the mission had inexplicably been fulfilled. Could it be that my rejection of Li Yunshin's affection drew his attention, causing him to no longer neglect me? This melodramatic plot sounds suspiciously like a romance novel. He shook his head decisively. It could not be so. The events of a failure had yet to transpire. There was no neglect to speak. Ophi's father's affection was only natural. It appeared that the system's recognition had indeed malfunctioned. Primordial sacred body, an unparalleled and invincible sacred body, possessing effects such as immunity to myriad evils, countering anomalies, invincibility among equals, physical invincibility, and challenging emperors. But one must admit, the rewards from the system are indeed substantial. How delightful to be able to reap such rewards without effort. Li had no reason to decline. With the primordial sacred body as his starting point, the notion of being a failure was non-existent. There was no need for a counterattack. Was at the pinnacle from birth. Upon acquiring the primordial sacred body, Li Yi's minor cold became inconsequential. vanishing in an instant. His previous fatigue transformed into vibrant energy, restoring him to his former state. Li Yuntian observed the revitalized Li Yi, perplexed. He felt Li Yi's forehead. His forehead is not warm. Has Yi recovered from his fever? Surely not so quickly, the doctor said to wait for a couple of days after taking the medicine. Xiao Qingya remained skeptical. Feel Yi's forehead. Xiao Qingya approached, touching Li Yi's forehead, and indeed found it cool to the touch. Li Yuntian remarked, perhaps Yi's illness was never severe naturally. He would recover swiftly. Nonetheless, he should still rest for a while. As this was Xiao Qingji's first child, she was particularly anxious not to let anything happen to Li Yi. Patriarch, the elder has sent me to inform you that the birthday celebration is about to begin. Please prepare to attend. A servant rushed in to relay the message. Very well, Li Yuntian nodded, instructing Xiao Qingya to hold the child as they proceeded to the venue for the birthday celebration. Escaping from the embrace of Li Yuntian, I found solace in the gentle arms of Xiao Qingya, akin to cradling two fluffy clouds, accompanied by a subtle, fragrant aroma that enveloped me in comfort. Is this what maternal love feels like? I reveled in the tranquility of Xiao Qingji's embrace, refraining from tears or tantrums. This child, still so clingy, Xiao Qingya remarked, her smile radiating the tender affection of a mother. Li Yuntian observed his son, Li Yi, nestled in Xiao Qingji's arms and sighed, uncertain of Li Yi's capabilities. While other children at the age of 1 could run and jump, Li Yi remained attached to Xiao Qingya, unable to walk or speak, as if he had not been born at all. This left Li Yuntian deeply concerned about Li Yi's potential. In this fantastical realm, children typically developed at an accelerated pace. By 1 year, it was standard for them to walk, jump, and speak. Yet Li Yi lagged behind, his frail constitution contributing to the foreboding notion that, according to the original narrative, he would be labeled a waste in the eyes of many. Arriving at the square designated for the first birthday celebration, the atmosphere was vibrant with the Li family's festivities, especially with the presence of the clan leader, Li Yuntian, and a throng of family members gathered to witness the occasion. Li Yuntian presented a pill to Li Yi, a medicinal elixir known for its ability to awaken latent potential and refine one's roots. The pill's gentle potency ensured that every child partaking in the celebration would consume one, optimizing their condition for the event. 5 children in total were set to undergo this rite of passage, standing in the square, ready for the test. An elder was addressing them, outlining the necessary protocols they were to follow. The examination consisted of 2 stages. The first was the talent stone, which assessed their aptitude for cultivation. Only those deemed sufficiently gifted could progress to the second stage, the grasping ceremony, where the items each child sees would dictate their tailored training path, a pivotal moment shaping their futures. Chapter 2. The Shattering of the Talent Stone. I believe that during this year's celebration, Li Onsai possesses commendable talent. I have heard he can lift a stone weighing 20 pounds, indicating his potential is at least 6 feet, one observer remarked. Indeed, he is the one I hold in highest regard this time. This child boasts natural strength and is a born genius in cultivation, with boundless prospects ahead, another added. Isn't that Li Yi, the clan leader's son? Members of the clan scrutinized the children on stage, engaging in discussions about each one. The elders, their faces aglow, stroked their beards, embodying the image of sage advisors as they gazed at the future hopes of the Li family. Yes, it is he. Just turned 1 year old. His presence at the celebration is a given. I have heard that Li Yi cannot yet speak. Indeed, he has only just learned to walk. His talent seems lacking. The clan leader's eldest son, Li Xian, is an unparalleled genius, and the young lady Li Shuer is destined to lead Taiqing's sect. With these 2 children, the family has enough to shine. The elders nodded in agreement, expressing their consensus. In this world of cultivation, it was commonplace for children to begin speaking and walking around 6 months old, yet Li had only just begun to walk at 1 year and still could not articulate words. From these 2 indicators, it was evident that Li Yi was of a naturally weak constitution, and his aptitude for cultivation was likely mediocre, leaving little room for hope. As the clan leader's son, Li Yi paled in comparison to Li Xian and Li Shuer, creating a stark contrast. It seemed that the fortunes of the previous 2 births had exhausted their potential, leaving little for Li Yi. However, the brilliance of Li Xian and Li Shuer was sufficient to uphold the family's prestige. Li Yuntian cast a sidelong glance at the group of elders, who, sensing his gaze, promptly ceased their discussions. Li Yunshin's expectations for Li Yi were not high, the facts were apparent, and it was true that Li Yi's innate talents were lacking. Yet, even in the face of this reality, he wished to avoid overhearing discussions that would bring him embarrassment. He still hoped that Li Yi would perform adequately, at least to the point of not bringing shame upon his role as a father. Xiao Qingyao let out a quiet sigh. As a woman of a scholarly lineage, she felt her bloodline was insufficient, perhaps influencing Li Yi's condition. She did not aspire for Li Yi to possess extraordinary talent or achieve remarkable heights as a mother. She simply wished for him to live a life of safety and peace. The first birthday celebration begins. In the initial stage, the talent stone would assess their capabilities. The 5 children approached the talent stone in succession, with the first to step forward being Leon Sai, the prodigy upon whom the elders had placed great hopes. Leon Sai walked confidently, positioning himself before the talent stone, extending his palm to rest upon it. In an instant, the talent stone radiated a brilliant light. The brilliance emanating from the stone reached a height of 9 feet. Children of average talent typically measured around 3 to 4 feet. 5 feet was decent, 6 feet indicated good talent, while 7 feet was considered exceptional. 8 feet denoted extraordinary talent, and Li Yuntian himself had once measured 8 feet. As for 9 feet, throughout the entire history of the Li family, no more than 10 individuals had ever achieved such a feat. Li Yi's siblings, Li Xian and Li Shuer, were both 9-foot talents, marking a historic moment for the Li family, boasting 2 prodigies of such caliber simultaneously. This was heralded as the dawn of a new era of prosperity for the Li family, underscoring the significance of their status within the clan. In stark contrast, Li Yi appeared unremarkable, even inferior to that. Before his birth, there had been speculation about whether he would emerge as another unparalleled genius. Yet one could only say that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. His physique appeared average, and his potential was all too visible. 5 feet, and still rising, one elder noted. 6 feet, as expected. I had said he would reach at least 6 feet. It hasn't stopped yet. I estimate it may reach 7 feet. The clan elders watched in excitement, their faces glowing with pleasure as they stroked their beards, nodding in approval. In this generation of the Li family, the younger members exhibited promising talents, signaling a bright future ahead. 7 feet. The focus of the Li family members remained fixed on Leon Sai, as the light from the talent stone surpassed 7 feet, confirming that he was indeed a rare talent in cultivation. This child reaching 7 feet is remarkable. Soon, our Li family will add another master to its ranks. Indeed. Clan leader, with Kai's talent at 7 feet, we must open the treasure vault and select a suitable cultivation technique for him. The techniques within the treasure vault were reserved for the upper echelons of the Li family, accessible only to those who made significant contributions or possessed exceptional talent. Li Yuntian managed a perfunctory smile, saying, "That is only fitting." He glanced at Leon Sai, then at Li Yi, who could barely walk, and sighed. "Ah well, without expectations, there can be no disappointment." With Li Xian and Li Shuer as his children, he felt content. As for Li Yi, he would cultivate him to be a good child and maintain a calm mindset. The light from the talent stone ultimately settled at 7 feet, eliciting a chorus of admiration from the onlookers, who cheered for Leon Sai while congratulating his parents, who were already contemplating celebratory feasts. Li sat on the ground, bored, observing the proceedings, unsure of what his own measurement would be. In the original narrative, Li Yi measured merely 1 foot, astonishing everyone and resetting the expectations for his potential. Now, with the ancient sacred body, he had defied fate. Would a mere talent stone test yield an extraordinary result? Noticing a gaze upon him, he turned to look at his father, Li Yuntian, sensing a wave of disappointment emanating from him. Li Yi. The remaining children approached the talent stone one by one. In comparison to Leon Sai, their performances appeared rather ordinary, with the highest measurement reaching only 5 feet. The atmosphere gradually grew somber, as the praises dwindled and idle chatter took their place. Finally, it was Li Yi's turn to step forward, the protagonist always making a late entrance. All eyes turned to Li Yi as he approached the talent stone, placing his palm upon its surface. No reaction? Could it be that his talent was so deficient that he measured less than 1 foot? That seemed improbable. Silence enveloped the crowd, an eerie stillness pervading the air. The elder, who typically spoke the most, fell into a contemplative silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. How could they offer praise? They couldn't very well comment on the young master's hairstyle today. Silence seemed the wisest choice. Li Yuntian inhaled deeply while he had anticipated Li Yi's lack of talent. He had not expected it to be to such a degree that the talent stone showed no response. Measuring less than 1 foot, the elder presiding over the ceremony was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure whether to announce the results. Li Yi remained unfazed, allowing the talent stone to process his formidable talent a moment longer. In the next instant, the talent stone erupted into a dazzling display of light. The crowd instinctively shielded their eyes against the brilliance. Nearly blinded by the radiance, this light was overwhelming. Even titanium alloy eyes would struggle to withstand it. 9 feet? My heavens, it is indeed 9 feet. Wait, something's off. Why does young Master Li Yi's 9 feet differ from the others? They had all witnessed 9 feet before, yet Li Yi's emanated an intensity far beyond that, too brilliant to comprehend. As the crowd marveled, the light suddenly vanished. They gazed in astonishment at the scene, bewildered as to what had just transpired. Could it have been an illusion? The stinging in their eyes suggested otherwise. What just happened? Why did the light suddenly disappear? Expressions of confusion and bewilderment crossed their faces. Crack! A sharp sound resonated throughout the square, drawing everyone's attention to the talent stone. Crack! Another similar sound followed. The talent stone had developed a fissure, resembling a spider's web, with cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. Soon, the entire talent stone was riddled with fractures, and then, with a resounding shatter, it crumbled into scattered debris, littering the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The talent stone? Shattered? What transpired? How could the perfectly intact talent stone break apart? Staring in disbelief at the fragments scattered across the ground, they shifted their gaze to Li Yi, who stood nearby. The elder, who had been stroking his beard, suddenly grasped it tightly, inadvertently pulling out several strands in his shock. He rose from his chair, wide-eyed and utterly dumbfounded, as if his eyes might pop out of their sockets. Had the talent stone, which had been used for centuries, truly shattered so effortlessly? In the history of the Li family, such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Words failed them, and they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. Li Yuntian was also left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could it be that young master Li Yi possesses extraordinary talent, causing the talent stone to explode? Is that even possible? This was unprecedented. The brilliance just now. It must have reached 9 feet, right? Li Yuntian rose, excitement propelling him forward as he slapped his palm against the railing repeatedly. Could it be that Li Yi was indeed a genius? Had they all underestimated him? Perhaps he simply had not awakened yet? They had always thought Li Yi possessed only average talent, but his performance had truly astonished everyone, leaving them at a loss for words. The elder responsible for the ceremony stepped forward to inspect the talent stone, finding no apparent issues. Could it be that Li Yi's talent was so formidable that it had overwhelmed the stone? What level of talent could possibly shatter the talent stone? Such a notion was beyond comprehension. 9 feet was already considered the pinnacle of genius. What could this mean? A smile suddenly graced Li Yunshin's face, transforming his shock into elation, a sense of pride swelling within him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he proclaimed with arrogance, "Who said my son lacks talent? How could the son of Li Yuntian be a failure? My son is destined to be a genius." The crowd initially displayed signs of awkwardness before breaking into laughter, eagerly flattering Li Yuntian. From birth, Li Yi had been of average constitution, and his growth had been equally unremarkably a clear path towards mediocrity. Who could have imagined that beneath his seemingly lackluster exterior lay such astonishing talent? Not only they, but even his father, Li Yuntian, had also believed Li Yi possessed only average abilities. Li Yunshin's lips could not help but curl upward in a proud smile. Even the crooked smile of the Dragon King paled in comparison. His children were all extraordinary talents. It was impossible not to beam with joy. Noticing the elder still in a daze, Li Yuntian urged, "What are you standing there for? Carry on." "Oh." The elder snapped back to reality and instructed the attendants to tidy the area for the second phase of the celebration. Chapter 3. These two children must have been enemies in their previous lives. Li stood to the side, awaiting the second round, but he had not anticipated the shattering of the talent stone. With a mere flick of her wrist, Xiao Lu had already reached the limits of the talent stone. 3 children had entered the second round, and naturally, Li was among them. Li glanced at his cousin Lian Kai, who had been humiliated in the past, and a task was issued. Confront your cousin, the one who once ridiculed you. Lian Kai, now a grand martial master. You have resolved to avenge your past grievances. Defeat your enemy, the grand martial master Lian Kai. Li, looking at the small child before him, whose lack of intelligence was apparent, he wondered how this could be a grand martial master. And yet he was being tasked to defeat him. This mission must be a joke. Li was both amused and perplexed, while he was uncertain if he could defeat the grand martial master Lian Kai. One thing was clear. The current Lian Kai was no match for him, and he could easily toy with him. Clenching his little fist, he thought, so, this is the grand martial master, is it? Call me the child conqueror. Suddenly, Lian Kai felt a chill down his spine, as if a pair of malevolent eyes were fixated upon him, sending shivers through his entire being. The second round involved a selection of weapons. Devoid of challenges, relying solely on instinct. The servants brought forth a rack filled with various weapons, a dazzling array of choices, alongside items like brushes, ink, and abacuses. The selection was simultaneous for the three children, who entered together to choose their weapons. Li pondered, realizing that this was an opportunity to assess the supposed prowess of the grand martial master Lian Kai stared blankly at Li. Sensing something amiss in his cousin's gaze, which was thick with malice as a child, he could not comprehend this and mistook it for a smile. After a brief admonition from the elder in charge, the two were allowed to enter. The onlookers fell silent, observing quietly to avoid disturbing the three children during their selection. Driven by curiosity, another child dashed in, placing a hand to his mouth, babbling in awe at the weapons. His expression rather dim-witted. Compared to these weapons, he would likely prefer food. If a platter of roasted chicken were present, he would undoubtedly rush towards it without hesitation. Lian Kai extended his small hand, uncertain of which weapon to grasp, glancing left and right, yet finding nothing appealing. This scene left his parents in a state of panic, nearly shouting their thoughts aloud. Li, however, was not focused on those items, but rather on Lian Kai, fixating his gaze upon him, contemplating how best to vanquish this grand martial master. What is the heir doing? Li Yuntian clenched his fists, despite having held the position of family head for many years. Li Yuntian had cultivated a demeanor of composure. Yet upon seeing Li emotionless, he could not help but feel anxious, wishing to rush over and assist him in his selection, but he was unable to do so. Due to Li Yi's performance in the first round, all eyes were now on him. Don't be anxious. The heir simply hasn't made his selection, Xiao Qingyi remarked, noticing Li Yuntian's distress. That I am not anxious at all. Li Yuntian replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, brimming with confidence. I believe in the heir's talent. He will not disappoint me. Xiao Qingyi smiled quietly, watching Li Yi intently. Lian Kai finally settled on a target and took small steps toward a long spear directly opposite him, extending his hand to grasp it. Seeing Lian Kai's chosen target, Li Yi sprang into action, sprinting toward him with his short legs. What is the heir up to? Li Yuntian was baffled by Li Yi's intentions. It seemed as if he were about to carry Lian Kai away, intending to use his cousin as a weapon. Li focused on the cousin who had once ridiculed him, though the moment had not yet arrived. How dare he humiliate me? He would soon learn the meaning of cruelty. Possessing an ancient physique, Li Yi's constitution far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to run swiftly and steadily, catching up to Lian Kai in just a few strides. Just as Lian Kai was about to grasp the spear, Li raised his foot and delivered a kick to Lian Kai's back, toppling him to the ground. Go play in the mud. With a forceful kick, Lian Kai lost control, leaning forward and tumbling to the ground, rolling like a ball before flipping over and sitting on the ground. Lian Kai, blinking his bewildered eyes, he sat there in utter confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Did someone just kick me? After a moment of dazed reflection, the pain set in, prompting him to wail loudly, forgetting entirely about the weapon selection. This unexpected scene took everyone by surprise. They had assumed Li Yi was merely playing with Lian Kai, but instead, he had kicked him to the ground. Could it be that these two children were enemies in their past lives? Lian Kai's parents exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly unprepared for this turn of events, their astonishment rivaling that of Lian Kai. Li Yi, being the son of Li Yuntian, dared not say much. Li Yuntian forced a smile, awkwardly apologizing to Lian Kai's parents. Children will be children. It's all in good fun. Chapter 4. Li Yi, I am no longer pure. Young Master Li Yi, gifted beyond measure, surely you, as the head of the family, are capable of cultivating him into a top-tier swordsman. Daniela Yun Tian nodded, relishing the compliment. Now everyone knows to speak well of him. Who was it that said Yi Er was incapable? My son is anything but incapable. This moment truly allowed Li Yun Tian to bask in glory. Indeed, Li Yi's talent had surpassed all expectations. Even those deemed impossible, and no one had envisioned such a turn of events. Head of the family speaks truth. We were indeed short-sighted. Young Master Li Yi has demonstrated remarkable potential, truly opening our eyes. He is destined to elevate the Li family to new heights. As Li Yi performed well. Flattery flowed effortlessly, words tumbling forth fluidly. This praise brought a beaming smile to Li Yun Tian's face. His lips nearly splitting from joy, completely forgetting the need for familial dignity, as his happiness took precedence. Immersed in the adoration of the crowd, he reveled in the accolades as if they were directed at him personally. No one dislikes a bit of boasting. It brings me joy that on the field, having acquired the sword, Li basked in the attention of the crowd, contrasting it with the sight of the bewildered Lian Kai, who had been inexplicably kicked and was now crying on the ground. That Lian Kai's parents were frantic, urging him to stop crying and get up already. If he didn't hurry, the selection would soon be over. Li Yi, feeling annoyed by the noise, approached the long spear that Lian Kai had initially coveted, lifting the large weapon effortlessly. That he then walked over to where Lian Kai sat, still sobbing, oblivious to the culprit now standing before him. Slap. Li delivered a resounding slap to Lian Kai's face, abruptly silencing his cries, the onlookers gasping in astonishment at the scene before them. It was evident that these two children harbored deep-seated enmity from their past lives. Clutching the weapon Lian Kai had intended to select, Li flaunted it before him, even delivering another slap. Manifesting the depth of their feud, Daniela Yun Tian could not help but wince, awkwardly apologizing to Lian Kai's parents. Children enjoy play fighting. It's all in good fun, whether it was intentional or accidental. They remained oblivious. Yet it was evident that personal grievances were intertwined, that Lian felt a searing pain on his face, a sense of grievance swelling within him, pushing him to the brink of tears. Can you fathom the psychological shadow cast upon a mere one-year-old child by such a slap? Li raised his hand menacingly, startling Lian, who, at an age where he struggled to manage his bodily functions, learned to suppress his tears instead. Observing that Lian had not cried, Li tossed the long spear into his hands. Bewildered, Lian barely managed to catch it, nearly tumbling backward, but as he attempted to sit up, he realized the spear was too heavy, constricting his fate with an unbearable weight for one so young. In that moment, Lian could only utter, "Mother, I wish to go home. The world is too perilous." Lian's parents breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the bizarre sequence of events, they had managed to secure their goals with Li Yi's assistance. Li turned his gaze toward another child, who, noticing the intensity of Li Yi's stare, trembled in fear, recalling the fate of those before him. Without needing Li Yi to intervene, he instinctively fell to the ground, rolling over to feign death. Such discernment at such a tender age foretold a remarkable future. The title of infant slayer aptly suited Li Yi. The rites of passage concluded, and the first birthday celebration came to an end. Unlike the customary congratulatory celebrations of the past, the attendees stood in stunned silence, grappling with the absurdity of the events that had transpired. The extraordinary talents displayed by Li Yi, which caused the talent stone to crack on the spot, coupled with his astonishing performance during the ceremony, were simply unfathomable. "Ha, my wonderful son, come here and let your father embrace you." At this moment, the most elated individual was undoubtedly Li Yun Tian, his face radiating with joy that was beyond words. That he strode forward, lifting Li Yi high, as if to showcase him to the world, declaring, "This is my son, my good son, come, let your father give you a kiss." A kiss landed on Li Yi's cherubic face, although Li Yi initially intended to refuse. He could not withstand Li Yun Tian's exuberance. The prickly beard brushed against his skin, leaving Li Yi feeling despondent. "That I am no longer pure." Initially harboring no great expectations for Li Yi, no one could have anticipated that he would be the most astonishing of them all. This overwhelming joy eclipsed any previous excitement, infused with Li Yun Tian's pride that to be the son of a distinguished father is indeed a privilege. In the audience, Xiao Qingya exhaled in relief, genuinely pleased for her child. Li Yi. Since his birth, Li Yi had been frail and frequently ill. She, more than anyone, understood the precariousness of his health, often worrying about his well-being. Yet it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Her child was not only unharmed but also a prodigy. An elder responsible for the birthday celebration approached Li Yuntian, clearing his throat. Ahem, clan leader, both Master Li Yi and Lian have demonstrated talents exceeding 7 feet. You have yet to make an announcement. The elder's quiet reminder jolted Li Yuntian back to reality. In his excitement, he had forgotten this vital detail. Suppressing his joy, he adopted the dignified demeanor befitting a clan leader, though his lips still curled in a smile. Li Yi and Lian have both surpassed the talent of 7 feet. Tomorrow, we shall open the treasure vault for these two, allowing them to seek their fortunes within. With that, the first birthday celebration concluded. And Li Yuntian basked in the reflected glory of Li Yi's achievements that a new task emerged. After receiving your reward, demonstrate your prowess and ensure your father is left astounded by your progress. Here came another outrageous task. How am I to leave my father in shock? Should I splash him with something? The system had arrived, and the specifics of the task became inconsequential. The priority was merely to achieve the desired effect by any means necessary. Abba did Lie babbled, struggling to articulate his words. Previously hindered by his frail constitution, he had been unable to speak, while others his age could run and jump. Now, as a being of ancient sanctity, his physique had vastly improved, and he was rapidly developing. Xiao Qingya cradled Li Yi, playfully poking his chubby cheeks with her fingers, unveiling the tender, maternal love etched upon her face that I in her gentle embrace. It felt as though he had entered a sanctuary of warmth, prompting Li Yi to wish to lie back and forsake all struggles that he squirmed slightly, adjusting to a more comfortable position against Xiao Qingya. Relishing the experience, for the first time, he discovered the bliss of being an infant that Li Yuntian called Li Yi father. What a topsy-turvy world. What troubles you? It seems the young master is hungry and desires milk. A nearby maid suggested. Indeed, Xiao Qingya realized she had yet to feed Li Yi. Lifting her garment, she prepared to nurse him. Lie instinctively recoiled, blocking her with his tiny hands that am I not the revered ancient body? Must I resort to milk? This is an affront to my dignity. This child is quite mischievous. Xiao Qingya chided lightly, tapping his nose before continuing to nurse him. After a few moments, delightful. Li eagerly suckled, as if he were consuming something utterly divine, unable to stop. Who was it that claimed they would rather die than consume a drop of milk? Certainly not I. Xiao Qingya observed Li Yi with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. While other children his age had long since weaned, Li Yi still savored his milk, showing no signs of wanting to stop. That Li mused, I initially had no intention of drinking milk, but it is simply too delightful. He continued to suckle fervently, as if he could never quench his thirst. Xiao Qingya marveled at the sudden increase in his appetite, noting that his consumption was nearly exhausting her milk supply. It was understandable. After all, he was in a phase of rapid growth. This little one certainly has an appetite, she teased, believing that his hearty appetite foretold a prosperous future, having only eaten a modest amount. Li Yi lamented that Xiao Qingya's supply was insufficient, and he would have to wait for the next feeding. Madam, you have held him all day. Allow me to take over so you can rest. The maid Wan Ning offered. Very well, Xiao Qingya agreed, passing Li Yi to Wan Ning. After holding him for so long, her arms were wearied in Wan Ning's grip. Li Yi felt uncomfortable, twisting his neck. The disparity between individuals was stark. Compared to the warmth of Xiao Qingya's embrace, Wan Ning's hold felt almost barren, akin to lying on a wooden plank. If Wan Ning were to have children in the future, he worried they might go hungry. Given her meager provisions, only 15 or 16 years old, he resolved that once he could speak, he would remind her to improve her diet. Having traversed the journey of infancy, Li Yi understood one profound truth. One must never let a child suffer. With this thought, he swallowed hard, feeling hunger pangs. Yearning for milk, he glanced at Wan Ning's barren embrace, his expression one of despair. Wan Ning. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of his father. Li Yuntian. Let me see my ear. With a bold stride, he entered the room. Since the birthday celebration, Li Yuntian had been particularly attentive to Li Yi, brimming with high hopes, were it not for his duties as clan leader. He would wish to remain by Li Yi's side. Nurturing his growth, he lifted Li Yi, scrutinizing him with increasing fondness that in that instant, Li Yi realized his error. Perhaps it would be best to let Wan Ning hold him. For while her embrace was less warm, at least it was not devoid of comfort. Li Yuntian remarked, observing Li Yi's disdainful expression. Call me father so I may hear it, he urged. Xiao Qingya chimed in. Ear cannot yet speak. Li Yuntian dismissed her concern. You misunderstand. It is through constant exposure that he will learn. Once he begins to speak, he will instinctively know to call me father upon seeing me. Xiao Qingya watched the joyful interaction between father and son. A smile gracing her lips. Come, call father. Li Yuntian encouraged Li attempted to respond, as if words were finally within his grasp. His voice emerged, soft yet distinct. Li Yuntian's eyes widened. Did he urge it? Did he speak? He attempted to teach again. Repeat after me. Father. Without hesitation, Li Yi replied. The clarity of his response astonished them both. By the heavens. Can speak. Xiao Qingya marveled. Disbelief etched across her features. Li Yuntian erupted in laughter. What did I just say? Was I not correct? However, upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. When I called out father, did just respond with him? Did I just become my son's subordinate? Is this not a topsy-turvy world? His thoughts raced, wondering if could only utter that single syllable at first. To confirm his suspicions. Li Yuntian called again. Father. Li Yi responded, enunciating clearly. Not in that moment. Li Yuntian was certain. He had yet to learn to speak properly, only able to utter that one sound. Xiao Qingya stood in disbelief, astonished by the turn of events. What was meant to be a lesson for Li Yi had somehow transformed into a scenario where he was calling her son father. Li, he calls out to me, and I respond in kind. After all, there is nothing to lose. Task completed. Your remarkable abilities not only astonished Li Yuntian, but also left him at a loss for words, addressing you as father. You have flawlessly completed the task of reversal. Reward obtained. Innate sword chi. Innate sword chi. The quintessence of sword energy, which can be utilized to nurture one's sword intent and elevate one's swordsmanship to LIE. So, having Li Yuntian call me father twice completes the task? It turned out to be far easier than I had imagined. With the innate sword chi paired with my innate sword roots, mastering the sword becomes effortless. I can soar without restraint. The benefits of innate sword chi exceed the system's description. And it seems that my sword roots have also been nurtured by it, that I am now unconsciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, with the two elements complementing each other and growing stronger. There's no need to practice swordplay. The moment I grasp the sword, I can unleash sword energy spanning 30,000 miles, with a single strike shining coldly across 19 states, with such rewards at hand. Why bother with reversal? Pure enjoyment is all that matters. I Yuntian gazed at Li Yi, astonished that his son had managed to gain an advantage. Think that he learned to take advantage of others at such a young age. He truly is my son. Patriarch, the treasure house is about to open. Please proceed to oversee the matter. A servant rushed over to remind him. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Li Yuntian embraced Li Yi and headed toward the treasure house. Let us go to the treasure house and select some treasures. Let me carry Xiao Qingya suggested that no. My son is to be carried by me. Li Yuntian firmly replied. Xiao Qingya smiled helplessly, as if Li Yi were not her own son. Li, it's hard to express my grievances. Upon arriving at the treasure house, many clan members had already gathered in anticipation, more than at the previous day as birthday celebration. They all wished to witness whether Li Yi, who had shone so brilliantly at the celebration, was truly as gifted as the rumors suggested. Seeing Li Yuntian approach with Li Yi, they rushed forward to offer their compliments. Young Master Li Yi is truly a paragon of talent. He is destined for greatness. I knew young Master Li Yi must be a genius. Indeed, he has made a stunning impact. Li Yuntian stood tall and proud, as if the praise were meant for him. You flatter me, he responded with a beaming smile. Arriving at the entrance of the treasure house, the Ionsia's parents had been waiting for quite some time, eager to enter the treasure house and select their treasures. Upon seeing Li Yi's arrival, they quickly shielded Li Onsai behind them, fearing that Li Yi might treat him as he had the day before. Li Onsai, cowering behind his parents, recognized Li Yi and felt a deep-seated fear. Too timid to draw attention to himself, Li regarded his cousin, the Grand Martial Master, with a friendly demeanor devoid of any malice. Look at my smile. I am harmless. Yesterday was merely to fulfill a system task. Ordinarily, Li Yi valued brotherhood and benevolence that it was likely that the slap had left a psychological scar on Li Yansai. Chapter 6. The Fragment of Destiny Creek. At that moment, the doors of the treasure house swung open, and a plainly dressed elder stepped out. He was Elder Li Yin, the guardian of the treasure house. Those who oversee the treasure house are typically extraordinary, and Li Yin was no exception to BY generational reckoning. He belonged to Li Yuntian's grandfather's generation, and he had attained the pinnacle of martial emperor realm to Li Yin, having guarded the treasure house for years, remained aloof from worldly matters and focused on cultivation. He generally only appeared during the opening of the treasure house, that Li Yin yawned lazily and glanced at Li Yuntian. Despite Li Yuntian being the patriarch, Li Yin's seniority and strength commanded respect from him. These two children are the ones who, during the birthday celebration, demonstrated a talent exceeding 7 feet. They may enter the treasure house. Li Yuntian introduced Li Yi and Li Yansai to Li Yin. Li Yin cast a disinterested glance at Li Yi and Li Yansai, responding with a casual seemingly impatient that it was likely that the opening of the treasure house had interrupted his rest and wasted his time. As for these children's talents, I couldn't care less. I just want to finish quickly and return to my dreams, he said, yawning again as he led Li Yansai and Li Yi into the treasure house. Closing the doors behind them, inside the treasure house, the items were meticulously categorized: arrays, weapons, techniques, and elixirs. Just don't mess it up, Li Yin stated, hands behind his back, appearing lethargic. His tone was both a reminder and a warning. I don't care what your talents are. This treasure house is under my management, and you must adhere to my rules. If you don't understand the rules, don't even think about selecting a technique. It would be merciful if I don't punish you. You may access the first and second floors, but the third floor is off limits to a young genius. I, Li Yin, was once among the best. Now, as a martial emperor pinnacle expert, my pride emanates from my very core. Other geniuses are merely trivial in my eyes, the do you understand? Li Yin suddenly barked. Yes, Li Yansai quivered, timidly nodding, shrinking back in fear as he followed Li Yin. Li Yi remained composed, curiously surveying his surroundings. The treasure house appeared small from the outside, but was a realm of wonders within. It must possess some sort of special array to create such a vast disparity between the interior and exterior. The treasure house was filled with countless treasures, a testament to the Li family's accumulated heritage. Li Yi's demeanor caught Li Yan's attention, prompting him to glance at Li Yi once more. Though that was all. Suddenly, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Yin's eyes as he focused on Li Yi, sensing a sharp sword energy emanating from him. A fleeting but potent aura. This puzzled Li Yin. After all, this child was barely a year old. Where could such sword energy originate? Surely, he must have misjudged. Having practiced sword techniques himself and achieved considerable success, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate sword energy. Could this little child truly possess such power? It must be a figment of his imagination. If it were true, he would gladly consume this bookshelf on the spot, for he was that confident. In a moment, you will stand within the array, and I shall activate the inheritance array for you. You will receive the technique most suited to you. After acquiring the technique, you may select one treasure from the treasure house. What you choose is up to you. However, be aware that selecting a treasure does not guarantee it will accompany you. It depends on your abilities. With that, Li Yin gestured for them to step into the array. Who will go first? I will. Li Yansai timidly raised his hand. With Li Yi beside him, who had just slapped himself, and the stern and intimidating Li Yin, he wished only to finish quickly and leave this place. Entering the array, he stood at its center as Li Yin activated it, causing the array patterns to illuminate and begin to operate. The array assessed their qualifications, matching them with the most suitable cultivation techniques. As the right technique could yield extraordinary results in cultivation, that in no time. A beam of light surged into Li Yansai's body, delivering the appropriate technique inheritance that Li Yansai clutched his throbbing head, overwhelmed by the influx of knowledge, requiring time to digest it. When it was Li Yi's turn, he stood at the center of the array, awaiting its activation. It wasn't difficult for someone of his caliber to obtain a good technique. But he was curious about what the Li family's extensive heritage had to offer. Li Yin activated the array once more. Inside the array, the world spun around him as Li Yi found himself enveloped in a sea of techniques, sifting through many to find the one most suited to him. However, After a long while, he still could not find a suitable technique and continued to search. What is going on? Is there truly no technique suitable for this boy? Li Yin felt perplexed. It shouldn't take this long to find a suitable technique. The Li family's vast collection encompassed all varieties, and everyone should be able to find a fitting technique. Li Yi's situation was unprecedented for Li Yin. Doubting his earlier assumptions, he increased his energy output, enhancing the array's filtering efficacy. After much more time had passed, a beam of light finally entered Li Yi's body. Finally identifying the appropriate technique for him, Li sensed something new in his mind. It was the technique that suited him, named Fragment of Destiny. Judging by the name, it seemed promising, albeit it was a fragment, containing only the first 3 volumes. Typically, incomplete techniques, when completed, would certainly be among the world's finest. The technique that aligned with his innate talents could not possibly be inferior. Li Yin withdrew his energy. Concluding the array, you have obtained a technique suitable for you. Cultivate diligently and do not waste this inheritance. You may now select one treasure provided you can carry it, and then come find me to register. Having said this, Li Yin yawned once more and retreated to rest, leaving Li Yi and Leon Tsai to choose their treasures. Li flashed a harmless smile at Leon Tsai, who shivered in response. Cherishing life, he distanced himself from Li Yi and scurried away to select a technique. Too fearful to remain near him, Li began his search for a treasure that piqued his interest within the treasure house. After searching for a considerable time, he still found nothing suitable. Naturally, he aimed to choose the best. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the AI. Li turned to see Lian Kai, who had laid eyes on a coveted treasure. Unfortunately, his qualifications fell short, and in his attempt to forcibly seize it, he faced a backlash akin to being struck by lightning. Li clicked his tongue. Lamenting the unfortunate fate, he continued his search within the treasure pavilion. But after an extensive search, he found nothing that piqued his interest. His gaze shifted to the second floor. The treasure pavilion boasted 3 levels, with the second floor housing treasures of superior quality compared to the first. However, to obtain them, one needed a higher level of qualification. Otherwise, forcibly taking them would only lead to a fate like that of Lian Ci. Yin opened his eyes, sensing Li Yi's ascent to the second floor, and shook his head. Acquiring a treasure from the second floor was no simple task. It required not only qualifications, but also strength. It had taken Li Yin an arduous effort to obtain a single treasure from that level. Perhaps they would have the opportunity to claim treasures from the second floor someday. But for now, it was utterly impossible. That he chose not to pay further attention to Li Yi, believing that he would soon come to understand the futility of his endeavors. Chapter 7. The Obsequious Ancient Sword. Was Li Yin on the brink of collapse? Li wandered around the second floor, but still failed to find anything that captured his fancy. Just as he was about to randomly select a treasure, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from the third floor, causing the innate sword chi within him to respond. The third floor held exceptional treasures, as the pinnacle of the treasure pavilion. The items on the third floor were undoubtedly the most valuable in the Li family's collection, rare indeed. Since it had elicited a reaction from his innate sword chi, this treasure could not be overlooked. Ignoring Li Yin's warnings, he boldly stepped onto the third floor. Upon arriving, Li scanned the area, seeking the source of the sword chi's reaction. His gaze finally settled on an ancient sword hanging in the center of the third floor. This sword exuded an aura of antiquity, unmistakably hinting at its age and significance. It could very well be an extraordinary blade. The energy he sensed was undoubtedly emanating from this sword as he beheld the ancient sword. His innate sword chi reacted intensely, seemingly resonating with it. That a special barrier surrounded the sword, which trembled slightly at Li Yi's presence, as if it were about to take flight. What is this kid doing on the third floor? Li Yin, keenly perceptive, sensed the disturbance, jolting upright with a furious expression that he had warned Li Yi against entering the third floor. If he chose to ignore such counsel, he could not expect mercy. Yan's breath grew heavy. He initially contemplated punishing Li Yi, but upon noticing the ancient sword's unusual movements, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The ancient sword is reacting? This sword is no ordinary weapon. It was the treasured sword of the first patriarch of the Li family, supposedly retrieved from an ancient tomb. Its immense power was the foundation upon which the Li family was built. Regrettably, since the first patriarch's reign, no one has earned its favor. Otherwise, the Li family's influence would undoubtedly be more formidable today. Li Yin had once aspired to possess this sword. However, when he sought its recognition, it had repelled him mercilessly before he could even approach. He had not even managed to touch it, let alone claim it as his own. After guarding the treasure pavilion for so many years, this was the first time he had witnessed the ancient sword react so vigorously. Did I it because of this brat? Could it be the sword acknowledges his qualifications? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If I could not gain the sword's favor, what right does he have? He forced himself to believe that this was merely an anomaly, a bitter reminder of his own shortcomings. Just as Li Yin was about to drag Li Yi down from the third floor, the ancient sword took flight. It soared from its pedestal, pointing directly at Li Yi, moving towards him without any resistance, stopping right in front of him, radiating a gentle energy, as if attempting to win Li Yi's favor. This cannot be. Li Yin was astounded, his mouth agape. Could it be that the ancient sword has truly chosen this brat? What merit does he possess? He struggled to accept this reality. Wait a moment. Could it be that this boy is a rare genius, possessing a unique constitution that naturally emanates sword chi? Such individuals are often prodigies in the sword path, with an understanding of it far surpassing that of ordinary people. Intelligent swords would recognize such masters, as only they are worthy of harnessing their full potential. That if this were indeed the case, it would make sense. Realizing this, Li Yin inhaled sharply, nearly pulling out his own beard in shock. I underestimated this boy. I never expected him to be such a prodigious talent. For years, I had only heard of such individuals in legends, and this is my first time encountering one in person. Contemplating further, he recognized that this child's remarkable talent would undoubtedly lead to greatness, that if he could take him as a disciple and nurture him carefully, it would surely bring honor to Li Yin in the future. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed, and his gaze towards Li Yi grew increasingly fervent, dispelling the indifference he had felt upon entering the treasure pavilion down on the third floor. Li Yi closely examined the ancient sword hovering before him. The sword's blade was slender and elongated, appearing weightless, yet it emanated a chilling radiance as sharp as a blade, making it difficult to gaze upon directly. Li perceived a refreshing chill emanating from the sword. The intricate patterns etched upon its surface resembled drifting snowflakes, akin to a vivid winter scene. Beneath this snowy facade lay a menacing aura of lethal intent, instilling fear within the sword's essence. A tempest of snowfall culminated in a mountain of corpses, rivers of blood reflecting a crimson sky, as even the falling snow was tainted with the hue of blood. It was evident that this sword was imbued with coldness. A lethal weapon that had claimed many lives. Such a sword was not meant for the faint of heart. Mishandling it could lead to a backlash, plunging its wielder into madness, becoming a mindless killer. Yet the ancient sword displayed no menacing intent towards Li Yi. Instead, it radiated warmth, actively seeking his favor. When Li Yi made no immediate move, the sword circled around him, performing a graceful dance in midair, as if showcasing its abilities and attempting to curry his favor, urging him to choose it. Had it possessed limbs, it would surely have knelt before Li Yi, pleading for him to select it. What? Li Yin was utterly flabbergasted. This scene was a stark departure from his understanding of ancient swords. How could it so eagerly court a mere child, imploring him for selection? Was this sword devoid of dignity? The ancient sword's current demeanor reminded Li Yin of his own desperate attempts to gain its recognition, a bitter twist of fate where history repeated itself. The sword that once responded to his overtures was now shamelessly vying for the attention of a mere youth, a descendant no less. This was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. It felt as if something he had cherished dearly was being trampled upon by another, used without care, and it was the sword that had initiated this. Li Yin found it impossible to accept. Was the disparity in qualifications between individuals truly so vast? Even if Li Yi possessed unparalleled talent, the ancient sword was once a revered weapon. Should it not retain some semblance of pride? It only served to mock Li Yin, casting his past efforts into the realm of ridicule. However, the ancient sword showed no signs of restraint, continuing its fervent displays of affection towards Li Yi. As if it were a devoted sycophant, Li Yin exclaimed, "This ancient sword must be a counterfeit, a switcheroo. A sycophantic sword like this is unworthy of being called a legendary blade. I have no envy for it. Truly none. His eyes reddened with indignation. Lie waited patiently. The ancient sword had indeed transformed into a loyal admirer, brushing against him in an incessant display of goodwill. The ancient sword's aloofness. What was that concept? Chapter 8. Li, whose sole desire is to drink milk. The most formidable treasure in the entire pavilion was this ancient sword, and with it presenting itself so willingly, Li could not possibly let this opportunity slip away. The obsequious ancient sword was overly enthusiastic, and Li found it somewhat overwhelming. Yet he reluctantly accepted it. As he reached out, the ancient sword flew into his hand, establishing a connection. The sword possessed sentience and would choose its master. Not just anyone could wield it. Only those recognized by it could forge a bond and unleash its true potential. It has truly recognized its master. Li Yin gazed at Li in disbelief, astonished that the ancient sword had indeed chosen him. His heart swirled with mixed emotions. He felt an urge to curse in that moment. It was as if he was witnessing the first step of a future legendary powerhouse. The ancient sword's recognition was a boon for the Li family. With its endorsement, they were destined to achieve greatness once more. Suddenly, Li Yin sensed something amiss. This is a submission to its master. Li Yin was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor in an unprecedented display of shock. The concept of submission to a master differs significantly from mere acknowledgement of one's authority. The latter grants you the right to wield the sword, while true submission entails complete loyalty, endowing the wielder with the sword's inherent power. Such submission is immutable and unyielding, allowing the sword's might to be unleashed to its fullest potential. Should the wielder fall in battle, the sword itself may suffer grievous harm, even risking the dissolution of its sentience, relegating it to mere scrap. Without absolute recognition, a sentient weapon would never choose to submit to its master. For the first time, Li Yin witnessed a weapon willing to submit. The ancient sword intended to forge an unbreakable bond with Li Yi. Today, he had his eyes opened, not only to new possibilities, but to a complete upheaval of his worldview. In typical circumstances, a weapon would choose to submit only after the wielder has gained its recognition. Yet this ancient sword was clearly eager to establish such a relationship. The disparity was staggering, leaving Li Yin puzzled about the terrifying talent Li Yi possessed that could compel such deference from the sword. This child was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse, seizing the opportunity while he was still young and impressionable. Li Yin resolved to take him as a disciple, certain that he would one day boast of having trained a remarkable warrior. The completion of this master-servant bond rendered Li Yi inexplicably fond of the ancient sword, feeling as though it had become an extension of himself, a deep connection resonating within his very soul. Upon accepting the sword's submission, Li Yi sensed a marked enhancement in his physical prowess. Even without wielding the sword, he could tap into its essence. This was the undeniable advantage of such surrender. The ancient sword remained steadfastly loyal to Li Yi, alleviating any fears of backfiring, even if such a thing were to occur. With Li Yi's prodigious talent, he could easily suppress it without trepidation. The ancient saint body was not merely for show. Due to this bond, the ancient sword felt weightless in Li Yi's hands, as if it were a part of his own body, seamlessly integrated into his being. However, the sight of a 1-year-old grasping a sword longer than his height was undeniably comical. Innate sword energy entwined around the ancient sword, nurturing it and gradually restoring its former glory. Li Yin had been waiting downstairs for quite some time, his incredulous gaze flitting between Li Yi and the sword in his hand, a shock that was difficult to articulate. As if he were trapped in a dream, his demeanor towards Li Yi had shifted dramatically. Gone was the indifferent facade, replaced by a warm smile. You have indeed gained the ancient sword's recognition. This is truly unexpected, Li Yin remarked, rein in his astonishment, one hand placed behind his back while the other stroked his beard, striking a pose of ethereal wisdom. Lie, with his youthful voice, explained, "It sought me out." Li Yin. A sound akin to a heart-shattering echoed in the air. "Did I understand?" "No need to elaborate further," Li Yin continued. "This sword is named Fei Shui, a treasured weapon of our ancestors, which once laid the firm foundation for the Li family. Since Fei Shui recognizes you, you must diligently cultivate your skills and achieve great things in the future. Did I understand?" "Elder," Li nodded, thoroughly pleasing Li Yin, who found in Li Yi a maturity that transcended his years, a disposition far superior to his peers. Li Yin gently guided him. "You must immerse yourself in the path of the sword. lest you squander your talents or allow Fei Shui to fade into obscurity. Therefore, you need a master of swordsmanship to guide you. Fortunately, I possess some knowledge of the sword arts. He subtly hinted at the possibility of Li Yi taking him as a mentor, eagerly awaiting the boy's acceptance. Thank you for your guidance. Elder, I will certainly train diligently upon my return, Li Yi declared, preparing to leave the treasure pavilion. The deal I need to teach you. Besides, having multiple masters guiding you daily would be cumbersome. It would be far more enjoyable to lie in my mother's embrace and drink milk, he thought, longing for a carefree existence, resistant to the notion of a regimented life. You, Li Yin stared at Li Yi in disbelief. Utterly flabbergasted, countless individuals within the clan aspired to be his disciples. Yet this little boy disregarded him entirely, an affront to his dignity. Undeterred, Li Yin followed Li Yi, persisting in his gentle persuasion. My swordsmanship is among the finest in the entire Li family. With your potential, only I am qualified to be your master, that if you choose to study under me, I assure you will become a formidable swordsman, standing tall above the rest. He thought to himself that surely this would entice Li Yi. After all, how could any child resist the opportunity to become a powerful swordsman? Not at all. I wish to return home to drink milk, Li Yi replied innocently, his childlike desire for milk overshadowing the prospect of becoming a swordmaster. Li Yin nearly choked on his own frustration. Milk? The chance to become a swordsman. And in Li Yi's eyes, it paled in comparison to milk. What absurdity! That one statement almost left Li Yin speechless. The child was already 1 year old and still had not weaned. Li Yin, trying to reason with him, implored, believe me, milk is but a fleeting indulgence. One day, you shall wean. Only strength is everlasting, with utmost seriousness. Li Yi replied, but I still want milk, did Li Yin. Internally, he couldn't help but curse, wishing to shatter Li Yi's milk bottle. How were Li Yi's parents allowing such a large child to remain unweaned? Senior, if there is nothing else, I shall return home for milk, Li Yi stated, making to leave that Li Yin was on the brink of despair. For the first time, he had humbled himself to beg someone to be his disciple, only to be met with a heartless rejection, the reason being an innocent desire to drink milk. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming, that Li Yin wished he could transform into a woman just to feed him a couple of sips of milk, hoping to win his favor. Clearly, this child was not easily swayed. A different approach was needed. He decided to speak with Li Yi's parents, confident they would understand. With that, he led Li Yi outside, eager to find his parents and discuss this matter. Suddenly, he seemed to have forgotten something important, but brushed it aside. Nothing was more pressing than securing Li Yi as his apprentice, that moment. In a corner of the first floor, Li and Kai. Forgotten, muttered, where is everyone? Li Yin led Li Yi out of the treasure pavilion. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a crowd of anxious onlookers waiting outside. Finally, they have emerged, and I wonder what treasures they selected and what techniques they have acquired. With Li Yi's extraordinary talent, he must have obtained the finest techniques in the Li family. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, speculating about what Li Yi had brought back, completely oblivious to the fact that only Li Yi and Li Yin had exited. Neglecting Li and Kai altogether, Li Yi appeared to be holding a sword. Upon noticing the ancient sword in Li Yi's grasp, the elder generation present could no longer maintain their composure, hastily rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the sword, incredulous. This is the ancient sword Fei Shui. Heavens, it's truly the ancient sword Fei Shui. Who would have thought they would witness it choosing a master in their lifetime? Given Li Yi's talents, it was quite plausible. Fei Shui has chosen another master. This is a divine blessing for our Li family. We shall undoubtedly carve out new glories. After the initial shock wore off, an unprecedented excitement surged through them, their bodies trembling with joy, on the verge of tears. The atmosphere suggested they might even kneel in reverence, for only they could fathom the significance of the ancient sword Fei Shui. Should they learn that it had sought Li Yi, their worlds would shatter just as Li Yan's had done. Li Yi's father, Li Yin Tian, also felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Li Yi had actually obtained Fei Shui. He stood frozen, dumbfounded. For countless years, apart from the first family head, Fei Shui had recognized no one else that Li Yin Tian had once attempted to wield Fei Shui. But it had disregarded him entirely. He had hoped Li Xian or Li Shui heir might command the sword, yet Fei Shui had shown no inclination towards either. Yet here was Li Yi. A complete surprise to AT this moment. Li Yuntian's heart swelled with pride. Truly, he was my son, to have gained Fei Shui's recognition. He was destined for greatness. My husband, what is this sword? Xiao Qingya, not being a member of the Li family, was unaware of Fei Shui's significance that Li Yuntian took the time to elucidate the importance of Fei Shui to the Li family, and only then did Xiao Qingya comprehend the monumental achievement Li had accomplished. Mother. Li wished to leap into his mother's gentle embrace, but was unexpectedly intercepted by Li Yuntian. Why, dear son? Let your father hold you, Li. Better not. He is your son? Li Yin finally realized that Li Yi was indeed Li Yuntian's child. That, of course, a child with such talent must be mine. Li Yuntian brimmed with pride, nearly looking down his nose at others, exuding an air of superiority. You certainly know how to produce extraordinary offspring. Li Yin couldn't help but comment, noting that all three of Li Yuntian's children were geniuses, particularly Li Yi, who had even compelled Fei Shui to submit. Had he made a mistake? Perhaps he should have married and had more children rather than immersing himself in cultivation, resulting in his current state of being unmarried and nearing the grave. Li Yuntian chuckled modestly. This time, I must trouble you, elder. Having completed the selection of treasures, there was no need to linger. Li Yuntian intended to carry Li Yi away, but was halted by Li Yin. Wait, did I ask there anything else, elder? Li Yuntian inquired, and Li Yin cleared his throat, saying, well, I believe this child possesses remarkable talent and has earned Fei Shui's recognition that we cannot squander his aptitude for the sword. Perhaps he should become my disciple, and I shall guide him. This caught Li Yuntian off guard. He had not anticipated that Li Yin wished to take Li Yi as his apprentice. Indeed, Li Yin was one of the most formidable figures in the Li family, with many aspiring to be his disciple. Yet his proud nature had led him to refuse all, deeming them unworthy. The fact that he was now willing to accept Li Yi as a disciple was quite extraordinary. Li Yuntian turned his gaze toward Li Yi, intending to seek his opinion, but before he could speak, Li resolutely shook his head, displaying a face of disdain and rejection. What master? He is merely a nuisance interrupting my milk time. Li Yin was at a loss for words. As a prestigious figure in the Li family, countless individuals had sought his mentorship. Yet here he was, dismissed by a little child whose teeth had yet to fully emerge. Elder, perhaps we should reconsider? Although Li Yuntian harbored this thought, with Li Yi having already declined, he decided to wait for a while longer, hoping that Li Yi would mature a bit more. Very well. Li Yin sighed, resigned to the situation. At my age, is it so easy to take on a disciple? Li breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to enjoy his milk in peace. After acquiring the ancient sacred body, his growth had been swift, but with it came an increased demand for sustenance, necessitating more food to replenish his energy. Though he had just been fed, he found himself hungry once more. Where is my son? Li Anchai's parents approached, having remembered him. Yet after searching for a while, they realized he had not emerged at AT that moment. Everyone recalled that Li Anchai was also inside, that Li Yin suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming internally that he had completely forgotten about the child, and hurriedly retrieved Li Anchai. Thus, the treasure selection in the treasure house came to a close. Chapter 9. A Mother's Embrace. Mother. Li crawled up beside Xiao Qingya, his big, innocent eyes fixed on her, opening his mouth to chew on his fingers, mimicking the act of eating. Xiao Qingya sighed in despair. Was he asking for milk again? It wasn't that she was unwilling to feed Li Yi, but rather that her milk supply was insufficient to satisfy his growing appetite, which was nearly exhausting her reserves. That air. Your appetite is growing larger. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Qingya reluctantly picked up Li Yi to nurse him. Observing the child eagerly sucking away, she lamented. When would he finally wean? Other children typically weaned after a few months. Yet here was the heir, already a year old and still dependent on her milk, which he consumed voraciously as if he were a bottomless pea. In response, Xiao Qingya had improved her diet, attempting to increase her milk supply, but it was still inadequate. She couldn't help but wonder when this would come to an end. Gently poking Li Yi's cheek in a loving manner, she remarked, "Little rascal, you are quite the handful to Li." However, felt no such burden. He relished the comfort of his mother's soft embrace, enjoying the simple pleasures of life. As for ambitions and striving for success, he was indifferent. All he desired was to lounge about and drink milk. Finally, he understood why the Emperor of the Wilderness was so fond of consuming beast's milk. Drinking milk was undoubtedly a form of indulgence. The only woe was the ever-present shortage of milk, leaving him unsatisfied. Strongly protest. Xiao Qingya tapped Li Yi's forehead, feigning annoyance. Little rascal, you make me work so hard. Yet you seem so at ease that my lady. Perhaps we should find a wet nurse for the young master, Wan Ning suggested. Xiao Qingyao found this to be a practical idea, given Li Yi's insatiable appetite. It was indeed necessary to enlist a wet nurse. Li nodded in agreement. A wet nurse would be splendid, especially one who was ample and comforting, ensuring he would be well fed. Has the young master understood what we are discussing? Wan Ning smiled at Li Yi, who, being an adorable and well-behaved child, was particularly endearing, especially to women. The heir can speak now. Of course he can understand. Xiao Qingya remarked, perplexed as to why, despite his ability to run, jump, and converse, he still clung to nursing, behaving like a mere infant in her embrace. That Lie pondered. With his body growing rapidly and his consumption increasing, he naturally required more milk to sustain himself. Moreover, it was simply delightful. My lady, I shall take care of the young master. Please rest for a while. Very well. Xiao Qingya, feeling fatigued, handed Li Yi over to Wan Ning. That Lie glanced at Xiao Qingya's ample bosom, then at Wan Ning's more modest figure, realizing that nothing could compare to the comfort of his mother's embrace. With a face full of disdain and reluctance, he thought to himself, Mother is simply the best. Wan Ning, puzzled, wondered what the young master's disdainful expression meant. Could it be that he wishes for milk? I have none to offer him, she thought, glancing down at her own chest, suddenly grasping his implication and feeling slightly offended. Li gazed at Wan Ning with wide, innocent eyes snuggling against her. Although her embrace lacked the softness of his mother's, it still offered a pleasant scent and comfort. That as a mere child, he harbored no ill intentions. He simply sought a cozy place to rest and enjoy life. Xiao Qingya, oh my, are we interrupting a nap? A few ladies and their maidservants arrived at Xiao Qingya's residence. Greetings, ladies. What brings you here? Please have a seat. Wan Ning, fetch some tea. Wan Ning carefully set Li Yi down before hurrying to prepare tea. That we came to visit you in the air, the ladies chuckled, including Li Yuntian's first wife. Bai Lian and his second wife, Gong Wenyue, along with other female members of the Li family. Their primary purpose was to see Li Yi, the family's rising star, whose talent was unprecedented and who had already mastered the Feishua sword. His future was undeniably bright, and they all hoped to form connections with him, anticipating that when he matured, he might provide them protection. Xiao Qingya was well aware of their intentions. She saw through their facade, but chose not to expose it. Cradling Li Yi in her arms, she introduced him. Heir, this is your first aunt, and this is your second aunt. Li Yi, however, was at a loss. He could never recall the titles beyond uncle, aunt, grandfather, and grandmother. He was unfamiliar with the names of the various aunts, yet they were all undeniably beautiful, exuding a vibrant allure that suggested they would not let their children suffer. Gulyalu, Li swallowed hard, his mouth watering as he caught a whiff of delicious aromas wafting through the air, making him crave food. That a mission of revenge had been issued, having attained a level of cultivation. You decide to no longer endure the humiliations inflicted by your cousin and aunt, and you resolve to retaliate, repaying the years of scorn with a vengeance, thereby alleviating your heart's resentment. Li Yi was bewildered. More humiliation. Wasn't the plot already centered around my suffering? Is it a constant cycle of ridicule? He glanced at one of the aunts, Qi Shuyi, who was the wife of Li Yuntian's third brother. Cradling Li Yi's cousin, Li Mingzi, Li contemplated how he might repay the humiliation 100-fold. What could a small child do to humiliate them? Heir is simply adorable. Let me hold him. Bai Lian said, reaching out to play with Li Yi, her affection growing as she gazed at him. Li, understanding the situation, approached Bai Lian, saying, Aunt, hold me. Such a good boy. Bai Lian lifted him into her arms, feeling a wave of adoration wash over her. Wishing she could have a son, just like him, in Li Yi's embrace, he felt as though he had sunk into a cloud of softness. Utterly content, as a child, all he desired was to find a comfortable place to lie down, harboring no ulterior motives. The other ladies gathered around, vying for Li Yi's attention, filling the room with laughter and joy. Much better behaved than my own son, one remarked, reminiscing about her own child, who could not compare to Li Yi's endearing nature. Let me hold him. As mothers themselves, they were overwhelmed with maternal affection upon seeing such a well-behaved child, each eager to cradle him. They even showered him with kisses, leaving traces of their makeup on his face, that Lie felt utterly exasperated. I'm no longer clean. Being passed around like a toy, they debated what sort of attire to dress him in, even suggesting a dress, which was simply intolerable and prompted his protest. Women were indeed formidable. After several hours of being fussed over, they showed no signs of fatigue, only becoming more enthusiastic that if this continued, he might very well be played to death by this group of women. Chapter 10. Reward for maximum comprehension. Gulyalu. Li Yi's stomach growled, signaling his hunger. Having not eaten enough, the prolonged play had only made him hungrier. He looked at the ample figures of the ants, unable to restrain his drool, that I see air hungry. It was evident to Xiao Qingya that Li Yi was indeed famished. She complained, don't even mention it. Air has quite the appetite, and my milk is insufficient, that he has devoured everything. And I was just considering finding a wet nurse, or else I truly cannot satisfy him. Such a hearty eater? That is a blessing. It signifies that air is healthy. Indeed, during a growth spurt, one must eat more to ensure proper development, that we must keep him well fed. Xiao Qingya wore a face of deep sorrow. She too wished to nourish Li Yi adequately, but alas, her milk supply was woefully insufficient, that it was a circumstance beyond her control. You must pay more attention to your diet. No one should suffer, especially not the child. Advised by Lien, drawing from her own experiences, that Lie gave a thumbs up to his aunt, exclaiming, that was splendidly said. I am already mindful. Xiao Qingya bore her burdens in silence, for they were unaware of the colossal appetite Li Yi possessed. Li Yi opened his mouth, chewing and mimicking the act of eating, gazing expectantly at his several ants, confident they would comprehend his unspoken hints. This is no mere hint. It is an overt declaration. One of them declared, hand me ear. My own child is weaned, and I possess ample milk, that Qi Shuyi volunteered. Has Zaire been weaned? Xiao Qingya inquired, staring at Qi Shuyi, who cradled Li Ming at merely 8 months old. He had already been weaned, while Li Yi, at 1 year, had yet to do so. The disparity was striking. Indeed, Qi Shuyi replied, passing Li Mingzi to a maid while effortlessly nursing Li Yi, i.e. reveled in the warmth of Qi Shuyi's gentle embrace. Enjoying the comforting experience of feeding, to her astonishment, upon being fed, Li Yi's appetite was indeed remarkable. He incessantly suckled, as if he were an insatiable abyss. This child certainly has a hearty appetite. Qi Shuyi affirmed. Sighing, Xiao Qingya felt a sense of relief with shared burdens. It was evident that hiring a wet nurse was of utmost necessity, and time was of the essence. Just as Li Yi was gleefully nursing, he suddenly sensed an unusual gaze upon him, and upon closer inspection, it was Li Mingzi, who, having recently weaned, could hardly bear the sight and was tempted by the sight of milk, with a loud cry. He protested, why does Li get to drink and not me? I want some too. That is my mother's milk. Li cast a triumphant glance at Mingzi, his small face radiating pride and arrogance. As if to boast, not only do I embrace your mother, but I also drink her milk. What can you do about it? This was, without a doubt, a full-throttle mockery. Unable to bear the indignity of having his mother taken away and his milk consumed, Li Mingzi burst into tears. What is the matter with Zaire? The crowd exclaimed in confusion, unable to comprehend his sudden outburst. To Lie, contentedly nursing, thought to himself, should anyone dare to humiliate me, I will simply seize their milk in retaliation. As Qi Shuyi continued to feed him, she paid no mind to Mingzi's cries. Mission accomplished. Li had successfully humiliated Qi Shuyi and Li Mingzi, making them pay a steep price for their transgressions. Under the weight of his humiliation, Qi Shuyi's reputation was tarnished, and Li Mingzi cried bitterly. Reward received. Maximum comprehension. With this newfound understanding, the time required for him to grasp concepts would be significantly reduced. And he could even comprehend entirely new ideas that Lie pondered. What is this nonsense? How can Qi Shuyi's reputation suffer due to my actions? It was merely a feeding. What could possibly tarnish her honor? Upon reflection, he realized that according to the system's timeline, he was 20 years old at this moment, that a 20-year-old seeking milk from Qi Shuyi in front of her son, Li Mingzi. The imagery was indeed quite disconcerting. Rather than dwell on this issue, he resolved to focus on the task at hand, that if drinking milk fulfills the mission and grants rewards, then this life is indeed comfortable. Let us indulge. Is ear still not full? After a considerable time, Li continued to nurse that Qi Shuyi felt her scalp tingle. It seemed as though Li Yi would drain her completely dry, that he truly has an insatiable appetite. The other ladies were astonished. Having cared for children themselves, some even more than one, they had never encountered a child as voracious as Li Yi. Having heard Xiao Qingya's earlier remarks, they now understood the extent of Li Yi's remarkable appetite. "Xiao Qingya, my dear sister, you must find a wet nurse," one lady advised. "This is no longer a matter that can be resolved by merely improving your diet, without 2 wet nurses to take turns. This little one will remain unsated. Indeed, tomorrow, no, Wan Ning, you must find a wet nurse immediately, one with ample milk, and do try to secure 2 if possible." "That I understand, madam," Wan Ning replied, departing to seek out a wet nurse. Xiao Qingya cast a glance at her own chest, feeling disheartened. Otherwise, she had wished to serve as the young master's wet nurse. Caring for both the madam and the young master was indeed her duty. As the hour grew late, they prepared to take their leave. Xiao Qingya stood to bid farewell to the ladies. "We are all family here. What need is there for formalities? I am delighted that you have come to see me." In the following days, Wan Ning successfully found 2 wet nurses who were not only youthful and beautiful, but also possessed an abundance of milk. After all, who could become a wet nurse without such qualities? At last, Li Yi enjoyed a life of true comfort, free from worry over food, spending his days indulging in milk and slumber, living a life of sheer bliss. To traverse time is to revel in life, not to suffer. Who would undertake such a journey only to endure hardship? What need was there for a comeback? The system ought to switch to a mode of indulgence system. Chapter 11. There will always be those who wish to harm me one day. Xiao Qingya cradled Li Yi in the courtyard while reading to Lie. Now able to run, jump, and speak fluently, had acquired the capabilities of a typical child, even surpassing his peers in intellect. Yet he still relished lying in his mother's embrace. Nursing, a habit he was unwilling to relinquish. Although he recognized that, as a time traveler endowed with an adult's intellect, it was somewhat embarrassing to still enjoy such comforts, he could not resist the allure of childhood pleasures. How could a child harbor any ill intent? Li Yi mused, gazing at the books before him, which included not only texts on music and arts, but also insights on cultivation. The intention was to immerse him in this knowledge from a young age, ensuring his path in cultivation would be smooth. Clearly, their concerns were unfounded. For Li Yi, with his exceptional understanding, merely a glance was sufficient. With a single look, Li not only comprehended the content, but also retained it flawlessly, reciting it backwards without needing a second reading. Such was the terrifying nature of maximum comprehension. With this gift, he would not need to waste time deciphering techniques, but would instead advance swiftly in his cultivation. "Mother, please turn the page. I have finished reading." Perched upon Xiao Qingya's lap, Li Yi tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to turn the page to "So soon. Have you truly comprehended it?" Xiao Qingya chuckled, ruffling Li Yi's hair. She had hardly scanned the page before he requested the next. "Surely you jest." Xiao Qingya thought, doubting whether Li Yi could possibly have understood in such a brief span of time, especially since she had barely managed to read the first line herself. Reading requires careful consideration. The essence lies in understanding the material, not merely skimming through it. She reminded him, her background in a scholarly family instilling a rigorous approach to literature. Seeing her skepticism, Li Yi decided to demonstrate his prowess. Not only did he recite the entire page, but he also articulated his thoughts and insights, leaving Xiao Qingya utterly astounded, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This ear truly comprehended it. Not only had he read it, but he also grasped it. His understanding and retention left Xiao Qingya feeling inadequate, struggling to believe such feats were attainable by a mere 1-year-old child. That it was truly astonishing to witness the emergence of a prodigy in reading. Is it possible that the literary star has descended from the heavens? Li Yi conceded that, were it not for the system endowing him with the utmost level of innate intelligence, given his reading abilities, his routine of studying for a mere minute and then sleeping for 5 hours truly reflects my lineage. Xiao Qingya also felt a swell of pride, sensing the heritage of her scholarly family lineage emanating from Li Yi. In this moment, Xiao Qingya resolved to cultivate Li Yi into a prodigy proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not only must martial arts be honed, but cultural education must not be neglected either. In her mind, she was already devising a rigorous curriculum for Li Yi. Apart from feeding and sleeping, there would be no moment of idleness if Li Yi were to learn of Xiao Qingya's meticulous plans. He would undoubtedly praise her as a master of time management, that I regard you as my mother. Why would you seek to harm me? Elderly Yin, please come this way, that a voice from Li Yuntian echoed, as he led elderly Yin into the courtyard. Upon spotting the arrival of elderly Yin, Li knew that trouble was afoot. The likely intent was to take him on as a disciple. A prospect that held no allure for him, as he merely wished to enjoy the pleasures of life and drink milk. Such moments of leisure would only diminish with time. Savoring each day was paramount. Having encountered elderly Yin, Xiao Qingya rose, aware of his esteemed status within the Li family, and offered her respects and no need for such formalities. I am indifferent to them, elderly Yin remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Li cradled in Xiao Qingya's arms. A grin spreading across his face that rivaled the joy of beholding an unclad beauty, leaving Li feeling quite unsettled. Li, disinterested in elderly Yin, clung to Xiao Qingya's neck, not even casting a glance in his direction. Elderly Yin, feeling awkward, was taken aback. A man who had lived with great pride had been humbled by a mere child, and this was not the first time. A true testament to the cyclical nature of fate. No matter, as long as he could take Li as his disciple, nothing else mattered. Elderly Yin smiled at Li and said, "Do you remember this old man?" Li replied, "Who are you?" Old man, with a decisive shake of his head to indicate unfamiliarity. Elderly Yin coughed awkwardly, for the first time finding himself at a loss against a small child, that Li Yuntian interjected, This is elderly Yin. By familial hierarchy, you should refer to him as great-grandfather Li Yin." Dumb elderly Yin stroked his beard, beaming with delight as he awaited Li to address him as such. The joy of a lifetime seemed to converge upon this day. One must not appear fierce when trying to charm a child. After all, I am but an old man, am I not? Li Yuntian certainly hoped that Li would agree to be taken under elderly Yan's wing. For he was the pinnacle of strength within the Li family, undoubtedly qualified to teach Li. Elderly Yin had long guarded the treasure vault, remaining aloof from worldly affairs. It could be said that as long as the Li family was not annihilated, he would likely never intervene. This time, he had ventured from the vault solely to accept Li as a disciple, and his eagerness to do so was palpable, bordering on servitude. Yet still, Li remained indifferent, preferring the comfort of milk over any such arrangement. Speaking of which, he felt a twinge of hunger. It was time for milk. Li opened his mouth toward Xiao Qingya, gesturing with his finger toward his lips, subtly indicating his desire for nourishment. Xiao Qingya sighed in resignation. It was once again time for feeding, and being a mother was indeed no easy task. When would finally wean off? I sincerely apologize. Is hungry and requires milk, Xiao Qingya expressed, as she carried Li indoors to feed him. Elderly Yin waved it off. No worries. I shall wait on this outing. Elderly Yin was filled with confidence, determined to secure Li as his disciple. Wan Ning appeared at the door, accompanied by 3 wet nurses. Elderly Yin was taken aback, puzzled by the unusual spectacle. After a while, one wet nurse entered, and shortly after, she emerged, only for another to take her place. Witnessing this sequence left elderly Yin nearly speechless, pointing incredulously. What is happening? Elderly Yin was astonished, having lived for centuries yet never witnessing such a grand display for feeding a child. 3 wet nurses lined up to rotate feeding Li. Was this truly necessary? He recalled that during Li's time in the treasure vault, he had mentioned his fondness for milk, but this was simply extraordinary. How much milk could one possibly consume? It was astonishing indeed. Elderly Yin was utterly flabbergasted, realizing that Li was indeed nurtured on milk. Licking his parched lips, he took a deep breath, marveling at the fact that geniuses truly defy the ordinary. While others might be described as mere gluttons, Li could only be likened to a milk barrel. Observing elderly Yan's shocked demeanor, Li Yuntian felt compelled to clarify. Has developed a fondness for milk. Ever since the last birthday celebration, he has been this way. Previously, his physique was frail, but it appears that the celebration has activated his potential, resulting in rapid growth and increased appetite. Elderly Yin was left bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. With 3 wet nurses and Xiao Qingya, a total of 4 individuals attending to Li's feeding. Was this merely a case of growth spurts? At that moment, Xiao Qingya emerged, cradling a satiated Li. Husband, is still not full. We may need to find 2 more wet nurses just in case. Very well, Li Yuntian responded. What else could he do? Hiss. Elderly Yin inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. He had never encountered a child with such a voracious appetite. He mused that if Li Yi were to achieve greatness in the future, he might well earn the title of the Milk Emperor. Where had we left off? The group resumed their earlier discussion. Elderly Yin declared, I am intent on taking Li Yi as my sole disciple. I wish to impart my entire skill set to him. I believe that within the Li family, no one is better suited to be Li Yi's mentor than I. What Elderly Yin says is true, dear. Do you wish to take Elderly Yin as your master? Li Yuntian threw a meaningful glance at Li Yi, urging him to agree to Lie. Having been fed, yawned languidly before shaking his head. Elderly Yin, instead of growing angry, calmly produced toys, candies, and candied hawthorns from his sleeve. Surely, there was some space for storage within. For the sake of taking Li Yi as a disciple, Elderly Yin had made ample preparations, confident that no small child could resist such temptations. Stroking his beard, he thought to himself how clever he was at Lie. Come take a look at these. All of them can be yours if you agree to be my disciple. Elderly Yin waved a windmill before Li Yi, spinning it for his amusement. Lie merely regarded him with a blank expression, as if contemplating the absurdity of it all. Puffed, he scoffed, dismissing the notion. Was he to be deceived, as if he were merely 3 years old? I am but 1 year old, mind you. Observing Li Yi's derisive expression, Elderly Yin shielded his face, feeling utterly defeated. It seemed Li Yi was his arch-nemesis, a divine entity sent to torment him. With a sigh, Elderly Yin clasped his hands behind his back and gazed skyward, adopting a countenance of disillusionment and despair. Elderly Yin, are you all right? Li Yuntian was equally taken aback, not expecting Li Yi to resist Elderly Yin's advances so adamantly, refusing to accept him as a mentor. Despite the setback, Elderly Yin was undeterred. But I shall return another day. That he was resolute in his determination to win over Li Yi. The child had become something of a mental block for him. Failing to take this little one as his disciple would haunt him endlessly. Elderly Yin pondered for a moment before departing, advising, Li Yi is exceptionally gifted and a rare talent for cultivation. Though still young, it is prudent to begin laying a foundation. It would be beneficial to take him to the training grounds and expose him to the basics of swordsmanship. Seeing Li Yi at 1 year old, still preoccupied with milk, one must not squander such extraordinary potential. I in agreement. Li Yuntian shared Elderly Yan's sentiments. Other children had begun laying their foundations by this age. Yet Li Yi remained attached to Xiao Qingya. It was time for him to take action. Li thought to himself, this old man truly bears a grudge against me, seeking to disrupt my leisurely life. After Elderly Yin left, Li Yuntian approached, gently tousling Li Yi's hair as he took him from Xiao Qingya's embrace. Today, I have some free time. I shall take Ear to the training grounds to observe, while also inspecting the new blood within our Li family. You have worked hard these days. Take the opportunity to rest, Li Yuntian remarked, as he cherished Xiao Qingya for giving him such a wonderful son. Xiao Qingya felt no burden in her role. Experiencing motherhood for the first time brought her immense joy. Watching her child grow, she felt a profound and indescribable delight stemming from her maternal love. Li Yuntian carried Li Yi to the training grounds, where a group of children were diligently practicing under the guidance of their elders. The instructors present were professional teachers. While they may not possess great strength, they excelled in imparting knowledge. Strength and teaching ability were entirely separate matters. Being powerful did not guarantee one could effectively teach disciples. Head of the family, upon seeing Li Yuntian's arrival, the instructors bowed respectfully. Noticing Li nestled in his arms, many recognized him from the birthday celebration, having witnessed his remarkable talents. Young Master Li has arrived. Is the head of the family bringing him to learn the basics of swordsmanship? Li Yuntian nodded. Indeed, I believe it is time to teach Ear some simple fundamentals to lay a solid foundation. You are undoubtedly more suited to instruct him than I doubt. Rest assured, I shall take good care of it. Young Master Li Yi is exceptionally bright and will surely grasp it quickly. Very well, I Yuntian nodded and introduced, this is Uncle Ding. He will be responsible for teaching you swordsmanship. You should learn diligently from Uncle Ding. Understood. Ding Hua, a martial arts instructor from the Li family, has devoted over a decade or two to teaching at Li's school, nurturing numerous prodigies. Among the many martial arts teachers in the Li family, he stands out as the most skilled. Entrusting Li Yi to him, Li Yuntian feels entirely at ease. Hello, Uncle Ding. Li greeted politely. Greetings, young Master Li. Ding Hua replied with a hearty smile. Then I shall leave ear in your capable hands while I attend to other matters. Rest assured, master of the house, I will exert every effort to guide young Master Li Yi. Ding Hua assured, thumping his chest that a talent like Li Yi is a dream student for all teachers, who aspire to impart knowledge to him and leave an indelible mark on their careers. Once Li Yi matures, they too will bask in his glory. Ding Hua squatted down to meet the innocent and endearing gaze of Li Yi, who appeared to be a well-behaved child. Come, uncle will take you to choose a weapon. All right, Li Yi replied. Ding Hua led him to a rack brimming with weapons. The training ground, primarily frequented by the younger generation of the Li family, mostly featured wooden weapons devoid of lethality. Ding Hua picked up a small wooden sword and handed it to Li Yi, asking, "How about this one?" Li Yi responded, taking the wooden sword to AT that moment. A wealth of knowledge regarding swordsmanship flooded his mind. Various techniques and sword intentions that he felt an innate connection to the sword, as if he had been engaged with it for several lifetimes. This was the innate swordsmanship talent bestowed upon Li Yi, and simultaneously, a natural sword energy flowed into the wooden sword, transforming it from a mere toy into a conduit of sword intent. Ding Hua was taken aback. How could he sense sword energy emanating from such a young child? Li was still so small, having only touched a sword a few times, and yet to embark on any form of cultivation. Surely it must be an illusion. Chapter 12. Thinking of socializing before maturity? Young Master Li Yi, I shall demonstrate the fundamental sword technique of our Li family for you. Please observe closely. Li nodded obediently, standing by attentively as Ding Hua showcased the sword technique. The so-called fundamental sword technique serves as a foundation, simple and easy to grasp, primarily aimed at strengthening the body and suitable for children who have not yet begun their cultivation journey. Through such practice, they will find it easier to engage in cultivation later on. Having taught the fundamental sword technique for many years, Ding Hua possessed a profound understanding of it, executing the movements with a fluidity akin to flowing water. Moreover, as a master-level expert himself, even the basic sword technique in his hands was executed with flair, each swing producing the crisp sound of the wooden sword slicing through the AI. Lie observed Ding Hua intently, capturing every nuance of his swordplay. Initially intending to merely spectate, Li Yi's supreme comprehension triggered a chain reaction with his innate swordsmanship foundation upon witnessing just a single demonstration. There was no need for him to deliberate. The various techniques of the fundamental sword technique played out automatically in his mind like a slideshow. This was akin to passive cultivation. Without any physical effort, he could accumulate vast experience simply by observing. And swordsmanship was no different. Merely watching once, under the influence of his top-tier talent and innate sword foundation, the fundamental sword technique reached its peak proficiency without requiring any deliberate practice from Li Yi. In the presence of such a system, who would bother with arduous training? Automatic leveling was the way to go. Hard work would be the greatest insult to someone with cheat-like abilities. In his mind, a consciousness manifested as a little figure. Following Ding Hua's demonstration of the fundamental sword technique, Li not only mastered it, but also developed a unique insight into its nuances. His innate sword foundation made him inherently sensitive to sword techniques, identifying flaws after a single observation and modifying them to enhance the fundamental sword technique's perfection in no time. A refined version of the fundamental sword technique, virtually devoid of shortcomings, materialized in Li Yi's mind. Compared to the original, it had undergone a remarkable transformation, boasting not only improved efficacy, but also the potential to be utilized as a cultivation technique. As for the enhancements to the fundamental sword technique, Li Yi perceived nothing but effort and sweat. How do you find it? Do you wish to learn? Ding Hua inquired after sheathing his sword. I have already mastered it, Li Yi replied with utmost seriousness. Ding Hua stared at him in disbelief, his expression conveying a singular thought. Unbelievable. How could he trust that? Li Yi was just a child, barely beginning his journey. Regardless of one's innate talent, learning demands practice. This was swordplay. Could one truly master it merely by watching? While he may have grasped some concepts, could he actually demonstrate it? Ding Hua's skepticism was palpable. Ding Hua patiently explained, sword techniques require gradual practice and comprehension. A step-by-step journey, and cannot be learned merely by thought. Thus, you must practice diligently to grasp the essence. Ding Hua earnestly conveyed his insights on cultivating sword techniques, Li Yi remained expressionless, given his current understanding of swordplay. Ding Hua's insights seemed rudimentary, akin to that of an apprentice. Were it not for Li Yi's desire to remain low-key and return to the comforting embrace of his mother, peacefully enjoying milk and slumber, he might have showcased the true essence of swordplay to Ding Hua, adding with a flourish, "Would you like to learn? I could teach you." After listening to Ding Hua's lecture, Li Yi's mind automatically annotated the errors, leading to slight improvements in his sword cultivation, albeit not significantly. "Did you comprehend?" Ding Hua patiently inquired. Had it been any other child, Ding Hua would have undoubtedly been a strict instructor, but with Li Yi, the situation was quite different. Li nodded obediently. "Well, practice here for now and ponder over it, that I will check on the others and return shortly to see how you are progressing." Ding Hua, pleased with Li Yi's compliance, nodded approvingly that a child with such talent and demeanor was indeed a rarity, akin to a son he wished he had. Leaving Li Yi to practice alone, Ding Hua set off to oversee the other children as trainee. As soon as Ding Hua departed, Li yawned and tossed the wooden sword aside. Cultivation? Impossible. He simply had no need for it. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of observation? Settling into a chair, he reclined comfortably. If only a plate of peanuts and a cup of wine could accompany him, it would be perfect. "Boss, look at that kid. He seems to be new here." At that moment, a group of small children gathered together. He too was a student of Mr. Ding. "I haven't seen him around before. Whose child is he?" Ding Hua was a distinguished instructor of the Li family, and only those with either exceptional talent or a notable background could be entrusted to him. Thus, it was evident that Li Yi was no ordinary child. "Whoever he is, how dare he act so arrogantly, completely disregarding our boss, right? He seems to forget whose territory this is." The leader of the children, embodying a miniature adult demeanor, raised a hand to silence them. "Since he is a student of Teacher Ding, he is now our junior. Let's go ask him about his background, that I am the mind of this child leader." A new junior meant an opportunity to assert his dominance to as one of Teacher Ding's favored disciples. It was natural for him to take on the role of the leader among this group. Earning their respect as a newcomer, Li Yi was certainly deserving of a greeting, as well as a chance to showcase his standing. That a cluster of 3 or 5 children approached Li Yi, surrounding him. Li Yi wondered, are they attempting to bully me? Are they serious? A glance revealed they were all 3 to 4 years old, taller than him, each sporting a small wooden sword at their waist. In his previous world, children of that age would still be playing in the dirt, but here, in this fantastical realm, "I am Li Zimo, the boss here. What is your name?" The child, arms crossed, wore a serious expression befitting his role as leader. "Li Yi," he replied, stating his name. Though Li Yi was well known among the elders of the Li family, among this group of young children, he was virtually unknown. They could hardly recall what they had for lunch each day, let alone anything else. "That I think I've heard my mother mention that name." One child pondered, finding Li Yi's name somewhat familiar. "You're also a student of Teacher Ding, which means you are my junior. According to the rules here, you must acknowledge me as your boss. From now on, I will look after you. That if you have questions, you can come to me for guidance." Li Zimo patted his chest, revealing the confidence bestowed upon him by the other children. Li couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, to think they wanted to make him their subordinate. This little brat is truly amusing. Though his hair has yet to fully grow in, he is already attempting to emulate the swagger of a streetwise youth that is a representative of the new era and progressive ideals. Li Yi feels it is his duty to guide them towards the righteous path. Chapter 13. Stay sharp, don't lose face. Li Zimo exudes confidence. Having followed Ding Hua for 2 to 3 years, his innate talent and skill more than suffice to mentor a novice like Li Yi. It baffles him why Li Yi, such a young child, would have any reason to reject his guidance. Observing Li Zimo lost in his daydreams, Li speculates he might be fantasizing about becoming the leader of this generation. Amongst this group of children, Li Zimo indeed possesses considerable strength. At just over 3 years old, and not yet 4, he has already attained the rank of a 3-star martial apprentice, marking him as a standout. While he may boast in front of the other children, his prowess is utterly insufficient when measured against Li Yi. "Are you serious?" Li Yi raises an eyebrow, slightly. "Of course. By the rules, if you call me boss, I'll recognize you as my little brother. If anyone dares to bully you, you can invoke my name, and I could even teach you swordsmanship. But my skills have received commendation from Mr. Ding." Li Zimo puffs out his chest, brimming with pride, yet all Li Yi perceives is sheer absurdity. He attempts to put on a facade. yet it lacks the aura of an invincible prodigy. Li shakes his head, signaling that Li Zimo does not measure up. What do you mean? Li Zimo queries, bewildered by Li Yi's implication. Li yawns, rises from his chair, and stands before Li Zimo, a T1-year-old. He is not as tall as Li Zimo, whose growth has outpaced him significantly. Li glances up at Li Zimo and silently returns to his seat, climbing atop it to look down upon him. Li Zimo. He gazes at Li Yi in silence, unable to fathom the intentions of this child. Teach me swordsmanship. How about you call me Big Brother first, and I'll show you the authentic technique. You all can follow my lead. How does that sound? Though Li Yi's voice retains a youthful timbre, his demeanor radiates authority, commanding respect. His gaze and posture evoke the disdain of an unparalleled champion towards mere ants, dismissing them entirely. The overwhelming aura of the ancient sacred body he possesses is innate, exuding an invincible essence that cannot simply be feigned. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would assert they are undefeated? Merely by standing there, Li Yi instills a desire within Li Zimo and the others to kneel and worship him, as if under a bloodline suppression, rendering them speechless. Typically, Li Yi restrains the natural intimidation of his ancient sacred body, yet with these children attempting to navigate the world before him, he finds it only fitting to showcase his superiority, allowing them to recognize who truly is the boss. Having never encountered such a display, the group of children perceives Li Yi as even more terrifying than an enraged adult, that is the self-proclaimed leader. Li Zimo cannot afford to lose face, summoning his courage to declare, "Hey, I am the boss here. According to the rules, only I can hold that title. Besides, what do you know about swordsmanship, you new arrival? Take a look at your own abilities." With his arms crossed, Li Zimo attempts to exude the authority of a leader, yet beneath Li Yi's pressure, he falters. After a moment's contemplation, he nervously adds a threat. According to the rules, you must call me boss, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson so you know the strength of a leader. Who set these rules? Uncle Ding. Li Zimo stands tall, puffing out his chest. I am the boss. So naturally, the rules are mine to define. That Li nods thoughtfully, unperturbed and rather exhilarated. So, the one who is the boss sets the rules, and you all intend to be rude to me. Come on then. Let us not waste time. That he hops down from the chair, striking a pose, ready to engage in a scuffle with these children. Are you certain? Li Zimo is momentarily taken aback. Did I ask Li serious? They are all 2 years a senior, and in terms of strength, they have been training longer. There is no way Li Yi could possibly match them. Could it be that Li Yi has a penchant for being bullied? The thought that Li Yi could possess strength surpassing theirs is unfathomable, absolutely impossible. Certainly, don't waste time. Let us get on with it. Li twists his wrist, loosening up. Am I challenging all of you at once? Or are you all going to take me on one by one? What fuels Li Yi's confidence? Sweat and effort. You are far too arrogant. I've never seen anyone so audacious in my life. Li Yi interjects. Well, you have now. It is I who stands before you. His words successfully incite their anger, and they eagerly prepare to teach Li Yi a lesson, demonstrating that strength is the true foundation of arrogance. Daring to be so brazen today could lead to him strutting atop their heads tomorrow, and they must quell Li Yi's audacious demeanor. They don't think we want to hit you just because you're younger. Li Hao, you go. Li Zimo commands one of the others. Don't say we're bullying you. This is your own doing. Li Hao. Teach him a lesson. Stay sharp. Don't lose face. The group of children cheers Li Hao on, urging him to thoroughly discipline Li Yi and ensure he remembers the encounter. Li Hao, filled with confidence, muses that if he cannot defeat a mere 1-year-old, he ought to return to drinking milk for another 2 years. Drawing a small wooden sword from his waist, he confronts Li Yi. Aren't you using a sword? Li Yi shakes his head. Against you, I need not wield a sword. He steps aside, plucking a branch from a nearby low shrub, brandishing it at Li Hao. This shall be my sword. Li Hao is incensed, laughter bubbling forth at such audacity. Are you sure? This will suffice against you. Li Yi asserts, one hand behind his back, the other wielding the branch, as if he were a master of swordsmanship, instructing a pupil that if one were to claim Li Yi is merely posturing, they would be mistaken. His life's essence lies in this very display of bravado, an unending pursuit of audacity. What meaning does life hold without it? A life devoid of bravado is incomplete. To live without the thrill of it is to miss out on life's true essence. That Li Hao, consumed by rage, vows to make Li Yi pay for his arrogance. Begin. Li Zimo commands that the words leave his lips. Li Hao lunges forward, eager to teach the impudent child a lesson. Take this. He swings the wooden sword at Li Yi with considerable force, intent on imparting a lesson that would ensure Li Yi remembers to respect his betters. The wooden sword is dull and not lethal, so Li Hao holds no reservations, certain he will easily subdue Li Yi in one stroke. Employing basic sword techniques, his skill level is rudimentary, barely competent. But to Li Yi, it appears as wild flailing, prompting him to suggest Li Hao might fare better with an AS for swordplay. Li Yi undoubtedly stands as an unrivaled master compared to Li Hao. Li Yi takes a small step back, just enough to evade Li Hao's strike. Li Hao pauses, astonished that his attack was evaded. Without overthinking, he continues to unleash his swordplay. Each move is drawn from fundamental techniques. Yet they are executed so rigidly, lacking any fluidity, leaving Li Yi to identify countless openings. Chapter 14. Perhaps you should practice for another 500 years before challenging me. Curse it. Are you a mouse? All you do is dodge, just barely, each time he nearly lands a hit, only to have Li Yi slip away at the last moment, evading him with ease. That is a profound humiliation for Li Hao, who cannot endure this mockery. Li Yi shakes his head. To him, Li Hao presents no challenge at all. Initially intrigued by the prospect of sparring, he now finds zero interest. Li Hao, now frantic, swings his sword at Li Yi with no technique, fueled solely by emotion. How can you possibly evade me? In his fury, he swings wildly, yet still cannot land a blow, maintaining an ever-elusive distance, one that he can never quite breach. Combat is not merely a clash of strength. It requires a calm mind, the ability to think and assess the situation with clarity. Of course, absolute strength trumps all. But let us not forget that at this moment, Li Yi has completely seized control of Li Hao's mindset, leaving him flustered. Li Hao, go. Have you not eaten? You can't even hit him. The onlooking children cannot contain their shouts, growing impatient as they witness Li Hao's attacks all miss their mark. How can you not hit him? It's just a matter of having hands, right? Where are my hands? They are but children, lacking analytical skills, their minds consumed with the simple notion of victory. At this moment, they believe Li Yi is merely a one-year-old child, ripe for the taking. Surely, any one of them could strike him down with ease. That Li Hao, now seething with anger, unleashes another swing, having completely discarded any semblance of technique in his rage. Only raw power remains. This time, Li does not dodge but rather extends his hand, prepared to meet the strike head-on. Seeing Li Yi stand firm, a triumphant smile spreads across Li Hao's face as he channels all his strength into the blow. But as the sword descends, he is met with an astonishing sight. Li Yi catches the wooden sword between his two fingers, unarmed against the blade. What? The crowd gasps in disbelief, as the one-year-old newcomer has effortlessly caught Li Hao's sword with nothing but his bare fingers. Li Hao, who has trained for 2 years in basic swordplay and is a 2-star martial apprentice, is considered strong among his peers. There is no logical reason for Li Yi to have overpowered him. It is clear. Today, Li Hao has certainly skipped his meal. Li Hao, exert yourself. Yet despite his fervent desire to apply all his strength, Li Hao found himself utterly unable to contend with Li Yi. His efforts were entirely suppressed by Li Yi, who firmly clutched the wooden sword, rendering Li Hao incapable of extricating it, regardless of how forcefully he tried. The mere grip of 2 fingers represented a limit beyond which Li Hao could not surpass. At this moment, the most astonished of all was Li Hao himself. This was his utmost strike, and only he understood the sheer force behind it, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by Li Yi, who appeared to exert no effort whatsoever, dismissing Li Hao's assault with apparent ease. Too weak, Li Yi remarked, disappointment etched across his face. His words, laden with mockery, pierced Li Hao's heart as he regarded him with utter disdain, entirely disregarding Li Hao's status as the elder. Although Li Hao was older and had begun his training before Li Yi, the nourishment Li Yi had received in recent days was not to be underestimated. Li Hao's strength was but a facade, while Li Yi possessed genuine power. How infuriating! Li Hao shrieked in a fit of rage, his youthful visage contorted with fury. He summoned every ounce of his strength, pressing down with relentless determination, refusing to be disheartened. Yet, under Li Hao's frantic pressure, Li Yi remained as immovable as a mountain, unaffected by his struggle. How could this be possible? Li Yi was merely a year old. How could he possibly lose to him? Li Hao gritted his teeth, the veins in his forehead bulging, sweat cascading down his cheeks, soaking him thoroughly. However, he remained unyielding, attempting one final desperate struggle. Yet, Li Yi had no intention of granting Li Hao any opportunity. Li Hao's complete focus was on the wooden sword, leaving him defenseless and full of openings. Seizing the moment, Li Yi swung a branch, striking Li Hao squarely in the chest. The branch sliced through Li Hao's clothing with ease, its slender twigs resembling razor-sharp blades, mercilessly tearing into his delicate skin. Then Hao felt a searing pain, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing his chest. He gasped sharply, grimacing in agony, his features contorted by the torment. Looking down, he saw several wounds of varying depths on his chest, all inflicted by the branch, which seemed so innocuous yet wielded such devastating power in Li Yi's hands. Li Yi was taken aback. He had reined in his strength, yet had not anticipated inflicting such a severe injury. The moment he swung the branch, the innate sword energy within him surged uncontrollably into it, transforming the seemingly useless branch into a lethal weapon, each twig akin to a blade. Gazing at the wounds on his chest, now stained with blood, Li Hao could no longer contain his overwhelming fear and began to wail uncontrollably. Whoa! After all, Li Hao was merely a 3-year-old child, unaccustomed to such scenes, and was consequently terrified. Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of superiority, exuding an aura of maturity. Having won, I shall now indulge in my triumph. You might as well train for another 500 years before seeking me out again. Perhaps then, you may be worthy of receiving my first strike. Li Yi elevated his chin, embodying arrogance to the fullest extent. The onlookers were seething with indignation, their teeth clenched in frustration. This fellow was insufferably smug. Do your parents even know about your pretentiousness? Especially since Li Yi was clearly younger than them, yet flaunted such arrogance before their eyes. It was utterly intolerable that Li Hao. What is the matter? Li Hao is bleeding. They were taken aback to discover Li Hao's chest drenched in blood, the wounds continuously oozing, shocking everyone into silence. They had never witnessed such a spectacle, leaving them frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Li Hao had been injured by Li Yi's innate sword energy, and the severity of his wounds far exceeded their superficial appearance. What is going on? What are you doing? At that moment, Ding Hua approached. Having heard the cries from afar, he initially assumed they were engaged in a brawl and quickly admonished them. This group of youngsters, forming cliques and fighting in secret, often engages in scuffles. Despite their tender age, they exhibit an inflated sense of pride upon acquiring some skills that he speculated that they might have attempted to recruit Li Yi, the newcomer, leading to a conflict that if anything happened to Li Yi, it would spell trouble. He had completely forgotten this matter and should have warned the children beforehand that as he approached, Li Zimo was about to speak but was interrupted by Ding Hua's reprimand. Li Zimo, how many times have I told you? You are all cousins and must coexist peacefully. You cannot fight and certainly must not bully others. Why do you refuse to listen? Li Zimo suddenly scolded upon arrival. Li Zimo found himself at a loss for words, feeling wronged. This time, although we instigated, we did not harm anyone. Rather, we were the ones attacked. Seeing that Li Yi was unharmed, Ding Hua sighed in relief. Thankfully, Li Yi was fine, or his career would have been in jeopardy, that if it were not Li Yi crying. Then who was? Chapter 15. The model student. Li Yi. Ding Hua turned around to see Li Hao weeping, falling silent. Why was it Li Hao who was crying? He had initially assumed it was Li Yi. Could it be that they had conspired against Li Hao instead of bullying Li Yi? However, Li Hao was part of their group. How could there be infighting? Ding Hua could never have imagined that Li Hao had been injured by Li Yi, such an innocuous and well-behaved child. How could he inflict harm? It was utterly inconceivable. Upon seeing the severity of Li Hao's wounds, Ding Hua was even more astonished that Li Hao was gravely injured. He quickly crouched down, producing a healing pill to administer to Li Hao and staunch the bleeding. With the aid of the pill, Li Hao's injuries gradually improved, the blood coagulating and ceasing to flow. Ding Hua was astonished, wondering what kind of technique could have caused such harm to Li Hao. The wounds were so sharp, still tinged with a faint sword energy. Unlike anything they could have inflicted, it surpassed their capabilities. What had transpired during his absence? who had injured Li Hao. Ding Hua glared at the crowd, his voice firm with inquiry. Typically, minor skirmishes were inconsequential and beneficial for their growth, igniting their fighting spirit. But this time, the severity of the injury was intolerable. It was him. Li Zimo pointed at Li Hao. Observing Ding Hua's fury, he felt a wicked sense of satisfaction. Given Ding Hua's level of anger, he would surely mete out punishment to Li Yi, putting him in his place for his arrogance. Ding Hua initially intended to unleash his wrath on the perpetrator, but upon realizing it was Li Yi, his anger shifted to confusion. What a ridiculous notion! Are you telling me that the one who inflicted harm was Li Yi? A mere 1-year-old child, who had only recently learned to walk, managed to severely injure a 3-year-old, a 2-star martial apprentice who had trained in swordplay for 2 years. And this method, could a 1-year-old even execute it? Ding Hua found it hard to believe, and he could not fathom that Li Zimo would fabricate such an absurd lie to deceive him. Did his face not betray that he was easily fooled? Li Zimo, I suspect it was you who did this, Ding Hua remarked skeptically, directing his gaze at Li Zimo, that he would rather believe that Li Zimo was the culprit than accept that it was Li Yi. This seemed a deliberate attempt to frame Li Yi, taking advantage of Li Yi's status as a newcomer, but the choice was utterly foolish. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not accuse Li Yi. Fully engrossed in the unfolding drama, Li Zimo replied without thinking. Indeed, it was he suddenly realizing the implications. He quickly corrected himself. Mr. Ding, it wasn't me. It was Li Yi. Truly, it was Li Yi. Li Zimo could not comprehend why his truthful statement was met with disbelief. It was evident that Li Yi was the culprit. Ding Hua shook his head in disappointment. That Li Zimo, you have utterly disappointed me. Not only are you foolish for failing to choose an appropriate scapegoat, but you also lie. When confronted, you do not speak the truth and attempt to sully Li Yi's name. Ding Hua was profoundly disillusioned with Li Zimo. Li Zimo felt tears welling up, unable to articulate his grievances. Teacher, it really was Li Yi. You can ask him. Ding Hua glanced at the seemingly innocent and harmless Li Yi, who epitomized the model student. Then he looked back at Li Zimo, becoming increasingly convinced that Li Zimo was the one responsible. Li Yi savored the feeling of being trusted by the teacher as a good student. It was delightful that Mr. Ding, it was indeed I who did it. Ding Hua. Even when Li Yi himself admitted to it. Ding Hua still found it hard to believe, suspiciously questioning Li Yi. Is it truly you? Speak honestly to your teacher. Did you do this? Do not fear. I will support you if you feel threatened. Merely blinked at Lie. Teacher, it was indeed me. Lie replied earnestly, feeling exhausted from speaking the truth for the first time. You, how is this possible? How did you accomplish this? Ding Hua was perplexed, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. He could not fathom how this could be Li Yi's doing. How could a child achieve such a feat? I used this. Lie raised the branch in his hand for Ding Hua to inspect. Ding Hua examined the branch and recalled Li Hao's injuries. The marks did bear some resemblance. But how had Li Yi managed to do it? How could a branch injure Li Hao, who had been his personal student? Ding Hua knew Li Hao's capabilities all too well, that I wielded the branch as a sword during our sparring session, that I did not anticipate his weakness. I failed to control my strength and accidentally inflicted severe harm. Li Yi's tone seemed to convey the triviality of a minor issue, yet those very words detonated a cacophony of thoughts in Ding Hua's mind. What does it mean that Li Hao is too weak? What does it imply that he failed to exert control? What does it signify to be careless? Is this even human discourse? Beside them, Li Hao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Must one not only kill the body but also shatter the spirit? Although Ding Hua had come to believe that Li Yi was responsible, he still found it utterly incredulous, impossible to comprehend, unless he witnessed it with his own eyes. Li Zimo, you should engage in a contest with Li Yi. Li Zimo, who had been an onlooker, eagerly anticipating Li Yi's defeat at Ding Hua's hands, was taken aback when Ding Hua not only refrained from punishing Li Yi, but instead compelled him to compete. Had it been him who erred, his backside would have been in tatters by now. Lie retorted, what status do I hold? And what status do you possess? How can I be compared to you? My father is Li Yuntian, the head of the Li family. Now, let us appreciate an exemplary composition, entitled My Esteemed Father, the Family Patriarch. Reluctantly, Li Zimo prepared to engage in a match with Li Yi. Initially intending to wield a branch, Li Yi was persuaded by Ding Hua to utilize wooden swords instead. With their pretentious props confiscated, the contest felt utterly unrestrained. Youngster, I shall not show you mercy. Li Zimo gripped the wooden sword tightly. Li Hao was his brother, and Li Yi had harmed him, but he felt compelled to avenge Li Hao. His prowess far exceeded that of Li Hao, and he was confident that he would not meet the same fate. Li Yi remained silent in response to Li Zimo's taunts. So you choose to remain mute and feign superiority. Don't come crying for mercy later. As the two distanced themselves, the duel commenced. Li Zimo charged forward, brandishing his wooden sword with both hands, striking down fiercely. In comparison to Li Hao, Li Zimo was swifter, stronger, and his swordplay embodied the quintessence of skill. He held his sword with one hand, horizontally positioned to deflect Li Zimo's blow. Li Zimo was taken aback, shocked that Li Yi could block with a single hand. Undaunted, Li Yi regarded him with little more than disdain, unleashing a relentless assault. Yet, regardless of Li Zimo's onslaught, Li Yi effortlessly parried each strike, the ease with which he did so suggesting that he was scarcely exerting himself. Li Yi's strength surpassed Li Zimo's wildest imagination. How could he possess such power? This is absurd. I cannot accept this. Li Zimo gritted his teeth, summoning all his might. In terms of sheer determination, he could not possibly match Li Yi's innate advantages. Similarly to Li Hao, he found himself engulfed in frustration in the face of Li Yi's arrogance. Disregarding all caution as he attacked recklessly, the immaturity of youth was evident, as Li Yi, despite his own youthful disposition, was no mere child. Seizing the moment, Li Yi sidestepped Li Zimo's assault, causing him to lunge forward. And with a gentle push, Li Yi sent him tumbling to the ground. Ouch! Li Zimo found himself choking on dust, having fallen in an undignified manner. Just as he rose, a wooden sword was pressed against his neck. Turning, he was met with the seemingly innocuous smile of Li Yi. Defeated in such a manner, Li Zimo felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. I refuse to accept this. I was merely careless. Let us go again, Li Zimo protested, eager for a rematch. Very well. I shall not relent until you acknowledge your defeat, Li Yi declared, for he had always believed in winning through virtue. Li Zimo adjusted his stance and launched another assault against Li Yi, swinging his sword with greater seriousness than before. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, and he was defeated even more swiftly this time. Li Yi advanced with decisive strikes, fluid and precise, disarming Li Zimo once more and placing the sword at his throat. In a gentle tone, he pronounced Li Zimo's defeat. You have lost again, I refuse to accept it. Let us go again. Li Zimo remained obstinate, unwilling to concede defeat to this mere child, shouting for yet another attempt. Determined not to turn back until he had struck a wall, Li Yi said nothing, merely creating distance, preparing himself for Li Zimo's next onslaught. At this juncture, Li Zimo was growing desperate, akin to a gambler who had lost millions, pinning all hopes on a final chance to turn the tables. Yet, no matter how many times they reenacted the scene, the outcome was always the same. In a mere 3 moves, Li Yi's wooden sword struck Li Zimo. And this time, he did not merely stop at a light tap. He ensured that Li Zimo would remember this lesson. Am I someone you can offend? The wooden sword struck Li Zimo in the chest, delivering a forceful jab that, while blunted and not piercing, produced a distinct crack. The sound of bones fracturing. Li Zimo cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his rib. It hurts. It hurts too much. Tears streamed down his face as he rubbed his eyes in distress. Li sighed, shaking his head. This was what Li Zimo had asked for. Who could fault him for being both inexperienced and reckless? Surely he would now be subdued. The boss has been brought to tears by him. I can't believe my eyes. Even the boss is no match for him. He is far too strong. It was astonishing to witness Li Zimo, once considered the strongest among them, so easily defeated. Li yawned and remarked, Why are you all standing there in shock? According to the rules, what should you call me? With his hands clasped behind his back, he struck a pose of victory, exuding arrogance, winning naturally entitled one to boast. Otherwise, what was the point of victory, boss? With Li Zimo vanquished, it was indeed customary to refer to Li Yi as boss. However, addressing a child 2 years their junior as boss felt utterly absurd. Yet, given Li Yi's overwhelming strength, who could argue otherwise? Li nodded with satisfaction. From this day forth, my rule shall be the law. Youthful exuberance and audacity. What is youth without a touch of arrogance? Ding Hua was momentarily speechless, inhaling sharply in astonishment. Having witnessed the spectacle firsthand, he was now utterly convinced that it was indeed Li Yi who had bested Li Hao, and that Li Zimo was also no match for him. Li Zimo was a 3-star martial apprentice, having mastered the foundational sword techniques. Ding Hua was acutely aware of his prowess. Yet Li Yi possessed no cultivation, and Ding Hua had only begun teaching him the sword today. This situation was truly bewildering. Ding Hua stood frozen, lost in contemplation. Zimo, how do you fare? He inquired, inspecting Li Zimo's injuries. One rib had been broken, causing pain, but thankfully not severe harm. What kind of strength could produce such an effect? Li Yi was merely a child. Surely, even if he were an extraordinary genius, such prowess was beyond comprehension. Li Yi interjected, please distinguish between a genius and an overachieving genius. The extent of my talent is beyond the understanding of you mere commoners. Ding Hua administered a medicinal pill to Li Zimo and began to treat his injuries. After a brief examination, he alleviated the severity of Li Zimo's condition and arranged for him to be taken to a physician for professional care. Now, it was time to address the matter of Li Yi. Observing Li Yi basking in glory among the children, Ding Hua was at a loss for how to approach the subject. This prodigy was beyond his comprehension as for punishing Li Yi for injuring his cousin. That was simply out of the question. To penalize Li Yi today would lead to him being expelled from the Li family tomorrow for stepping out of line. Moreover, how could Ding Hua possibly punish Li Yi for such an incident? A genius is always afforded special treatment, and one of Li Yi's caliber was no exception. Ding Hua found himself wishing fervently that Li Yi were his own son. He regarded him with more affection than his biological offspring. What teacher wouldn't he desire a student of such extraordinary talent? You weren't employing the foundational sword techniques I taught you earlier, were you? Ding Hua inquired, recalling how Li Yi had dispatched Li Zimo with merely a handful of moves. While those moves bore the essence of the foundational techniques, they were not the techniques themselves. Yes and no, Li Yi replied. What do you mean by yes and no? Ding Hua was perplexed at Li Yi explained. Unhurriedly, the foundational sword techniques you taught, while commendable, lacked refinement. After observing your demonstration, I identified numerous flaws and subsequently modified the techniques. What I utilized was the improved version of the foundational sword techniques. Ding Hua was left speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Is this even real? You learned it in one viewing and identified flaws, then improved upon the technique. Such comprehension is beyond absurd. After years of teaching, Ding Hua had never encountered anything like this. This wasn't merely a child. Even the legendary Tianshan, Tong Lao, would pale in comparison. Taking a deep breath, Ding Hua sat down, needing to calm his racing thoughts and restore order to his chaotic mind. Li Yi's astonishing display had left him utterly flabbergasted. You mean to say that you have improved upon the foundational sword techniques? Ding Hua remained in a state of disbelief, acutely aware of the formidable challenge that is the refinement of swordsmanship. Such an endeavor demands a profound understanding of the essence of swordplay and requires an extraordinary level of talent and comprehension. Having taught the fundamentals of swordsmanship for many years, Ding Hua considered himself the foremost authority on the subject. Yet, despite his extensive experience, he found himself incapable of improving upon the foundational techniques. The fact that Li Yi had achieved this, and merely after a single observation, was simply beyond Ding Hua's capacity to accept. It was a repudiation of his prior beliefs. Very well, Li Yi affirmed, nodding confidently. Demonstrate it for me. Ding Hua longed to witness firsthand the transformed foundational swordsmanship by Li Yi, eager, yet anxious, as if he were about to witness a miracle. Let me see just how extraordinary Li Yi truly is. With that, Li Yi grasped a small wooden sword and began to showcase the enhanced foundational swordsmanship before Ding Hua. His movements flowed seamlessly, revealing a remarkable level of proficiency. The innovator, Li Yi was undoubtedly well-versed in this technique. Under his execution, the refined foundational swordsmanship emanated a powerful aura. Ding Hua immediately discerned that this version possessed far more vigor than the original, yielding superior results. Moreover, it transcended mere physical conditioning. It resembled a sophisticated cultivation method. Ding Hua's expression grew increasingly animated, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. A prodigy. Chapter 17. Humility. Li Yi's motto. Ding Hua inhaled deeply, pinching himself to ensure he was not dreaming. The pain affirmed the reality of the situation. Li Yi had indeed succeeded in enhancing the foundational swordsmanship, transforming it into something far superior, that if this technique were to be consistently employed, the children's physical capabilities would undoubtedly strengthen, providing a solid foundation for their cultivation. Ding Hua gazed intently at Li Yi, curious about the secret behind his achievement. Was it purely innate talent? Li Yi interjected, "That is certainly not the case. It is undoubtedly 99% hard work and 1% talent." Moments later, as Li Yi completed the demonstration of the refined foundational swordsmanship, Ding Hua's mouth hung agape in disbelief. Overwhelmed to the point of silence, after a long pause, he finally stammered, "Did you truly develop this swordsmanship on your own?" The technique had undergone numerous modifications, most of which enhanced its intricacy and addressed many of its previous shortcomings. In fact, some deficiencies that Ding Hua had failed to perceive during his extensive teaching became glaringly obvious only after witnessing Li Yi's enhancements. Indeed, one cannot appreciate the value of contrast without experiencing it. At times, the disparity between individuals can be staggering. That Li Yi's emergence made Ding Hua feel as though his years of instruction had been in vain, realizing that he had imparted knowledge for so long. Yet it paled in comparison to the capabilities of a mere child. What a disheartening realization. What else could it be? Li Yi countered with a smile. "Goodness." Ding Hua gasped, feeling as if he might transform into a pufferfish from the sheer astonishment. "You are a true genius." He slapped the armrest, unable to contain his admiration. His gaze towards Li Yi sparkled with excitement and eagerness, as if he wished to cradle Li Yi in his hands. A smile stretched across his face, almost splitting his lips. Previously, he had only known of Li Yi's extraordinary talent, but he had never anticipated it to be so profound. "Please contain your awe. My brilliance extends far beyond this." Li Yi humbly deflected the praise, scratching his head shyly. After all, humility was his guiding principle, and he had always preferred to remain low-key. The system chimed in. "Ah, indeed." This statement from Li Yi nearly left Ding Hua slack-jawed, to the point where his expression resembled the Nike logo, a level of astonishment that could scarcely be matched. Clearing his throat, Ding Hua instinctively puffed out his chest. "It is your talent that shines. For I have imparted little to you, that as your teacher, I cannot claim such credit." Ding Hua was self-aware enough to recognize his own limitations. What Li Yi had accomplished was something he might never achieve in his lifetime. Holding Li Yi's hand, trembling with excitement, Ding Hua felt immensely fortunate to be able to call himself Li Yi's teacher, a privilege worth a lifetime of boasting. "I will spare no effort in teaching you. You must diligently cultivate your abilities and never squander your talent. You shall undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future." Ding Hua brimmed with anticipation for Li Yi's future. Indeed, Li Yi nodded obediently, embodying the persona of a diligent student. Good nourishment, good rest, and a touch of arrogance. These are the traits of a model student. Noticing the children spectating nearby, Ding Hua admonished, "Why are you all just standing there? Shouldn't you be practicing?" The children shivered at his authoritative tone, instinctively aware of their teacher's sternness, and scurried away to resume their training. Turning back to Li Yi, Ding Hua's demeanor softened, filled with affection. "Come, let me teach you another sword technique. This one is called the Autumn Wind Sword Technique, a first-tier martial skill. Pay close attention. Martial skills are categorized from 1 to 9 tiers, with the first tier being the most rudimentary and the 9th representing the pinnacle of mastery. The foundational swordsmanship hardly qualified even as a first-tier technique, yet Li Yi's refined version barely managed to achieve that level. This was not merely a modest elevation. The difference between tiers was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Ding Hua felt humbled by Li Yi's comprehension of the foundational swordsmanship. Further instruction seemed unnecessary. Thus, he opted to impart techniques of a higher caliber. Despite being classified as a first-tier skill, the intensity of its cultivation far exceeded that of the foundational swordsmanship. Even Ding Hua had yet to begin teaching Li Zmo. Ding Hua believed that with Li Yi's innate talent, minimal guidance would be required for him to grasp the technique. After all, Li had already shown the capability to refine martial arts independently. Self-learning would come easily to him, with Ding Hua serving merely as a demonstrative instructor. After a demonstration, Ding Hua inquired, "What do you think?" Li closed his eyes, immersing himself in the essence of the Autumn Wind Sword technique. Visualizing Ding Hua's performance, his consciousness aligning with his mentor's movements. With peak comprehension and innate swordsmanship, Li Yi's understanding of the autumn wind sword technique soared, as if he were engaged in a form of passive learning. Observing Li Yi entering a state of focus, Ding Hua felt satisfaction, patiently awaiting his student's insights. Before long, he was astounded to sense the emergence of sword energy emanating from Li Yi, a remarkable feat for one so young. My word, Li Yi is merely a child, yet he has already begun to cultivate the nascent form of sword energy. Ding Hua reminisced about his own arduous journey, dedicating countless days and nights to achieve a similar milestone. Tirelessly searching for opportunities to cultivate sword energy, that he could hardly recall how many years it took him, perhaps several decades, to finally manifest sword energy. And yet, here was Li Yi, at just 1 year old. Already on the cusp of such a breakthrough, the disparity was painfully evident. Ding Hua's heart sank as he contemplated his own years of effort, feeling as if he had wasted his life. Never mind, there's no point in dwelling on this. Competing with such prodigies is futile. They defy comparison. The more one measures, the more one wishes to start anew. Had Ding Hua known that this was merely a flicker of the innate sword energy surging within Li Yi, he might have felt utterly disheartened, wishing to erase the past and start fresh. And no matter how hard one strives, it pales in comparison to the advantages of being born with innate talent. Through the synergy of his innate swordsmanship and the principles of the technique, Li Yi swiftly grasped the essence of the autumn wind sword technique, demonstrating a commendable level of proficiency. The disparity between a first-tier skill and the foundational swordsmanship was indeed vast, as evidenced by Li Yi's mastery. Upon opening his eyes, Li Yi had completed his understanding. Ding Hua, brimming with excitement, asked, "How did it go?" Eager to learn the outcome, he awaited Li Yi's response, rather than answering verbally. Li Yi picked up the small wooden sword and began to demonstrate the autumn wind sword technique. Although it was his first time executing this technique, it was as vibrant and dynamic as the foundational swordsmanship, displaying its essence in full bloom. Ding Hua, stroking his beard, could not suppress his beaming smile, thoroughly impressed. Li's rendition of the autumn wind sword technique was simplified and streamlined, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Emphasizing practicality, Ding Hua could only express his satisfaction. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it impossible to believe that this was Li Yi's inaugural attempt at the autumn wind sword technique. He was every bit as skilled as his own teacher. With a sigh, Ding Hua declared, "By tomorrow, I shall start anew." Chapter 18. Where there is Tao, there is a teacher. Ear, how fares your swordsmanship? At that moment, Li Yuntian approached after completing his inspection. A jovial expression on his face, Ding Hua wore a bittersweet expression, the topic itself a source of anguish. "What is the matter? Surely, it cannot be that you are struggling." Li Yuntian, observing Ding Hua's demeanor, assumed that Li Yi's progress had been lacking. Ding Hua sighed deeply, explaining, "Master, you may not be aware, but young Master Li Yi's talent is truly astonishing, rendering me unworthy of instructing him." Yuntian. Silence ensued, leaving him bewildered. Was this a veiled critique? If Li Yi's talent was exceptional, why did Ding Hua appear as though he had just lost a loved one? Little did Li Yuntian know that Ding Hua was grappling with feelings of inadequacy, wishing desperately for a fresh start, convinced that life was not worth living in comparison to such brilliance. "So, what have you taught here?" Ding Hua exhaled a heavy sigh, responding, "Master, you are unaware of the extent of young Master Li Yi's talent, which I have only encountered once in my lifetime. That I demonstrated the foundational swordsmanship just once, and he learned it effortlessly after a single glance." Li Yuntian, astonished, stroked his chin and gazed at Li Yi with a look of wonder. "You learned it in just one glance? Truly, you are my son, gifted beyond measure." Reflecting on his own experiences, he recalled how he had to toil for several days to grasp the basics. Among his offspring, Li Xian and Li Shuer possessed remarkable talents, mastering the foundational sword techniques in a single day. Such aptitude could already be deemed extraordinarily rare. Yet Li Yi surpassed them both. He had merely observed once. Each generation seems to outshine the last. What need is there for me, the head of the family, to strive so hard? Perhaps I should simply return home and focus on raising more children. After all, living off their achievements would be far more comfortable. Ding Hua, noticing the expression on Li Yuntian's face, realized that he had yet to comprehend the extent of Li Yi's extraordinary talent. That he added, Young Master Li not only mastered the foundational sword techniques, but also improved upon them. The revised version has already reached the level of a first-tier martial art. Li Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, a broad smile spreading across his face. Excellent, undoubtedly. He is my son, gifted beyond measure. Wait, what did you just say? The instinctive praise suddenly struck him. What had Ding Hua just mentioned? Li had improved the foundational sword techniques. Had he truly understood correctly? Ding Hua refrained from elaborating further and instead addressed Li Yi. Young Master Li Yi, please demonstrate the modified foundational sword techniques once more. With a sigh of resignation, Li Yi complied, showcasing the improved techniques in a fluid and graceful manner. Although Ding Hua had seen it once before, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. After dedicating a lifetime to swordsmanship, he now found himself seeking guidance from a one-year-old child regarding the revised techniques. The more he observed, the more he regretted not having recognized this talent sooner. Li Yuntian's expression had become rigid. His gaze fixed intently on Li Yi, mouth agape. It was an exaggerated display of disbelief. It was almost inconceivable that Li Yi had truly modified the foundational sword techniques. After all, he was only 1 year old. How could he possess such ability? Once the demonstration concluded, Li sheathed his sword. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy within him breaking through a certain barrier, reaching an entirely new realm. His body felt remarkably light. Have I just broken through? Li wondered, astonished that he had indeed transcended his previous limits. That moment, he had officially entered the realm of a first-tier martial apprentice. Li, did you truly modify this sword technique on your own? Li Yuntian questioned, incredulous. Ding Hua was thoroughly pleased with Li Yuntian's reaction, as it mirrored his own earlier astonishment. Yes, Li nodded obediently. Ha ha! Li Yuntian laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the training grounds, capturing the attention of all around. Those unaware might have thought he had lost his mind. Pointing at Li Yi, his hands trembled with excitement. What an exceptional son I have! My child's talent is unparalleled. Li Yuntian boasted, reveling in the pride of having such a remarkable offspring. With a son like this, why not be a little audacious? If Li Yuntian himself possessed such talent, he would have been grinning from ear to ear. Being Li Yi's father certainly did not diminish his pride. Come here, my dear son. Let me hold you, Li Yuntian exclaimed, rushing forward with open arms to embrace Li Yi. Upon sensing the energy radiating from Li Yi, he gasped, Li, have you truly broken through? To his astonishment, he discovered that Li Yi had indeed achieved the status of a first-tier martial apprentice. This was remarkable, considering he had not been so just moments ago, indicating that the breakthrough had occurred a mere instant prior. Li Yi was only 1 year old, a first-tier martial apprentice. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Cultivation required the absorption of the world's essence to strengthen oneself and achieve the desired effects. This process posed a significant test to the cultivator's physique. If one could not endure it, absorbing an excess of energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. This was why the early stages required building strength and a solid foundation. Only then could one's body meet the requirements for cultivation. Generally, children began foundational training at the age of 1, and by around 2, their physiques were typically adequate for cultivation. However, Li needed no such foundation. His innate physical prowess was sufficient to meet the demands of cultivation. Entering the realm of cultivation earlier than others, Li not only had an early start, but also possessed an innate talent and enlightenment that far surpassed his peers. The gap between them would only continue to widen, allowing for grand visions of Li Yi's future. Wonderful, wonderful, Li Yuntian repeatedly praised. Reflecting on how frail Li Yi had been at birth, he now recognized how short-sighted he had been. Li Yi was indeed a sleeping giant, emerging with resounding vigor. His affection for Li Yi reached new heights as he playfully pinched his son's cheek, swelling with pride. Ding, how does the revised foundational sword technique fare? It provides even greater training benefits. If the children cultivate using this improved foundational sword technique, their physiques will enhance significantly, allowing them to reach the standards for cultivation more swiftly. Ding Hua replied that Li Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. Li Yi's emergence was undoubtedly a blessing bestowed upon the Li family by the heavens. With this foundational sword technique, the younger generation of the Li family would undoubtedly grow stronger, serving as the pillars for the family's future. Ding, how well do you grasp the revised foundational sword technique? At this, Ding Hua cleared his throat, his expression slightly awkward. Young Master Li Yi's modifications have made it significantly more intricate than before, that I still need to study it carefully to master its essence. How long do you estimate that will take? Ding Hua couldn't say for certain. Not everyone possessed the talent of Li Yi. Perhaps 3 to 5 days, he ventured, albeit without confidence. Very well, I shall bring Li Yi to you daily. You can learn from him thoroughly. Once you grasp the essence, teach the other children, Li Yintian said, eager to implement this new foundational sword technique for the benefit of the entire Li family. Indeed, Ding Hua responded, a hint of bitterness on his face, that he had always been the one teaching the children, and now he found himself in the position of learning from a child. It was a testament to the saying that where there is a will, there is a way. Though Ding Hua felt somewhat humbled, he did not find it disgraceful. In Li Yi, he saw the embodiment of true genius. Chapter 19. What you eat is what you grow. Wan Ning, you should drink milk. Mother, I want milk. At the desk, Li Yi, with a finger in his mouth, drooled in hunger, his gaze fixed on Xiao Qingya. Pleading for milk. No, finish your writing practice first, Xiao Qingya replied resolutely. Despair washed over Li Yi as he lethargically picked up his brush. Completing one page after another, that was a tale of woe indeed. Ever since Xiao Qingya had witnessed Li Yi's talent, she had resolved to cultivate him into a prodigy. Not only must he excel in martial prowess, but his cultural education could not be neglected either. He needed to be well-rounded in both the arts and martial skills. Thus, she assigned him a rigorous curriculum, insisting he master the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Typically, Xiao Qingya was a kind-hearted mother, but when it came to education, she transformed into a strict taskmaster, leaving no room for negotiation. Li Yi's attempts to charm or feign ignorance were in vain. This experience teaches us a valuable lesson. One must remain humble. Fortunately, Li Yi possessed exceptional comprehension, making learning a breeze for him. His resistance to studying stemmed solely from his simple desire to avoid it. Learning felt more torturous than imprisonment, and Li Yi suffered from a peculiar affliction. Whenever he studied, he would become drowsy, often falling asleep in an instant, akin to a lifeless pig, already deep in the throes of academic despair. After enduring the trials of learning, Li Yi finally completed his tasks and earned his reward of milk. No one knows you better than your mother, Xiao Qingya remarked, playfully poking Li Yi's nose. This child was genuinely addicted to milk, a habit that seemed impossible to break. What would happen if he still craved milk when he grew up? At that moment, Wan Ning entered from outside. Madam, the master has instructed me to bring the young master to the training grounds. He cannot come personally. Very well. Young master, let me carry you. Wan Ning extended her arms to lift Li Yi. Young children tended to walk slowly, so carrying him would expedite their journey. As she lifted Li Yi, Wan Ning felt a noticeable weight. He had grown heavier compared to before, making it difficult for her to carry him for long. The young master is growing so quickly. At this rate, I want to be able to carry him for much longer. With the enhancement of the ancient holy body, Li Yi had experienced rapid development, far exceeding what was typical for his age. Wan Ning, perhaps it would be better if you carried me on your back, Li Yi suggested, noticing her struggle. For him, being carried or piggybacked made little difference. There was no distinction between front and back. All right. Wan Ning readily agreed, and with greater ease, she began to walk briskly toward the training grounds that in recent days, Ding Hua had been diligently studying the revised foundational sword technique. While he had learned it, he had yet to grasp its essence. Thus, he was not yet ready to teach others. That it was imperative to comprehend the core of the technique before instructing students effectively. During this time, Li took on the role of teacher, guiding the other children in their practice. In the training grounds, Li stood before a group of children slightly older than himself, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority and confidence. With an air of grandeur, he began to instruct them. What are you all staring at? Follow my instructions and practice diligently. If you train for a few years, you'll surely reach my current level. The crowd stared blankly at Li Yi, their lips twitching involuntarily. Li addressed them. I am aware that you harbor resentment, questioning why I am qualified to instruct you. You might find it hard to accept that a mere 1-year-old child like myself can teach those who are several years my senior. Yet, what can you do? I am simply stronger than you. I possess this qualification. Watching from the sidelines, Wan Ning couldn't help but chuckle, finding Li Yi endearing rather than arrogant. This little rascal, still lacking facial hair, spoke such words that made Wan Ning find him amusing. He was simply too adorable. However, to the other children, his cuteness was irrelevant. They felt a surge of anger, wanting to retaliate against his audacity. They could hardly contain their irritation, but were helpless. Knowing they could not win in a fight, the Lie turned to Wan Ning, reprimanding her. "What are you laughing at? Can't you see I am conducting a lesson? Be serious?" "Yes, sir," Wan Ning replied, gazing at Li Yi with a motherly smile as he taught the other children. The Lie continued, addressing the group. "So, do you think I am overly arrogant and wish to strike me?" Several children nodded, unable to suppress their agreement. "Let me see how many of you would dare to challenge me." Almost all the children present nodded, eager to confront Li Yi. Pleased, Li Yi nodded back. "Very well. You all stand in front of me and protect me." Following the previous incident, Li Yi had assumed the role of leader among them, while Li Zimo had transitioned from leader to second-in-command. Li Zimo couldn't help but grimace. "I really want to hit you. Remember your current anger towards me and transform that indignation into strength. Train diligently, and when you possess the power, come back to challenge me and silence me. Only then can you be as arrogant as I am that if you cannot defeat me, endure and continue to strengthen yourselves." With a yawn, Li directed them to begin practicing the improved basic sword techniques. "Boss, beast milk!" Li Hao shouted, rushing over with a bottle of beast milk to hand to Li Yi. "Return to your positions." With that, the errand-running Li Hao rejoined the training. The Lie took a swig from the beast milk bottle. Beast milk was typically akin to cow's milk. Although it was filling and widely available in the market, it left much to be desired in taste, merely serving as a substitute. "Young master, drinking milk again?" Wan Ning remarked, unsure of how to respond. Lie glanced at Wan Ning's chest, pondered briefly, and then extended the bottle towards her, saying, "Wan Ning, why don't you have a drink as well?" "Why would I drink it?" Wan Ning retorted, puzzled at 16 years of age. She felt that consuming milk might invite ridicule. Moreover, she had no particular fondness for milk. Lie replied earnestly, "You are what you eat. Give it a try." Wan Ning's expression turned incredulous as she gazed down at her chest, suddenly comprehending Li Yi's implication, her face flushing with embarrassment. "What kind of talk is this? How can a 1-year-old child criticize my figure?" Inwardly, she felt a pang of insecurity. Was it truly necessary to point out such things? Feeling flustered, Wan Ning attempted to cover up her embarrassment, assuring herself that she was content with her appearance. As she subtly gazed downwards, her thoughts began to wonder. Could it be true that you are what you eat? Perhaps I should give it a try. But ultimately, she decided against drinking it. Meanwhile, Li savored the milk, seemingly relishing its flavor. Wan Ning found herself perplexed, wondering how it could be so enjoyable. As Li continued to drink, the other children found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. The mockery began to fly. "Haha, I've made it!" Ding Hua exclaimed, racing onto the training grounds. After days of diligent practice, he had finally gleaned the essence of the techniques. Chapter 20. Can I defeat Li Yin? The pinnacle of martial sovereign, Ding Hua stood on the training ground, expressing gratitude to Li Yi for his guidance over the past few days. "Thank you, young Master Li Yi, for your assistance, that I shall no longer trouble you in the future." After this series of events, Ding Hua's gaze towards Li Yi had shifted. He no longer merely saw him as a child, that Li's talent was beyond mundane comprehension, warranting a different perspective altogether. "Just a small matter," Li Yi waved dismissively. Ding Hua produced several sets of martial techniques from his sleeve, presenting them to Li Yi. "These are all Xin-level martial techniques. Given your insight, the Huang-level techniques will offer you little assistance. You may attempt to cultivate the Xin-level techniques instead." "Good," Li Yi responded, agreeing with the suggestion that Huang-level techniques were easily grasped. He sought to learn more advanced skills. Ding Hua, understanding the situation, generously offered Li Yi the Xin-level martial techniques. The difference in difficulty between Xin-level and Huang-level was vast, reflecting a significant disparity in strength. Although the Xin-level techniques were challenging to master and demanded much from the practitioner, for someone with the ancient sacred body like Li Yi, it was merely a trifling matter. Holding a small wooden sword, Li Yi commenced his practice. The techniques primarily consisted of various sword moves that, in addition to the Xin-level techniques, there were also Ding Hua's interpretations and insights on training. After perusing the materials, Li Yi sifted through the valuable information, discarding the unnecessary, and combined his training, achieving rapid progress. While the Xin-level techniques were powerful, they also consumed considerable stamina. With Li Yi's current strength, he could not fully utilize the technique's potential, especially since he was still only a one-star martial apprentice. That it seemed imperative to find a suitable cultivation method to complement his training. The distinction between martial techniques and cultivation methods could be likened to the difference between a single maneuver and a comprehensive system. Most martial techniques equated to skills, while cultivation methods represented entire training systems, aiding practitioners in honing their skills and improving their cultivation. The best cultivation methods of the Li family were likely housed within the treasure vault. Li planned to bring it up with his father, believing obtaining the materials for training would not be difficult. Although he had received the remnants of the Tianyuan technique, it was ultimately incomplete, making cultivation significantly more laborious compared to a complete method. As Li focused intently on his training, an elderly figure appeared before him. It was Li Yin. This old rogue again. What mischief does he intend this time? Li thought to himself. Great-grandfather Li Yin. Li greeted obediently, recognizing the esteemed figure as one of the Li family's top experts. He felt it necessary to show respect, especially since Li Yin had treated him well. Very good, you are quite obedient, Li Yin replied with a smile, picking up a scroll of the martial techniques Li had been studying. Shin-level techniques. Can you truly comprehend them? Li Yin asked, intrigued and astonished. Having recently heard that Li Yi had reached the one-star martial apprentice level and had even enhanced the Li family's basic sword techniques, he had come to observe. Of course, I can learn them, Li Yi asserted, demonstrating a palm strike that released a wave of energy. Though the energy was not particularly strong, it was indeed the result of practicing Shin-level techniques. Goodness! Li Yin gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Well, since it's you, I shall approach this matter with a calm mind, he thought, though he could not shake the surprise. While other children at the age of 1 might still be playing in the mud, Li Yi had already qualified to cultivate Shin-level techniques. The new generation surpasses the old, as the predecessors perish on the shore. Changing his demeanor, he approached Li Yi with a cordial tone. Have you given any thought to my previous suggestion of becoming my disciple? Li took a sip from the milk bottle. Li Yin sighed. Every time I bring this up, you drink milk. Can't we display a bit of the maturity that comes with your talent? Please stop with the milk. Listen, I have heard that you have reached one-star martial apprentice status. You cannot neglect your cultivation method. If you agree to become my disciple, I will impart my cultivation method to you. Li Yi considered this. Li Yin was a top-tier expert within the Li family, and his cultivation methods would undoubtedly be exceptional. Is your cultivation method truly impressive? Li inquired. Indeed, I obtained my method from a relic, and it is of earth-level quality. I owe half of my current strength to this method. So, what do you say? Are you interested in being my disciple? Li Yin smiled, stroking his beard, confident that Li Yi would not refuse. After pondering, Li Yi replied, How about you show me first? Let me see how remarkable it is, and then I will consider it. Li Yin was taken aback. Oh, so you wish to trick me into revealing my cultivation method? Despite the fact that cultivation methods were a practitioner's trump card, Li Yin was generous in his response to Li Yi, willingly sharing his teachings with him. He had yet to formally accept Li Yi as a disciple. He thought it best to take his time. After all, haste makes waste. With his finger, Li Yin tapped Li Yi's forehead, and a surge of vast information flooded into Li Yi's mind. This was Li Yan's cultivation method. The Zishuju. Upon hearing the name, it sounded extraordinary. After a brief contemplation of the Zishuju, Li Yi realized its complexity. If he were to cultivate it, his training speed would increase several-fold. It was indeed an excellent method. So, are you interested in becoming my disciple? I can teach you this cultivation method, Li Yin stated confidently. Great-grandfather, do you truly wish to be my master? Li Yi asked, bemused. With your talent, I doubt many would not want to take you as their disciple. Li Yin chuckled. Li Yi retorted, You are already my great-grandfather. Why would you concern yourself with the title of master? After reflecting on this, Li Yin conceded, You have a point. Li Yin smiled as he affectionately ruffled Li Yi's hair. This lad truly suited his taste. Gifted, capable, and audacious, reminiscent of Li Yin in his youth, that a task of reversal was issued. After experiencing a significant enhancement in your cultivation, rising to become the strongest genius of the new generation within the Li family, the venerable ancestor Li Yin, arrogant in his abilities, still looks down upon you. Believing your talents pale in comparison to his, that he proposes to suppress your cultivation, insisting on a match with you at a lower realm. Faced with such audacity from Li Yin, you resolve to teach him a lesson. Defeat the venerable ancestor Li Yin. Li. He gazed at the task in confusion. The system must be jesting. right? Defeat Li Yin. Li Yin is no mere Li Yin. He is a genuine peak martial emperor. How am I supposed to fight him? With my head, observing the smiling visage of Li Yin, Li felt a bitter pang. Why? You shouldn't have appeared before me today. Li Yin. Just moments ago, we were conversing amicably. What is with this disdainful gaze? Li Yi, with an innocent expression, looked up at Li Yin and asked, Great-grandfather, may I touch your face? Chapter 21. Bathing with Sister Li Shuer. Great-grandfather, I wish to touch your face. Li raised his chubby little face, fair and adorable, prompting a warm smile from Li Yin. Wanting to touch his face, was this not an indication of wanting to grow closer? Naturally, Li Yin would not oppose this, and willingly allowed Li Yi to touch his face, thereby drawing their bond closer. Li Yin crouched before Li Yi, presenting his face for Li Yi to freely explore. Li Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. The opportunity had arrived, and a mischievous grin emerged within him. Seizing this rare chance, he lifted his palm, silently apologizing to Li Yin, knowing it was all for the sake of completing the task, a necessity, for compensation. Perhaps he could offer his favorite milk? Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Li Yi's palm landed squarely on Li Yan's face. Li Yin. This slap landed upon Li Yan's face with unexpected swiftness, catching him entirely off guard. Li Yin stood there, bewildered. What just happened? Did Li Yi truly strike him? This lad had the audacity to slap him. So, Li Yi's intention to touch his face was merely a ruse. How naive. Li Yin had never anticipated that Li Yi would actually slap him, as he had only considered the affectionate gesture of a simple touch, leading to this disheartening outcome. Li Yi, with wide and innocent eyes, earnestly explained, there was a mosquito on great-grandfather's face, and I was merely helping. Li Yin, how can I possibly believe that? Yet, gazing into Li Yi's pure eyes and his serious demeanor, it seemed all too genuine, evoking a sense of harmlessness that compelled Li Yin to reconsider. Li Yi produced a milk bottle, offering it to Li Yin and saying, Did I hurt great-grandfather? Here, have some milk. Please don't be angry. Seeing the sincerity in Li Yi's expression, Li Yin couldn't help but chuckle, choosing to indulge the notion rather than question it. Regardless of its veracity, he had no heart to admonish this adorable little fellow. After all, he was being offered his favorite milk. Such a bond needed no further words. With a smile, he affectionately ruffled Li Yi's head, saying, Little one, how could great-grandfather possibly be angry? Task of reversal completed. Not only did you publicly defeat Li Yin, but you also delivered a resounding slap that forced him to recognize the reality of true genius. From this moment forth, your name shall be celebrated far and wide. Reward. Carefree technique. A top-tier cultivation method, embodying freedom and spontaneity. The description of the carefree technique is succinct yet commanding, encapsulating the essence of supreme cultivation. Upon receiving the reward, a book titled Carefree Technique materialized in Li Yi's mind. This technique was peculiar, with its methods equally enigmatic. It lacked a specific training regimen, revolving instead around 8 words: carefree and spontaneous. The emphasis was not on rigorous cultivation, but rather on living freely, which itself was the essence of training. The moment Li Yi comprehended the carefree technique, his cultivation broke through, achieving the rank of a 2-star martial apprentice. This is quite remarkable. Li Yi rejoiced. This technique aligned perfectly with his current state. There was no rush for cultivation. Each day was to be savored, living at his own whim, naturally equating to training. With his peak comprehension, Li found he did not need to laboriously grasp the technique. The carefree technique allowed him to cultivate almost automatically. Li Yi, system, please prepare a baby carriage for me immediately. Henceforth, I shall recline and enjoy life within it. Mother, I'm back. Wan Ning led Li Yi back to Xiao Qingyao's courtyard, dashing into his mother's embrace. Xiao Qingyao lifted Li Yi, exclaiming, Look who has come. Li turned to see a remarkably youthful woman, appearing no older than 18, with striking beauty and radiant skin, resembling a fairy, though she seemed young. Her figure was well developed, indicating she had not suffered in her childhood. Certified by Li Yi, the greatest milk enthusiast that in Li Yi's memory, he had never encountered this woman, yet it was not difficult to deduce her identity. Sister, Li tentatively called out, as expected. She was indeed his sister. Li Shuer gazed at Li Yi in astonishment. This was her first meeting with him, and she was taken aback that he recognized her. Xiao Qingyao chuckled. Our ear is quite clever to know this is his sister. Li Yi obediently replied, Mother said my sister is very beautiful. Seeing her so lovely, she must be my sister to hear her speak so well. Xiao Qingyao praised, surprised that Li Yi could charm girls with his words. This little rascal, so cunning for his age, sometimes made Xiao Qingyao wonder if he was indeed just a child that Li Shuer. Feeling a bit shy, bit her lip as she looked at Li Yi, her eyes betraying her affection. In any case, a single compliment had won her heart. Li Shuer gazed at Li Yi's chubby face. Unable to resist teasing him, she thought to herself, this is my brother, so small yet so adorable. Most of the time, Li Shuer trained at the Taiqing sect, where she held the esteemed title of saintess. A crucial figure within the sect, leaving her little time to be away. Recently, with a rare spell of leisure, she decided to return home, eager to see her genius brother after hearing tales of his remarkable feats. Girls, after all, have a low resistance to cuteness. And with Li Yi being not only adorable but also well-mannered, his charm ensnared her completely. Little Yi, call me sister, Li Shuer affectionately pinched Li Yi's chubby cheek. Tender and bouncy, making it irresistible to her to, oh, this is the feeling of having a younger brother. Sister, Li Yi obediently called out. Little Yi is so well-behaved, come, let sister hold you, Li Shuer opened her arms. Yearning to embrace him. Who could resist such a delightful brother? She longed to hold him close and squeeze his little face. Surely it would feel delightful. Xiao Qingyao promptly handed Li Yi over to her. Encouraging this sibling bond to flourish, it was best for these siblings to spend time together, nurturing their relationship. Previously, she had worried about potential discord, but it now seemed her concerns were unfounded. Li Shuer placed Li Yi on her lap. Playfully engaging with him, Li Yi, understanding the situation, donned the demeanor of a child, skillfully playing along. Pinching Li Yi's cheek, soft and plump, was a delight. Li Yi caught a whiff of a unique fragrance, which he presumed to be Li Shuer's natural scent. Shuer, how long do you plan to stay this time? Xiao Qingyao inquired. I'm not sure. It depends on when master calls me back. With this rare leisure, I wish to rest a while if they don't summon me. I want to return. Li Shuer sighed, finding no joy in returning to the Taiqing sect when she could play with such an adorable brother at home. Li Shuer teased Li Yi's face with her fingers. What do you want to eat? Little one, sister will take you to buy tea. The mention of food. Li Yi's interest peaked. He opened his mouth wide, drool trickling down the side, shoving a finger into his mouth while fixating on Li Shuer. Li Shuer, bewildered, wondered why he was staring at her so intently. Did she resemble something edible? Xiao Qingyao nearly burst into laughter, feeling both exasperated and amused as Li Yi's mother. She fully understood his intentions. She explained to Li Shuer, you have no idea. Urs' favorite is milk. Milk? Li Shuer paused, then glanced down at her own chest, noticing her ample bosom, before looking back at the drooling Li Yi. Suddenly comprehending his meaning. Quickly, she covered her chest, her face flushing with embarrassment. In no way. This, blushing, she playfully tapped Li Yi's nose, feigning annoyance. You naughty brother, wanting to drink sister's milk. But I have none to give you. After all, she had yet to marry or bear children. Where would she acquire milk for Li Yi? Yet, gazing at Li Yi's adorable face, if he were a brother, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Xiao Qingyao interjected. Ear has trained all day and hasn't bathed yet. I will take him to wash up first, and then you two can play together. Li Shuer, holding on to Li Yi, was reluctant to part. Her affection evident. Perfect. Since I just returned, I will take little Yi to bathe. Upon observing Li Shuer's affection for Li Yi, Xiao Qingyao was taken aback, yet she had no intentions of refusing. Very well. I shall trouble you then, Xiao Qingyao remarked with a smile. Not at all. It is no trouble, Li Shuer replied, her delight evident at the prospect of bathing with such an adorable younger brother. She had already decided that after bathing Li Yi, she would change it to a lovely dress, certain it would be quite enchanting. Li quipped, there always seems to be a woman wanting me to wear women's clothes. Xiao Qingyao cautioned him, you must listen to your sister and refrain from mischief. Understand? Understood, Li Yi replied in a high-pitched voice, stretching the syllables. Little Yi is so well-behaved, I assure you, Aunt Xiao. He will not cause any trouble. Li Shuer assured Xiao Qingyao. Then you may go, she said. Li Shuer lifted Li Yi high into the air, twirling him around as she exclaimed, Little Yi, come, let us go bathe. Are you happy? Very happy, Li Yi replied. Mirroring the joy of a child, that I swear playfully poked his chubby cheeks with her finger, asking, "Do you like your sister?" "I do," he answered, which pleased Li Shuer immensely as she took him to the bath. Li Yi sighed softly to himself. In this day and age, women are indeed hard to please. That in the original narrative, Li Shuer regarded Li Yi with disdain, seeing him merely as a worthless sibling, feeling embarrassed to have such a feckless brother. However, the reality had flipped dramatically. That if one were to inquire how Li Yi would evaluate this turn of events, he would simply say, "As intelligent as I am." "Are you still worried about your sister being a tyrant? Come, learn from me and effortlessly transform her into a gentle soul." Li Shuer's beauty was unparalleled, surpassing even that of their mother and several aunts. She was the most breathtaking woman Li Yi had ever encountered. The thought of bathing with such a beautiful sister, engaging in candid moments, stirred excitement within him. This bathing scenario felt reminiscent of a scene from an action film. If one were to question whether Li Yi had any immature thoughts, he glanced downwards and realized that even if he did, there was little he could do about it. Although bathing with his sister was a privilege of childhood, children could also be troublesome. "Women would only hinder my swiftness in drawing my blade. As a New Age youth, I am resolutely opposed to gambling and drugs." Chapter 22. Do you want to go out and play? The counterattack mission. Your sister, Li Shuer, has returned to the Li family. In her proud gaze. You remain the same worthless brother as before, subject to her scornful remarks. Out of respect for her being your sister, you wish to avoid conflict, yet she relentlessly pursues you. Teach her a lesson, forcing her to confront reality. Li Yi exclaimed, "What a situation!" In the original counterattack plot, it seemed everyone felt compelled to mock him. Even the protagonist would have to concede. Raising his gaze to the gentle sister before him, resting against Li Shuer, he felt at ease. "Life is but this, little one. Let us go bathe," Li Shuer said, playfully lifting his chin. As they bathed, suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Li Yi's ears, "I didn't expect you to be so young, yet already a 2-star martial apprentice, surpassing your sister's prowess at her age. Impressive, little one." Li Shuer was astonished to discover that Li Yi had achieved such a level of cultivation at such a tender age. Even a genius like her felt awed. At Li Yi's age, she had not even begun her formal training. It appeared that her brother was indeed extraordinary, a talent surpassing her own. Delighted by this realization, she thought how wonderful it would be for their family to be filled with geniuses. "Come, let your sister give you a kiss," she said, planting a lipstick mark on his cheek. Mission accomplished. Not only have you demonstrated your superior talent to Li Shuer, but you have also repaid her past insults manifold, allowing her to experience the sting of humiliation. From this point forward, in her eyes, you are a prodigious genius and a rascal of a brother. Reward acquired. Language proficiency. Language proficiency. You have mastered various languages from around the world. No matter how ancient the script, you can decipher it and comprehend its true meaning. Li pondered the system's announcement, bemused. How did I become a rascal of a brother? Wasn't it just a kiss from Li Shuer? Besides, it was her initiative. I was merely passive. While the utility of language proficiency seemed lesser compared to previous rewards, it still held merit. Should he encounter any ancient tomes or techniques, he would now be able to read them without hindrance and grasp their essence. "Little E, how about I return to my master and ask her to take you as a disciple, allowing you to join our Tai Ching sect? With your talent, she would surely agree," to Li Shuer's master. The head of the Tai Ching sect was a formidable figure, a master of martial arts. The sect predominantly consisted of female disciples, with very few male ones. However, Li Shuer was confident that her master would make an exception for Li Yi, as his talent would benefit the entire sect, directing resources his way. Furthermore, having such an adorable brother in the Tai Ching sect would alleviate her boredom. A win-win situation. Li remained silent, contemplating the idea of joining the Tai Ching sect. A place teeming with women. The last time he was around a few, he had been thoroughly exhausted. He could only imagine the chaos of being in such an environment again, but he shook his head resolutely in refusal. "You little rascal, wouldn't it be fun to go to the Tai Ching sect with your sister? You are so charming. I am sure the senior and junior sisters would adore you." The thought only solidified Li Yi's decision to decline. Out of sight, out of mind. At just 1 year old, his mind was singularly focused. System. As if you could do anything at this age. "Little one, how did you end up sleeping on your sister's chest again?" You re almost flattening me. In the morning, Li Shuer awoke with sleepy eyes, a trace of lament on her face, as she gently shifted Li Yi away, rubbing her ample bosom, since Li Shuer returned. She had been utterly smitten with Li Yi, caring for him daily, even pulling him into bed with her. This was a testament to her affection for this little brother of hers. The little one was indeed well-behaved, though he did tend to squirm in his sleep, often waking up sprawled across her chest, immobile at Li Shuer's side, knowing this adorable little rascal was her brother. So she indulged him that it was no fault of Li Yi's. In the dead of night, one cannot help but seek a comfortable position to rest that Li Shuer affectionately patted Li Yi's head. Li rubbed his sleepy eyes, waking from his dreams, his dazed expression endearing to Li Shuer, who couldn't help but pinch his cheeks that Li rubbed his chubby cheeks, noticing they had grown a bit fuller from her affectionate squeezes over the past few days. Playing with Li Yi in the courtyard, Li Shuer mused about whether her future children would be as adorable as him. She felt a connection that transcended mere sibling affection, tinged with a hint of maternal love due to their age difference. As if she were nurturing her own child. After some time, Wan Ning arrived with the wet nurse, signaling the daily feeding time. Sated and content, Li was a picture of satisfaction that Li Shuer chuckled. Little rascal, still drinking milk? Will you ever wean off it? Reflecting on her own weaning at 6 months, she noted that Li Yi, nearing a year and a half, still had not transitioned away from milk. Indicating robust development, that it's delicious, Li Yi replied simply. You should be careful. Imagine if you grow up and still drink milk, you'd scare away your bride. Li Shuer chuckled at the thought. Speaking of marriage, Li Yi recalled his fiancée, Yi from the script. According to the original plot, the time for their engagement was fast approaching. His fiancée, Yi, Qiu Lingming, hails from a prominent family, yet her talent was lackluster, aligning her with Li Yi, which led to the consideration of their union. However, not long after, Qiu Lingming's gifted nature awakened, and she was accepted as a direct disciple by the island master of the Qin Sheng Island, soaring to great heights. Thus, the marriage with Li Yi became a blemish on her reputation, and a cancellation of the engagement was inevitable. As for feelings, after the engagement, Qiu Lingming departed for Qin Sheng Island. And apart from their brief meeting during the engagement, they had no further contact, let alone any emotional bond. What are you thinking about, little one? Li Shuer inquired, noticing Li lost in thought, shaking him lightly. Nothing much, just considering that I want to find a bride as gentle as my sister when I grow up. She surely wouldn't frighten me away and would treat me well, Li replied, his voice sweet and innocent that Li Shuer felt a surge of happiness at his words, her lips curving into a smile. That is a splendid thought, but finding a girl as wonderful as your sister is no easy task. Yet no matter how exceptional the girl, little one, you deserve her. Li nodded in agreement. Miss, your letter. A servant approached, holding a letter in hand. It is from Taiqing Palace. Upon hearing the name Taiqing Palace, Li Shuer let out a weary sigh. Surely, it could not be a summons for her to return, as she still had not had her fill of enjoyment. As she opened the letter to examine its contents, relief washed over her. It was not a call to return. Casting a glance at Li Yi, an idea suddenly occurred to her, and a mischievous smile crept across her face. Noticing Li Shuer's smile, Li felt a pang of unease, an ominous premonition stirring within him. With wide, innocent eyes, he inquired, Sister, what is it? Xiao Yi, would you like to go out and play? Li Shuer teased, raising an eyebrow suggestively. The implication of her words made him wary. Surely, she was not planning to take him away for some nefarious purpose. Going out to play. Indeed, there will be many older brothers and sisters and plenty of delicious food. What do you say? Are you interested in accompanying your sister for some fun? Li Shuer coaxed, her demeanor akin to that of a child trafficker, her ulterior motives almost written across her visage. Li Yi remained silent, contemplating whether he should join Li Shuer. He had spent all his time within the confines of the estate and had yet to venture outside. A change of scenery could indeed be refreshing. All right, he nodded in agreement, that I'll go inform Aunt Xiao that he picked up Li Yi and sought out Xiao Qingya, explaining the situation. You intend to take her out for a while? What is the occasion? Xiao Qingya asked, puzzled that Li Shuer elaborated. It turns out that Baiyun Temple has recently obtained an ancient scripture scroll, which they have studied for many years. Not only have they failed to comprehend it, but they are largely unfamiliar with the characters inscribed upon it. Since further research yielded no results, Bayun Temple has decided to showcase the scroll to the public, inviting the world's talents to gain insights. Various sects and even some nobility have taken an interest upon hearing of the ancient scripture scroll, eager to witness its contents, which may well be extraordinary, that if one could grasp its meaning, it would be immensely rewarding. With the principle of not missing out on such an opportunity, many made their way to Bayun Temple to observe. The actions of Bayun Temple undoubtedly attracted widespread attention. Though they publicly displayed the ancient scripture scroll, it garnered them considerable fame and recognition, a grand event in the making. The benefits to Bayun Temple's development were significant. After all, who would not relish the exchange of an incomprehensible scroll for such acclaim? I see, Xiao Qingyao mused. Considering that Li Shuer was accompanied by the Ta Ching sect, one of the pinnacle sects, she felt assured of their safety and thus consented. You may go, but do exercise caution. Rest assured, Aunt Xiao. With me around, nothing will go awry, Li Shuer replied with a smile, then took Li Yi and departed. Xiao Yi, come. Let us go watch a performance, Li Shuer exclaimed, carrying Li Yi as they set off. Such gatherings were primarily for entertainment and socializing. The scholars at Bayun Temple were the true experts. After years of study, they had yet to unravel its mysteries, indicating the scroll's complexity. Others would be hard-pressed to glean anything of significance in such a short time. Li Shuer led Li Yi to the Lingzhou, boarding the vessel for Bayun Temple. The distance was considerable, and traveling by land would surely be too time-consuming. Thus, the Lingzhou was a more expedient option. Saint Maiden, over here! Two female disciples of Ta Ching's sect called out to Li Shuer. What brings you here? Li Shuer inquired. The disciples explained, the sect leader sent word ahead, concerned you might be delayed. So we were dispatched to escort you. Seems my master is rather worried, Li Shuer remarked nonchalantly. The two disciples exchanged glances, recalling an incident during the Tianjiao conference when Li Shuer had gallivanted off in the midst of the event, only to arrive days later, after it had concluded. That episode had nearly caused the sect leader to faint from exasperation. Li Shuer, despite being the Saint Maiden, was often preoccupied with matters outside her role. Senior sister, who is this? One disciple asked, eyeing Li Yi in Li Shuer's arms. Why are you holding a child? Could it be your illegitimate child? He has quite grown. The Saint Maiden was expected to maintain a chaste demeanor. After all, what are you thinking? This is my younger brother, Li Shuer said, instantly recognizing their misinterpretation. Ditto, the disciple sighed in relief, having initially assumed Li Yi was her illegitimate child due to their age gap. Let us go, so master can see that I am always punctual, Li Shuer urged. The disciple regarded her with skepticism. Li Shuer awkwardly cleared her throat. Of course, if I have ever been late, consider it as if I never said it. Li thought to himself, this sister gives off an untrustworthy vibe. I hope she doesn't lose me. This new identity can't withstand much turmoil, Li Shuer added. This time, I shall take my brother to broaden his horizons. We will be on time, the Saint Maiden of Ta Ching's sect. Li Shuer found herself laden with responsibilities, often acting as the face of the sect, attending various gatherings and competing with prodigies from all walks of life. Each day required her to train diligently, and even a master of time management would weep at her schedule. These past few days spent entertaining Li Yi had been the most leisurely she had experienced in years. Without exception, whenever she reflected on it, Li Shuer would sigh. Is it truly so arduous to be a Saint Maiden? It was likely that her master had sent her to this event to uphold the sect's image. In such settings, the presence of the Saint Maiden was essential. Let us go. They boarded the exclusive Lingzhou of Ta Ching's sect. Hastening towards Bayun Temple, Li Yi wandered around the Lingzhou, filled with curiosity, like a young child exploring. Xiao Yi, don't run off. Wait for your sister, Li Shuer called, trailing behind him. The two disciples observed the scene, whispering to one another, this is the first time I've seen the Saint Maiden so joyful. She is entirely different from her usual self. That Li Shuer typically maintained an image of purity and reserve, embodying the demeanor of an aloof ice queen. Now, however, the contrast was striking. Is this truly our Saint Maiden? It must be due to this child. I suspect he is her illegitimate son. I think so too. The two disciples indulged in a flurry of gossip about Li Shuer, embodying the classic trope of village chatter. Today, the Saint Maiden has an illegitimate child. Tomorrow, he'll be walking. The day after, what? The Saint Maiden is having triplets. What are you two discussing? Li Shuer inquired, prompting them to hastily cover up. Nothing, this child is simply adorable. One disciple said that of course, he is. Just look at whose brother he is, Li Shuer proudly declared. Upon hearing this, the two disciples exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. Saint Maiden, we are nearly there, one disciple reminded. Oh, Li Shuer responded, her attention fixated on Li Yi as she playfully teased him. Ahem, Saint Maiden, do keep your image in mind, the disciple coughed, offering a quiet reminder. Understood, Li Shuer replied with a hint of exasperation. As the Saint Maiden, she was naturally expected to present an image of ethereal purity, embodying the aloofness of a celestial being. Li Shuer adjusted her demeanor, swiftly transforming into a figure of icy elegance. Resembling a true ice goddess, with her tall and regal stature, she radiated the aura of a commanding queen. That Li marveled at the swift transition, thinking, one moment she is a gentle sister, the next. She is my queen. That he raised his thumb in admiration, impressed by her effortless change. But Li Shuer sighed inwardly. After years of portraying a frigid Saint Maiden, it was second nature to her. Xiao Yi, remember to listen to your sister and refrain from causing any disturbances. All right, with a shift in character, her voice took on an ethereal quality, evoking the image of a proud, independent fairy, distant yet enchanting. That a palpable air of distance enveloped her presence, though she exuded an aura of aloofness. The warmth in her gaze towards Li Yi was unmistakable. Li Shuer procured a white veil to cover half her face, enhancing her mysterious allure and piquing curiosity about her true beauty concealed beneath. Upon donning the veil, Li Shuer's image as the Saint Maiden reached perfection. Upon arriving at Baiyun Temple, a throng of female disciples from Taqing sect awaited below, ready to welcome Li Shuer. Li Shuer grasped Li Yi's hand and descended from the Lingzhou. Welcome, Saint Maiden, the disciples chorused in unison, exuding an air of grandeur. Who is this? What a prestigious presence, brother. Are you from the countryside? This is the Saint Maiden of Taqing sect. How could you be unaware? Are you even a man? Unfazed by the inquiry, the man retorted, why should I know her? Another shook his head, just one glance, and you would understand. Skeptical, the man fixed his gaze upon the Lingzhou, where he beheld a woman draped in white, adorned with a white veil, gracefully descending. With just a single glance, his eyes seemed glued to Li Shuer, unable to look away. How beautiful! Is she a celestial being? The onlookers, regardless of gender, were entranced by Li Shuer's enigmatic presence, unable to tear their gaze from her. Indeed, the Saint Maiden lives up to her reputation. She is as stunning as the legends claim. I long to see the beauty concealed beneath her veil. The Saint Maiden has revealed her face before, and her portrait is sold in the market. Where can I buy it? I want it. You may inquire further to ascertain the truth. It is rumored that the price has soared to 100,000 gold coins per painting, as proclaimed by those from the Taqing sect, which lends credibility to the claim. The influence of Li Shuer is not solely attributed to her beauty and grace, but also to her esteemed status. This situation is akin to the distinction between a courtesan and an empress. The sensations evoked are hardly comparable. Should the empress face defeat, the intrigue would only deepen. Why is there a child by the saintess? Suddenly, the sight of Li Shuer holding a child sparked a considerable stir. The saintess with a child is indeed big news, igniting a flurry of discussions and various speculations. Some believe the child to be Li Shuer's offspring, while others propose alternative relationships, leading to near altercations. How could you lowly goblins tarnish the image of our goddess? Li Shuer remained unfazed by the chatter, calmly holding on to Li Yi. Saintess. The members of the Taqing sect greeted in unison, bowing respectfully. Indeed, Li Shuer replied with a slight nod. The foremost among them was her senior sister, Yuzhu. Although she was a senior, Li Shuer, as the saintess, held a position second only to the sect leader, naturally elevating her status above Yuzhu. Has the master arrived? Yes, she has been awaiting the saintess, Yuzhu responded. Very well, please lead me to her. Clearing a path through the throng, Yuzhu guided Li Shuer into the Baiyun Temple. What a grand occasion for the saintess. Once the members of the Taqing sect departed, the others felt emboldened to discuss freely. Have you considered the strength of the Taqing sect? In our great Qian, only the Royal Academy can rival them. When the saintess makes an appearance, it is only natural that she commands respect. Upon entering the Baiyun Temple, wherever Li Shuer went, she undoubtedly became a vibrant focal point, drawing the attention of many talented disciples from various sects who yearned to engage her in conversation. Yet were consistently rebuffed that Lie, being held by Li Shuer, naturally became a point of interest as well, with many wondering who this child was, why he was favored by the saintess, and lamenting why they themselves could not share such an honor, even if it meant being treated as mere pets. Upon arriving at the designated area for the Taiching sect within the Baiyun Temple, Yuzhu finally inquired, "Saintess, who is this child?" Li Shuer coolly replied, "This is my younger brother, Li. Little Li, you should address her as Sister Yuzhu." "Sister Yuzhu." "Hello," Li sweetly greeted. "Hello, little brother," Yuzhu responded, her heart softened by Li Yi's adorableness, stirring an impulse to ruffle his hair. "I've brought little Yi to broaden his horizons. Please arrange for him to accompany me," Li Shuer stated. This, Yuzhu pondered, it may not be wise to have the saintess constantly accompanied by a child. It could lead to misunderstandings and affect our image. Li Shuer did not respond, but instead took Li Yi to meet their master, as if this were not open for discussion. Upon entering the quarters of the sect leader, Li Shuer announced, "Master Shuer has arrived." She cast a knowing glance at Li Yi, who mimicked her gesture with a bow. Li Shuer's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. The little one was quite perceptive. "Come in." A calm voice beckoned from within. As they stepped inside, they beheld a young woman of regal bearing seated in a place of honor. Her attire was dignified and elegant, exuding an air of superiority. Adorned with phoenix embroidery and crowned with a phoenix tiara, resembling a majestic bird in flight. She was none other than Xiao Hanyan, the leader of the Taiching sect. Xiao Hanyan was also veiled. And through the haze, Li Yi perceived an aura that rivaled Li Shuer, albeit with a more mature and seasoned demeanor. Despite appearing akin to a youthful maiden of 20, she had lived for at least several centuries. Li Yi had initially thought the Taiching sect to be austere and modest in attire, but upon seeing Xiao Hanyan, he realized his assumptions had been misguided. Perhaps this was the grandeur characteristic of a major sect. Xiao Hanyan rested her chin on her hand, appearing to take a brief respite. Upon Li Shuer's entrance, she slowly opened her eyes. "Greetings, master," Li Shuer acknowledged. "Welcome," Xiao Hanyan replied, lifting her teacup and taking a leisurely sip. "Indeed," Li Shuer responded coolly. Li shivered, as though caught in an unexpected chill. The exchange between master and disciple was notably frosty. Xiao Hanyan's gaze shifted to Li Yi, who was also observing her with curiosity. Their eyes met briefly before Li Shuer introduced, "This is my younger brother, Li." Xiao Hanyan remained expressionless, scrutinizing Li Yi as if attempting to see through him. Beyond noticing Li Yi's formidable cultivation and physique, she gleaned little else. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hanyan, Li Yi possessed the ancient sacred body, a fact hidden from her perception. Internally, she felt a hint of surprise, yet her demeanor remained inscrutable and unperturbed, as if nothing could ruffle her composure. Li Yi, showing his good upbringing, chimed, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Li Yi, pleased to meet you." His youthful, melodious voice tugged at Xiao Hanyan's heartstrings, and she felt an inexplicable fondness for the charming child that a desire to embrace him and pinch his cheeks stirred within her. However, as the leader of the Taiching sect, she must maintain her composure and poise, suppressing any emotional impulses, her expression remaining icy. With a slight nod, she acknowledged Li Yi's greeting. Chapter 24. The influence of Saintess Li Shuer this time. Baiyun Temple is set to release a portion of ancient scriptures, specifically those translated by its practitioners. Li Shuer pondered thoughtfully, having assumed Baiyun Temple would unveil everything. It seems they are not as generous as she had imagined. Upon reflection, it is understandable. After all, the ancient scriptures were acquired through great effort, and they would not simply allow others to peruse them without due cause. "What does my master require of me?" Xiao Hanyan explained. According to Baiyun Temple's regulations, if one can translate their scriptures to a satisfactory standard, they may be invited to view the entirety. "Translating ancient scriptures? That is not my forte," Li Shuer shook her head. "I am aware," Xiao Hanyan continued. "Others will handle the translation. What I need from you is to represent our Taiching sect at the martial arts exchange 3 days from now. The top 10 participants will have access to the complete ancient scriptures." Xiao Hanyan added, "I hope you can secure the top position and memorize all the ancient scriptures." Li Shuer. After a brief silence, Li Shuer replied, "The disciple understands." Xiao Hanyan regarded Li Shuer with great expectations. Knowing that Li Shuer's physique was more compatible with the Taiching sect's teachings than her own, that if all goes well, Li Shui's future achievements would undoubtedly far surpass her own. Having conveyed her instructions to Li Shui, Xiao Hanyin turned her attention to Li Yi, who was also curiously observing her. Their eyes met, and Xiao Hanyin found herself intrigued by Li Yi, a child of such tender years, yet possessing cultivation and physique that exceeded his peers. Likely a prodigy. The bloodline of Li Shui's family is indeed remarkable. Observing Li Yi's adorably innocent demeanor stirred a peculiar feeling within Xiao Hanyin, although she did not dwell on it. Now that there is nothing pressing, why not explore the ancient scriptures? You may find something of value. With that, Xiao Hanyin gently closed her eyes, entering a state of meditation. The disciple understands and will not disappoint the master's expectations. Li Shui bowed, leading Li Yi from the room. Once Li Shui departed, a spectral bird flew into the chamber. Xiao Hanyin opened her eyes and extended her hand, allowing the ethereal creature to rest upon her fingertip. The phantom bird transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, entering Xiao Hanyin's sea of consciousness. This was intelligence gathered from various sects, transmitted to Xiao Hanyin through this method by the responsible party. As she perused the information, she noted the leader of the Qian sect has taken the enchanting Mu Qing as his partner, adding a martial emperor-level expert to their ranks, Xiao Hanyin. That old woman Mu Qing actually married the leader of the Qian sect. How could such an old hag find a partner? Surely, the Qian leader must have lost his mind. What a glutton, accepting anything without discernment. Both individuals were contemporaries of Xiao Hanyin. Mu Qing was a former rival, and the current leader of the Qian sect had once courted Xiao Hanyin, only to be coldly rejected. That it was unexpected that these two would end up together. Clearly, they were not focused on their cultivation, which explained their lack of progress toward martial sovereignty. Unlike me, who immerses herself in training, a partner would only hinder my progress. Continuing to sift through the news from various regions, she discovered the leader of the Yangyu sect was injured by their partner, who had succumbed to madness while attempting to vanquish their inner demons. Nevertheless, they succeeded in defeating the partner's inner demons, albeit at the cost of their own cultivation, which has adversely affected the sect's strength. The partner will remain with the Yangyu sect to accompany their leader for the remainder of their days. Xiao Hanyin. What is going on here? This fool, after serving as leader for so many years, remains as foolish as ever, ruining himself for a woman. How utterly unworthy. It is likely that the Yangyu sect will become a second-rate sect henceforth. Xiao Hanyin lamented, recognizing that romantic entanglements not only impede cultivation, but also cloud one's judgment. Fortunately, she had mandated a strict prohibition on such affairs and led by example, which had secured the current status of the Taiqing sect. It has been proven that her approach was indeed the correct one. Ah, what a peculiar sensation in my teeth. Akin to the tang of a lemon, did I continue to peruse the text, discovering that the revered ancestor of the Huan sect has developed a new dual cultivation technique. One that promises to enhance the efficiency of such practices, allowing for uninterrupted dual cultivation over the span of 12 hours. Xiao Hanyin. What on earth is all this? Why do today's messages reek of such peculiarity? I must disperse these thoughts. The more I read, the more unsettling it becomes that I close my eyes for a moment's respite. Li Shui, hand in hand with Li Yi, arrives at the Baiyun Temple, where sacred texts are being displayed. The texts showcased are those translated by the Baiyun Temple, which of course would not exhibit their own translations. The temple has divided the texts into 10 segments. Any individual capable of translating a complete segment may then view the entirety of the ancient scriptures. Various sects have dispatched specialists for translation, and numerous onlookers have gathered to observe the spectacle. This location is currently the liveliest within Baiyun Temple, teeming with people. Make way. Yu Zhu leads the way. And the crowd, recognizing the arrival of the Taiqing sect, graciously parts to allow passage. In comparison to Taiqing sect, their own sects are inconsequential, and thus, they dare not offend the Taiqing. The stature of Taiqing sect remains as formidable as ever. Such a grand sect cannot be without a semblance of prestige. If I were the leader of Taiqing sect, I would be even more ostentatious. If you were the leader of Taiqing sect, you'd likely die of fright in your bed. They laughed at why is the holy maiden of Taiqing sect holding the hand of a child and a boy? At that, curious gazes are directed towards Li Yi, speculating on his identity. Could he be the future holy son? I've never heard of a holy son in Taiqing sect. You're overthinking it. Listening to the discussions around her, Yu Zhu feels a headache coming on. They all say Li Shuer should not take a child out, as it tarnishes the image of the Holy Maiden. The image of the Holy Maiden should embody purity, not maternal benevolence, that Li Shuer, however, pays no heed to their chatter, calmly leading Li Yi to a particular scripture. This scripture consists of 13 lines, all written in ancient characters. The variety of ancient scripts is vast, and their age renders them exceedingly difficult to translate. Most of the characters can only be guessed at, lacking any means of verification. The Baiyun Temple disciples responsible for this area, upon seeing Li Shuer, hurriedly approach her with enthusiasm, their eyes filled with admiration. "Greetings, Holy Maiden," that Li Shuer merely nods slightly, not uttering a word, her gaze fixed upon the ancient scripture. The Baiyun disciples eagerly explain the text to her, seemingly hoping to gain her favor, even if just for a fleeting glance. Translating scriptures is our forte. Should the Holy Maiden have any interest or queries, do not hesitate to ask us. That Li Shuer remains silent, quietly studying the scripture. The disciples, far from being offended, believe the Holy Maiden's aloof demeanor is befitting. Such an air of distance and sanctity is desirable, and should they earn her favor, their lives would be complete. That Li gazes at the scripture, and to his astonishment, the obscure ancient text transforms in his mind into comprehensible characters. This is the effect of his linguistic proficiency. He can understand any text, including the ancient scriptures. With just one glance, Li Yi translates the entirety of the ancient scripture. From his translation, it seems to pertain to a cultivation technique. Only by acquiring the complete ancient text can he ascertain this. That Li ponders, recognizing the value of this ancient scripture that has presented itself so fortuitously. After all, it only requires a glance. So why not seize the opportunity? He gently tugs at Li Shuer's skirt, inquiring, "Sister, if I translate the scripture, when can we view the entire text?" "Sister." The crowd relaxes, realizing his identity as the Holy Maiden's brother. "I had no idea the Holy Maiden had a younger sibling." "I'm not certain," Li Shuer replies, shaking her head as she turns to the Baiyun disciples for clarification. Upon hearing her voice, the Baiyun disciples are enraptured, lost in delightful fantasies. "That is the Holy Maiden speaking to me." "No, she must be interested in me." "Hey, the Holy Maiden is addressing you." The Baiyun disciples wipe the drool from their mouths and hastily respond. "Over the next few days, observe the scriptures and submit your translations to us. After the martial arts exchange, we will announce the results, allowing everyone to view the complete text." "That I see," Li Yi muses. Seeing Li Yi's keen interest, Li Shuer teases, "Little Yi, could it be that you understand? This is but a jest. How could a child possibly comprehend ancient scriptures? Such understanding requires extensive study and knowledge of ancient characters, which Li Yi lacks." "Indeed," Li Yi affirms, his chubby face radiating confidence. To Li Shuer, naturally skeptical, dismisses it as mere childish curiosity. However, seeing Li Yi's enthusiasm, she decides to indulge him, saying, "If you're interested, once you've written it out, I shall assist you in submitting it." "Okay," Li nods obediently, pointing to the other scriptures. "Sister, let us look at the others." Having already grasped this segment, there is no need to linger. "Very well," Li Shuer affectionately ruffles Li Yi's hair, leading him to explore the other scriptures. This scene ignites envy amongst the onlookers, many wishing they were the ones being led by the Holy Maiden. Is this merely a privilege of childhood? They would gladly relinquish decades of their youth to be in Li Shuer's grasp. As Li Shuer guides Li Yi through each segment of scripture, he merely glances at each, swiftly moving on to the next. He races through them so quickly that Li Shuer scarcely has time to examine them in detail herself. That Li Shuer concludes that Li Yi's interest is simply a fleeting whimsy, but noting his enthusiasm, she decides to explore further without the obligation of translating the text herself. As long as Li Yi enjoys it, that suffices. Before long, Li Yi has perused 10 segments of scripture, consolidating his translations, confirming that these are indeed the ancient cultivation techniques. Should he master the complete methods, they would undoubtedly aid him greatly in his future endeavors. To Shuer, "What a surprise to encounter you here. It truly must be fate." A gentle male voice interrupts, as a handsome young man clad in a luxurious robe approaches. The robe is adorned with a dragon motif, indicating his royal lineage. A prince, no doubt. His gaze, ardent with admiration, is fixed upon Li Shuer, unmistakably revealing him to be one of her suitors. Prince of the 14th royal family, the 14th Prince of Dakian, Jiang Haoming. The crowd bows in respect to Jiang Haoming, who was recognized as one of the more scholarly princes, possessing a certain degree of renown. Jiang Haoming casually gestures for them to rise, then steps forward to stand before Li Shuer, his eyes filled with affection. As the 14th prince, endowed with intellect, he has always held a lofty opinion of himself, believing few women are worthy of his attention. However, upon a chance encounter with Li Shuer, he found himself deeply captivated. Vowing to take her as his royal consort, that Li Shuer, having experienced numerous similar advances, is hardly fazed. She has previously met another prince who offered a fortune for merely a smile, only to be disregarded by her. What a surprise to meet you here. It truly must be fate, the 14th prince exclaims with feigned warmth. Upon hearing of Li Shuer's arrival, he rushed over, claiming that fate must be fashioned when it does not exist. Your Highness jokes, Li Shuer replies frostily. Were it not for his noble status, she would hardly entertain him. Shuer, I see you are also intrigued by the ancient scriptures. That yes, it happens. I have researched them extensively. If you wish, I can share my findings with you. Jiang Haoming, ever eager, opens his folding fan and fans himself, convinced of his own charm. That I am not interested. Li Shuer responds icily, preparing to depart. The incessant chatter is becoming irksome. Shuer, I am here specifically for the ancient scriptures. Let us sit and discuss them. Jiang Haoming clings to her like a stubborn burr. I am not interested. Li Shuer reiterates, unwavering, though Jiang Haoming is about to continue. An elder approaches. Miss Shuer, it has been a while. Senior son, Li Shuer greets respectfully. Before her stands Sun Weijie, a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign realm and a teacher at the Royal Academy, as well as Jiang Haoming's mentor. Sun Weijie waves his hand dismissively, indicating that Li Shuer need not observe such formalities. How is your master faring? Sun Weijie had once pursued Xiao Hanyan, much like Jiang Haoming pursues Li Shuer now. And thus he encourages Jiang Haoming in his pursuit to rectify the regret he harbors from his past, that of course, this regret is merely a figment of his imagination. To Xiao Hanyan, Sun Weijie is simply a defeated rival. Quite well, Li Shuer replies. That is good to hear. Sun Weijie strokes his beard. Young people ought to engage in more discourse. That I often shared philosophical discussions with your master. Today, with all you young people gathered, why not seize the opportunity for further exchange? Indeed, Jiang Haoming replies with unrestrained enthusiasm, eager to accept the offer. His master's aid is most timely. Li Shuer and Jiang Haoming had little to discuss. Contemplating how to decline the interaction, at that moment, Li tugged at the hem of Li Shuer's white dress and looked up at her with a sweet, childish voice, saying, Sister, I'm hungry. Would you take me to get something to eat? Jiang Haoming then noticed Li, pondering where this child had come from. I see Li Shuer's younger brother. Observing Li beside her, tugging at her dress, he couldn't help but feel displeased. That I have never been this close to Li Shuer. What right does this little brat have? Li Shuer's tone towards Li was not cold, but rather gentle and affectionate. As she apologized to Sun Weijie, I sincerely apologize. My junior has matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. How considerate of little Li, knowing how to extricate his sister from an awkward situation. Li cast a glance at Jiang Haoming, equally displeased, thinking to himself, what kind of look is that? In response, Li conceived a brilliant idea and proclaimed a counterattack mission. You have received envious glances from other prodigies. Please showcase your prowess and silence them, so they understand who the true genius is. Sister, I'm so hungry I can hardly move. That I want a hug. That Li opened his arms, demanding a hug from Li Shuer, asserting that he wouldn't budge without it. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This little brat actually wants the saintess to embrace him? This is utterly outrageous. How could the pure saintess possibly hold a mere child? Such wishful thinking. Li Shuer sighed helplessly, her heart brimming with indulgence for the little rascal. At this impossible moment, what could she do but pamper him? With her hand extended, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she lifted Li and cradled him in her arms. She truly did it. A hush fell over the crowd, as under the envious and jealous stares, Li Shuer held Li close to her chest. For the first time, a child evoked such jealousy in Jiang Haoming. His eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at Li, consumed by envy. Internally, he screamed, no. Come on, sister, let's go get something delicious, Li Shuer said gently. Li nodded obediently, nuzzling against her in affection before locking eyes with Jiang Haoming. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Haoming nearly choked on his own rage. What does this little brat mean by this? Is he trying to flaunt it in front of me? Staring at Li Yi. He felt a mix of envy and anger, envying that person for not being him, and resenting that this child had the audacity. What right does Li Yi have? How could a mere child possess such privilege? The girl he could never approach, who he would dream of conversing with, was now being embraced by Li Yi, who even had the audacity to glance back at him. It was akin to watching someone else ride the BMW he cherished, only to turn back and ask, "Am I going fast?" It was utterly heart-wrenching. At that moment, Li Yi undoubtedly became the bane of all men present. The suitors of Li Shuer were left in tears, grappling with the reality of their once pure goddess now being overshadowed. Even though he was her brother, they could hardly accept that in their hearts, the image of their divine idol was tarnished by this little brat, making them sworn enemies of Li Yi. Sun Weijia shrugged it off. He's just a child. Why bother with him? He clasped his hands behind his back, seemingly conveying, "You are so petty, getting jealous over a child. One should be as magnanimous as the disciple understood." Jiang Haoming gritted his teeth in response, his jaw audibly cracking as he ground his teeth in frustration. Li Shuer's tender tone towards Li Yi, juxtaposed with her usual icy demeanor towards others, only fueled Jiang Haoming's jealousy further. Mission accomplished. Due to your outstanding performance, you have become the object of envy among all prodigies. Reward: unparalleled grace. Unparalleled grace. An irresistible charm emanating from within, a quality so compelling that it subjugates all who encounter it, especially the opposite sex, with an overwhelming allure that transcends any boundaries that Li thought. I can understand the special charm towards the opposite sex. But transcending all races seems absurd, doesn't it? I hope this charm doesn't stir up any trouble. Upon returning to the Taqing sex territory, they presented Li Yi with a feast. Li Shuer playfully tapped Li Yi's nose, saying, "Little rascal, you've truly put me in a predicament." Li Yi smiled and replied, "Sister doesn't like talking to him, so I had to help." Li Shuer did not scold him. Instead, she felt a surge of joy, thinking, "I am fortunate to have such a brother." Yongzhu sighed deeply, feeling utterly drained as she gazed at Li Shuer, unsure of what to say. After this, the carefully cultivated image of the saintess lay in ruins. She had intended to say a few words but caught sight of Li Yi and suddenly found him so endearing that she couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable affection for him. She even sensed a spark of genius about him, convinced that he would grow into a remarkably handsome prodigy. Noticing Yongzhu's gaze, Li Yi raised his eyes to meet hers, and in that moment, Yongzhu's heart fluttered, instinctively avoiding his gaze, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment as her mind wandered into fantasies of affection and blissful companionship. She daydreamed, her face flushed deeper, her skin warming as she covered her heated cheeks. Yongzhu snapped back to reality, chastising herself. "What am I thinking? He's just a child." She cast aside these absurd thoughts, bewildered by her own feelings, knowing that the Taqing sect strictly forbade any romantic entanglements between men and women. As a disciple of the sect leader, she must discipline herself. For years, Yongzhu had never entertained such notions, and this was her first time feeling this way towards a child. How sinful! Yet the thought of this feeling lingered in her mind, tantalizing her with the allure of forbidden fruit. Yongzhu shook her head, reminding herself to focus on her cultivation. Such thoughts were erroneous. She intended to speak to Li Shuer, but forgot entirely upon seeing Li Yi. Her gaze towards him now held a complex emotion, longing to embrace and kiss his chubby cheeks. Li Shuer turned to Yongzhu and asked, "Sister, what do you think? Isn't my brother adorable? Sainess, be careful. I understand. There are no outsiders here, that if I keep this up, I'll end up with a perpetual frown," Li Shuer complained. Yongzhu glanced around the courtyard, relieved to find no one else present, having spent so much time beside Li Shuer. She too had to maintain a serious demeanor, which was exhausting. Sitting beside Li Shuer on a stone bench, she gazed at Li Yi, unable to suppress a smile, her lips curving into a motherly grin. As Li Yi happily indulged in snacks, he felt two intense gazes upon him, sending an ominous chill down his spine. Boys must protect themselves out there. "So good. Can I pinch you?" Yongzhu asked eagerly. "Of course." Yongzhu excitedly pinched Li Yi's soft, creamy skin, which felt wonderfully smooth and bouncy, making it hard to resist. Li thought. "Here we go again." Li Shuer suggested cheerfully. "How about we give Little Yi a bath? Then change him into a dress? He looks even cuter in a dress." Li Yi was speechless. Must I wear a dress again? Why do so many beautiful women want me to wear dresses? Just because I'm handsome, must I dress like a girl? I have no such inclination. Sister, I need writing materials. What do you need that for? To translate scriptures, Li Yi replied seriously. Li Shuer burst into laughter. Amused, you really know how? Just wait, I'll fetch it for you. She didn't believe he could actually do it, thinking he was just playing around. Chapter 26. The encounter of a centuries-old tinder with a fiery blaze. Li Yi picked up the brush and began to write on the paper. After enduring Xiao Qingya's rigorous lessons, his brush strokes flowed effortlessly, and his writing was exquisite. Oh, Li, your writing is so beautiful. Li Shuer exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Li Yi's calligraphy surpassed her OW. Is this truly the work of a child? Li felt a swell of pride, of course. With peak comprehension, grasping the essence of calligraphy was a breeze for him. His skill nearly rivaling that of Xiao Qingya, if not slightly surpassing it. What did you write? Let me see, she said, picking up Li Yi's work to examine it closely. Previously, she thought Li Yi was merely playing, scribbling aimlessly, but to her surprise, he could genuinely write. After scrutinizing his work, Li Shuer's brows furrowed slightly. Although each piece was only a brief excerpt, the content seemed extraordinary. A terrifying thought crept into her mind. Could it be that he truly translated scriptures? Heavens, did he really manage to do that? And he is merely a 1-year-old child. How is this even possible? The degree of his genius left Li Shuer in disbelief, questioning if she were dreaming. Her brother's prodigious talent had already surpassed her understanding of genius. Did you really translate these ancient scriptures? Li Shuer asked in shock. Yongzhu, puzzled, picked up Li Yi's translations to examine them. Moments later, she shared the same look of astonishment with Li Shuer. Although I want to doubt that Li Yi was just scribbling nonsense, the content here certainly does not appear to be random. Of course, Li Yi proudly raised his head, as if to say, aren't I impressive? Both women gasped in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances before regarding Li Yi with expressions akin to awe. How did you manage to translate this? A 1-year-old child, having learned nothing. How could they possibly translate it? This left them bewildered. Li shook his finger. I took a glance, and my mind naturally comprehended. The two. Silence enveloped them, jaws slightly agape, gazing in disbelief. Was it truly that simple? A mere glance. And the mind understands? Are you trying to deceive a child? Such a claim is difficult to believe. Well, what of it? Is it truly so challenging? Li spread his hands in retort, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. In that moment, the worldviews of Li Shuer and Yuzhu crumbled, their minds buzzing. Listen, is this even human discourse? Is it really that difficult? Do you have any idea how many predecessors have toiled for decades, even centuries, studying ancient texts day and night, only to achieve so little? You translated it with a single glance and still question its difficulty. If that group were to hear this, they would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. What's more, Li Yi is merely a 1-year-old child. The gap between people truly so vast. Xiao Yi, you are a prodigious genius. Allow me to plant a kiss on your cheek. Li Shuer scooped up Li Yi and, through her veil, planted a kiss on his chubby cheek. Saintis, the translation of the ancient scriptures. Let us present it to the master, under the name of our Taiching sect, and see how the White Cloud Temple reacts to the revelation that it was accomplished by a mere child. Li Shuer declared proudly, eagerly anticipating their reaction upon discovering that the translator was but a 1-year-old. A moment later, at Xiao Hanyan's residence, she gazed at the translation of the ancient scriptures in her hand. Her expression revealing rare satisfaction. To Shuer, you have done exceptionally well. To translate it in such a short time suggests that those from the White Cloud Temple are nothing but inept. Xiao Hanyan set the paper down. Praising Li Shuer, believing it to be her work, Li Shuer clarified. Master, this was not translated by me, but by my younger brother, Li. Xiao Hanyan. Oh. Her expression shifted, surprise flickering beneath her veil. You mean your 1-year-old brother? Yes, Li Shuer nodded. Xiao Hanyan, puzzled, harbored doubts, yet Li Shuer understood that such matters could not be fabricated. She spoke the truth. This was so astounding that it defied comprehension. Her gaze turned to the well-behaved Li Yi beside Li Shuer, recognizing the child as a genius. Yet she had not anticipated such talent in him. His genius bordered on the extraordinary. Xiao Hanyan's heart stirred, suddenly captivated by the charm of this little one. as if an invisible force drew her in. She found him endearing, envisioning that he would grow into a strikingly handsome and poised prodigy. Tio traversed the world with such a genius, and behold its wonders would be sheer bliss. Wait, what am I thinking? Why am I suddenly plagued by such bizarre thoughts? How could I harbor such feelings for a child? This is utterly sinful. I am the dignified leader of the Tai Ching sect, devoted to cultivation, strictly forbidding any romantic entanglements, dismissing all matters unrelated to my training. For many years, Xiao Hanyin maintained this mindset, never allowing her heart to be swayed by anyone, believing she had severed all ties to romantic affections. Achieving a state of transcendent indifference that no, this is not infatuation with Li Yi, it is admiration for his talent. His extraordinary gifts have stirred my heart for talent, thus I am moved. Yes, it must be so. Such a rare talent, if brought under the Tai Ching sect's wing, would undoubtedly become a pillar of our sect in the future. Master, Li Shuer called out, noticing Xiao Hanyin lost in thought. Xiao Hanyin returned to her senses. Looking at Li Yi, still feeling that pang of guilt, she composed herself, restoring her demeanor. Your brother is truly a prodigy. If those from the White Cloud Temple were to learn of this, they would likely be infuriated. Xiao Hanyin remarked that Li Shuer continued. Xiao Yi wishes to see the complete ancient scriptures. With his abilities, he could undoubtedly translate it all. Master, what do you think? Xiao Hanyin grasped Li Shuer's implication. Has your brother ever joined our sect? No. Yuzhu, take this translation to the White Cloud Temple and present it as the work of Li Yi, disciple of the Tai Ching sect. Yuzhu hesitated momentarily, asking, does Master intend to accept Li Yi as a disciple? Li Yi has not joined the sect, but since he is Shuer's brother, let us submit it under the name of the Tai Ching sect first. The disciple understands. Yuzhu promptly set off to carry out the task. Xiao Hanyin cast a glance at Li Yi. His talent indeed stirred her desire to take him as a disciple and keep him close. However, considering that the Tai Ching sect has historically prioritized female disciples, with each generation's leader taking only female students, this unspoken rule caused Xiao Hanyin to hesitate. That it was hesitation, not rejection. Li Yi's talent genuinely captivated her, compelling her to want to cradle him, to pinch his chubby cheeks. Xiao Hanyin felt troubled, pondering how her thoughts had strayed again. This wretched feeling of infatuation, like a bundle of dry firewood, having remained inert for centuries. Upon encountering Li Yi, it ignited into flames, spiraling her thoughts out of control. Xiao Hanyin rubbed her heavy head, wondering if her centuries of composure had been cast aside. Calm down. She chanted a mantra to quiet her restless heart, attributing her agitation to the news of the day. A fleeting spark can easily be extinguished, but centuries of dry tinder, confronted with Li Yi's extraordinary charm, once ignited, is not easily quelled. The effect far exceeds any ordinary woman's response to Li Yi. The only reason she could maintain her composure was that he was simply too young. Young in what sense? Certainly in age. What else could it be? Chapter 27. Two women compete for attention. Leaving Li Yi indifferent. In a chamber within the White Cloud Temple, translations submitted by various sects were gathered for review by the core disciples of the temple. As we suspected, their translations are utterly nonsensical, devoid of logic. How could they possibly rival our decades of effort in such a short time? Look at this one. The translation is so poor, I could have done better with my feet. Even a romance novel would surpass this. Do take a look at my pile. Each translation is more excruciating to behold than the last. Reviewing the haphazard results submitted by various sects felt like a torment. It was a spectacle of absurdity, with each translation more ridiculous than the last. After several days, patterns began to emerge. Old Chun, why are you so silent? Have you been rendered speechless? Noticing that Old Chun was staring intently, not blinking as if nailed to the spot, curiosity piqued. What translation could possibly leave you in such a state? Allow me to appreciate it. Approaching to inspect, he was taken aback, and after a moment, he and Old Chin wore identical expressions of astonishment. Their deep gazes were fixed upon the translation, as if struck dumb. What translation could elicit such a reaction from you two? They gathered closer, and predictably, silence ensued, their faces displaying surprise and contemplation. Quickly, summon the temple master. Before long, Zhang Zuan, the master of the White Cloud Temple, hurriedly arrived. What has happened? Pay attention, you must see this translation. Zhang Zuan, puzzled, picked it up for review. After a moment, his brow furrowed, his expression serious, as he meticulously examined it. Not overlooking a single detail, his hands trembled, betraying his excitement, his lips parched. Each page was scrutinized with utmost care. He read through them repeatedly, unconsciously reviewing the 10 sheets 7 or 8 times before withdrawing his gaze. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed in shock. "Could it be that someone leaked our translation results?" A disciple speculated. Zhang Ziyuan shook his head. "This translation is superior to ours. In comparison, our work is riddled with flaws. Utterly insignificant that I had thought my translation was flawless. Yet with this piece," Zhang Ziyuan recognized the disparity. "This is an almost perfect translation." Curiously, he inquired, "Which sect's disciple produced this?" "A disciple of the Taiching sect." Li Yi. Zhang Ziyuan exhaled deeply. The Taiching sect has truly been flourishing with talent in recent years. The Tio thinks such a prodigy exists at Lie. Why have I not heard of him? Is he part of the Taiching sect's elite ranks? I do not recall. His name suggests he is a male disciple. Perhaps he is not particularly strong, or perhaps he is simply low-key. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities, unlike any other. He might even be capable of translating the entire ancient scriptures. Unfortunately, he is not a disciple of the White Cloud Temple. Zhang Ziyuan frowned. While it would be advantageous for someone to translate the ancient scriptures, the problem lies in the fact that he is not one of their own. This would mean gifting someone else the ancient scriptures, a significant loss indeed. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a talent? Zhang Ziyuan pondered, considering that it might not be entirely negative. As the holder of the ancient scriptures, he could leverage this opportunity. With this thought, Zhang Ziyuan revealed a scheming smile that I shall pay a visit to the master of the Taiching sect and witness this prodigy for myself. In the residence of the Taiching sect, Yu Zhu and Li Shuer were in the courtyard, ostensibly accompanying Li Yi in play. In truth, it was Li Yi who entertained the two of them. Poor Li Yi. Navigating the whims of adults was no easy feat. Fortunately, he was well-versed in the art of feigning childhood that as they frolicked, Li Yi experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, attaining the rank of a 3-star martial apprentice. Li Yi remarked, "Is there anything else to discuss? Let the games begin." Is being a 3-star martial apprentice truly impressive? It merely requires some effort. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Li Zimo inexplicably sneezed, feeling as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. "Ah, Xiao Yi, you've made a breakthrough?" Li Shuer sensed the shift in Li Yi's aura. The commotion from his advancement was quite significant, and she was astonished to discover that he had indeed become a 3-star martial apprentice. "What?" Yu Zhu exclaimed, bewildered. They had been playing, and yet he had managed to achieve a breakthrough. Such a phenomenon seemed illogical. Li Yi responded, "The might of the carefree technique is beyond your comprehension." The worldviews of the two young women crumbled once more. Li Yi had been merely playing, without any formal cultivation, yet he had still advanced. Utterly nonsensical. "Xiao Yi, you truly baffle your sister," Li Shuer confessed, her heart a tumult of emotions, her expression tinged with bitterness. All along, Li Shuer had prided herself on being a genius, and rightly so, having displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, ultimately being designated as a saintess. Yet her once prized abilities paled in comparison to Li Yi's. He was a prodigy seemingly favored by fate, leaving her to recognize the insurmountable chasm that lay between even the most gifted individuals. Fortunately, this remarkable genius was her beloved younger brother. After the initial shock, a smile crept upon her lips, joy swelling within her for Li Yi's extraordinary talent that Li quipped, "I wish to remain low-key, but alas, I am a player with cheat codes. To be low-key would be an affront to the system. Xiao Yi, you must diligently cultivate from now on. While I am here to protect you, the day will come when you must safeguard me." "Do you understand?" Li Yi replied. "Such words are easily spoken. Perhaps I should acquire 3 more houses, placing the mortgages in my name. And please, spare me the new account. Yes, when I grow up, I will protect my sister. Anyone who dares to bully her shall face my wrath." He raised his chubby little fist in playful defiance, adopting an adorably fierce expression. This display melted Yoju's heart. He was simply too cute. How she wished for a brother just like him. However, the reality of returning home to tie him to a pillar and whip him would not yield such sweetness. "Saintess, permit me a hug." Li Shuer clutched Li Yi tightly, fearful that someone might snatch him away, determined to protect her brother. Li found himself buried in Li Shui's soft embrace. The sensation was delightful and fragrant. To encapsulate it in 8 words, a vast ocean embracing all, true greatness lies in tolerance. Though it was slightly inferior to that of wet nurses, Li Shui was still young, and the future held promise. The comforting softness of her embrace had him nearly gasping for air. "Let me hold you. No way. Don't you dare snatch him away. He is my brother. I'll only hold him for a moment. Truly, just a moment. Your actions are akin to those of a bandit. Return Xiao Yi to me. Do not kiss my brother." A quarrel erupted between the 2 women in the courtyard, tensions palpable as Li Yi found himself caught in the middle. Nearly torn asunder, his body was smeared with fragrant powders, particularly his face, adorned with countless red lip prints and drool that Li Yi felt utterly disheartened. The number of aggressive women in this age was truly staggering. Sometimes, being overly popular could be a curse. Chapter 28. Women can be terrifying. Even the primordial sacred body cannot endure. 3 days later, the Martial Arts Exchange Conference saw a congregation of esteemed individuals from various sections. The grand venue was the Baiyun Temple's expansive arena, which had been specially enlarged to accommodate the gathering of disciples from prominent sects to witness this grand occasion. The Baiyun Temple had underestimated the allure of the ancient scriptures. Despite their efforts to expand the venue, it remained overcrowded. Dozens of sects, comprising thousands of individuals, were present, with many disciples relegated to the sidelines to as the host. Baiyun Temple occupied the main seat, while other sects were arranged on either side according to their influence. The Royal Academy and Taiching sect naturally took positions on either flank. The distinction between left and right was inconsequential. "Han Yin, it has been too long. Please, Sun Weijie," with a cordial expression, guided Xiao Han Yin. In the Royal Academy, he was revered by many as a teacher. Yet before Xiao Han Yin, he was merely a devoted admirer. His gaze lingered on her, reluctant to part with it even for a moment. Though Xiao Han Yin was veiled, her beauty remained unchanged, exuding the same proud and frosty aura as before. "We are not that familiar. Please refer to me as the leader of Taiching sect," she replied. Her demeanor icily indifferent, chilling those around her to the bone. Her expression was devoid of warmth, only disdain. Having grown into an elder, she still exhibited erratic behavior. Once, Xiao Han Yin had been the radiant saintess of the Taiching sect, captivating many suitors, among them Sun Weijie. For Xiao Han Yin, who was singularly focused on her cultivation, romantic entanglements were merely distractions from her path toward enlightenment. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the Tao could she attain true fulfillment. In her eyes, these admirers were nothing more than bothersome pests, vanquished foes on her journey, stepping stones to her ascent. Sun Weijie's casual address of Han Yin implied a familiarity he had no right to claim, prompting her to disregard him entirely, nearly forgetting his existence. Were it not for his status, she might have struck him down on the spot. Unperturbed, Sun Weijie felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. She was still the same Xiao Han Yin, unchanged, as if they had returned to the past when she had bested him in the arena. That single blow had not only defeated him, but had also struck deep into his heart, leading him to fall hopelessly in love with her. Vowing never to marry anyone else, that he hoped that one day his sincere affection would move Xiao Han Yin, allowing him to embrace the beauty he desired. Clearly, this was merely a one-sided infatuation on Sun Weijie's part, as Xiao Han Yin paid him no mind and took her seat among the Taiching sect's designated area, as the Royal Academy's representative. Sun Weijie proceeded to his own designated spot. Jiang Haoming glared intensely at Li Yi, who was being led by Li Shui, recalling the piercing gaze Li Yi had cast upon him that day, his teeth clenching in jealousy. Those freshly restored teeth are doomed. Sun Weijie, displeased, remarked, "You are a prince. You must maintain your image and demeanor. Should I instruct you on this as well?" Jiang Haoming suppressed his jealousy, striving to uphold the dignified bearing befitting a prince that he is merely a child, and besides, he is just the saint's brother. It seems the saintess shares a good rapport with him. If you wish to be with the saintess, you must cultivate a good relationship with her little brother, Sun Weijie analyzed. "The student comprehends," Jiang Haoming replied solemnly, recognizing the truth in Sun Weijie's words, yet unable to quell his envy. After pursuing Li Shui for so long, he had never even been close enough to hold her hand, let alone approach within a meter of her. Sun Weijie's gaze lingered on Xiao Han Yin, while Jiang Haoming's attention fixated on Li Shuer. The teacher and student were decidedly aligned in their sentiments. Zhang Zuan quietly inquired of the disciple beside him, "Have you managed to discover who Li Yi is?" During a previous visit to Xiaohanyan, they had established a preliminary agreement. Should Li Yi indeed translate the complete text, both sects would share the secrets, for which Baiyun Temple would need to pay a price that in comparison to the ancient scriptures. Such a price was negligible. Eager to meet this prodigious talent, Zhang Zuan had been disappointed when Xiaohanyan declined, stating that Li Yi would naturally present himself at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Zhang Zuan was increasingly impatient to learn of Li Yi's identity. "Such a genius was of paramount importance to Baiyun Temple that I have inquired. There is no disciple named Li Yi within the Taiching sect. However, the Saint's brother is indeed that child." Li Yi, a child. Zhang Zuan gazed at Li Yi, who was being led by Li Shuer. "Are you implying that the scriptures were translated by this mere child?" "I certainly do not believe it. The Taiching sect presented it in that manner. I suspect they are using the child as a shield to mislead us," a disciple speculated. "The only issue is that using a child as a decoy seems rather dismissive of Baiyun Temple." Zhang Zuan stroked his beard, nodding in affirmation as he contemplated Xiaohanyan's intentions. That he mused, could it be that Xiaohanyan harbored ulterior motives, seeking to monopolize the ancient scriptures' content and never intending to share? Uncertain of Xiaohanyan's plans, he could only proceed cautiously. Li Shuer and Li Yi took their seats beside Xiaohanyan, while Li Yi appeared utterly drained, a pair of panda eyes betraying the ordeal he had endured. 3 days. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 3 days? The female disciples of Taiching sect, having been sheltered from the presence of men, appeared as though they had never encountered a boy before. Each one of them, like a parched wanderer, eagerly approached Li Yi, showering him with affection and playful bites, tugging at him to join in their games. Li found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of eager disciples. The situation escalated to the point where they formed a queue, taking turns to ensure that each one had their moment with him. Amidst this chaos, there were several instances of scuffles, leaving Li Yi bewildered as to how many times he had been touched. Feeling as though a layer of his skin had been worn away in their company, he found himself devoid of privacy and security. The terrifying nature of women struck him profoundly at that moment. He comprehended the essence of existence as he resolved to renounce it all and embrace monastic life, seeking refuge from the clutches of these ravenous women. The extent of their desperation was indeed alarming, rendering even his formidable ancient sacred body unable to withstand the onslaught, resulting in the unsightly panda eyes he now bore. Fortunately, today marked the beginning of the Martial Arts Exchange Conference, where the Taiching sect maintained an aloof and dignified facade, making it improbable for them to play with Li Yi in front of the assembled crowd. Those harboring such thoughts could only stifle their desires. Over the past few days of rare tranquility, Li gradually regained his composure, bolstered by the strength of his ancient sacred body. Once he had adjusted his mental state, he sat upright and adorably beside Li Shuer. Though she had initially wished to embrace him, she refrained, considering the implications. "Let me hold you. I long to kiss you." "This wretched martial arts exchange conference is hindering my ability to dote on the child," exclaimed Dujud. Li began to understand the privileges of youth, as each disciple took advantage of his status as a child, treating him as they wished. "Once I grow up, let us see who dares to call me a child." Chapter 29. Beautiful Senior. May I embrace you. The Martial Arts Exchange Conference commenced under the stewardship of Zhang Zuan, with talents from various factions elucidating their understanding of martial arts, showcasing their skills in combat. The primary focus of the exchange was dialogue, with an emphasis on various techniques and demonstrations of martial prowess. Each individual's interpretation of martial arts varied, leading to spirited debates akin to a contest of wits. The discussions intensified, for comprehending martial arts is a true test of one's innate talent and is crucial for cultivation. This was undoubtedly a competition of giftedness. Disciples from prominent sects took to the stage, some presenting their sect's techniques and articulating their merits while engaging in friendly contests with their counterparts. Li Shuer, glancing at the obediently seated Li Yi, revealed a gentle smile beneath her veil. She understood that his compliance was an effort to spare her from any inconvenience. Truly, he was quite perceptive as the martial arts exchange reached a fever pitch. The lesser talents had showcased their abilities, paving the way for the main event where the true geniuses would shine. Xiao Hanyan exchanged a glance with Li Shuer, signaling her to prepare. When your sister takes the stage, you must remain as well-behaved as you are now, Li Shuer gently instructed him. I will behave. Rest assured, sister. Li nodded adorably. Fear not, holy maiden. I shall look after little E, Yuju interjected, stepping forward to Li Shuer regarded Yuju with caution. Wary of her excessive enthusiasm towards Li Yi, fearing she might whisk him away, she turned to Xiao Hanyan. I kindly ask you to keep an eye on little E, reflecting on the past few days. She felt uneasy in trusting him to the group of elder sisters. It was better to rely on her master. Xiao Hanyan initially contemplated declining the request, questioning why the esteemed leader of Tai Ching sect should supervise a mere child. Yet upon gazing into Li Yi's large, innocent eyes and cherubic face, she found him irresistibly endearing. The icy facade of her heart began to thaw under his charm, and she thought, this little one is truly delightful. A wave of unexpected warmth washed over her. What a vexing sensation. Could this little creature possess some sort of enchantment? The veil effectively concealed Xiao Hanyan's expression, and she merely nodded slightly. Maintaining her silence, as the martial arts exchange escalated, the audience's attention shifted to Li Shuer and Jiang Haoming, the undeniable focal points of the event. That must be the holy maiden of Tai Ching sect. Despite her veil, I wager she is breathtakingly beautiful, and the leader of Tai Ching sect is sure to be equally stunning. Could it be that only extraordinary beauties are allowed to lead? Need we even speculate? We have seen her face before. Who knows if we'll have the chance to catch a glimpse of her exquisite features? Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible, and do keep your hands to yourself. Who is that child? A boy. Li Yi, a solitary boy amidst the throng of female disciples, stood out remarkably. Did I hear he is the holy maiden's brother? He must be a prodigy as well. Why do I feel this child is rather handsome? Am I hallucinating, or does this little boy possess striking features? Given the holy maiden's beauty, it stands to reason her brother would not be lacking in charm. Yet, why are you fixated on the holy maiden's brother? The exchanges on stage were fervent, while the discussions below flourished equally. Gossip and rumors spread like wildfire, each iteration morphing into a new version. Often unrecognizable from the original, did I swear, sensed the opportune moment and gracefully ascended to the stage, her toes barely grazing the ground as she floated onto the martial arts platform, captivating the audience with her ethereal presence. The atmosphere fell silent, the clamor of discussion abruptly ceasing in respect for Li Shuer. Upon witnessing her ascent, Jiang Haoming could no longer contain himself and joined her on stage at LIE, however, found no interest in this exchange conference. For one possessing peak comprehension, these discussions felt akin to mere children's games in terms of martial prowess. They could hardly compare to the results he achieved. In a fleeting glance that he stifled a yawn, only to suddenly notice the predatory gazes upon him. Turning to observe, he found the female disciples, their eyes fixated on him with an intensity that suggested they might devour him whole. This gaze startled Li Yi. Still a child at heart. Anxiously, he inched closer to Xiao Hanyan, fearing only she could quell the hunger of these ravenous disciples. I am but a child. I cannot withstand such turbulent waves, Xiao Hanyan, perplexed, glanced at the disciples, arching an eyebrow slightly. Noticing her gaze, the disciples flinched, straightening up and adopting a serious demeanor, as if engaged in a solemn discussion of martial arts. Their antics were a farce, akin to an actor worthy of an Oscar. Lie sighed in relief. It was indeed Xiao Hanyan's presence that provided security. Leaning against her, he felt enveloped by a sense of safety. Yet, Xiao Hanyan could not fathom why these disciples were so enthralled by a mere child. Was he truly so captivating? Casting a glance at Li Yi, she diverted her attention, resolving to disregard her earlier thoughts. Observing Li Yi inching closer, she found herself inexplicably stirred, a strange anticipation blossoming within her. Xiao Hanyan berated herself internally, questioning why she had become so peculiar. I have maintained a state of detachment for centuries. My composure ought not be so easily disturbed. Lie, however, remained acutely aware of the relentless stares directed at him. Drawing nearer to Xiao Hanyan, he devised a plan, thinking that perhaps this would deter those who sought to claim him. Moreover, as the leader of Tai Ching sect, Xiao Hanyan's composure was formidable. She remained impervious to the allure of her own extraordinary charm. Throughout this time, Had she ever exhibited any of the same behaviors as those other girls? The answer was a resounding no. In fact, she displayed no reaction whatsoever, maintaining her cold and aloof demeanor just as she had when first encountered. It could be said she embodied the essence of a true powerhouse, unaffected even by the extraordinary allure bestowed upon her by the system. This was the essence of a true champion. In the embrace of such strength, Li felt utterly secure, even amidst the frenzied attentions of the female disciples, who seemed intent on smothering him. Feigning innocence, he revealed his youthful charm, displaying a skill he had mastered to perfection. Senior, you are so beautiful. Will my sister be as lovely as you when she grows up? Under normal circumstances, Xiao Hanyan would not entertain such inquiries from a child. Yet, gazing into Li Yi's sparkling eyes, a long-buried tenderness surged forth, warming her icy heart as if it were melting away. Yes, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, yet laden with a depth of emotion that belied her composed exterior. In that moment, despite her steadfast demeanor, a profound transformation had occurred within her, though she remained true to herself, embodying the essence of who she had always been. Beautiful senior, may I embrace you? Xiao Hanyan paused. Taken aback by Li Yi's request, that I end that instance, her mind did not immediately conjure thoughts of refusal. She considered denying him, but her reasons were not rooted in disinterest or a lack of affection for Li Yi. Nor did they stem from a desire to uphold her aloof persona. Rather, it was the awareness of their surroundings and the multitude of onlookers that made such an action seem inappropriate. Yet upon witnessing the innocence in his large, starry eyes, her heart softened, that in an unexpected turn of fate, she found herself uttering a single word, all right. Chapter 30. The world may crumble, but Li Yi must survive. All right, the word escaped her lips. She herself was astonished. Did I really just agree to that? The utterance of that word was instinctual. Within the subconscious of Xiao Hanyan, it signified agreement. However, in the present moment, gazing at Li Yi's adorable, large eyes reminiscent of a Kazi lawn, outstretched arms yearning for an embrace, Xiao Hanyan found it incredibly difficult to resist and nearly impossible to refuse that it was merely a matter of holding a child. After all, what harm could it bring? She extended her arms, lifting Li Yi and placing him upon her lap, that a wave of tenderness surged within her, and as she beheld the cherubic figure of Li Yi, plump and petite, sitting so obediently on her legs, she could no longer suppress her affection. She gently pinched his chubby little face that Li protested. There are always troublesome subjects wishing to pinch my face. I must insist. You are the esteemed leader of Tai Ching sect, the epitome of aloofness. One must maintain decorum and cannot descend to the level of those terrifying female disciples. Tilting her head upward, he could not discern Xiao Hanyan's visage, as it was obscured by her magnificent headdress. Her face hidden behind two monumental peaks. From a distance, they appeared unremarkable. Yet seated upon Xiao Hanyan's lap, he recognized her impressive stature, a grandeur both magnificent and overwhelming. Xiao Hanyan clearly embodied frugality, a paragon of quality and self-discipline as a female leader. Why was she so frugal? With such a physique, there was no need to worry about food falling to the ground during meals. Was that not the very essence of thriftiness? Pray tell, which young man could resist the allure of a girl so devoted to conserving resources? Under the midday sun, the toil is immense. Beads of sweat fall upon the earth, each grain a laborer's burden. Li Yi reclined backward, finally catching sight of Xiao Hanyan's veiled face, still as frigid as a glacier. Devoid of any discernible emotional shift in her gaze, he exhaled in relief. It appeared he had been overly imaginative. This was merely an unforeseen incident. Xiao Hanyan was indeed a model of dedication to her cultivation, strictly prohibiting romantic entanglements between men and women. Surely, I did not misinterpret. The sect leader is actually playfully engaging with Xiao Yi. I must be hallucinating or perhaps lost in a dream. Xiao Yi was so well-behaved, it was certain the sect leader had taken a liking to him. Yet, how he longed for an embrace. Observing Li nestled in the sect leader's arms, the female disciples were thrown into a frenzy, filled with envy yet powerless to act. I noticed the furious expressions of these female disciples and breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful for his cleverness in seeking refuge in Xiao Hanyan's embrace. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Xiao Hanyan, with a cool demeanor, playfully pinched Li Yi's chubby little face, the tactile sensation as delightful as she had anticipated. Leaving her unable to withdraw her hand, an indescribable emotion blossomed within her heart, warming her spirit as she gazed at Li Yi, bringing her immense joy. For centuries, her heart had remained encased in ice. But this was the first time such a transformation had occurred. It was difficult to fathom what had transpired over the past few days. She had only known this child for 3 days. Yet never before had she experienced such feelings. She wished to accompany Li Yi, quietly watching him run and grow, witnessing his maturation. The sensation was truly extraordinary. Could this be maternal love? A terrifying thought invaded Xiao Hanyan's mind as she gazed at Li Yi, contemplating the delightful prospect of nurturing such a child. Setting aside these troubling musings, she sought to calm her restless heart, embracing the child with tranquility. She adjusted Li Yi's posture, allowing him to lean against her. Resting her hand on the armrest, propping her head lazily, quietly observing the exchange conference. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Royal Academy's domain. "Why must this little brat be so privileged?" Sun Weijin nearly shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Li Yi nestled in Xiao Hanyan's embrace. Standing up and slamming his hands on the railing, visibly agitated in that moment, he could not contain his composure. What of being a role model? What of royal etiquette? All of it was cast aside as his mind fixated solely on the outrageous sight of Li Yi seated in Xiao Hanyan's lap. She was Xiao Hanyan, the goddess he had longed for. Even in dreams, he dared only to gaze at her from afar, feeling utterly content with that. Yet now, this little brat, Li Yi, was audaciously seated in Xiao Hanyan's arms. In his heart, Xiao Hanyan was sacred and untouchable. No one dared approach her, not even himself, let alone engage with her, especially not men. Even infants were excluded. Such a Xiao Hanyan was the epitome of perfection. Yet this child, Li Yi, shattered that illusion, tarnishing the image of his flawless goddess. No. Sun Weijin's heart echoed with a howl of despair as he gazed skyward, feeling utterly defeated. How could he possibly lose to a child? What right did that child have? At this moment, a familiar melody seemed to echo in his mind. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls. Noticing the atmosphere within the Royal Academy, many bewildered gazes turned toward the commotion. Puzzled by the unfolding events, had Sun Weijia lost his composure? Jiang Haoming turned to observe Sun Weijia, pondering his teacher's peculiar behavior. The current state of his mind reminded him of his own experiences. Could it be? He glanced toward the Taiching sex audience, and upon seeing Li Yi comfortably seated on Xiao Hanyan's lap, leaning against her, Jiang Haoming comprehended everything. It seemed Sun Weijia was undergoing a similar ordeal to his own. Instantly empathizing with Sun Weijia's plight, however, who had proclaimed the need for decorum, who had said that a mere child should not evoke jealousy, he resolved to remind his teacher that Li Yi was the brother of Xiao Hanyan's disciple. It was essential to cultivate good relations that he had anticipated his teacher to possess greater composure. It appeared he was no different from himself. Yet Li Yi was undeniably infuriating. He recalled the day Li Yi had deliberately cast a triumphant glance in his direction, clearly reveling in his success, that he could not fathom what charm Li Yi possessed. Jiang Shuer was understandable, as he was indeed her brother, and they shared a close bond. But Xiao Hanyan's affinity was perplexing. It contradicted her persona. Had the goddesses collectively succumbed? What was this little brat's background? In that moment, Li became the object of envy for all the men present, and if each were to stab him, Li would be reduced to mere pulp. In the hearts of every man present, this one-year-old child had become a common enemy. The world could crumble, but Li must perish. Feeling the malevolent stares directed at him, Li feared and clung tightly to Xiao Hanyan, seeking refuge in her embrace. He could not comprehend why they regarded him with such hostility. What ill intentions could a mere child harbor? Xiao Hanyan pondered. Is this child cold? I must ensure he does not catch a chill. With utmost care, she tightened her embrace around Li Yi, imbuing him with warmth and a hint of her delicate fragrance. Having accomplished this, Xiao Hanyan maintained a facade of calm. While her heart brimmed with tenderness, it truly seemed to be a unique form of maternal love. Witnessing Xiao Hanyan's actions, many were left in shock, especially Sun Weijia. His eyes reddened, and one might mistake it for an outbreak of conjunctivitis. I cannot coexist with this child. Chapter 31. At the tender age of 1, still relying on milk, the exchange conference progressed. With the inclusion of talents like Jiang Shuer, it reached a crescendo. At this juncture, a swordsmanship prodigy spoke. Yu Yangchen, the young master of the Yu Mountain Sword sect. While the Yu Mountain Sword sect may not rival the Taiqing sect within the Great Qian dynasty, it remained a first-rate sect with a profound heritage. Yu Yangchen was the hope of this generation, having mastered the true teachings of the Yu Mountain Sword technique and achieved fame at a young age. Besides the Yu Mountain Sword technique, he had even created his own sword style, aspiring to carve a path of his own in the realm of swordsmanship. Though still young, he had a long journey ahead. Yet his achievements thus far positioned him among the elite of his generation. With few rivals to this exchange conference, he was the only one capable of threatening Jiang Shui's position at the helm. Yu Yangchen eagerly anticipated a duel with Jiang Shui, as mutual admiration among geniuses could only lead to breakthroughs when equally matched. Saintus, it has been a long time. I have eagerly awaited the opportunity to duel with you. And today, that chance has finally arrived. Yu Yangchen performed a courteous bow. I too look forward to engaging with young Master Yu. Jiang Shui replied nonchalantly. Young Master Yu, I have heard you have combined the Yu Mountain Sword technique to comprehend a brand new sword style. Perhaps you could showcase it for everyone at this martial arts exchange? Jiang Haoming suggested, closing his folding fan. Yu Yangchen responded, that is precisely my intention. I would be honored to have the presence of all here to critique and offer insights. Yu Yangchen took his place in the center of the martial field, as the crowd parted to make way for him, eager to witness his swordsmanship. The animated discussions among the audience gradually quieted down. All eyes fixed on Yu Yangchen, anticipating the display of this swordsmanship prodigy's self-created technique. Creating one's own sword style requires an exceptionally high level of comprehension of swordsmanship. Such geniuses are exceedingly rare, especially considering Yu Yangchen was still in his early 20s. Although he had blended the existing Yu Mountain Sword technique with his own innovations, achieving this was still a remarkable feat, promising a bright future ahead. Yu Yangchen unsheathed his long sword and commenced demonstrating his sword technique. All eyes were riveted upon him, observing his every move. Many spectators exhibited expressions of astonishment. Indeed, it was exquisite. No wonder Yu Yangchen was heralded as a swordsmanship prodigy. With such innate talent for the blade, it seemed the Yu Mountain sect had a promising future ahead. Though the shadows of the Yu Mountain Sword technique were subtly discernible, reaching this level was already a rare accomplishment. The elders of the Yu Mountain sect chuckled heartily, stroking their beards with a look of satisfaction illuminating their faces, for they were quite pleased with Yu Yangchen's performance. This was not merely a display by Yu Yangchen. It served as a testament to the entire Yu Mountain sect's prestige at that moment. Every member of the sect felt an overwhelming sense of pride. After executing a complete set of sword techniques, Yu Yangchen sheathed his sword and gestured humbly to the gathered crowd, requesting their guidance and insights. Though he feigned humility, a sense of arrogance radiated from his countenance, as he firmly believed that none could unravel the intricacies of his swordplay, at least among his peers. This conviction stemmed from his innate talent for swordsmanship. While he could not guarantee his superiority in overall strength among his contemporaries, he possessed unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship. With his head held high, he scanned the assembly of talented individuals, seeking their counsel. Li Shui, who was not well versed in the art of the sword, pondered potential strategies to counter Yu Yangchen's techniques. Although her prowess surpassed his, the martial arts exchange focused not solely on raw strength, but rather on the essence of martial arts and the ability to counter techniques. Faced with an unfamiliar swordplay, she dared not act recklessly. Jiang Haoming also refrained from engaging. They were all prominent figures, and a loss would bring disgrace. It was prudent to allow others to test the waters first. I shall challenge you, declared a swordsman of notable talent, stepping forward to measure skills with Yu Yangchen. Please, Yu Yangchen responded, adopting a courteous posture. The two took their positions at the center of the arena, commencing their duel. Their fierce swordplay clashed violently, sparking intense flashes of energy. From the outset, Yu Yangchen exhibited undeniable dominance. Though his opponent wielded commendable techniques, he was unfamiliar with Yu Yangchen's style and suffered greatly as a result. Additionally, his innate talent paled in comparison to Yu Yangchen's, leaving him thoroughly overwhelmed. Within 10 exchanges, he was decisively defeated. Wow! I never anticipated that Yu Yangchen's self-created swordplay would be so formidable. His talent is beyond our reach, the onlookers exclaimed, having witnessed the practical application of Yu Yangchen's techniques. The younger generation felt utterly inadequate in comparison. However, among seasoned experts like Xiao Hanyan, Yu Yongchen still appeared somewhat inexperienced, and his swordplay revealed critical flaws. Nonetheless, his achievements at such a young age were a testament to his innate talent and dedication. The older generation of experts remained silent. Their participation in a gathering of young martial artists would be seen as bullying the youth, an affront to their dignity. The arena momentarily fell into silence, as no one dared to challenge Yu Yongchen recklessly. The previous defeat serving as a cautionary tale, the Lie, with wide eyes, turned to Xiao Hanyan and innocently inquired, "Senior, is this swordplay truly impressive?" In a hushed atmosphere, his voice resonated distinctly, drawing the attention of all present. The spectators regarded him with skepticism, dismissing the musings of a child. Xiao Hanyan, typically reticent and often unresponsive to trivial inquiries, surprisingly answered Li Yi with patience. To create a set of sword techniques based on the Yu Mountain swordplay at such a tender age is indeed a rare talent. Few can accomplish this. As for the swordplay itself, it is passable. This statement was more than she usually articulated in an entire day. Despite her aloof demeanor during the critique, an unusual warmth emerged in her response to Li Yi. Contrasting with her usual frostiness towards others, her seemingly simple assessment ignited a significant stir. As a top-tier expert of the Deqian dynasty, her talent was unquestionable. Thus, receiving her acknowledgement was a clear validation of Yu Yongchen's abilities and efforts. "Is that so?" Li mused, biting his finger in a childlike manner, deeply engrossed in the moment. After a brief pause for contemplation, he expressed his perspective, "But I find it rather mediocre. I fail to see its greatness. Yet I discern numerous flaws. Fatal flaws." Li's bold assertion took the audience by surprise, eliciting incredulous glances directed at him, as they struggled to comprehend how a mere child could possess any understanding of swordplay. "If this child truly grasped swordsmanship, I would eat this sword on the spot," one spectator declared, brimming with confidence. Yu Yongchen's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Li Yi with displeasure. After toiling tirelessly to develop his swordplay, hearing it dismissed as worthless was most irksome. Despite his irritation, he maintained decorum and inquired, "Oh, so you are well versed in swordplay. May I inquire about your age? Are your teeth fully grown?" Li huffed, puffing out his chest as he replied in a babyish voice, "Do you truly think I am but a 3-year-old who knows nothing? I am but 1-year-old and still nursing. Of course, my teeth are not fully formed." The laughter erupted uncontrollably, as many could not contain their mirth at the absurdity of a child speaking so boldly, causing some to question their own confidence. Momentarily reminded of the innocence of youth. "Such folly. A child has no place in matters of adulthood," they chided. "Indeed, let the children remain out of grown-up affairs," came the retorts that Li responded. "You said it yourselves. Do not blame me for my lack of compassion." Turning to Xiao Hanyan, he declared, "Senior, I am hungry and wish to drink milk." Xiao Hanyan, perplexed, questioned, "What do you mean? You seek milk from me?" Her mind struggled to comprehend, as a question mark appeared above her head. Li's whimsical train of thought bewildered her. Why would he request milk from her? Did she appear as though she could provide such nourishment? Although she possessed a figure that could be described as ample, she had never been a mother and had no milk to offer. This request was entirely unexpected. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in astonished chatter, wondering why Li Yi would seek milk from Xiao Hanyan, as she could in no way fulfill such a role. The notion that she could be a maternal figure was utterly implausible. As the commotion escalated, Yu Zhu interjected, "Master, allow me to take little Yi. I shall feed him." Xiao Hanyan's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning, "How can you provide nourishment?" Yu Zhu hastily clarified, "Not in that sense." Producing a bottle filled with beast's milk. Xiao Hanyan's expression shifted to one of understanding. She had nearly misinterpreted the situation, leading her to think Li Yi desired something entirely different than Li. Aware of the female disciples eyeing him like predators, realized that should he fall into their clutches, he would undoubtedly emerge with dark circles under his eyes after a night of torment. "I want the beautiful senior to feed me," he boldly proclaimed. "Come here, little Yi. Do not trouble our master," Yu Zhu urged, startled by the audacity of Li Yi's request, to everyone's astonishment. Xiao Hanyan extended her hand and said, "Give him to me. I shall do it." The entire assembly gasped, eyes wide with disbelief, as they struggled to process the shocking revelation. "What? Xiaohan Yin truly intends to feed Li Yi. Is this the same Xiaohan Yin we know? No, this must be an impostor. The real Xiaohan Yin would never stoop to such an act. Sun Wei Jian nearly choked on his own astonishment, collapsing to the ground in disbelief, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. As snowflakes drifted and the northern winds howled, Xiaohan Yin lazily took the milk bottle and offered it to Li Yi, who eagerly accepted it, drinking with fervor while casting a triumphant glance at the audience. This gaze provoked an avalanche of murderous intent among the onlookers, as they collectively thought, this child must be silenced. What audacity! Was he flaunting his triumph? It may appear as though he triumphed in the verbal sparring. Yet in truth, he is lost at life. Li Yi's maneuver is akin to a dagger piercing their hearts with malice, inciting a wave of jealousy among them that on the surface, Xiaohan Yin seems composed. But within, a tempest of emotions stirs, her self-proclaimed maternal love overflowing. Beneath her veil, a subtle smile graces her lips, a rare and tender expression that, regrettably, remains hidden from all, even from Xiaohan Yin herself, that Li Shuer stands astounded. Her master's treatment of Xiao Yi is exceedingly generous, surpassing even the affection shown to her. Despite having been designated as the holy maiden of the Taiqing sect since childhood, she has never received such warmth from her master. It appears that her master holds a particular fondness for Xiao Yi, perhaps even contemplating breaking tradition to accept him as a disciple. A most fortuitous development that Li declares that he has discerned the flaws in the Yiyang morning sword technique. Recalling a prior visit to the Li family, he remembers having overheard them mention that he mastered the basic sword techniques merely by glancing at them, subsequently enhancing them, indicating his extraordinary innate talent for swordsmanship. It is possible that he truly has identified the shortcomings of the Yiyang morning sword technique, sparking a moment of inspiration. Xiao Yi, how did you come to perceive the flaws in the sword technique? Li Shuer inquires that Li replies, I simply observed with my eyes. Haha, what a child. Yiyang Chen chuckles. Surely, the holy maiden does not genuinely believe that a mere child could discern the flaws in my sword technique. Li Shuer interjects, you may not be aware, but Xiao Yi is my brother, possessing talent that rivals my own. However, his mastery of swordsmanship surpasses mine, hence I place my faith in him. Despite her words, the crowd remains skeptical, dismissing the notion that a child still in his infancy could understand swordsmanship. Since you assert that you can identify the flaws in the sword technique, then you must surely comprehend its intricacies. Li Shuer encourages. Upon hearing her, Li comprehends her intent and nods in agreement that, of course, the sword technique is so simple that I learned it with a mere glance, he boasts, lifting his chin with pride. Li Shuer continues, yet since they do not believe, why not demonstrate for them, so they may witness what true genius in swordsmanship looks like? Since my sister has requested it, I shall reluctantly oblige, Li responds. The sibling duo working in perfect harmony, allowing no opportunity for others to interject. With that, Li Shuer ascends to the audience area. Master, I shall take Xiao Yi down to demonstrate. I appreciate your patience. Xiaohan Yin remains silent, merely nodding, for she understands Li Shuer well enough to know she would not take such risks without certainty. Though the prospect seems ludicrous, Xiaohan Yin trusts Li Shuer, and more importantly, trusts Li Yi, a belief that stems from the heart, independent of opinions. Carrying Li Yi, Li Shuer approaches the training ground Li. With his short legs, strides forward, extending his hand. Please lend me your sword. Yiyang Chen smirks. Thinking the child naive that my sword possesses sentience and recognizes me as its master. Others cannot wield it, that if you possess the ability, feel free to take it. That is your claim, Li Yi retorts, twisting his neck. Recognition of a master is a concept reserved for mortals like you. In the realm of swordsmanship, such notions do not apply. Yiyang Chen eagerly anticipates the spectacle, knowing that a sword bound to its master cannot be wielded by another. Forcing it would result in backlash against the user that Li reaches out, placing his hand on Yiyang Chen's sword, effortlessly drawing it forth. What? How could you possibly unsheathe my sword? Yiyang Chen exclaims, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets as he stares at Li Yi. Li Yi snorts dismissively, not bothering to respond, instead examining the sword in his grasp. It is a fine blade with sentience, yet it pales in comparison to the Feishua sword, merely adequate for use. While it is true that a sword bound to its master cannot be wielded by another, it is contingent upon the individual Li's innate sword aura envelopes the blade, enabling it to recognize who is truly worthy as its master, thereby dissolving the limitations of ownership, allowing it to be wielded at his discretion. This is impossible. Yang Chen watches in disbelief as his sword willingly cooperates with Li Yi. You are my sword. Before my very eyes, you align yourself with another, and what is more disheartening is that it shows no reluctance, but rather eagerness to comply with him. Such treatment is something even he has never experienced. This sword is one of the renowned blades of the Yu Mountain sect. Even a swordsman of Yang Chen's caliber did not earn its recognition immediately, but rather through prolonged trials. Yet here stands an outsider, wielding it with ease, rendering his past efforts a mere farce. For a swordsman like Yang Chen, a sword is akin to a beloved spouse. To see it so casually handled by another, and willingly at that, feels like a slap to his face. The onlookers, too, are left in a state of shock, especially the members of the Yu Mountain sect. They are well aware that Yang Chen's sword recognizes its master. How then can Li Yi wield it? What extraordinary quality does this boy possess? Li Yi senses the sword's enthusiasm, eager to dance in tandem with him. Feeling honored to be wielded by Li Yi, he of course will not disappoint it, demonstrating his prowess before its rightful owner. The only challenge remains the disparity in size between the sword and the still childish Li Yi, creating a rather comical sight, yet it does not hinder his display of swordsmanship. Gripping the sword, he swings it with grace. Due to its sentience, the sword does not require Li Yi's strength to lift it harmonizes with his intent, executing the techniques seamlessly in the next moment. Li Yi effortlessly performs Yang Chen's self-created sword techniques, embodying them entirely, fluidly, and skillfully, even surpassing the proficiency of Yang Chen himself, with subtle modifications that render the technique even more exquisite. Intending to present the techniques as they were, Li Yi's innate pursuit of perfection in swordsmanship compels him to rectify any perceived flaws, as he cannot abide such roughness. As the audience watches Li Yi's fluid performance, their jaws drop in astonishment, gazing at him as though entranced. Upon concluding his demonstration, Li Yi returns the sword, which trembles slightly, seemingly delighted by his performance. At this moment, they truly believe in Li Yi's capabilities. However, the question lingers. How could he, having merely glanced at the technique, possess such understanding without knowledge of its principles or cultivation methods? Even if he is indeed gifted, mastering the techniques in a single viewing should amount to mere swordplay. Yet he embodies them so completely. Even more astonishing is that he not only performs better than Yang Chen, but also enhances the technique. That he is, after all, just a child of merely 1 year. Is this to be called a 1-year-old child? How astonishingly preposterous! At this moment, none are more flustered than Yang Chen, who has dedicated years to perfecting his sword techniques, only to have them effortlessly mastered by this young child. To wield his sword with greater skill is a bitter pill to swallow. That he stumbles back, clearly shaken, losing his footing and sitting down hard upon the ground. What manner of creature are you? Yang Chen interrogates. Humph. Li Yi scoffs haughtily, disinterested in answering Yang Chen's inquiry. The extent of my prowess is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Now you comprehend my might, do you not? Li Yi raises his head with pride, returning the sword to Yang Chen. Train diligently, and do not squander the potential of this fine sword, and do not concern yourself with me. In the realm of swordsmanship, you will never catch up to my strides. With his hands clasped behind his back, he adopts an air of superiority. The previously astonished crowd now perceives this child as insufferably arrogant, a source of irritation. Exhibiting an ostentatious demeanor, Li muses. What use is a system if I cannot flaunt my abilities? Displaying my prowess brings me joy. A single day without ostentation leaves me restless. The essence of life lies in the unending pursuit of showcasing one's superiority. A life devoid of such is incomplete and devoid of amusement. That Li Shuer, observing her brother's posture, cannot help but chuckle at his self-important demeanor. That my dear brother is truly adorable. Yet in this moment her laughter goes unnoticed. As the attention of all is riveted upon Li Yi, Xiao Hanyan, rarely displaying such seriousness, straightens herself, recognizing why Li Shuer holds such confidence. She acknowledges that Li Yi's talent is indeed extraordinary, far beyond her expectations. What Li Yi has accomplished is something even the current martial sovereign, Xiao Hanyan, cannot achieve. This child is destined to be an unparalleled genius, surpassing even herself, such a prodigy. There exists a disparity even among geniuses. I now understand. They collectively realize their previous intent to eliminate Li now transformed into reverence that a talent of such unprecedented caliber is worthy of being cherished by any sect. Were Li to be a disciple of their sect, any number of the sect's most beautiful maidens would happily care for him, even if it meant allowing him to ride upon their heads. Should Li express a desire to become the sect leader, there would be no need to wait until the morrow. They would immediately yield their positions. The Taiching sect is indeed a grand sect, blessed with extraordinary fortune, first with Li Shuer, and now with Li Yi. How are the other sects to survive? Li Yi, with his short legs, races to Li Shuer, exclaiming, "Sister, am I impressive?" Li Shuer affectionately ruffles Li Yi's hair, gently praising him. "You are the most impressive, Xiao Yi." She lifts him in her arms and addresses Yi Yang Chun. "So, do you now believe that my brother is a genius of swordsmanship?" Not merely intended for Yi Yang Chun, but for all present. The voices that had previously doubted Li Yi fell abruptly silent. Li Yi was not just a prodigy in the sword arts. He was nothing short of a genius. Nay, even beyond that. I believe it. Yi Yang Chun, dejected, picked up his sword, only to sense its disdain upon contact. As if it were saying, "Observe how others wield me, and learn from them." At that moment, Yi Yang Chen's resolve shattered, and Li Yi became the specter that haunted his heart. Li Shuer inquired, "Is there anyone still exchanging martial arts?" With Li Yi's emergence, who would dare to show their face? Undoubtedly, at this martial arts exchange, Li Yi had claimed the top position. Zhang Ziyuan, regaining his senses, recalled the task of translating ancient scriptures and thought it quite possible that this young man was indeed the one. What a talent! He announced, "I declare that the leader of this martial arts exchange is none other than Li Yi of the Taiching sect." This conclusion was met with no dissent. "Not at all. I have no desire to be the leader." Li shook his head, rejecting the prestigious title with indifference. "That I did not participate in the martial arts exchange. It was my sister who urged me to take the stage. That I am nowhere near as formidable as her. Thus the leader should rightfully be my sister." Zhang Ziyuan coughed awkwardly. While other prodigies vied for the title of leader, this child dismissed it outright. "Did I ask this what true genius looks like? For someone like Li Yi, the title of leader was merely an inconsequential label. This time, the leader is Li Shuer of the Taiching sect. Although slightly hasty, it was the only option, as Li Yi had already spoken. "You little rascal. Have allowed your sister to bask in your glory," Li Shuer mused, uncertain of what to say. "Her brother was simply too extraordinary." "I promise to protect my sister," Li Yi replied innocently. To Li Shuer felt a warmth in her heart. Having such a brother was more than sufficient. "All right then, I shall rely on you to protect me from now on," she said gently, embracing Li Yi as they retreated to the audience. "Master." Xiao Hanyan nodded slightly towards Li Shuer, acknowledging her performance, while casting a meaningful glance at Li Yi, who was cradled in her arms. After this encounter, everyone assumed Li Yi was a disciple of the Taiching sect, which was not entirely accurate. They contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to recruit Li Yi into their sect. A talent like him should not be allowed to slip away. But the question remained, who would take Li Yi as a disciple? Xiao Hanyan entertained this thought. Yet doing so would make her the first sect leader in history to accept a male disciple, breaking an unspoken rule. However, for a genius like Li Yi, such a sacrifice was warranted. Accepting Li Yi as a disciple would solely be due to his exceptional talent, nothing more. Zhang Guan, regarding the translation of the ancient scriptures, has anyone been designated to observe? You have yet to address this. A sect leader reminded him. Zhang Ziyuan smacked his forehead. He had been so focused on Li Yi that he had forgotten this matter. He proclaimed, "Only one individual meets our criteria for translation. Li Yi of the Taiching sect." The audience erupted in astonishment. "What again? It's Li Yi. This child is simply unbelievable. Are you saying that a mere child comprehends ancient scriptures? Do not forget, he also grasped Yi Yang Chen's sword techniques in an instant. I truly believe he might just be capable. This child is terrifying. He possesses exceptional swordsmanship and can translate ancient texts. Could he possibly be a reincarnated being of some great power? Given Li Yi's remarkable prowess, many speculated he might indeed be a reincarnated master. Lie, however, interjected, "What reincarnation? I am but an ordinary child who enjoys drinking milk." What sort of prodigy had the Tai Ching sect taken in? The eyes of various sects were filled with jealousy, lamenting that this genius did not belong to their faction. Zhang Ziyuan continued to announce the remaining 9 prodigies qualified to scrutinize the complete ancient scriptures. You may accompany me to the pavilion to review them. Zhang Ziyuan personally led the qualified individuals to a pavilion, guiding them to view the ancient texts. Aware of the complexity of the ancient scriptures, they knew that not everyone could translate them. Most sought merely to showcase their talents at the martial arts exchange and garner some fame. As for the ancient texts, they intended to memorize as much as they could to bring back to their sects for study. Zhang Ziyuan felt a surge of delight. It was fortunate that he had previously struck a deal with Xiao Hanyan to maintain good relations with the Tai Ching sect. This was undoubtedly advantageous, and the benefits now seemed to far outweigh the value of the ancient scriptures. His attention was entirely on Li Yi, eager to observe his reaction upon encountering the complete ancient texts. Within the pavilion, Zhang Ziyuan activated the formation. Such a significant artifact as the ancient scriptures was naturally safeguarded by a protective array. Once the formation was engaged, ancient characters floated in the air, arranged and combined to form the complete text. The entire pavilion was filled with these densely packed, orderly floating characters. This was the text displayed through the formation. The original version was securely guarded by the Baiyun Temple to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from stealing it. Upon seeing these obscure and perplexing ancient characters, all present felt a headache coming on. They could not comprehend any of it. They could only memorize the shapes of the characters, but ancient script was far from easy to commit to memory. Li gazed at the characters and likened the experience to learning Tibetan for the first time. They all looked remarkably similar. After a while, he became utterly confused and had to abandon the task. The time allotted for reviewing the complete ancient scriptures was 3 hours. For the eager prodigies, this felt fleeting. Memorizing in 3 hours was utterly insufficient, and they would need at least 3 months. For Li Yi, however, this was an eternity, and he found himself nearly dozing off. After finishing his examination of the ancient texts, Zhang Ziyuan closed the formation and led everyone out to the martial arts exchange concluded. All major sects departed from Baiyun Temple. The Tai Ching sect's entourage, led by Xiao Hanyan, returned to the temple alongside Li Shuer and Li Yi. Zhang Ziyuan had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Xiao Hanyan's return, he breathed a sigh of relief that it's settled. Please follow me. Zhang Ziyuan led the group back to the pavilion, where only 5 individuals remained, those he trusted most, given the value of the ancient scriptures. It was best that few knew of their existence. Zhang Ziyuan produced the original scroll of the scriptures, unfurling it and presenting it to Li Yi for examination. I wonder if you can translate this, and how long it will take. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Li Yi. It was hard to believe that such a young child possessed this capability. Li glanced at the original ancient scriptures, confirming that they matched what he had seen in the pavilion. Only then did he respond, I have already translated it while in the pavilion. I do not need this. The crowd stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? I have already translated it. Please bring me ink, paper, and a brush, Li Yi reiterated impatiently. Zhang Ziyuan hurried to fetch the prepared writing materials, all of the highest quality, worthy of the ancient scriptures. Li Yi picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to inscribe the translation. All eyes were glued to the tip of his brush, eagerly watching him write each character, filled with anticipation to discover the entirety of the content. Li Yi not only translated effectively, but also wrote beautifully, leaving them to wonder if this was truly a mere 1-year-old child. It is undoubtedly the reincarnation of a formidable being. After completing the translation of 1 volume, he immediately delves into the next. Upon examining the content of this volume, an expression of astonishment graces his features. Truly, Li Yi has managed to translate it. They had spent decades on this endeavor, producing merely 10 segments, and those were not as precise as Li Yi's rendition. In just 3 hours, Li Yi astonishingly translated the entirety of the ancient scripture. The efforts of decades pale in comparison before Li Yi. Is this the chasm that separates genius from the ordinary? No, Li Yi is not merely a genius. He is a prodigy. After several hours of labor, Li Yi finally completed the entire translation, stretching his sore joints. His hands, nearly exhausted from writing, Li Shuer, feeling a pang of sympathy, clasped Li Yi's hand and gently massaged it, acknowledging the hard work of this little one. Zhang Ziyuan trembled as he cradled the ancient scripture translated by Li Yi. Akin to holding a sacred text, fearful of soiling it with even a careless touch. His heart surged with excitement. The fruits of decades of painstaking research had finally come to fruition. In this moment, he could finally relish the results. With this ancient cultivation technique, Baiyun Temple would undoubtedly flourish. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Hanyin spoke. "This belongs to us. You may transcribe a copy." Her frigid tone was not a negotiation with Zhang Zuan, but rather a decisive declaration. One that brooked no dissent, that understood that I in the presence of Xiao Hanyin. Zhang Zuan dared not voice any demands. Merely obtaining a copy was already a success, for the content was of utmost importance, but he took it upon himself to transcribe a copy for safekeeping. Xiao Hanyin's gaze swept over the cultivation technique, and after a thorough perusal, her comprehension abilities yielded substantial insights. After reaching the martial venerable realm, Xiao Hanyin's progress had been sluggish, and she had encountered a bottleneck. She had thought this was the limit of her innate talent. However, after studying the cultivation technique, she felt a vague stirring, as if she might break through that bottleneck, that if she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the cultivation technique, she would undoubtedly surpass her current limitations and achieve even greater heights. Little did she anticipate such a boon, and the most crucial aspect of this gain stemmed from Li Yi. This realization solidified her determination to take Li Yi as her disciple. Once Zhang Zuan finished transcribing, with a wave of her hand, the copy Li Yi had written fell into Xiao Hanyin's possession. She remarked, "Remember the promise you made to me. Rest assured, Sect Master Xiao. We will certainly uphold our agreement. We are men of our word." Zhang Zuan replied with a respectful gesture. Xiao Hanyin ceased speaking and departed with Li Yi and Li Shuerted as they returned to the spirit vessel. They were greeted by Yu Zhu, who had been waiting for them. The spirit vessel set its course toward Taiqing's sect. With only 4 individuals aboard, Yu Zhu piloted the vessel. Xiao Hanyin turned to Li Yi, producing the ancient scripture he had translated. "Li Yi, will you take this back to the Li family? May our Taiqing sect transcribe a copy." Given that it was Li Yi's translation, she fully respected his scholarly rights. Li Yi replied, "If the beautiful senior requires it, I shall gift it to you. After all, I have already memorized it and have no further need." "Very well." Xiao Hanyin accepted it, then pondered for a moment before continuing. "Earlier, at the martial arts exchange, I told outsiders that you belong to our Taiqing sect. Now everyone believes you are one of us. What are your thoughts on this?" Li Yi responded, "What should I think? Should I merely look?" Li Shuer beamed. Knowing her master would not overlook such a prodigy as Li Yi and would indeed break the rules to take him as a disciple. After all, geniuses often enjoy privileges. With this, her most cherished younger brother would also be in Taiqing sect, making things infinitely more interesting. She quickly echoed Xiao Hanyin's sentiments. "Little Yi, master, is a top-tier powerhouse of the De Qian dynasty. Your exceptional talent, should you become her disciple, will certainly lead to better prospects. Moreover, with your sister in the sect, if master intends to take you as a disciple, do not hesitate to kneel and pay your respects." Become a disciple? Li Yi pondered for a moment, considering that compared to Li Yin, becoming the disciple of the stunningly beautiful Xiao Hanyin was entirely incomparable. The answer was evident. Furthermore, Xiao Hanyin's aloof demeanor suggested a more lenient approach to him, which suited Li Yi perfectly. The only concern was that the Taiqing sect had an abundance of female disciples, and he had already witnessed their insatiable thirst for attention, not even sparing a mere child like himself. Should he enter this den of seduction, he feared he might not withstand it. Although being surrounded by a throng of beauties was delightful, a privilege of childhood, excessive enthusiasm could also prove detrimental. An idea struck Li Yi, and he proposed, "May I take the beautiful senior as my master?" With wide, expectant eyes, he inquired, to whom Xiao Hanyin nodded in agreement. Li joyfully exclaimed, "Disciple Li Yi pays respects to the beautiful master." He performed the customary bow. Xiao Hanyin, with a slight nod, acknowledged Li Yi, successfully accepting this prodigious disciple. "Simply call me master. There is no need to add beautiful." Li Yi replied, "Because master is exceedingly beautiful. Not merely beautiful, hence beautiful master." His childish, innocent demeanor was fully on display. Immersing himself in the role of a child, one must live in the moment, adapting to their role. Xiao Hanyin acquiesced to Li Yi's words. No woman dislikes being acknowledged for her beauty, and Xiao Hanyin was no exception. "Master, may I wait until I grow a bit older before going to Taiqing sect?" Li gazed up at Xiao Hanyin with wide eyes. Xiao Hanyin was puzzled. Why? Chapter 36. To practice this skill, one must first castrate themselves. Facing Xiao Hanyan's inquiry, Li earnestly explained, because I am still but a 1-year-old child. I have yet to wean. And there are several wet nurses at home awaiting me. Upon uttering these words, even the typically aloof Xiao Hanyan could not maintain her composure. What a bizarre reason. Not weaned yet. You have several wet nurses waiting for you at home? Could your excuse be any more ridiculous? Li Shuer chuckled at Li Yi's words, thinking to herself how truly childlike he was to utter such a reason. Perhaps only he could in the grand scheme of things. The most significant concern was indeed whether he could manage to wean before joining Tai Ching's sect. Otherwise, he would have to bring a wet nurse along. What intrigued Xiao Hanyan was the meaning behind several wet nurses. Xiao Hanyan nodded in agreement. With regard to her disciple, she did not impose stringent requirements, mirroring Li Yi's own thoughts, opting for a more nurturing style of teaching. Thank you, beautiful master, Li Yi said with a smile. Xiao Hanyan regarded the child with a surge of fondness, anticipating Li Yi's growth. With his talent, he would undoubtedly catch up to her, standing alongside her at the pinnacle of the great path in the future. Yuzhu adjusted the vessel's course toward the Li family. She pinched her waist, feeling a sharp pain. This was no dream. Yuzhu could hardly believe that Xiao Hanyan had broken the rules to accept Li Yi as her disciple. Li became the sole male disciple in the history of Tai Ching's sect. Upon reflection, having such an adorable junior in the austere environment of Tai Ching's sect would undoubtedly bring immense joy. Life would surely become more interesting than ever before. Thinking of this, Yuzhu expressed her support for Xiao Hanyan's decision. Although Li Yi had yet to arrive at Tai Ching's sect, the affection shown by the junior sisters over the past few days indicated that he would be exceptionally well received once he did. However, if Li Yi were to be surrounded by that throng of senior sisters, would she not find it difficult to spend time with him? As Xiao Hanyan perused the ancient cultivation technique, she immersed herself in study. The ancient cultivation technique differed significantly from most contemporary techniques. Given the disparity in eras, the methods also varied. Acquiring the ancient technique did not mean it could be applied directly. One must integrate it with their own cultivation style. Otherwise, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Why was Li Yi unaffected? After all, you are discussing this with a player who possesses extraordinary abilities. Maxed out comprehension means these issues do not exist for him. Li Shuer was also engrossed in studying the ancient cultivation technique. Should they glean insights from it, both their cultivations would undoubtedly improve significantly. Yet, mastering the ancient technique was no simple task at this moment. It was time for the ever-capable Li Yi to make his entrance that he approached Li Shuer and asked, "Sister, can you understand this? If you cannot, feel free to ask me. I can explain it all." Li Shuer. She lifted her gaze, silently observing the innocent, untainted expression of Li Yi, unsure of how to respond. Despite being merely 1 year old, he was offering to guide her in understanding the cultivation technique. The scene was unexpectedly comical, yet Li Yi genuinely possessed that qualification. Indeed, there exists a disparity among geniuses. Our little E is remarkable, even capable of instructing his sister. Li Shuer picked up a volume. How about this one? Li cast a glance and, in his childlike voice, began explaining the principles with remarkable clarity that Li Shuer listened attentively, finding it far quicker than her own efforts in studying. Nodding with newfound understanding, she remarked, "So that's how it is that I contemplated for a moment and inquired, Sister, could you share your cultivation technique with me? That way, I can assist you in comprehending it more swiftly." To truly comprehend Li Shuer's cultivation techniques is essential for guiding her in grasping the ancient methods of cultivation. Li Shuer cast her gaze towards Xiao Hanyan, the holy maiden of the Tai Ching sect. She practiced the sect's inherited techniques, which were passed down from generation to generation, reserved solely for the sect leader and the chosen holy maiden. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Hanyan nodded. This particular set of techniques is tailored for female practitioners. For males, it would yield counterproductive results. In fact, this is true for the majority of Tai Ching sect's techniques, which is why the sect primarily recruits female disciples. Sharing the techniques with Li Yi poses no issue, provided he does not practice them. Xiao Hanyan's cool fingers pressed against Li Yi's forehead, demonstrating the techniques rather than imparting them. For Li Yi, there was little distinction. He would grasp it with just a glance. Initially indifferent, he became tense upon understanding the essence of the Tai Ching sect's inherited techniques, which revealed a startling 8-character insight. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration. This method is exclusively suitable for women. Should a man attempt to practice it without a uterus, he would undoubtedly fall into madness, transforming into a creature that is neither man nor woman. For a man, this technique is perilously dangerous. Fortunately, only the sect leader and the holy maiden are permitted to practice it. Otherwise, if Li Yi were to attempt it, he would lose the joys of manhood. The name of the technique is Tai Ching Ju, the cornerstone of the Tai Ching sect, and Li Yi comprehended why the sect is characterized by a prevalence of femininity over masculinity. One could hardly avoid such an imbalance. Tai Ching Ju is indeed a commendable technique, boasting a high potential ceiling. After a cursory glance, Li Yi realized he had no intention of delving deeply into this method. He had no desire to forfeit the pleasures of being a man. Utilizing his exceptional comprehension, he ingeniously fused Tai Ching Ju with the ancient cultivation methods, discovering the optimal way to amalgamate both. Xiao Yi, how was it? Li Shuer inquired anxiously as she observed Li Yi open his eyes. I understand, Li Yi exclaimed, seizing the ancient cultivation methods to elucidate to Li Shuer how to comprehend them, ensuring that Tai Ching Ju could yield superior results with the aid of the cultivation methods. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, Li Shuer gained a fresh perspective on Tai Ching Ju. It can be cultivated in such a manner. Despite having practiced Tai Ching Ju for over a decade, her understanding paled in comparison to Li Yi's initial grasp, leaving her feeling as though her years of dedication had been in vain. Truly, comparison breeds envy. Following Li Yi's elucidation, Li Shuer felt confident that her cultivation would proceed with greater ease henceforth. Truly, you are my genius younger brother. Xiao Hanyan, while seemingly engrossed in the cultivation methods in her hands, was attentively listening to Li Yi's discourse. Her regard for Li Yi deepened. This child exhibited such profound understanding of Tai Ching Ju that it nearly rivaled her own. If given more time, he would undoubtedly surpass her. His capacity for comprehension is astonishing. Noticing Xiao Hanyan eavesdropping, Li Yi chirped innocently, "Pretty master, if you wish to listen, do come closer. I shall share it with you." Xiao Hanyan fell silent, reluctant to respond. Any ordinary woman would have been mortified at being caught eavesdropping. How embarrassing it is for the esteemed sect leader of Tai Ching to be overhearing a mere child expound upon techniques. Chapter 37. Having a large bust does not guarantee you milk. Though Xiao Hanyan maintained a calm exterior, her heart brimmed with embarrassment. However, Li Yi's capacity for understanding is indeed extraordinary, far exceeding her own, and his unique insights into the techniques were worthy of her study. Listening to Li Yi's interpretations, her comprehension of the techniques escalated, and breaking through her bottleneck seemed imminent. Xiao Hanyan found herself questioning whether this truly was a one-year-old child, pondering if he could possibly be the reincarnation of the Tianshan child elder. Aside from his talent, Li did indeed exhibit the traits of a child. He was not even weaned yet. Observing Xiao Hanyan's silence, Li Yi assumed she was uninterested and continued explaining to Li Shuer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hanyan shifted her position, inching closer to listen more intently, maintaining a facade of seriousness as she pretended to study the cultivation methods in her hands. Li Shuer. Li Shuer nearly burst into laughter, having never noticed such a side of her master before. Could it be due to Li Yi's influence? Indeed, who could remain composed in the face of Li Yi's prodigious talent? At least on the surface, her master maintained an unruffled demeanor. Time flew by swiftly during their earnest study, and before they realized it, they had arrived in Shuzhou. "Master, we have arrived," said Yu Zhu, halting the spirit vessel. Li Shuer rose, taking Li Yi's hand to lead Xiao Hanyan toward the Li family abode. Upon learning of Xiao Hanyan's arrival, the members of the Li family gathered to greet her, each wearing enthusiastic smiles. Some sought to catch a glimpse of Xiao Hanyan's beauty, hoping to ascertain whether she matched the rumors. Others approached to ingratiate themselves to the holy maiden of the Tai Ching sect. Li Shuer's connection with the sect was akin to that of family. So how could they not be fervent? Furthermore, Xiao Hanyan was a formidable warrior. In the Dacian dynasty, she was revered and sought after. Unexpectedly, the esteemed sect leader of Tai Ching has graced our humble abode. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me, sect leader Xiao, Li Yintian said, clasping his hands in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Li family head, I am here to witness what manner of place could foster such talent. Xiao Hanyan replied with a calm demeanor. Please come inside, Li Yuntian invited, leading her to the parlor and offering the finest tea. Many members of the Li family rushed to catch a glimpse of this powerful figure, prompting Li Yuntian to clear his throat, requesting those who were not pertinent to depart. They appeared as though they had never seen the world, which could lead Xiao Hanyan to believe the Li family is provincial. It was crucial to leave a good impression on her first visit. They could not allow Li Shuer to lose face that Li Yuntian and Xiao Hanyan took their seats, and the first madam, Bai Lian, smiled warmly. Your presence, sect leader Xiao, truly elevates our humble abode. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, please forgive us. There is no need for such excessive formalities between the Li family and my Taiching sect. Xiao Hanyan responded with a measured tone. Your words ring true, and I must ask for your continued care of Shuer. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let us know. Bai Lian maintained her smile. Xiao Hanyan was evidently not adept at small talk, and her naturally reticent nature left Bai Lian to carry the weight of the conversation. Had there been complete silence, the awkwardness of the situation would have been palpable. Sect leader, it is good to see you, a familiar voice called out, drawing Li Yi's attention towards its source. Li Yin. Xiao Hanyan turned to Li Yin, rising to greet him. Senior Li, it has been quite some time. It has been 200 or 300 years, hasn't it? You calling me senior is something I cannot accept. Time passes swiftly. You are now the sect leader of Taiching. Li Yin reflected, a look of nostalgia on his face. He was significantly older than Xiao Hanyan, yet she had now attained the martial sovereign realm, while he remained stuck at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, likely to remain there for the rest of his life. Having met Xiao Hanyan a few times before, their relationship was not particularly close, merely a nodding acquaintance. Reflecting on the past and observing the present, the passage of time was a ruthless blade. Its effects vividly evident on Li Yin while leaving Xiao Hanyan seemingly untouched. Senior, you have always been a formidable opponent, taking on 3 of the Dian dynasty's talents single-handedly. I remember it clearly. Li Yin gestured dismissively. I've grown old, past my prime, unable to compete with you young ones, especially not with you. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Yin inquired, might I ask why sect leader Xiao has come this time? Xiao Hanyan replied, Shuer is my direct disciple that I should have visited the Li family long ago, and I also wish to see what kind of treasure trove could produce such exceptional talents. Li Yuntian and the others exchanged knowing smiles, understanding that Xiao Hanyan referred not only to Li Shuer, but also to Li Yi. Clearly acknowledging Li Yi's prodigious talent, that Li Yuntian humbly responded. Sect leader Xiao is being modest, that my son cannot possibly compare to your esteemed presence. Xiao Hanyan shook her head, stating plainly, my talent does not surpass Li Yi's. That Li Yin rubbed his forehead, realizing that after all these years, Xiao Hanyan had not changed her straightforward demeanor in the least. At times, her candor left others speechless. Could you at least be a bit more subtle, so that we might converse? I have another purpose for my visit. I wish to take Li Yi as my disciple. What? Li Yuntian, having just taken a sip of tea, sputtered in shock, staring incredulously at Xiao Hanyan. Surely, she jested. While Xiao Hanyan was indeed a top-tier powerhouse. Who wouldn't he be honored to become her disciple? She was the sect leader of Taiching. How could she possibly take a male disciple? More critically, the Taiching sect had strict rules prohibiting romantic entanglements between genders. If she were to take Li Yi as her disciple, it would mean he could never marry, thus jeopardizing the continuation of his exceptional lineage. This would spell disaster for the future of the Li family. Xiao Hanyan clarified, rest assured, family head, I am simply taking Li Yi as a student to impart skills. I will not interfere in his other matters. That Li Yuntian sighed in relief, that is how it is. With a top-tier powerhouse like Xiao Hanyan to mentor him, Li would undoubtedly experience better growth, and Li Yuntian found no reason to refuse. That he promptly declared, very well. Li Yin, however, chuckled. I suppose we should inquire about Heir's intentions. After all, Heir has always been a child of strong opinions and would not acquiesce lightly. Reflecting on his own failed attempts to persuade Li Yi to become his disciple, Xiao Hanyan maintained a serious demeanor and interjected. Li Yi has already agreed upon his arrival. What? This time, it was Li Yan's turn to splutter tea everywhere. Unwilling to accept this, he questioned why Xiao Hanyan's consent should outweigh his own. Was it merely because Xiao Hanyan was beautiful and a woman? Remembering Li Yi's refusal of his offer, drinking milk. Suddenly, Li Yin had an epiphany as he glanced at Xiao Hanyan's bosom. Could it be? No, that couldn't possibly be the case. That child, just because Xiao Hanyin was well endowed, did not guarantee that he would receive milk from her. He ought to be more discerning. Chapter 38. Organizing a wife selection ceremony for Li Yi. After visiting the Li family, Xiao Hanyin departed, accompanied by Li Shui. Although Li Shui was reluctant to return, she had no choice, with the ancient cultivation techniques now in her grasp and Li Yi's explanations aiding her. She needed to seize the opportunity to practice diligently. Li Shui reluctantly bid farewell to her family and followed Xiao Hanyin back to Taiqing sect for Li Yi, due to his youth and his proposal. He would remain at the Li family for the time being until an opportune moment arose to join Taiqing sect. Xiao Yi, your sister is leaving. Do remember to think of her, Li Shui teased. Wanted to play with him one last time. Once back at Taiqing sect, it would be a long while before she could see him again, and she would miss pinching his chubby little face dearly. For Li Yi, it was a kind of relief. Although his sister was beautiful and treated him well, being pinched and played with every day was unbearable for a child, surrounded by a plethora of beautiful women. He could do nothing but endure their whims. What child could withstand such a trial? I will definitely miss my sister, Li Yi said in a babyish voice, his large, expressive eyes following Li Shui as she walked away. Seeing this, Li Shui felt her heart melt. She approached Li Yi, knelt down, and took his small hand in hers. Before others, Li Shui was the exalted saintess, but in front of Li Yi, she was simply a sister, one who doted on him. Now give your sister a kiss. You've always received kisses from me, but this time, it's your turn to kiss me. If you don't, I want to take you out to play next time. Li Shui insisted, cupping Li Yi's cheeks with both hands, demanding a kiss. Li. Silence, sis. You are the saintess. Could you please exhibit a bit of restraint? How can a saintess ask a boy for a kiss? Indeed, without distance, there is no disparity. Before the public, Li Shui was an aloof and cold saintess, revered by many, an existence admired from afar and not to be trifled with. Yet in front of Li Yi, she was a tender sister, devoid of pride or chill, overflowing with gentle affection, even indulging in playful antics with him. Speaking of which, who is truly the child here? Shall I provide you with milk? The saintess and the sister were the same person, yet the contrast was striking. Li, resigned as if coaxing a child, planted a kiss on Li Shui's cheek. Internally lamenting, is it so easy being a child? The current generation of adults is exceedingly demanding. Li Shui, satisfied, donned her veil, bid farewell to Li Yi, and stepped onto the spiritual vessel to return to Taiqing sect alongside Xiao Hanyin. On the vessel, Xiao Hanyin quietly observed Li Yi, and no one knew what thoughts lay buried beneath her calm exterior. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Hanyin turned back, the focused leader of Taiqing sect emerging. Yin patted Li Yi's shoulder. You rascal. Instead of becoming my disciple, you've gone to be Xiao sect master's disciple. Li looked up at Li Yin with innocent eyes. Because you are my great-grandfather. Good lad, has your training been consistent these past few days? Li Yin inquired, as if conducting an inspection, for Li Yi was the future of the Li family, and his cultivation must be taken seriously. Li proudly declared, I am already a 5-star martial apprentice. With head held high, he puffed out his chest, almost appearing comical alongside his childlike stature. Yet, the expressions of Li Yin and others were devoid of laughter, instead marked by astonishment, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. 5-star martial apprentice? Li Yi has reached 5-star martial apprentice. What speed of cultivation is this? He remembered that when Li Yi left, he was merely a 2-star martial apprentice, yet now he had advanced to 5 stars. This pace was astonishing, to say the least. Was it not said that as one progresses, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult? Why did it seem that for Li Yi, cultivation was becoming simpler? It had only been a few days. Li Yin, unable to believe his eyes, scrutinized Li Yi's cultivation level, and indeed, he had genuinely achieved 5-star martial apprentice. Hiss, he gasped in disbelief. Among this generation, the talented Li Zimo had only reached 3-star martial apprentice at the age of 3. Li Yin, as the strongest of the Li family, vaguely recalled that he had reached 5-star martial apprentice around the age of 3.5. Truly, one cannot compare oneself to others. Li Yi was in a league of his own. Are you kidding? 1 year old. In Li Yi, they saw the future of the Li family, and after the initial shock came exhilaration. My good son. Come here, and let your father give you a kiss." Li Yuntian exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Li Yi for a kiss. Li, "Not again. This is unacceptable. A beautiful woman would be fine, but Li Yuntian with his scruffy beard is prickly." He promptly raised a hand to block Li Yuntian's advance. Expressing his disdain, Li Yuntian, undeterred, retained his beaming smile. "Haha, Heir is bound to become the youngest martial master of our Li family, and the youngest grandmaster as well," Li Yuntian proclaimed enthusiastically. Billion chimed in with a smile. "Now that Heir is a 5-star martial apprentice, his progress is remarkable, but we must ensure he solidifies his foundation." Yes, my lady is correct. "Now let us inventory the elixirs and resources in the manor. Everything necessary should be made available to Heir," Li Yuntian replied cheerfully. Billion continued, "Regarding cultivation, we cannot be hasty. Since Xiao Sect Master has taken Heir as a disciple, following her path, he will surely become a formidable force. I suggest we arrange a marriage for or Lie." A large question mark appeared above his head. "Arrange a marriage for me? I'm only 1 year old. You call this not being hasty? Why not just have me produce a grandson right now to spare you the trouble?" He glanced down at his younger brother, feeling overwhelmed that if only the system could provide an upgrade in the future. "System, how strong do you wish to become? To the point of using to play the violin? Li, by the way, why is it another arranged marriage, originally in the narrative of his reversal? He had already been engaged to Qiu Lingming, only to be callously jilted, activating the reversal system. Now, with the reversal system activated prematurely, given Li Yi's current status, this time the engagement would undoubtedly proceed without any cancellation, and he would mature accordingly for marriage. Li Yuntian pondered this matter. Once Li Yi joined Taiqing sect, he would need to focus solely on cultivation without distractions, and the ethos of Taiqing sect emphasized purity. Forbidding romantic entanglements, Billion was correct. Arranging a marriage for Li Yi at this stage was indeed prudent. As he grew, they could promptly facilitate the marriage, ensuring the continuation of Li Yi's admirable lineage. If they were to expand the family, why not arrange for a few concubines or personal maids for Li Yi as well? The more Li Yuntian thought about it, the more feasible it appeared, a smile creeping across his lips as he nodded thoughtfully. Upon seeing this expression on Li Yuntian's face, Li Yi sensed trouble brewing. This old man surely had some dubious scheme in mind. As expected, Li Yuntian declared, "Not only should we arrange an engagement, but I plan to host a wife selection ceremony, inviting various esteemed families and sects to attend, in addition to selecting a wife. We shall also arrange for concubines." Chapter 39. The wife selection ceremony and the reactions of various sects after hearing Li Yuntian's proclamation. "Li, I knew it. This old man's schemes are bound to be outrageous. Just listen to what this old man has proposed, a wife selection ceremony, a public contest for wives and concubines. Is this something a rational person could conceive? While it may resonate with the male psyche, might I remind you that I am merely 1 year old? 1 year old? Do you truly wish for me to produce 2 grandsons immediately? I vehemently protest. I refuse this arranged marriage." "What? Why is Li not speaking against it? His silence speaks volumes." "Doubtly, I can only say, your judgment of character is spot on." Billion remarked, "This seems rather inappropriate at a wife selection ceremony for a 1-year-old child. How can that even be considered? It sounds both absurd and ludicrous. Is this truly a proposal that a rational mind could conceive? Indeed, finding a suitable maiden for an engagement is one thing, but hosting a wife selection ceremony, it feels far too abrupt, as if he were a prince seeking a consort." Everyone collectively felt that Li Yuntian's idea was preposterous, a whimsical notion that seemed to spring forth without reason. Li Yuntian, unfazed, replied, "My son Heir is exceptionally talented, a peerless genius. How could we hastily choose a bride for him? We must compare the best of the best to find one worthy of him." "Heir, do you agree?" Teasing the boy in his arms, Li Yi remained silent, choosing not to speak. See, even Heir is silent, which implies agreement. A hush fell over the crowd, for how could a mere child comprehend such matters? Under the autocratic decree of Li Yuntian, it was decided that a wife selection ceremony would be held for Li Yi, scheduled to take place in 2 weeks. Li Yuntian was determined to orchestrate a grand spectacle, dispatching invitations to all the prominent families and sects in the vicinity. Initially, upon receiving the news, these individuals found it utterly ludicrous to hold a wife selection ceremony for a mere 1-year-old child. One might as well ask if the infant could even manage to keep his own affairs in order. The absurdity was palpable. Surely he was not being mistaken for a prince. Even a prince would not be expected to choose a consort at such a tender age. They gathered to witness the Li family's folly, eager to see how they would navigate the ensuing embarrassment. However, as time progressed, the situation began to take an unexpected turn to the Yuanshan sect. Sect Master Yu Jinghong was currently consoling Yu Yangshan, whose spirit had been nearly shattered following the martial arts exchange event. These past few days, he had appeared utterly despondent that he asked the future of the Yuanshan sect. Yu Yangshan's plight filled Yu Jinghong with concern. Should his disciples' resolve falter, who would uphold the sect's dignity? Yangshan, it's merely a setback, Yu Jinghong reassured him. Furthermore, that Li Yi is indeed a prodigy. Unparalleled by ordinary standards. Why burden yourself with comparison? It would only serve to undermine your own potential. Relax, focus on your own journey, and be true to your own efforts. That is what truly matters. Yu Yangshan responded with a bitter expression. Father, I understand. I shall devote myself to my training. Indeed, Li Yi was a genius whose brilliance might not be seen again for a millennium, and being born in the same era would inevitably cast a shadow over the talents of others. To compete with Li Yi was to invite one's own despair. Since I find myself with some leisure these days, let us father and son go fishing and unwind, Yu Jinghong suggested with a smile, seeking to uplift his son that the not lose heart. You have always been the pride of your father. Very well, Yu Yangshan replied, a flicker of confidence igniting within him as he nodded earnestly to that moment. A disciple hurried over with news. Sect Master, the Li family of Shuzhou is organizing a wife selection ceremony for their second young master, that I see that other sects are also preparing for it. What, a wife selection ceremony? I implore you all to spare me such trivialities. I am the sect master. It is beneath me to concern myself with such matters. Not even I would host a wife selection ceremony. Yu Jinghong scoffed, dismissing the news with disdain. Come, son, we shall go fishing instead. There is nothing more important than spending time with you. Yu Yangshan pondered for a moment before replying. Shuzhou Li family? Isn't that Li's clan? Yu Jinghong's expression shifted as understanding dawned upon him. You mean the Li Yi who effortlessly mastered your sword technique at the martial arts exchange? Indeed, Yu Yangshan confirmed with a nod. In terms of family hierarchy, Li Xian is the eldest, Li Shuai the eldest daughter, and Li Yi is the second son. So, they are indeed organizing a wife selection for Li Yi. Yu Jinghong's eyes widened in realization. Li Yi is but a year old. Surely this is an exaggeration. Yet, in a flurry of activity, Yu Jinghong began to instruct, what are you all standing around for? Summon all the female disciples who possess even a modicum of grace. And have Madame bring Lingling as well. Sect Master, but Miss Lingling is only 13, that not inappropriate. The disciple hesitated. Yu Jinghong's patience wore thin. What nonsense. We are beings of centuries. Who cares about age? Go quickly, lest we miss this opportunity. Yu Yangshan observed his father's fervor, bemused. Father, are we still going fishing? Perhaps another time. Yu Jinghong replied, somewhat sheepishly. You should accompany me. It seems you and Li Yi have a unique connection. Yu Yangshan found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence. Was this the privilege afforded to a genius? Such absurdity, and yet everyone rushed to accommodate it. Fortunately, being male spared him from the more ludicrous demands. At Baiyun Temple, Zhang Zan inhaled deeply. Since mastering the ancient cultivation methods, his previously stagnant progress had seen remarkable advancement. Truly, the ancient techniques were formidable. It was no wonder that the era was filled with exceptional beings. Zhang Zan mused, lamenting the scarcity of such knowledge and the difficulties posed by the language barrier. Yet now, with the existence of the prodigious Li Yi, deciphering ancient texts was as easy as drinking water. Master, I have news regarding the Li family. A disciple rushed in, weary from travel. After Li Yi and his companions had departed, Zhang Ziyuan had dispatched someone to Shuzhou to gather intelligence. Speak. He commanded that I have learned that the Li family is organizing a wife selection ceremony for Li Yi and has sent invitations to many families and sects. The disciple reported. What? A wife selection ceremony? Why was I not informed? Zhang Zan questioned incredulously. The disciple faltered momentarily before explaining. Master, we are several thousand miles from Shuzhou. Regaining his composure, Zhang Zan exclaimed, Li Yi is but a year old. And they are hosting a wife selection ceremony? What are we waiting for? Summon my daughter at once. Yes, master. The disciple was about to leave when he suddenly paused. Master, where is your daughter? Zhang Ziyuan hesitated, inadvertently revealing, I have a daughter with the widow of the Wang family down the mountain. The disciple's jaw dropped in shock. Master, you the widow of the Wang family? But her husband has been deceased for nearly a decade. How could she have borne a child? It appears you have kept this hidden well. Zhang Ziyuan maintained a serious demeanor. This is not the time for such discussions. Hurry and bring the child to me. Yes. Zhang Ziyuan clasped his hands behind his back, gazing towards Shuzhou, astonished that he had unknowingly fathered a daughter with the widow, and now this revelation bore unexpected advantages. Truly, I possess foresight. Chapter 40. The Humble Wan Ning. May I serve as the young master's handmaiden? My dear husband, how could you? Li is still so young. Do you not find this wife selection ceremony utterly absurd? Xiao Qingya chastised, her displeasure evident. As an educated lady, such behavior was repugnant to her, and she felt that Li Yuntian was behaving recklessly. To Li Yuntian, unfazed, retorted, What do you, as a woman, know about men's affairs? I may not understand your male concerns, but I am Li Yi's mother, and I seek his best interests, Xiao Qingya asserted with indignation. Attempting to embrace her from behind, Li Yuntian was rebuffed, but he persisted in comforting her. Qingya, the sect master of Taiching and the leader of the Shao sect, wished to take Li Yi as their disciple. You are aware of the sect's strict rules against romantic entanglements. While Li Yi might be exempt from such constraints, the principles must still be upheld, and cultivation remains paramount. Who knows how long he will train at Taiching? It is prudent to arrange matters for him now, so when he matures, everything is in place that I do this for his benefit. Hearing his words, Xiao Qingya felt her resolve waver. As a mother, she naturally wished to see Li Yi establish a family and build a life. She envisioned herself as a grandmother, caring for Li Yi's children and reveling in familial joy. The image was enticing, and gradually, she found herself softening in agreement. Very well, but you must ensure that this is conducted properly. We cannot proceed haphazardly to Li Yi's fiancé. He must be chosen wisely. Of course. Li Yuntian affirmed, Li Yi is the future of our family. His betrothed must be worthy, and they must be of equal standing. Xiao Qingya added, and just one fiancé, he will suffice. This whole affair seems rather exaggerated. Shouldn't we wait until Li Yi expresses such desires on his own? What if we burden the child with expectations? You fail to understand. The more women there are, the more children we can have. Do you not wish to hold more grandchildren in your arms? After some contemplation, Xiao Qingya relented. Very well, that Li Yuntian then playfully touched Xiao Qingya's abdomen, whispering, Shall we consider having another child? Xiao Qingya swatted his hand away, casting him a disapproving glance. She had no intention of having another child. One was already enough, and she feared Li Yi might overthink such matters. Li Yuntian, however, scooped her up and dashed towards their chamber, wholly disregarding the presence of Li Yi, who was seated nearby, enjoying fruit. Li Yi watched in bewilderment. Wan Ning, ever considerate, took Li Yi in her arms and led him to her room to play. Young master, do not wander off and disturb your father and mother. I shall keep you entertained, she said, affectionately ruffling his hair. The more she looked at him, the more endearing he appeared. Yes, Li nodded obediently. You are such a good boy. Wan Ning beamed at him, alias Xiao Qingya's maid. She had watched Li Yi grow up and had developed a unique bond with him, nurturing a deep-seated affection as she witnessed his journey. Li Yi recalled that in the original storyline, Wan Ning was one of the few individuals, aside from Xiao Qingya, who treated him kindly, attending to his needs throughout his upbringing and continuing to do so even after Xiao Qingya's demise. Then, as the reversal system activated, he knew he would not neglect her due to his character. Our little young master is soon to have a fiancé. Wan Ning gazed at Li Yi, her eyes filled with a blend of sentiment and melancholy. Her expression was somewhat conflicted. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally spoke, Young master. Li Yi could only respond with silence, that he found himself puzzled by her hesitance, thinking to himself, I am still but a child. Such matters should not be trifled with. Young master, would you consider choosing me as your maidservant? Wan Ning inquired timidly, her gaze lowered as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Deep down, she understood her status as merely a maid, lacking the authority to voice any demands to her master. Yet her desire to care for Li Yi persisted to Li paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Her statement left him somewhat bewildered. Haven't you always been taking care of me? I find it hard to adapt without Sister Wanning's care. Sister? Wanning replied, her modesty evident. Young master, please just call me Wanning, that I cannot bear the title of sister coming from you. The thought of others knowing Li Yi referred to her as sister filled her with dread, fearing she might be ridiculed. Very well. Li Yi relented, settling himself upon Wanning's lap as he savored the fruits she had peeled for him. In recent days, the Li family had showered him with an abundance of precious resources. Even the fruits he consumed were spiritual fruits, his meals replaced with ethereal rice, and his water substituted with spiritual milk. They spared no effort in providing him with the finest environment for growth, ensuring that every conceivable resource conducive to his cultivation was at his disposal, that in just a few days, Li Yi's cultivation had surged to the rank of an 8-star martial disciple. With the wealth of resources available and Li Yi's remarkable ability to assimilate them, his progress was swift and unprecedented, surpassing even his own expectations. It was evident that the Li family would go to great lengths, even sacrificing their own comforts, to ensure Li Yi's continued advancement. Of course, this was merely a figurative expression. Given the Li family's resources, this level of expenditure was negligible. As he leaned against Wanning, he finally felt a sense of comfort. No longer the emotionless shell he once was. Curiosity struck him suddenly. He wondered if his fiancée, Qilingming, would make an appearance this time. If she did, would their meeting trigger any unexpected challenges, such as an early 3-year agreement? The image of an unparalleled genius overpowering a young girl, earning the title of child killer, made him chuckle inwardly. Qilingming's family was decent, yet they paled in comparison to the Li family. Moreover, Qilingming's abilities had yet to awaken, and her cultivation aptitude was lacking. Thus, it was unlikely they would cross paths. Choosing to not dwell on uncertainties, he resolved to take things as they came, for the notion of retaliation had ceased to exist. According to the ordinary timeline, the 3-year agreement dictated that he simply find Qilingming and defeat her. Young master, shall we take a bath? Wanning proposed, cradling Li Yi as she prepared for their bath. As the steam rose from the warm water, Wanning uncorked a small vial, pouring its contents into the bathwater and stirring it gently. She placed Li Yi into the wooden tub and began to wash him from head to toe, ensuring he was thoroughly cleansed. Upon contact with the diluted medicinal liquid, Li Yi felt a warm current surging within him, a testament to the medicine's efficacy, as the celestial freedom technique activated autonomously to absorb its power. Before long, he broke through his barriers, elevating his cultivation to the rank of a 9-star martial disciple. Cultivation, after all, required effort, 99% diligence, and 1% talent. System. Yes. Once they finished bathing, Wanning placed Li Yi upon a dry towel, gently drying him off. I can manage this myself, Li Yi asserted. This is a trivial matter. Nonsense. It is my duty to see to this. How could a young master be expected to do such things? Wanning replied, her humility shining through. If word got out that Li Yi had to fend for himself, what would become of her standing as a maid? Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated from outside. Chapter 41. Is it time to wean Li Yi? Ha, I have finally broken through. Li Yin walked through the air, hands clasped behind his back, gradually descending to the ground as the entire building trembled from his breakthrough, reduced to ruins. Previously, Li Yi had imparted ancient cultivation methods to Li Yin, and with Li Yi's guidance, Li Yin had gained insights that led him to seclude himself. At last, today he shattered his bottleneck, achieving the revered martial sovereign realm, a level he had longed for, once believing it would elude him in this lifetime. Little did he know, such an opportunity would arise. Thanks to Li Yi, this child was indeed a blessing for the Li family, consistently surprising them all, even benefiting Li Yin himself. Who could have anticipated that a mere child would provide him with a chance to break through? Congratulations, ancestor, on your breakthrough. Members of the Li family gathered around, paying their respects to Li Yin with heartfelt congratulations. Li Yin's breakthrough was a momentous event for the entire Li family. It meant they would possess a formidable force and a stronger foundation, significantly enhancing their power. Martial sovereigns were exceedingly rare throughout the Great Qian, and the Li family's status soared to unprecedented heights. Li Yin, faced with the jubilant crowd, threw his head back and laughed, unable to contain his joy. The news of his breakthrough spread like wildfire, and soon, everyone in Suzhou was aware of it. The impact of a martial sovereign was monumental. Not just Suzhou, but the entire Great Qian dynasty had to take note. Before long, various dignitaries arrived to offer their congratulations. And local officials of Suzhou brought gifts to celebrate. Previously hesitant to curry favor with the Li family, they now had no choice but to do so. Even those who had harbored grudges against the Li family hurried to present gifts, eager to mend relations for fear of retribution. Who could have imagined that such upheaval would stem from a mere one-year-old child? Li Yin, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the crowd of well-wishers, proudly acknowledging their greetings before declaring, "Thank you all for your kind words that I end 7 days, and my great-grandson's wife selection ceremony. I hope to see you all in attendance to Li Yan's immediate announcement of Li Yi's wife selection ceremony in light of his breakthrough spoke volumes." After dismissing the crowd, he was unconcerned with who showed up. The gifts were what mattered. Without delay, he sought out Li Yi, eager to express gratitude to the young lad. "What are you up to?" To his surprise, he found Li Yi lying naked on the bed, with Wanning diligently washing his chubby form. "Why are you still bathing him?" Li Yin questioned, noting that the previous commotion had startled Wanning, causing Li Yi to tumble to the floor, necessitating a second bath. "Ancestor." Wanning quickly bowed respectfully to Li Yan, that Li Yin disregarded her, approaching the bed to converse with Li Yi. After Wanning bowed, she fetched a set of festive attire for him. "It is thanks to the cultivation method you provided that I have now attained the strength of a martial sovereign," Li Yin said, a proud smile gracing his face as he stroked his beard. "Great-grandfather is truly amazing," Li Yi exclaimed, delighting Li Yan's vanity. "You little rascal, you will surely surpass me one day." Li Yin expressed his confidence in Li Yi's future. He had a premonition that Li Yi would become the strongest in the Li family's history, leading them to unprecedented heights. Li nodded obediently. Li Yin appraised the naked form of Li Yi, stroking his beard. "Little one, you are about to select a wife." "What do you mean?" Li Yi retorted, feeling belittled at what's wrong with being small and sprightly. "Have you never heard of that saying?" His irritation grew, and he thought, "System, I want to pull my strings, I need to strengthen." Wanning brought forth a new outfit and began dressing Li Yi. Li Yin cast a glance at Wanning, recognizing her as the maidservant who attended to Li Yi alongside Xiao Qingya. "You're the one who usually looks after Ear." "Yes," Wanning replied with a nod, reminiscent of a chick pecking at rice. "Your appearance is quite pleasing. Take care of Ear well, and in the coming days, prepare him a set of handsome attire for the wife selection ceremony." "Understand?" "Understood," Wanning replied respectfully, her demeanor humble. Li Yin continued to address Li Yi. "I have made it known that I expect all those interested to attend. With my breakthrough, let us see who dares to disrespect you." Li Yi felt a mix of emotions at the thought of a wife selection ceremony. Finding it rather absurd, he could already envision the scene. Him, a mere one-year-old, sitting atop a dais, surveying rows upon rows of beautiful maidens. A sight both ludicrous and surreal. He could only hope his father would not make things too outrageous. After all, while his father might be shameless, Li still held on to a semblance of dignity. After exchanging a few more words with Li Yi, Li Yin departed to consolidate his newfound power. As evening approached, Wanning intended to escort Li Yi back to Xiao Qingya's side, but was taken aback when Xiao Qingya and Li Yuntian reached a consensus that it was time for Li Yi to wean. After all, being on the brink of selecting a wife while still consuming milk seemed inappropriate. The thought of his fiancée feeding him milk was simply too bizarre. This was a wife selection gathering, not a search for a wet nurse. Li seethed inwardly. "This old fool is scheming against me." Reluctantly, he had no choice but to allow Wanting to care for him as he fell asleep. His suspicions that this old fool had intentionally sent him away lingering in his mind. The actions of this old fellow are rather suspect. Raising his gaze to behold Wanning, who was holding his hand, Li Yi discerned anticipation, anxiety, shyness, and a trace of excitement upon her countenance. A person of extraordinary charm, captivating countless young ladies, he found it immensely challenging to navigate the constant attention from women. A man must always safeguard himself in the outside world. System, please mind your language. You are but a one-year-old child, a boy, not Li. Upon entering Wanning's chamber, though modest in decor, it was quite pleasant, embodying the quintessential style of a young girl's boudoir. The personal maid of Xiao Qingya, Wanning enjoyed privileges far superior to those of other servants. "Young master, would you like to take a bath?" Wan Ning inquired nervously, as it was her first experience caring for the young master at bedtime. Previously, she would lull him to sleep in her embrace that I've already bathed twice today. Bath again? You'll shed a layer of skin. Oh, Wan Ning replied softly. Then I shall wash myself. Caring for the young master at bedtime necessitated cleanliness, of course. Yawning, Li climbed into bed, drifting off to sleep unceremoniously. After a bath, Wan Ning emerged, her hair pinned up to avoid getting wet. Resembling a delicate white lotus freshly emerged from the water. Noticing that Li Yi had already fallen asleep, she climbed onto the bed with great care, anxious not to disturb him. Yet, Li Yi was not truly asleep. He could hear every subtle movement she made. Wan Ning tenderly embraced Li Yi, fearful that he might tumble from the bed during the night, finding solace only in holding him close. That it was then that she realized. Sleeping while holding Li Yi was quite comfortable. Soft and endearing. Li opened his eyes, momentarily stunned. Was Wan Ning sleeping in the nude? Who on earth taught her to do so? However, it was indeed warm, with a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance that reminded him of innocence. Although it could not compare to the scent of his mother or wet nurses, it possessed a unique charm. Gradually, Li succumbed to slumber in this gentle embrace. Chapter 42. My son Li possesses the bearing of a great emperor. As dawn broke, Li yawned and awoke from his dreams, rubbing his sleepy eyes that he intended to rise from the bed, but found himself firmly ensconced in Wan Ning's embrace. Unable to move. How fearful she must be of him rolling out of bed during the night. Gazing outside, he noted the early hour. As a cultivator, he required little sleep, and at a certain level. Even sleep became unnecessary. With nothing pressing to attend to, Li decided to surrender to sleep once more. There was no need for toil, no more 9-to-5 drudgery. This was the life he had long yearned for. And now it was finally within his grasp. The art of leisure quietly worked its magic, steadily enhancing his cultivation, promising a bright future. Just as Li prepared to drift back into slumber, Wan Ning stirred, gently nudging him. She murmured in her dreams, "Young master has grown up. He's so big, the servant wants." "Young master, don't go." Wan Ning abruptly tightened her hold on him, curling her body around him. Li. Damn, what on earth is Wan Ning dreaming about? This is unacceptable. After a while, as the first light of dawn crept in, Wan Ning, still half asleep, opened her eyes after years of service as a maid. Her biological clock was ingrained in her very bones. Waking her at the appointed hour, stretching lazily, she reflected on how comfortably she had slept last night. Sitting up, she realized she was without clothing and hurriedly dressed. After her bath the previous night, she recalled the teachings of the matron regarding maids warming the bed for the young master, which necessitated not wearing clothing to keep him warm. Young master is awake. Wan Ning noted, observing Li Yi's wide-open eyes, that Li wore an expression of utter dismay, struggling to comprehend the events of the previous night, that if Wan Ning were to continue caring for him. She truly needed to amend her habit of talking in her sleep and moving about restlessly. Surely, a more decorous approach to slumber would be preferable. Wan Ning assisted Li Yi in dressing before leading him to Xiao Qingya. Xiao Qingya had just awakened and was in the midst of grooming herself to "Ear has arrived," she exclaimed, opening her arms as Li Yi bounded into her embrace, for there was no comfort quite like that of a mother's arms. "You little rascal, still so attached to your mother. That one do," Xiao Qingya gently admonished to Li. However, paid her no mind. Once Xiao Qingya had completed her preparations, she lifted him and proceeded to the parlor. "Mother, where are we going?" Li Yi inquired with curiosity, as a woman of refinement, a cultured lady from a prestigious literary family and the third wife of the Li family. Xiao Qingya seldom ventured in a public view. Today, however, she was headed to the parlor for an important matter. It's all because of your father, arranging that so-called wife selection event. Many families from various sects have brought their daughters and disciples to discuss matters with your father in the parlor. Let me carry you over to take a look at Li. So it is for this reason. Hasn't it yet begun? Why the need to observe now? Xiao Qingya too was taken aback. It was astonishing how many people were so eager to attend such a ludicrous affair that I never anticipated our ear would be so popular, she remarked with a smile, playfully poking Li Yi. Since the last martial arts exchange meeting, Li Yi's reputation had spread like wildfire. There was a 1-year-old child of remarkable talent, an unprecedented prodigy who could master sword techniques at a glance, while others at his age were still playing in the mud. He had already achieved considerable cultivation, displayed exceptional swordsmanship, translated ancient scriptures, and even wielded a sword that others had claimed as their own. These tales, coupled with the first-hand accounts from various sects at the martial arts exchange, fueled the rapid dissemination of rumors about Li Yi, the one-year-old prodigy. Those who had seen him were utterly convinced, while those who had not were filled with skepticism. After all, such matters seemed far-fetched and absurd. Many were drawn to investigate, eager to discern the truth. Upon entering the parlor, Li Yuntian was engaged in lively conversation with the guests. "Sister Qingya has arrived. Please take a seat," Bai Lian greeted, her gaze falling upon Li Yi in Xiao Qingya's arms. Reaching out to tease him, "Why do you not recognize your aunt?" "Annie," Li piped in his babyish voice. "Such a good boy. Come now, greet the uncles and aunts," Bai Lian urged, introducing Li Yi to the guests. Seeing so many people, Li Yi furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply, addressing each and every one as uncle and auntie in succession. The guests regarded him with curiosity, eager to discern whether he lived up to the rumors. At first glance, they found him to be undeniably adorable, but upon closer inspection, they sensed an indescribable handsomeness about him. Though merely a child, it was evident that Li Yi would grow into a striking young man, and a genius at that. The effect of Li Yi's extraordinary charm was palpable, and the guests began to shower him with compliments. "Young Master Li Yi is truly a handsome lad. Despite his tender age, he possesses a demeanor that leaves us all in awe. Indeed, young Master Li Yi exudes an exceptional grace. When he matures, he shall undoubtedly be a dashing figure." One glance at young Master Li Yi reveals his remarkable talent. He is destined to become a peerless powerhouse. Listening to their flattery, Li felt no sense of satisfaction. Rather, he found it rather nauseating. Why did they all behave like sycophants? A throng of admirers fawning over him was rather repulsive. Yet, their words were oddly pleasant to hear. Flattering as they might be, he welcomed their candor to his delight. It was not Li Yi who was most pleased by the guest's praise, but rather his father, Li Yuntian. From the very beginning, a smile had not left his face, and his lips were nearly splitting from grinning. Rubbing his beard, he proclaimed with pride, "My son, Li Yi, possesses the bearing of a great emperor." "Ha ha, Li Yi, the bearing of a great emperor. Such words are not to be taken lightly." Li Yuntian gestured with open arms, and Xiao Qingya placed Li Yi into his embrace. Though reluctant, Li Yi acquiesced to his father's vanity, willingly nestling into his arms, whereupon his father bestowed a scruffy kiss upon him. This moment, two groups entered from outside. The master of Baiyun Temple has come to pay his respects. The master of Yuanshan sect has come to pay his respects. Zhang Ziyuan and Yu Zhenghong strode in side by side, their shoulders brushing against one another, wearing smiles on their faces while secretly vying for dominance. Each eager to outdo the other, that it was evident they had encountered one another upon disembarking from their respective vessels, and their shared intentions had naturally led to conflict. Yu Zhenghong ground his teeth. "You old fool, what business do you have meddling in this affair? Is it even your place to interfere?" Zhang Zuan retorted defiantly. "Why shouldn't I involve myself? I just so happen to have a daughter, sweet and lovely, perfectly suited to be paired with Li Yi, that I've even calculated their compatibility. Their destinies align. And your daughter is of what age now? Is she to be Li Yi's nursemaid?" Yu Zhenghong countered, "What makes it improper? Who cares about age? It's about matching backgrounds and talents. That my daughter is well-educated and capable of caring for Li Yi. She's a perfect fit. And when did you even produce a daughter? Was it just yesterday?" Chapter 43, Dowry. What an alien concept. Have you even seen Li Yi? Yet you come here to meddle that my daughter is of no concern to you. If you have the guts, go home and have another with your wife. Zhang Zan forcefully shoved, nearly toppling Yu Zhenghong into the ditch. So you have a daughter? You hypocrite, unworthy of being a father. If Li Yi were to have a father-in-law like you, it would be a disgrace. Do not embarrass yourself here. Yu Zhenghong squeezed back in, exclaiming, "Hey, you know nothing. I possess the foresight of a prophet. This moment is precisely what I've been anticipating. You haven't even met Li Yi, and your daughter. How old is she? Li Yi is merely 1 year old. Do you not find your actions utterly absurd?" Yu Zhenghong chuckled lightly. "No matter how absurd, can it surpass your folly, sneaking off to have a daughter? Impressive. Your master must be turning in his grave at the thought of passing the position of sect leader to you. Perhaps you should check if your master's coffin is still secure. The two exchanged barbs as they made their way to the living room, with Yu Yangshan trailing behind, utterly speechless, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Why not just marry on the spot? He suggested, glancing at his sister Yu Lingling, who was elegantly dressed and undeniably beautiful at this moment. She wore a look of bewilderment, utterly at a loss. Having been pulled from her secluded cultivation to participate in a so-called wife selection event for a 1-year-old child, who wouldn't be flabbergasted. Moreover, she was already 13, participating in the wife selection for a 1-year-old. Wasn't he that laughable? After much coaxing, Yu Lingling reluctantly agreed to come and take a look at the daughter of the sect leader of Yu Mountain Sect. She understood that one day, for the sake of her sect's benefit, she would have to enter into a union with someone. Yet, she never imagined it would be like this. An infant in her mind. Her fiancé should be a paragon of heroism and genius, as is the fantasy of most girls. Yu Mountain Sect was a first-rate sect. When had it come to this level of sycophancy? Even the crown prince's selection of consorts couldn't be this absurd. I am Yu Jinghong, the sect leader of Yu Mountain Sect, here to pay my respects to the head of the Li family. I am Zhang Zuan, the master of Baiyun Temple, here to pay my respects to the head of the Li family. The two spoke in unison. Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. Welcoming them. You two have traveled far. Please take a seat and let us serve you tea promptly. Turning to inquire quietly of Bai Lian, he asked, Did we invite them? Bai Lian appeared equally perplexed, replying, No, it's too far. We aren't familiar with them. They must have come upon hearing the news. Li Yuntian chuckled, stroking his beard, unable to suppress a smile. It seems my son Yi's charm is indeed considerable, reminiscent of my own youth. Bai Lian shot him an incredulous glance, thinking, You think you can compare to Li Yi? You're leagues behind. Besides, how could a 1-year-old possess such allure? She glanced at Li Yi, who indeed seemed quite captivating. Even making her, quickly shaking her head, she deemed the thought too sinful. Yu Lingling observed Zhang Zuan's illegitimate daughter, who was around 5 or 6 years old, quite well-behaved and beautiful. She couldn't help but wonder, did a 1-year-old truly have such magnetic appeal? As she gazed into Li Yi's large, captivating eyes, she felt a surge of affection. How adorable! I want to hold him. This child indeed seems to possess a certain charm, melting Yu Lingling's heart. Yu Yangshan noticed Yu Lingling's unwavering gaze upon Li Yi, a blush creeping across her cheeks, and mused, Has my sister entered the fray so quickly? Seeing Li Yi again stirred mixed feelings within him. The seemingly harmless child bore no resemblance to the arrogant figure he had encountered at the martial arts exchange. May I inquire what brings you two here? Li Yuntian feigned ignorance, fully aware of their intentions. Hearing that the Li family intended to hold a wife selection for young Master Li Yi, Yu Jinghong proclaimed, My daughter is of suitable age, so I brought her along immediately. That he beckoned Yu Lingling over to greet Li Yuntian. Yu Lingling stepped forward, slightly bending her knee in a respectful bow. Greetings, head of the Li family, and madam. Please, rise. Li Yuntian raised his hand to assist her, admiring her delicate features and intelligence, clearly a well-mannered child. Yu Jinghong continued, Head of the Li family, you may not know, but our Yu Mountain Sect swordsmanship can be learned at a mere glance by your son. Thus, he is destined to have ties with our sect. Oh, Zhang Zuan scoffed. That is merely a reflection of your sect's inferior swordplay. Ha! Why not demonstrate one for me then? Yu Jinghong retorted, neither willing to yield. Zhang Zuan disregarded him and stated, What you don't know is that young Master Li Yi has a natural affinity for ancient texts, making him an ideal fit for our Baiyun Temple, but we cannot allow young Master Li Yi's talents to go to waste. How self-serving you are! Yu Jinghong laughed derisively, neither man willing to concede. Li Yuntian fell silent, observing Li Yi, who seemed to possess far greater allure than he had anticipated. Both first-rate sects were eager to present their daughters to him. At that moment, a robust voice interrupted. Li Yin had arrived. What are you discussing? Let this old man in on the conversation. As Li Yin entered, all eyes turned to him. He exuded the unmistakable aura of a martial sovereign, ensuring everyone recognized it. The crowd exhibited utmost respect. Rising to pay their respects to Li Yin, the pressure of a martial sovereign palpable in the AI Li Yin, having broken through, was well aware that this was undoubtedly due to the effects of ancient cultivation techniques. Everyone, no need for such formalities. You have all come to participate in my son Yi's wife selection. I am delighted. You are all guests, so there is no need for excessive courtesy. Who knows, we might become in-laws in the future. He surveyed the guests, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he stroked his beard. At that moment, Li was at a loss for words. At this rate, this was no longer the plot of a reversal novel, but rather akin to a harem saga. Li had no interest in the life of a harem protagonist. He simply wished for a peaceful, comfortable existence. Yu Zhenghong asserted, the two are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. And aligned with our Yu Mountain sex interests. Head of the Li family, do consider it. Zhang Ziyuan retorted, you should take a break. I have consulted an oracle, and young Master Li Yi is perfectly compatible with my daughter's birth chart. I have already prepared the dowry. Lie. Dowry. Such a foreign concept that I say, you too, do you understand the concept of queuing? Step back. Seeing the two cut in line, the others who had arrived first became indignant, resulting in a heated argument among the guests in the living room. Yuntian stepped forward to mediate, declaring, I understand you all wish to ally with my Li family, which is an honor for us. However, my intention was to hold a wife selection for Yi, to find a suitable partner. Since we are currently at an impasse, I suggest we wait until the selection event to determine the outcome. Very well. Chapter 44. The wife selection event and the schemes of the other two families on the day of the wife selection event. Dad, have you lost your mind? Holding a wife selection for little Li? Yes, just a child. Li Shuer questioned Li Yuntian, utterly shocked upon receiving the news of the impending wife selection for her younger brother, rushing back post-haste to put an end to this farce. How is this amusing? Your brother is choosing a wife. Shouldn't you be happy and support him? Li Yuntian replied with irritation, hands clasped behind his back, perplexed as to when his daughter began lecturing him. Her father, I am thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Li Shuer retorted angrily, little E is but a child. I wouldn't mind an engagement, but a wife selection? Is this something a rational person would conceive? I believe your reaction is a tad excessive. Moreover, I am your father. How should you speak to me? Li Yuntian found her reaction to be quite strange. That you're right. I'm just a little girl. What do I know? But is this something a respectable person would devise? Li Yuntian regarded Li Shuer. You should remember your status as a saintess. Can you not temper your demeanor when speaking to your father? Being a saintess does not absolve a daughter from inheriting her father's traits. Li Yuntian rolled his eyes, realizing he had no counter to that statement. Li Shuer, not wishing to continue the argument, resigned herself to the situation. This family was never straightforward, after only a brief absence. Such a spectacle unfolded. Little E, I'm coming to find you. Upon finishing her words, Li Shuer turned to leave. That it had been several days since she had last seen the little rascal Xiao Yi, and she found herself missing him dearly. After finally concocting a reason to venture out, she was determined not to miss the opportunity. Rubbing her hands together, she eagerly anticipated the chance to pinch Li Yi's chubby cheeks. Her excitement palpable. That moment, Li Yi was in the backyard, surrounded by a throng of ladies, their numbers such that not even a drop of water could escape. They had gathered to admire the charming little boy. The scene was akin to giving Li Yi a spot at the zoo, destined to become an absolute sensation. Most of these women were mothers themselves, experienced in child-rearing, and unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch the adorable child. Li Yi had lost count of how many times he had been patted. Every inch of him was subjected to their affectionate touches, leaving him to wonder if he might be granted a shred of privacy. If this continued, he feared he might lose a layer of skin to make matters worse. Some of the bolder ladies were kissing and nibbling at him, leaving his face smeared with rouge and lipstick. The cacophony of chatter from the women was incessant, and some even brought their daughters over to show to Li Yi, sharing a lengthy monologue that he automatically tuned out. This gathering of women was simply terrifying. He had to escape this place swiftly, otherwise his dignity would be irreparably damaged. Xiao Yi, your sister is back. Are you happy? Li Shuer entered the yard and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many women surrounding her little brother. The spectacle seemed as though they were preparing to perform some sort of ritual for him. Upon spotting his older sister, Li dashed towards her like a lifeline, exclaiming, Sister, save me. He leapt into her embrace, clearly having missed her after just a few days apart. I Shuer lifted Li Yi into her arms, her heart swelling with joy, knowing her affection for this brother had not been in vain. Of course I missed you, sister. Please take me out to play. Li clung to her neck, refusing to let go. "All right, sister will take you out to have some fun," she replied as she carried him away from the throng of women. Li let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the ordeal had finally come to an end. At the prospective wife selection event, the Li family truly was amusing, hosting a contest for a child, unbothered by the ridicule it might attract. Now that Li Yin had risen to the status of a martial sovereign, his identity and standing had shifted dramatically. Moreover, it was rumored that Li Yi's talent was beyond that of ordinary prodigies. Isn't the Song family at odds with the Li family? Why are they here? Could it be they intend to turn enemies into allies? The Suzhou Song family and the Wang family had come together. Three prominent families in Suzhou, typically maintaining their boundaries and avoiding conflict. However, interests often led to friction, with each seeking to encroach upon the other's gains. With the Li family currently dominating, the Wang and Song families risked being crushed if the status quo persisted, leading them to an unspoken alliance, transforming foes into friends. What? Does your Wang family wish to play the Good Samaritan? In the past, your family has caused no small amount of trouble for the Li family. You don't genuinely believe the Li family holds no grudges, do you? Wang Hanlin, head of the Wang family, chuckled darkly. Then I must inquire what insights the head of the Song family possesses, he continued. Song Changfeng, head of the Song family, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. Your Li family may possess a genius, but there are other geniuses beyond your clan. Oh, it seems the head of the Song family is quite self-assured. Yet, the Li family boasts a martial sovereign, and while the great Qian laws may impose constraints, the mere presence of such power is enough to lead us both to a slow demise. Wang Hanlin retorted. What does the head of the Song family suggest? Currently, our families are like grasshoppers on the same boat. With a self-satisfied smile, Song Changfeng replied, it is merely a martial sovereign that Li Yin has only just become one. I have my confidence in dealing with him. Wang Hanlin scrutinized Song Changfeng, uncertain of the schemes brewing beneath his composed exterior. However, the only feasible course of action was to collaborate with him. It was clear that Song Changfeng was also aware of this, awaiting his opportunity for negotiation. Does my brother have any insights? Insights? Not really. It's more of a scheme, Song Changfeng revealed with a sly grin. Of course, I cannot undertake this alone. I would appreciate the cooperation of the Wang family. Since the head of the Song family is so confident, my Wang family will await your favorable news. Might I inquire what your initial plans entail? A sinister smile crept across Song Changfeng's face as he responded, at the end of this month, during the contest for the seal, our two families will unite to catch the Li family off guard. The contest for the seal, Chapter 45, the counterattack mission, establish contact with Qiu Lingming. The contest for the seal involved the Li family, Wang family, and Song family, with each possessing considerable influence and business interests not only in Suzhou, but also in surrounding regions. In the past, fierce competition for market dominance had led to significant disruptions in Suzhou, yet the officials were unable to favor or alienate any single family. Thus, a contest was established, wherein each family would dispatch their young prodigies to compete for the seal and thereby allocate market shares. This event occurred every 3 years, with the next one scheduled for the end of the month. The participants from each family could not exceed the age of 18, making it a contest of youthful brilliance. The previous contest had seen the Li family, with the likes of Li Xian and Li Shuer, seize over half the market, leaving the Wang and Song families at a disadvantage. This time, with the Li family lacking successors. They would surely be made to pay the price, but this did not resolve the underlying issue. After all, Li Yin was a martial sovereign that if things escalated too far, Song Changfeng dismissed the notion. I can assure you, I have my methods to deal with him, that if you believe the Li family will come to terms with you, feel free to approach their head. Wang Hanlin inhaled deeply, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he responded, very well, I hope you truly have a way to counter Li Yin. Rest assured, Song Changfeng replied confidently. Speaking of the contest for the seal, do you feel assured about it? Wang Hanlin inquired curiously, that I have said before, there are geniuses beyond the Li family. Song Changfeng replied cryptically to the selection event for Li Yi's future wife. The spectacle seemed utterly absurd, yet it was indeed a grand affair. Not only were families from near Suzhou present, but also numerous guests from afar, including Baiyun Temple and Yu Mountain Sect, two prestigious first-rate sections. The first-rate sects had traveled great distances, marveling at the Li family's influence. Holding Li Yi in her arms, Li Shuer arrived at the event, instantly attracting the gaze of the entire assembly, eager to glimpse the rumored prodigy. Wow, the Saintess is making an entrance with him. What treatment? Heh, you should have seen the head of Tai Ching's sect carry Li Yi as well. That Lie quietly inquired of Li Shuer. Has the Chiu family arrived? What Chiu family? There are indeed several families with the surname Chiu. After pondering for a moment, Li Shuer suggested, you might as well ask father. He knows best. Watching Li Yuntian, who was beaming with delight at the main seat, Li Shuer shook her head in disbelief. The Chiu family? Which Chiu family? Li Yuntian asked, perplexed, as there were several Chiu families in attendance, and he was unsure which Li Yi referred to. Curiosity piqued about why Li Yi had suddenly inquired about the Chiu family. He thought perhaps the boy had already set his sights on someone. That Chiu family with whom we have business dealings, Li Yuntian recalled, realization dawning that, oh right, they should indeed be here. The Chiu family that Li Yi mentioned was merely a mid-tier family in Suzhou, with whom they had some business relations, but they were not particularly close. Such a family hardly seemed worthy of Li Yi, and Li Yuntian had long since forgotten about them. Do you really have a target? You haven't even weaned, and you're already searching for a wife. Li Yuntian jested. Li Yi's inquiry about the Chiu family stemmed purely from curiosity about what might unfold upon meeting Chiu Lingming. Father, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Li Shuer retorted, shouldn't you be returning to Tai Ching's sect instead of meddling in this? Li Yuntian scoffed. Worried you might make a mess of things if we're choosing a wife for Xiao Yi. I must have a say, Li Shuer asserted resolutely. Li Yuntian chuckled. Didn't you oppose this? You all took matters into your own hands. What else could I do? Li Yuntian and Bai Lian were tasked with overseeing the selection event alongside the second wife, Gong Wenyu and Xiao Qingya. As they sought suitable candidates for Li Yi, could hardly fathom that one day, a matter akin to selecting a bride would fall upon his shoulders. As he slurped his instant noodles, he felt utterly displeased. Being the protagonist, he felt rather average, nothing particularly special. Essentially, Li Yuntian and his three wives were in charge, prioritizing appearance and character, followed by various abilities and nurturing qualities. In these aspects, they were all professionals with a say. As for Li Yi, he was relegated to the role of a mascot, cradled in Li Shuer's arms, both serving as the face of the Li family. Surveying the candidates, Li Yi noticed a wide array of styles, from newborns to women in their 30s. The selection was indeed diverse. I'm still just a child. How can I withstand such trials? The atmosphere is increasingly absurd yet lively at the wife selection event, making it hard to fathom that this is an occasion for a 1-year-old child at ear. What are your thoughts on Miss Lingling? Li Yuntian quietly inquires of Li Yi, among whom he holds a particular fondness for Yu Lingling. Her appearance is commendable. She is well-mannered and understanding, a gentlewoman of notable family background, and her age is quite appropriate, making her an undeniable choice. Lie. To outright refuse would be rather impolite. To accept, however, seems even worse. Thus, Li opts for silence, gnawing on his finger while gazing at Xiao Qingya. Xiao Qingya, sensing Li Yi's intent, questions whether he wishes to nurse again, having just been fed. Surely, this little one isn't seeking an excuse to evade the situation. Shuer, I believe Yi is quite fatigued as well. Perhaps you should take him downstairs for a while. Xiao Qingya suggested. Very well. After all, Li Shuer has little interest in the proceedings. Upon entering the backyard, they are greeted by a throng of female relatives from various visiting clans of the Li family. The turnout for this wife selection event greatly exceeds expectations, resulting in an unprecedented gathering. Many of the ladies are engaged in lighthearted conversation and play in the backyard, avoiding the hustle and bustle of the front. What an adorable little one. Come here for an Annie's embrace. This child must be Li Yi, so charming. If only my son were this delightful, I wouldn't mind the fatigue at all. He is sure to grow into a handsome young Lie. Goodness, I had nearly forgotten about this aspect, that a single visit to the backyard has left Li Yi feeling quite overwhelmed. If this continues, he may very well be smothered. Aside from the group of ladies, numerous participants in the wife selection event are preparing in the backyard, as the front is overflowing with people, forcing them to wait in line at the back. Lingming, do ensure you and your cousin perform admirably. While I do not expect you to be selected, at the very least, leave a good impression for the Li family. As it concerns the future of the Chiu family, do you understand? Understood, mother. Lingming, Chiu family? Li Yi's ears perked up, Curiosity piqued as he turned in that direction that a mission of retaliation has been announced. Venture forth to refine your skills after causing trouble. Adopt a new identity, and coincidentally encounter Qiu Lingming, the fiancé who has called off your engagement that a wicked thought brews within you, to make Qiu Lingming regret her decision for a lifetime. Thus, you resolve to win her affection under a different guise, only to reveal your true identity at the end of 3 years, allowing her to experience heart-wrenching pain. You are to establish a connection with Qiu Lingming and cultivate her fondness for you. Chapter 46. The 3 Great Illusions of Life. He is interested in me, Li Yi. Staring at the system's retaliation mission, Li Yi fell into silence. Can the system's description be any more ludicrous? What does it mean that my heart harbors an evil thought? To make Qiu Lingming fall in love with me under a new identity, only to reveal the truth at the appointed time. This notion reeks of psychological distortion following a broken engagement. How could a paragon of virtue like myself entertain such twisted thoughts? The system is slandering me. System, please confront your warped feelings following the engagement cancellation. Li Yi, this system is better off discarded. Bury it. He glanced at Qiu Lingming in the distance, who was of his age, diminutive in stature, due to Li Yi's earlier-than-usual development attributed to his ancient sacred physique. She appeared quite charming, destined to blossom into a beautiful young lady to at the moment. Qiu Lingming stood in line with her cousin, not particularly outstanding, perhaps due to her tender age at 1.5 years old. In his previous world, Wen Wunti even remembers such early days, likely still drooling. Yet in this realm, she not only recalls but is also quite astute. Currently, Qiu Lingming's potential remains dormant, unremarkable and lacking talent, until she encountered the master of the Qin Sheng Island, who immediately recognized her unique constitution, that he took her as a disciple, expending rare resources to help her awaken her abilities, thereby revealing her extraordinary talent. Li Yi considered approaching his fiancée for a brief greeting. Given the current circumstances, accomplishing this retaliation mission should be relatively straightforward. According to the original narrative, both he and Qiu Lingming were deemed useless, mere pawns in a family alliance. Now, however, the contrast between Qiu Lingming, who stood at the end of the selection line, and others was starkly pronounced. As for his feelings, having not experienced the plot twists of the retaliation narrative, Li felt more like a spectator, observing a story unfold without personal investment. But he turned to Li Shui, blinking innocently. "Sister, I'm going to say hello to Li Shui." What a greeting. She was puzzled by Li Yi's sudden action. Knowing him, he surely had ulterior motives. Was he perhaps interested in someone? HM. She nodded in agreement. Li trotted over to Qiu Lingming, with Li Shui following closely behind to observe. Qiu Lingming anxiously clutched her fingers. Though still young and unaware of the implications, she recognized the significance this held for the Qiu family, as their fate hinged upon the Li family's decisions. Historically, the Qiu family had relied on the Li family, and the latter's words dictated their destiny. With their standing, they could hardly hope to be selected, but at the very least, they ought to make a favorable impression for future dealings. Curiosity piqued, Qiu Lingming wondered what the esteemed Master Li looked like. She had been hearing tales of him for days. The prodigy with boundless potential, reputed to possess an ethereal presence. Although she was of the same age as Master Li, she felt like a mere failure, while he basked in acclaim, destined to become a formidable force. Such a figure was certainly beyond her reach today. As she pondered, she shook her head, dispelling such thoughts. She resolved to perform well and avoid embarrassing the Qiu family, leaving a good impression on the Li family. Observing the long queue ahead, brimming with eager candidates, vying to become Master Li's fiancée. Alongside her cousin, several elder sisters from the clan had also arrived. Qiu Lingming wondered how long it would take for her turn to come. Master Li, a respectful greeting rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd, and Qiu Lingming turned curiously that a boy slightly taller than her approached, clad in opulent attire, standing straight with a cherubic, plump face that was utterly adorable. Upon closer inspection, the young boy exuded an air of confidence befitting a genius, his presence suggesting a future where he would stand atop the world, surveying all beneath him, an unparalleled figure of elegance. A child possessed of such charm. Although Li was still but a child, one could not help but wonder how any girl could resist such allure. Both handsome and charming, maximizing his appeal and making it utterly irresistible. Noticing the rapt attention of the girls, Li covered his face. attributing it to the system's overwhelming charm. For now, all appeared manageable, yet Li Yi was increasingly anxious about the phrase indicating that his charm transcends all races. He hoped nothing untoward would arise. Otherwise, it would be as if Dong Yong, Su Xian, and Ning Kaichen were playing mahjong, one player short that I in just one glance. Qiu Lingming was entranced. At that moment, Li Yi resembled the protagonist of a romantic tale, possessing an irresistible charm that one could not help but fall for. This truly, Master Li Yi, just as the rumors suggested. An ethereal presence, unlike other girls who fantasized, Qiu Lingming felt that such a man was beyond her worth. An unattainable existence. Master Li Yi is so handsome. Though still a child, how could he be so striking, so adorable? I wish I could hold him. Let me embrace him. Among the crowd were girls in their teens, even some in their 20s, all succumbing to Li Yi's captivating charm. Li shook his head. The influence of his extraordinary charm allowed him to discern the strong, observing the group of girls. Then glancing at Xiao Hanyin, the disparity was evident. Even the yet-to-awaken Qiu Lingming remained composed in comparison to them. In the future, he could certainly utilize his extraordinary charm to assess the prowess of others. Extraordinary charm, strong person detector. Master Li Yi is approaching. He is looking at me. Nonsense, Master Li Yi is clearly looking at me. He must be interested. You all are dreaming. Master Li Yi is focused on me. Before Li Yi even arrived, the girls nearly erupted into chaos. The three great illusions of life. He is watching me. He is interested in me. He likes me. Li covered his face, bemused. Surely, I am but 1 year old. It cannot be this way. Witnessing this scene, Li Shuer was equally astonished. Her younger brother's charm was truly remarkable. Reflecting on the reactions of her peers, she realized they were relatively restrained. As Li Yi approached, the girls hurriedly adjusted themselves, some touching up their makeup, others striking poses, all flashing gentle smiles in an attempt to capture his attention. Under the collective gaze, Li Yi reached Qiu Lingming and inquired, "What is your name?" Qiu Lingming. Chapter 47. Would you like to be my fiancé, me? Qiu Lingming raised her head, her voice trembling with disbelief as she gazed at Li Yi, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Was young Master Li here to seek her out? What merit did she possess to deserve such attention? It was akin to a romantic tale, where a handsome prince suddenly approached a humble girl from the streets. Inquiring about her name, the happiness that enveloped her arrived with overwhelming suddenness. Yes, Li spoke with a casual tone, in response to young Master Li. My name is Qiu Lingming. She lowered her head, responding with great caution, fearful of any potential faux pas, a blush emerging on her cherubic face. The other girls cast envious glances at Qiu Lingming, wishing desperately that they were the ones being addressed by Li Yi. Stunned and flustered, Qiu Lingming stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Li, however, was nonchalantly appraising Qiu Lingming. She was indeed quite charming, delicately crafted, and although still young, it was evident she was a well-mannered girl. Had Qiu Lingming's abilities not been dormant, had there not been this turning point, she would undoubtedly have become an exemplary wife, nurturing and wise. Feeling the weight of Li Yi's gaze, Qiu Lingming grew anxious and instinctively shrank back. Beside her, Madame Qiu was both excited and nervous, pondering if perhaps Li Yi had taken a fancy to her daughter. Such a stroke of fortune was something she had never dared to dream of. Watching Li Yi's demeanor, Li Shuer couldn't help but chuckle, sensing a hint of intrigue. Could it be that young Yi had truly developed an affection for this little girl? Yet, despite Qiu Lingming's charm and beauty, her talents and background were rather ordinary, making her an unsuitable match for Li Yi. Many daughters of affluent families, possessing both beauty and status, will be more fitting companions for Li Yi. Qiu Lingming? The Qiu family? Li Shuer recalled that Li Yi had inquired about the Qiu family earlier, and suddenly it dawned on her. Li had been scheming all along. If young Yi were indeed earnest in his affections, it was not entirely unfeasible. After all, with his prodigious talent, any alliance would merely be adding embellishments to an already splendid future. Have you had your fill of staring? The poor girl is turning shy. Li Shuer remarked with a smile. Li, exasperated, replied, Sister, matters of children are not for adults to meddle in. Indeed, Li Shuer laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells, a broad smile upon her face as she observed the unfolding scene. You seem rather splendid. I choose you to be my fiancé, Li declared, his words appearing casual, yet carrying the weight of a decision rather than an inquiry to me. Qiu Lingming was momentarily dumbfounded, raising her head to gaze at Li Yi in disbelief, pointing at herself to confirm. The surprise was so abrupt that her mind struggled to process it, unsure if this was indeed reality. Yes, Li Yi affirmed with a nod. The rationale behind his choice of Qiu Lingming as his fiancée stemmed from two factors: fulfilling a task set by the system to forge a connection with her, and binding her to himself, which would undoubtedly trigger numerous counterattack missions, enabling him to benefit from her. Noticing that Qiu Lingming remained in shock, he feigned displeasure and asked, "What? Are you unwilling?" Qiu Lingming snapped back to reality, hastily shaking her head and exclaiming, "Of course I am willing. It is an honor for me to be your fiancé, young Master Li." Madame Qiu immediately stepped forward, urging her daughter to agree, her smile radiant enough to split her face. Initially, she had merely intended to create a good impression at the Li residence, never daring to dream of such an extraordinary outcome. How could she not be overjoyed? For the entire Qiu family, this was an unparalleled opportunity, capable of altering their fate and elevating them to heights previously unimaginable, transforming them into a first-rate family that Li, renowned as the most gifted individual across generations of the Li family, possessed a divine aura and immense potential. Moreover, the Li family boasted a formidable martial grandmaster among their ranks. To form an alliance with Li Yi was to gain an immense pillar of support. In mere moments, Madame Qiu envisioned countless treasures and power beckoning to her, as if she had reached the pinnacle of life. "Then it is settled. You shall be my choice," Li Yi confirmed, designating Qiu Lingming as his fiancée. "Thank you, young Master Li," Madame Qiu exclaimed, pulling Qiu Lingming closer in gratitude. Despite Qiu Lingming's lack of extraordinary talent, she had not been regarded with much importance. Madame Qiu had only aspired to cultivate her daughter into a refined lady, hoping to find a suitable match for her. Yet, to their astonishment, Li Yi had chosen Qiu Lingming, bestowing upon the Qiu family an unimaginable fortune. "Come with me," Li Yi beckoned, leading Qiu Lingming towards the main hall to find his father, declaring that he had already made his choice, that it was better that he chose himself, for otherwise, with Li Yunqian's outdated mindset, who knew what kind of fiancé or concubine he would have proposed. As they departed, the other candidates were left heartbroken, lamenting, "Why was it not me?" Madame Qiu was incessantly chattering, assuring Li Yi, "Rest assured, our Lingming is the most sensible and will take good care of you. She'll bear you several plump, healthy children." That Lie remarked, "Could we perhaps consider my current age before diving into the topic of children?" Madame Qiu continued to remind Qiu Lingming about manners and propriety, eager to ensure her daughter was prepared. Qiu Lingming nodded eagerly, committing each of her mother's words to memory, understanding they were principles she must uphold in the future. "Why is he here? And who is this?" In the main hall, Li Yuntian, who was in high spirits, initially intended to showcase his son's prowess. However, upon seeing Li Yi with a young girl, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is happening?" Madame Qiu quickly interjected, "This is my daughter, Qiu Lingming." Ditto. Li Yuntian frowned, deep in thought. Qiu Lingming from the Qiu family. Hadn't he inquired about them just moments ago? Could it be, as the realization struck him? Li Yuntian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What are you saying?" "I have decided that Qiu Lingming is my fiancé. You need not select one for me," Li announced at these words. The room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. All eyes fixated on Li Yi and Qiu Lingming. After a brief moment of stunned quietude, murmurs erupted, questioning from whence this Qiu family had appeared. Why was I not informed of this family? Which prominent clan are they from? Have I been living under a rock? How could we have deliberated for so long only to be preempted by a mere girl? Unfair. We demand a redo. Indeed. How can this be? This Qiu family lacks decorum. As the crowd clamored for Li Yi to reconsider, Li Yuntian was equally perplexed, having not anticipated that Li Yi would make such a unilateral decision without consulting anyone. Li stepped forward with a serene smile, addressing the assembly. "I understand that you have traveled great distances to attend my selection ceremony, which I appreciate as a sign of respect that Li Yi. Thank all of you esteemed elders that I recognize that I have inadvertently let you down today, which I deeply regret. However, when it comes to marriage, I have my own thoughts, and I hope you will understand." I am grateful for your goodwill, and I assure you that I will remember all who attended this gathering. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will certainly do my best." With Li Yi's composed and respectful words, the room fell silent once more, all eyes fixed on him in astonishment that at such a tender age, he spoke with clarity and conviction, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Evoking admiration from the assembly, who thought to themselves, "This boy is destined to become a hero." Young Master Li truly embodies the celestial qualities spoken of in legends, displaying remarkable poise. Following this praise, the crowd began to shower Li Yi with compliments, their previous frustration dissipating into admiration, further solidifying their desire to be associated with him. Li, observing their reactions, felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the allure of unparalleled charisma that I see a glimpse of youthful heroism in young Master Li. It leaves me in awe. Can you even compare yourself to young Master Li at his age? You were likely still in diapers. As the saying goes, heroes deserve beautiful companions. Although Li Yi's fiancée, he had her own aspirations. The second wife still considered introducing her daughter. "How dare you? You think you qualify? Just look at yourself. Your daughter pales in comparison to my own." Young Master Li would find my daughter a far better match. The scene erupted into lively banter, even more animated than before. Everyone sought to align themselves with the Li family, recognizing that failing to do so now would mean losing their chance to partake in future benefits. This was the world governed by the strong, where the privileges of genius prevailed. "Take your time, one at a time. No need to rush." Li Yuntian maintained his earlier jovial demeanor, his smile widening, as if he were a dragon king with a crooked grin. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Li Yi felt speechless. His intention to halt this had only exacerbated the situation. Well, he thought, better to let it be as it may. "You truly possess remarkable charm, little one." Li Shuer mused, "Sister, if you were to choose a husband, your allure would surely surpass mine." Li Yi jested. Thud. Li Shuer playfully tapped Li Yi's head and exclaimed, "You little rascal, you've learned to tease your sister. Who have you been learning this from? If you won't behave, you shall be punished. I'll make you endure an hour of me pinching your face." "Is this a punishment? It feels more like a reward for you." Li Yi retorted, "An hour. My face would be squished like a zongzi." "Absolutely not. I refuse." "How dare you talk back to your sister? Don't run away." Li Shuer seized Li Yi, transforming into an unrelenting face-pinching machine. Mission accomplished. Under your unparalleled charm, Qiu Lingming quickly succumbed, perceiving you as a lofty, sacred, and untouchable existence. To be with you is her greatest fortune. Rewards obtained. Affinity with nature. Essence of alchemy. Affinity with nature. You possess an innate connection with all flora, experiencing no rejection, allowing you to masterfully utilize plants, comprehend their essence, and absorb their resources without waste, ensuring every bit of medicinal potency is harnessed. Essence of alchemy. Mastery of the essence of alchemy enables you to produce elixirs with maximized effects, while simultaneously reducing the time required for concoction, making the process significantly easier. Indeed, it must be Qiu Lingming. This is the main plot of the marriage rejection reversal. 2 rewards, and they are absolutely incredible. Resource absorption typically incurs losses, making complete absorption almost impossible, even for the most prodigious of geniuses, a feat Li Yi himself cannot achieve at present. Yet, the affinity with nature grants him this remarkable ability. Moreover, this affinity allows Li Yi to disregard any incompatibilities in materials during alchemical processes. Some materials are mutually exclusive and cannot be mixed without causing explosions, but Li Yi need not concern himself with such matters. He simply adds the materials and completes the process, leaving the outcome a mystery. And with the essence of alchemy, being an alchemist is a profession that brims with wealth. In a fantastical world, who could claim to be a transcendent being without becoming an alchemist? These 2 rewards are merely the beginning. Qiu Lingming represents a veritable treasure trove for Li Yi, one he could mine for at least another 2.5 years. Qiu Lingming, a petite figure, stood by nervously, fearful of making a mistake, as she noticed Li Yi's evil gaze, causing her to shrink back. To the selection event, the audience rallied for their daughters or disciples. While those merely spectating wore expressions of astonishment, their brows furrowed, their eyes conveying 2 words: envious, truly envious. Having lived for over half a lifetime, one felt less joy than a mere child. This boy must not be allowed to thrive. Song Chongfeng's gaze darkened as he fixated on Li Yi. Should this boy grow, he would undoubtedly bring calamity to both our families. Brother Song, I don't care what your plan is, but please act swiftly. Rest assured, Brother Wang, Song Chongfeng replied, flicking his sleeves as he departed, having come merely to gauge the situation, not intending to linger long at this moment. The most thrilled was Qiu Lingming's father, Qiu Lichuan, who excitedly approached. He first saluted Li Yuntian before engaging in cordial conversation, eliciting envy from those around. The Qiu family truly stumbled upon a great fortune, having preemptively seized this opportunity, Yu Jinghong remarked with a sigh. Some sought to seize it but failed, Zhang Zuan said coolly, sipping his tea. Are you not among them? Yu Jinghong looked at Zhang Zuan in bewilderment, noticing Zhang's calm demeanor, leading him to rapidly conjecture the reason behind it. Tentatively, he inquired, I heard Li Yi can translate ancient texts. Your aura seems considerably stronger than before Yin's breakthrough. Could it be related to those ancient scriptures? Did Li Yi translate them? Yu Jinghong entertained a chilling thought. Connecting the dots in a way that made perfect sense, upon deeper reflection, it was terrifying. Li Yi's value was only escalating. Your demeanor seems unhurried. I suspect you've already established some sort of agreement or relationship with them. Zhang Ziwan thought to himself that Yu Jinghong was quite perceptive, able to deduce so much from subtle hints that he smiled and replied, As for our relationship with Li Yi, do not speculate. I will not disclose it. Yu Jinghong chuckled, observing Zhang Zuan's expression, convinced he was close to the truth. Having lost the initiative in this matter, should Li Yi indeed translate the entirety of the ancient scriptures, facilitating Li Yan's ascent to martial sovereign, the Li family and Baiyun Temple would flourish, while his Yu Mountain sect would be left behind if they did not secure a share. That he pondered. Where do you think Li Yi will go from here? Hard to say. Li Yi's talent is unprecedented and unparalleled, and I doubt anyone can ascertain his future path. Zhang Ziwan responded, shaking his head. Yu Jinghong added, Moreover, we must ensure he can find that path. Oh, what do you mean? Zhang Ziwan inquired with a smile. That Yu Mountain sect is willing to safeguard Li Yi's growth. We are in the same boat. How about sharing those ancient scriptures? Yu Jinghong boldly suggested. Absolutely not. Be gone. Chapter 49 Li Yi. If you don't call me Yigu, I'll call off the engagement. Lingming, you truly are a wonderful daughter, not bringing shame upon your father. Qiu Lichuan laughed heartily while holding Qiu Lingming. His eyes filled with affection, cherishing her as a treasured gem. For Qiu Lingming, this was an experience she had never enjoyed before in the Qiu family. She had always been a transparent presence, overshadowed by her unremarkable talent and lack of parental attention. Now, however, she was being cherished by her parents, and she understood that all of this was due to Li Yi. He had given her everything, and in her heart, he would forever be her everything. Qiu Lingming shyly lowered her head, appearing quite bashful. Qiu Lichuan set her down. You should quickly greet your future in-laws. Qiu Lingming obediently performed a bow, bashfully addressing, Greetings, esteemed and laws that rise. Li Yuntian chuckled, scrutinizing Qiu Lingming closely. What a well-mannered girl, courteous and refined. She will undoubtedly become an excellent partner for Yi in the future. Despite the Qiu family not being a perfect match for the Li family, Li Yuntian had no objections. Given Li Yi's affection, Xiao Qingyao was also quite pleased with Qiu Lingming, valuing her character as a child from a scholarly family. Come here, you good child, Xiao Qingyao beckoned to Qiu Lingming, who approached with light steps. Xiao Qingyao's fondness for Qiu Lingming only grew. Rest assured, Mrs. Xiao, I have been teaching Lingming since she could remember. She is well-versed in literature and the arts, especially in music. Despite her youth, she can already play several pieces beautifully. Oh! Xiao Qingyao was somewhat surprised, inspecting Qiu Lingming's fingers, confirming the claim. Come here. Li approached, and Xiao Qingyao took both their hands, placing them together. This is the fiancé you chose. You must treat Lingming well and not let her down. Understand? Xiao Qingyao said seriously. Understood. I did not choose her lightly, Li replied. Now, if there is nothing else, I'll go play. Having resolved the matter, he seized the opportunity to slip away. You little rascal, all you do is play. Now that you have a fiancé, take Lingming with you to have fun. Xiao Qingyao permitted Li Yi and Qiu Lingming to depart, but I will keep an eye on them both. Li Shuer also slipped away. Preferring that over standing idly, Li Yuntian addressed Qiu Lichuan. Once the selection event concludes, shall we draft the marriage contract? Everything is at the discretion of the Li family head. Qiu Lichuan eagerly agreed. Filled with joy, never expecting such fortune would come his way, yes, they exited under the envious gazes of the crowd. They went to discuss preparations with their wives. Under Li Yuntian's guidance, the selection event continued. Li felt utterly exasperated. Li Yuntian not only aimed to select Li Yi's wife for this lifetime, but also for the next, and perhaps even the one beyond that. A long-term reversal mission was issued. At this moment, you have already garnered Xiao Lingming's affection. Next, cultivate your relationship with her, ensnaring her heart so that she cannot extricate herself, laying the groundwork for your sinister intentions in 3 years, Li Yi. This system must have devoured the spirit of the temple's guardian. Such sinister intentions are merely the system's twisted interpretations, having nothing to do with the pure-hearted and virtuous host. According to the system's narrative, these ideas are indeed malevolent, compelling Xiao Lingming to be unable to resist him, ultimately revealing his true self in 3 years. That if this were a normal plot, one could already envision Xiao Lingming's feelings at this moment. Murderous and heart-wrenching. A fleeting moment of pleasure from tormenting one's wife, yet a constant thrill. In the courtyard, Xiao Lingming's faint voice called, "Li, wait for me, I can't keep up." She was panting, truly unable to match Li Yi's pace. Li Yi was now a 9-star martial apprentice, while Xiao Lingming was not even a martial apprentice. How could she possibly keep up? "Don't call me Li Yi, just call me Ego," he suggested, finding it odd to be addressed as Li Yi, preferring the sound of Ego. "All right, Li," Xiao Lingming replied softly to Li. "If you don't call me Ego, I'll call off the engagement." "Please don't. I want to call off the engagement, Ego." Xiao Lingming gasped in shock, nearly brought to tears, and hurriedly reassured him. "Now that it's more like it," Li nodded lightly, effortlessly handling his fiancée's anxiety over the engagement withdrawal. "Apologies, but I will directly reverse the celestial order." Observing Qiu Lingming on the verge of tears, Li found himself both amused and exasperated. That she truly so easily frightened by the prospect of a broken engagement? After all, she is merely a little girl of just 1 year old, unlike Li Yi, who possesses the soul of a 20-year-old. The plot twist has reached a new milestone. Your fluctuating attitude makes Qiu Lingming feel both distant and close, instilling a fear of losing you. Your indifference has not deterred her. Rather, it has deepened her affection for you. Reward acquired. Master of ink and brush. Master of ink and brush. You possess unparalleled dexterity, enhancing your alchemical skills to manually craft pills. Ancient artifacts and paintings come to life under your skilled hands. Musical instruments resonate deeply under your performance. Li, excellent. The master of ink and brush has extensive applications, spanning from alchemy to the arts. Glancing at Qiu Lingming, he realized he had struck gold. With this quest at hand, Li could continuously extract value from Qiu Lingming in a single word: delightful. He felt fortunate that his decision was exceptionally astute. Next, he needed to consider continually refreshing milestones and warming his relationship with Qiu Lingming to consistently reap rewards. That be why the time their 3-year promise arrives, he anticipated a wave of significant rewards awaiting him. This is not merely a tale of a talentless individual turning the tide. It is clearly a nurturing harvest. Li looked around, with the master of ink and brush coupled with the essence of alchemy. He no longer required an alchemical furnace to create pills, as he could directly craft them by hand. What legitimate alchemist uses a furnace anyway? Aren't all the best creations made by hand? He found a patch of weeds, plucked one, and decided to see if he could use it for alchemy. Weeds for alchemy? If any other alchemist were to witness this, they would likely burst into laughter. Can weeds truly be used for alchemy? For the average person, weeds cannot be transformed into pills. But who is Li Yi? An ordinary player on the verge of greatness. Endowed with an affinity for plants, he comprehended their essence, surpassing mere understanding. In his hands, even weeds could become medicinal pills. That he grasped a handful of weeds and began to roll them, attempting to form a small pill. After all, being handmade, it would surely lack the aesthetic appeal of those crafted in a furnace. Li, "Hey, go. What are you doing?" Qiu Lingming inquired cautiously to Li. Speechless, responded, "Are you Lin Daiyu?" "Who is Lin Daiyu?" Qiu Lingming asked, confused. "Nothing." Just then Li Shuer approached, squatting down curiously. "Lily, what are you doing?" "Playing with grass?" Li had long outgrown the age of playing with grass. making this the first time she had seen him engage in such behavior. Was he experiencing a youthful rebirth? Li Yi replied seriously, "I'm practicing alchemy." Chapter 50. Handcrafted pills, success. Practicing alchemy. A question mark appeared above Li Shuer's head. She couldn't believe he was genuinely attempting alchemy when it clearly looked like he was just rolling grass. She was at a loss for words, recalling how Li Yi had outgrown such childishness. Gently patting Li Yi's head, she patiently explained, "Little E, alchemy requires a furnace, and this is just grass. How could you possibly create pills? If you want to learn, I can have an alchemist teach you." Seeing Li Yi's interest in alchemy, she believed that with his talent, he could certainly become an outstanding alchemist, that an alchemist is quite a lucrative profession and would greatly benefit their family, that I can make pills like this. Li Yi insisted, focusing intently on his handiwork, that Li Shuer. A single statement rendered Li Shuer speechless. She couldn't fathom where this little guy had picked up the idea of rolling pills by hand. Why would one even need a furnace in that case? If other alchemists were to see this, they would likely laugh uncontrollably. "Little E, even if you don't use a furnace, you can't use weeds for alchemy," Li Shuer stated. "Weeds can be used for alchemy," Li Yi replied earnestly, maintaining his position. Li Shuer was both amused and exasperated, never imagining that her prodigious brother could be so naive at times. Weeds cannot possibly be used for alchemy. They lack medicinal properties. How could one expect to create pills without spiritual herbs, especially not through such a ludicrous method? If Li Yi succeeded, she would swallow all those weeds on the spot. Since Li Yi was interested in alchemy, it might be worthwhile to suggest teaching him some basic principles of pill crafting and see how his aptitude for alchemy fared. Given Li Yi's innate talent, it should be promising that his sister, Li Shuer, had no idea how much potential he truly possessed. From cultivation to swordsmanship, ancient scriptures, and even the arts, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. "Little E, please stop playing with grass and let your sister pinch your chubby little cheeks." Li Shuer rubbed her hands together, itching to touch him. "Success," Li suddenly exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Opening his hands, he revealed a rough little ball of grass he had formed. Albeit crude, it was indeed a legitimate pill. Really worked, weeds into pills. This talent is quite impressive to Li Shuer. With a face full of confusion and disbelief, she gazed at the crude ball in Li Yi's hands, raising an eyebrow slightly. "What has been accomplished? Isn't this just a ball?" She smiled gently, shaking her head, surprised to discover that her prodigious brother still had such childlike moments, which made him even more endearing. "Wait a moment." Li Shuer focused intently on the grass ball in Li Yi's hands, her brow furrowing as she examined it closely, sensing that this grass ball was anything but ordinary. "Lily, could you show this to your sister?" Li Shuer smiled, extending her hand, assured that Li placed the pill in Li Shuer's palm. As she inspected it closely, Li Shuer was astonished to find that this grass ball was indeed unique, not merely a simple lump of grass. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could this genuinely be a medicinal pill? Due to its rough appearance, she couldn't accurately assess it and decided to consult the family alchemist. "Lily, let us head to the alchemy chamber and have someone identify your pill." That Li Shuer picked up Li Yi and prepared to take him to the alchemy chamber. Turning to Qilingming, "You stay here and don't wander off. Wan Ning, please take care of her." Li Shuer hurried towards the alchemy chamber, disappearing in the blink of an eye, eager to discern whether this truly was a pill. Qilingming watched her retreating figure, wanting to follow but realizing she could only remain in place. "Hello, Sister Wan Ning," Qilingming greeted Wan Ning. Wan Ning quickly helped Qilingming up, flustered. "Miss, please don't. I'm just a maid, not your sister." "You can call me Wan Ning, ditto." Qilingming nodded awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for mistakenly addressing her. Noticing Qilingming's nervousness, Wan Ning offered reassurance that you're new to the Li family, so it's normal to be unfamiliar. "I am responsible for taking care of the young master's daily needs, having watched him grow up. Let me tell you about what you should pay attention to while in the Li household." "All right." Qilingming nodded slightly, attentively listening and committing every word to memory, especially regarding Li Yi. "The alchemy chamber. I wonder how the young master's selection of a wife is progressing, that I've heard that many beautiful ladies from various sects and families have come. I'd love to see it, that I envy the young master at such a young age. He is already choosing a wife. When will we have a selection event too? Dream on. There's everything in dreams. You should consider Li Yi's talents and then look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy? Just focus on alchemy." A furious voice boomed. "What on earth are you all doing? Hurry up and get back to alchemy. Have you met this month's quota?" If not, you're out next month. Yes, the alchemists were startled into action, hurriedly getting back to work. The furious individual was Duan Yi, the overseer of the alchemy chamber. One of the Li family's esteemed members and the most skilled alchemist, a fifth-tier alchemist. Thanks to Duan Ye's presence, the Li family controlled about half of the medicinal market, reaping substantial profits. With his fiery temper, anyone caught slacking in his presence faced dire consequences. That it was precisely due to his explosive demeanor that the alchemy chamber was managed meticulously, ensuring both high quality and sufficient output of pills. The alchemists lamented their lot in life, pondering the vast disparities among people. Some held selection events for wives at just 1 year old, enjoying life, while they, ranging from 20 to several hundred years of age, toiled endlessly in alchemy. Indeed, the most significant divide among people lies in the circumstances of their birth. Yet they overlooked a crucial point. Li's 99% effort coupled with merely 1% talent. Is manager Duan present? Li Shuer entered the alchemy chamber, scanning the room. Her melodious and cool voice echoed within the chamber, while the crackling flames could not drown it out, immediately garnering the attention of the alchemists. Ears perked up, they could tell by her voice that a beauty had arrived. That the saintess? What brings her to the alchemy chamber? Upon hearing it was the saintess, the crowd gathered curiously to catch a glimpse of Li Shuer's stunning beauty. What are you all doing? Get back to work. Be careful. I'll dock your pay. Earning a living is the right path. Duan Ye's explosive temper flared as he scolded, causing the alchemists to shrink back, returning to their tasks with utmost diligence. Humph. Duan Ye let out a huff of annoyance as he approached Li Shuer, his previously irritable demeanor instantly transforming into one of joviality, almost as if the words love-struck fool were emblazoned upon his face. The other alchemists witnessing Duan Ye's countenance were left questioning their own principles. Might I inquire what brings Miss Shuer to the alchemy chamber? Is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 51. The Hand-Rolled Pill, a shock only alchemists can understand. Li Shuer presented the crude pill crafted by Li. That I wish to ask Master Duan to examine this item and ascertain whether it is indeed a pill. Rest assured, dear lady, I shall take a look. Duan Yi chuckled as he stroked his beard, accepting the rough pill from Li Shuer. Upon seeing it was merely a clump of grass, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a look of astonishment. That a pill? This is clearly nothing more than a handful of weeds rolled together. How could this possibly be a pill? To Duan Yi, this object was hardly worth a glance. Yet given that it was presented by Li Shuer, he felt compelled to scrutinize it thoroughly. He could not fathom why she would bring such a thing. Could it be a jest at his expense? With a skeptical attitude, he began to examine the seemingly insignificant clump of grass. To his surprise, after a meticulous inspection, astonishment washed over Duan Ye's expression. Master Duan, have you discerned anything? Li Shuer inquired, noticing the shift in his demeanor. Duan Yi stroked his beard, bewildered yet intrigued. This is indeed a pill, and a first-grade one at that. Forgive my dullness, but what kind of alchemical furnace and method could have produced this? Duan Yi had not anticipated that this seemingly inconsequential clump of grass could actually be a first-grade pill. Li Shuer was at a loss for words. After receiving confirmation from the esteemed alchemist, she was utterly shocked. This was undeniably a pill. Little he had truly crafted a pill from mere weeds. It was simply unbelievable. Duan Yi exclaimed, the method employed to create this pill is quite peculiar. I see no traces of flame or furnace involved in its creation. It appears as if it was casually rolled by hand. An exceptionally strange technique indeed. Even more astonishing is the composition of this pill. It seems to be entirely made from weeds, not spiritual herbs. How could weeds possibly yield a pill, especially a first-grade one? It should possess no medicinal properties, truly perplexing. Duan Yi was left in a state of confusion, grappling with the thought that weeds could harbor medicinal efficacy, particularly that of a first-grade pill, which shattered his previous understanding of alchemy. Upon witnessing this pill, he realized that his prior perspectives on medicinal concoctions had been overly simplistic. Miss Shuer, how did you come by this pill? Who crafted it? Li Shuer paused for a moment in contemplation. The individual capable of producing a first-grade pill using such methods must possess extraordinary alchemical skills and a transcendent understanding of medicinal properties that I suspect that in the entirety of Deqian. It could only be the pill Emperor Yi ran. Duan Yi sighed, adding, I never imagined the pill Emperor's comprehension of alchemy had reached such heights that I feel utterly inadequate. He is truly deserving of the title. Li Shuer remained silent, that eye in Duan Ye's eyes. This was not merely a first-grade pill. It represented an exceptional level of alchemical mastery and understanding, far beyond what an ordinary alchemist could achieve. The idea of crafting pills from weeds, seemingly crude in technique, yet resulting in a first-grade pill, was nothing short of astonishing. Were Duan Yi to attempt this, even with the finest furnace and most skilled techniques, he would likely fail to create a first-grade pill from weeds. In Duan Ye's view, only Yi Ran, the pill emperor, could possibly achieve such a feat that Li Shuer could hardly believe that little Yi's casually rolled pill from weeds had led Duan Yi to conclude that such a task could only be accomplished by the pill emperor. The level of this pill was beyond comprehension, and she was even more astonished by Li Yi's innate talent. Observing Duan Ye's excitement, Li Shuer revealed the truth. In fact, this pill was crafted by little Yi using weeds. Little E, a question mark flashed above Duan Ye's head as he glanced at the child holding Li Shuer's hand. Young Master Li. Duan Yi recognized Li Yi and, after a brief examination of the pill in his hand, turned to Li Shuer for confirmation. Miss Shuer, this is truly a pill crafted by young Master Li. Indeed, Li Shuer affirmed, correcting him. It was hand-rolled by little Y hand. Duan Yi was astounded. That a first-grade pill crafted by hand? What manner of jest is this? Upon closer inspection, the pill did indeed resemble something rolled by hand. But how could a mere one-year-old child possibly produce a first-grade pill? Impossible, utterly impossible, Duan Yi declared, unwilling to accept that this could be the work of Li Yi. This is alchemy, not a child's play. Even if a deity were to descend today, it would be inconceivable. This was truly hand-rolled by little Yi. Li Shuer reiterated, I witnessed it with my own eyes, which is why I hastened to bring the pill to you for examination, that I never anticipated that little E could genuinely craft a first-grade pill. This, Duan Yi found it hard to believe, nearly dropping his jaw to the floor. Even as Li Shuer insisted, he remained skeptical that a one-year-old child rolling weeds into a pill. What of the hard work and dedication of seasoned alchemists? Was it all merely child's play? To believe such a thing would be utterly absurd. Seeing Duan Ye's disbelief, Li Shuer turned to Li Yi and suggested, Lily, why not roll another one using those flowers and herbs over there? Nodding towards the garden, she encouraged him to demonstrate. Li reluctantly replied. All right then, he approached, plucking a handful of flowers and began rolling them. Duan Yi watched in disbelief. Could he truly be rolling another pill? Did he not find the act of hand-rolling pills to be utterly ridiculous? As an accomplished alchemist, no one understood the intricacies of alchemy better than Duan Yi, and he simply could not believe that a one-year-old child could craft a first-grade pill from mere flowers and herbs. If anyone could achieve such a feat, it might be the pill Emperor Yi Ran. Otherwise, the situation was absurd and nonsensical, completely devoid of logic. However, moments later, Duan Yi stared at the pill crafted by Li Yi. Lost in contemplation that moment, his worldview crumbled. After a brief silence, he erupted in a laughter, not one of joy, but a bitter, sorrowful laugh, bordering on madness. Incredible! To think that a first-grade pill could be hand-rolled from weeds, it's true. And the one responsible is a mere one-year-old child. Only an alchemist can truly grasp the magnitude of this revelation. This not only overturned Duan Ye's understanding of alchemy, but it also rendered his proud alchemical techniques utterly worthless. In the face of hand-rolling weeds into a pill, what did his level of alchemical skill even signify? Within the alchemy chamber, all the alchemists gathered, gazing in astonishment at the pill crafted by Li Yi. Each one more incredulous than the last. It must be a fabrication. I must be dreaming, and I have yet to awaken. Duan Yi looked at Li Yi, inhaling deeply, shaking his head in awe. What a prodigy. No, a monster. Chapter 52. Just how much talent does Li Yi conceal? Master Duan, how do you find it? Li Shuer was quite pleased with the astonishment evident on Duan Ye's face, reveling in his disbelief that her brother was an extraordinary talent. Initially, she too had doubted, but in the face of such an outlandish occurrence, it was only natural for anyone to be skeptical. Astounding, truly astounding. Young Master Li Yi is indeed an alchemical genius, by my current standards. I cannot even begin to compare myself to young Master Li. No, my skills pale in comparison to his, that I assure you. Not only I, but even if the pill Emperor Yi Ran himself were to arrive, he would find his talents eclipsed by young Master Li Yi. Duan Yi waxed lyrical, visibly excited, continuing, Young Master Li Yi is merely 1 year old. He has likely had little exposure to alchemy and no formal instruction. To possess such innate talent at this level is something that has eluded hundreds of years of alchemists that I am certain that if young Master Li Yi dedicates himself to alchemy, given time, he will undoubtedly surpass the Pill Emperor. Duan Yi boldly proclaimed that Li Yi would indeed surpass the Pill Emperor, stating it as a certainty rather than a possibility. Furthermore, he believed that surpassing the Pill Emperor would not take long. After all, if a 1-year-old child could hand-roll a first-grade pill, one could only imagine the extent of his potential. Upon hearing Duan Ye's words, Li Shuer gained a more vivid understanding of Li Yi's alchemical talents. Surpassing the Pill Emperor, Dan Huangyi Ran, a 7th-tier alchemist, is the foremost alchemist of the Deqian dynasty, the sole 7th-tier alchemist. It is evident how esteemed Yi Ran's status is. Li Shuer firmly believes that with Li Yi's innate talent, he will undoubtedly excel, for what is a mere Dan Huang to him, but a trivial matter to master. She lifted Li Yi, her eyes brimming with affection, playfully tapping the tip of his nose. One cannot help but wonder how much latent talent Li Yi truly conceals. He remains an enigma. Now, with the addition of alchemy to his repertoire, it is nothing short of astonishing and enviable. With his prowess in cultivation, swordsmanship, the translation of ancient texts, and alchemy, Li Yi's current talents, any one of which would be deemed a once-in-a-millennium genius, he possesses them all. What is truly terrifying is not merely the quantity of his talents, but that each one is maximized to its fullest potential. This may only be the tip of the iceberg for Li Yi, a comprehensive prodigy. Little one, how much talent do you truly hide? Li Shuer mused, this child consistently surprises us beyond our expectations. Feigning innocence, Li Yi placed a finger in his mouth, nibbling it, and said, Sister, I want milk. Li Shuer immediately recognized his act, aware that he resorted to pretending to crave milk to evade the situation. She had long seen through his little tricks. Sooner or later, she would have to wean him off this habit of asking for milk. Enough of the pretense. Confess your issues honestly, she said, her gaze sternly fixed on him. Li Yi responded obediently, but I am just a child. How could a child harbor any ill intentions? Children do not. Li Shuer retorted, I believe you not at all. Nevertheless, I must remind you that while your talent is remarkable, you must dedicate yourself to diligent practice that do not squander your extraordinary gifts. Understand? I understand, Li Yi replied, nodding obediently, resolving to be a good child. Duan Yi observed Li Yi with mixed feelings. May I inquire if young Master Li intends to study alchemy? He asked curiously. Li Shuer explained, I noticed Xiao Yi was twisting some grass, and when I inquired, he mentioned he was practicing alchemy. So, you must be aware of this. Is it possible that Steward Duan has guidance for Xiao Yi's alchemy? Duan Yi chuckled awkwardly. Miss Shuer, you jest that my skills are hardly worthy of instructing young Master Li. He is a natural alchemist. Should he devote himself wholeheartedly to the craft, he could very well pioneer new heights in alchemy. To refine a first-tier elixir from mere weeds, unprecedented and unparalleled, already marks a groundbreaking path in alchemy. And currently, only Li Yi can achieve such a feat. Li Shuer expressed her curiosity. Duan Yi continued. Alchemy requires not only skill, but also an understanding of the process, the alchemical furnace, flames, and importantly, the quality of the materials, which ultimately dictates the elixir's potential. To produce a first-tier elixir from weeds breaks the constraints of materials. I believe that even the most skilled alchemist would find this challenging, and I cannot fathom how young Master Li accomplished such a feat. It seems utterly impossible, not merely a matter of high alchemical skill. Moreover, the act of hand-rolling the elixir eliminates the need for a furnace and flames. Even should the Dan Huang attempt to do so, it would likely yield nothing but weeds. It is inconceivable for young Master Li's innate talent. It is beyond my comprehension. Li Shuer turned to Li Yi. Did you hear that, Xiao Yi? Your talent is truly enviable. Starting off by hand-rolling a first-tier elixir, what lies ahead? Hand-rolling a 9th tier. Li opened his mouth, mimicking a gesture of eating. Li Shuer chuckled. All right, shall I take you to have milk instead? Steward Duan, Xiao Yi is hungry. I shall take him to eat. Have milk, Miss Shuer. Young Master Li, take care, Duan Yi added. Feel free to bring young Master Li to the alchemy room more often. He is a prodigy born for alchemy. Li Shuer smiled. Xiao Yi is not merely a prodigy born for alchemy. With that, she turned to leave. Duan Yi watched the two depart, inhaling deeply, lost in astonishment for a long while. The selection of brides lasted 3 full days. concluding with all candidates having been seen. After confirming that Xiao Lingmeng was his fiancée, Li Yi paid little attention to the proceedings, remaining oblivious and indifferent to the circumstances. With Li Yunqian's lofty demeanor, Li Yi feared knowing might only cause him distress. At present, it was best to focus on steady growth. Savoring his milk with great delight, he was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Across from him sat his fiancée, Xiao Lingmeng, who, after the engagement with the Qiu family, had been sent over as a child bride to ensure the Li family would not back out. Though she was Li Yi's fiancée, Qiu Lingmeng remained cautious and attentive to every detail, striving not to cause any trouble for the Li family. That in her heart, to be associated with the Li family was a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Young master, Madam wishes for you to wean off milk. Wan Ning gently reminded him. Absolutely not. Li stubbornly turned his head, weaning off milk. That is out of the question, not in this lifetime. What of drinking milk? Who says only children can enjoy it? Besides, those who drink milk are often masters. Just look at the Wild Heaven Emperor, who adores beast milk. What vexed Li Yi was that several wet nurses had been dismissed by Xiao Qingya, who insisted on weaning him off milk, forcing Li Yi to have Wan Ning purchase beast milk instead. Life was tough. Even drinking milk had become a struggle. Chapter 53. The 9 Transformation Glazed Gold Body. Preparations for the 3 clans to compete for the seal. Did he go? Shall we go practice the piano? After Li Yi finished his milk, Qiu Lingming approached him, eager to practice together. Mother says I should spend more time with Li Yi to foster our relationship. Even without such reminders, as Li Yi was her fiancé and someone she admired, Qiu Lingming wished to enjoy his company. Practice the piano? Yes. Qiu Lingming smiled brightly, nodding eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Due to her concern, her interactions with Li Yi were marked by caution, fearing any inadvertent misstep. Not interested, Li Yi decisively rejected the idea, unwilling to engage in piano practice. What a ridiculous notion! Oh, Qiu Lingming appeared somewhat disheartened but quickly brightened. Then what will you do? Go. May I join you? Faced with her innocent request and the gleam of expectation in her eyes, he could not bear to refuse her, fearing she might cry. Very well, Qiu Lingming shyly pressed her lips together, a hint of dimples appearing on her cheeks. Radiating joy, this little display made it seem as though denying her would be a grave offense. Milestone achieved in reversal plot task. To Qiu Lingming's surprise, you fulfilled her expectations under challenging circumstances, bringing her joy, reward. 9 Transformation Glazed Gold Body. 9 Transformation Glazed Gold Body. Comprising 9 layers, each layer significantly enhances your physical abilities. Representing top-tier martial arts, upon reaching the 9th transformation, one can transform into the Glazed Gold Body, effortlessly engaging in battles beyond 1's level, rendering oneself nearly invincible among peers. The reward is commendable. The 9 Transformation Glazed Gold Body is a pinnacle martial art. It is conservative to say that it renders one nearly unbeatable among peers, especially considering there are also ancient sacred bodies like the archaic sacred body. Fortuitously, Li Yi possesses both. Truly, the 3-year agreement is a classic of the waste hero genre. The rewards from this main plotline are exceedingly formidable to Yi. What are you up to? Li Yuntian and Xiao Qingya approached. Observing how Li Yi and Qiu Lingming were faring together. Father, mother. Good morning, esteemed in-laws. Qiu Lingming greeted respectfully. Good. Li Yunta nodded with a smile. What are your plans? I wish to visit the alchemy room, Li Yi replied. Li Yuntian chuckled. With your talent, you are already leagues ahead of your peers. There is no rush in cultivation. Lingming has just joined our Li family. Why not take her around to explore? Li countered. Precisely because of my talent, I should cultivate diligently. You young rascal. Li Yuntian felt a surge of pride. Li Yi's character and intellect far surpassed those of his peers. He did not take pride in his abilities, but instead focused on hard work and cultivation. Such qualities were rare indeed. With Li Yi around, it would be difficult for the Li family not to rise. Look at Yi, with such talent and diligence. What do the offspring of those other families have to compare? Li Yuntian laughed heartily. It was as if he were not even speaking of his own son. Xiao Qingya rolled her eyes, then beamed at Li Yi with pride that Li excelled in both martial and scholarly pursuits. His understanding of culture even surpassing Xiao Qingya's, leaving her at a loss for words. What is truly frightening is not just the genius itself, but that the genius also works harder than anyone else. Li clearly intended to leave no room for others to thrive. Xiao Qingyao noticed the shy Qiu Lingming standing quietly to the side, unnoticed. She turned to Li Yi and said, "You should spend more time with Lingming." "Lingming, come here, grandmother," Qiu Lingming sweetly called out. Xiao Qingyao's face lit up with warmth. "Do not feel shy. Spend more time playing with the air, that if you encounter any discomfort in the estate, or if anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to inform me." Qiu Lingming quickly shook her head. "I am very well here. Yigu treats me well." "That is good to hear." Li Yuntian harbored a sense of satisfaction towards Qiu Lingming. Beyond her innate talent and background, Li Yi was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of greatness, with the potential to live for several hundred or even 1,000 years, or perhaps even longer. However, what of Qiu Lingming? Her talent barely qualifies as average, and her realm is not high. She could only hope to live for around a century, unless she were to acquire miraculous herbs that could extend her life. Yet even then, she would remain confined within the limitations of mortality. "Lingming, you must strive to cultivate diligently that if you lack resources, do not hesitate to inform us." "Thank you, grandfather." Qiu Lingming expressed her gratitude, a mix of surprise and appreciation evident in her demeanor. The notion of cultivation resources was foreign to her. In the Qiu family, such resources were scarce, and as a child devoid of exceptional talent, she naturally received none. Qiu Lingming was aware of her own limitations. Given her lack of innate ability, any resources allocated to her would be a waste. Lie pondered whether he should activate Qiu Lingming's physique in advance, but if he were to assist her in this endeavor, she would undoubtedly be immensely grateful, potentially triggering a new milestone that it seemed feasible. He would receive rewards, and she would have her physique activated, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, with the system's advance arrival, the narrative had already deviated from its original path. Whether Qiu Lingming would have the opportunity to awaken her physique remained uncertain, and there was a risk that her potential could go unnoticed. Her physique was exceptionally unique, which was precisely why it had remained undiscovered until her encounter with the master of the Qinsane Island, who shared the same physique, resonating with her and revealing the secret of her condition that in just 10 days, the competition for the 3-clan seal would commence, and it was the perfect time for the Li family to select their talented participants. The atmosphere was lively. The younger generation of the Li family showcased their brilliance, all under the age of 16, that according to the rules of the 3-clan seal competition, only those below this age could participate. This was not merely an opportunity for familial glory and profit. It was a chance for them to shine, leading to fierce competition as everyone aspired to take part in the last competition. Li Xian and Li Shuer had dominated their peers, leaving the other 2 clans unable to lift their heads, thus securing substantial benefits for the Li family. However, now that Li Xian and Li Shuer had aged out, they could no longer compete. Yet, given the Li family's previous contests against the other 2 clans, they managed to achieve a balance of power. What Li Yuntian looked forward to was Li Yi. With his and Li Xian's and Li Shuer's strength, it was unfortunate that their ages only allowed for participation in one round of the 3-clan seal competition. Dominating a single round was already a formidable challenge. But Li Yi was different. He had already reached the pinnacle of a 9-star martial apprentice, and it was likely he would be able to join the next round of the competition. Given his age, he could potentially participate in 4 rounds. With such extraordinary talent, he was certain to crush his peers, making it a foregone conclusion that he would dominate, thus illuminating the path ahead for the Li family. Li Xian and Li Shuer were already exceptional talents, and having 2 of them emerge in the same era was indeed a stroke of luck that in comparison, Li surpassed both, a true gift from the heavens. As if fate itself was nurturing the Li family's rise. Chapter 54. Assisting Qiu Lingming in awakening her physique, the strongest among the current generation of the Li family was named Li Zihai. Age 16, and at the level of a 6-star martial master. The competition for the 3-clan seal was divided into 3 parts. The first part involved seizing flags, with each clan dispatching a team of 10 to compete in a designated area, the victory going to the team that captured the most flags. The second part was a test of endurance within a prescribed formation, where participants would feel as if burdened by a great weight. At the end of this formation lay the seal, and the first to touch it would emerge victorious. The third part, the most crucial, comprised a significant 2/3 of the competition stakes, requiring each clan to send forth their elites to contend against others, with market shares determined by their rankings. Each clan was allowed only one participant per segment, necessitating careful allocation of their talents. Zehai, this time the success of our clan relies on you, Li Yuntian remarked, patting Li Zehai on the shoulder. Rest assured, clan leader, Zehai will exert every effort. Li Zehai responded with a bow. This endeavor was not solely for his own benefit, but for the family's interests as a whole. Indeed, you are all commendable. I have faith in you. Just do your best, and do not feel an excessive psychological burden. Please rest assured, we are willing to dedicate ourselves fully for the Li family. Good, Li Yuntian nodded emphatically, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall and proud, content with the scene before him. An elder approached, stating, I have inquired, and this year the Wang and Song families may not be as formidable as us. The last time, young Master Li Xian and Miss Li Shuer dealt them a significant blow, and they have yet to recover that in the previous competition. The Li family had secured the majority of the market, reaping considerable profits, while the Wang and Song families suffered losses, their situation dire, which would inevitably affect their performance this time around. That it would be challenging for these two families to bounce back. And by the time they did, the Li family might have already established dominance in Suzhou. Then on another note, what of Li? The elder continued. He represents the Li family's greatest future. Once young Master Li matures, the other two families will completely lose their capacity to compete with us. And the Li family is destined to become the foremost family in Suzhou, thereby securing the position of the most powerful family in the Great Qian dynasty as well. The elder's thoughts of the future filled him with exhilaration. With Senior Li Yan's recent breakthrough, the Li family is now fortified by a martial sovereign. The Wang and Song families are no longer a concern. We need not wait for to grow. Yuntian mused. I wonder if the Wang and Song families might conspire to unite against the Li family this time. Previously, the balance of power was maintained among the three clans. Now, with the Li family standing alone at the apex, the Wang and Song families are unlikely to remain passive. That is indeed a concern. Even if they were to join forces, given our current strength, they pose little threat. However, we must remain vigilant to avoid any schemes they might concoct. Rest assured, I have already stationed individuals to keep a close watch on the movements of the other two families. At the slightest indication of trouble, we will be promptly informed. Very well, Yuntian nodded, adding, furthermore, we should assign more experts to protect at all times. Lie represented the future of the Li family. There could be no room for error. You may not be aware, clan leader, but Senior Li Yin is personally overseeing young Master Li Yi's safety. He is monitoring from the shadows. Li Yuntian chuckled, shaking his head as he recalled the proud and arrogant Li Yin of the past, who now regarded Li Yi almost as a beloved grandson, a stark contrast that was both amusing and bewildering. With such a martial sovereign clandestinely safeguarding Li Yi, there was little to worry about. After all, could they possibly devise a protection plan more effective than a martial sovereign bodyguard? Ensuring Li Yi's stable development was of utmost priority for the Li family. Li Yi sat comfortably in a chair, legs crossed, one hand propping up his chin, gazing intently at Xiao Lingmeng without the slightest hint of shyness that he contemplated how to assist her in awakening her physique. The script provided by the system outlined a rough narrative, lacking intricate details such as how frequently Xiao Lingmeng bathed or the order in which she did so. It certainly did not mention the method for her awakening. It seemed that Li Yi would have to conduct his own research. Feeling somewhat bashful under Li Yi's unwavering gaze, Xiao Lingmeng lowered her head, finding it awkward for someone to stare at a girl like that. Yet, knowing it was Li Yi, she felt honored to be regarded in such a manner. As long as he was happy, that was enough for her. Li stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering if he should first attempt to use resources to catalyze her awakening. Often, certain unique physiques remain dormant due to insufficient resources for activation. If enough resources were infused, awakening was possible. Alternatively, some physiques required specific resources, such as the Ice Spirit physique, which necessitated the consumption of the Ice Spirit pill to awaken. He was uncertain which category Xiao Lingmeng belonged to, and thus would have to experiment with both approaches. After the selection concluded, Li took Xiao Lingmeng by the hand and addressed his parents. Father, Mother, I'm taking Lingmeng to explore another place. All right, but be sure to go slowly and be careful not to fall. Understood. With that, Li led Xiao Lingmeng away, who struggled to keep pace, exerting all her strength to catch up with him. Stop, she gasped, her face flushed. Looking up, she realized they had arrived at the alchemy room. How is your cultivation progressing? Li Yi inquired. Upon mentioning cultivation, a hint of disappointment flickered in Xiao Lingming's eyes as she shook her head, indicating her lack of progress in any substantial way. To be precise, a child of her age was merely laying the groundwork. How many could truly embark on the path of cultivation? Young Master Li Yi has arrived. Duan Yi exclaimed upon spotting him, hurriedly coming out to greet them. Noticing Xiao Lingming beside him, he smiled and said, "This must be the young mistress." Xiao Lingming's cheeks turned crimson as she lowered her head, feeling quite bashful. "Young mistress, Duan, please prepare the elixirs and herbs listed here, and also arrange for a private room for me." That Lie hastily approached a nearby table, where he diligently inscribed 3 sheets of white paper. Duan Yi glanced at them, noting that they primarily detailed elixirs aimed at enhancing foundational strength and nurturing one's essence, clearly intended for the cultivation of young Master Li Yi. Without hesitation, he promptly instructed his servants to prepare accordingly. Ensuring that no time would be wasted, Duan Yi offered Li Yi the use of his own alchemy chamber. Although designated as a alchemy room, its air was refreshingly cool, and the surrounding stone walls were similarly temperate, indicating that it had been constructed from special materials. This facilitated the alchemist's ability to control the flames, preventing excessive heat that could lead to an explosion of the furnace. That in the center of the chamber stood an exquisite alchemical furnace, the finest of the Li family, capable of enhancing the quality of the elixirs produced within in the Li family. Only Duan Yi had the privilege to utilize this furnace, but now Li Yi was also granted access. The servants brought forth the elixirs and herbs. Standing ready outside the alchemy chamber, Li picked up a foundational elixir and brought it to Xiao Lingming's lips. "Go. What is this?" "It's something for you to consume. It will be beneficial for your cultivation." Chapter 55. Xiao Lingming replied, "I truly cannot eat any more. I don't need it. You should eat it instead. My cultivation talent is lacking, so it would be a waste of resources to give it to me." This was the first time someone had offered her cultivation resources, and that person was Ge. Xiao Lingming felt a wave of emotion wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. In that moment, life seemed worthwhile. Though she longed to accept, she remembered her own poor aptitude and thought it would be better for Ge to consume it rather than squander resources. Li Yi refuted her claim. "Who says your talent is poor? In fact, you possess great potential. You just haven't realized it yet. Nor have they. But I have seen it. Talents recognize each other. I am talented, which is why I can sense your gift. You simply have yet to awaken, and I am here to assist you. Do you understand?" Xiao Lingming was taken aback, her small face displaying disbelief. It was the first time anyone had called her a genius, making her feel as if she were being deceived. "Really?" Her skeptical eyes fixed on Li Yi, seemingly asking, "I am not a child. Do not deceive me. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Do you not trust me?" Li raised an eyebrow, questioning her. "No, I believe in Ge." Xiao Lingming hurriedly shook her head, affirming her faith in him, a belief she felt compelled to maintain. "Then eat." Li Yi presented the elixir. "It's merely a few elixirs. Our Li family has an abundance. You could consume as many as you wish. Do you think it could bankrupt us? But refuse to eat, and I shall call off our engagement." Li revealed his trump card. "Please don't break off the engagement. I will eat." He easily took charge of Xiao Lingming. She quickly opened her mouth, consuming the elixir Li Yi offered. She pressed her lips together, uncertain of the elixir's taste, yet it was sweet, reminiscent of honey. Seeing Xiao Lingming's content expression was misleading. There was still more to come. Li grasped a handful of elixirs, standing before her with an innocent smile, yet to Xiao Lingming, he appeared devilish. These upon witnessing the 2 large handfuls of elixirs in Li Yi's hands. Xiao Lingming was alarmed. Could he possibly expect her to consume them all? Did he truly consider it a meal? "Indeed, you must consume them all." Li's lips curled upward, and before Xiao Lingming could respond, he began to feed her. "Do you wish to resist? That is out of the question. Simply eat." "Ge, please stop. I am truly full. I cannot take any more. I feel as if I might burst." "Please, Ge, have mercy. I cannot handle this." Xiao Lingming protested, her cheeks puffing out like a puffer fish as elixirs continued to be fed into her mouth. She was stuffed to the brim, and not only that, but some were even leaking out. After a hearty belch, she ejected 2 elixirs from her mouth, her belly filled with those Li Yi had fed her. Casting a pleading look at him, desperately hoping he would cease. "Do you feel any change?" Li Yi inquired expectantly. Qiu Lingming rubbed her slightly distended belly. "Does being full count as a change?" Li Yi was left speechless that T.O. consumed so many elixirs yet experienced no discernible change. Could it be that my method is flawed? Or perhaps the position? Perhaps the elixirs are insufficient or not administered correctly. There was no need for haste. Awakening was not an overnight process, and further exploration was warranted. With several elixirs still untested, Li Yi wore a benign smile as he regarded Qiu Lingming. Burp. Qiu Lingming couldn't suppress a burp, nervously inching backward and pitifully stating, "Ego, you don't expect me to consume all of these, do you? I truly cannot. That is merely because you have yet to digest them. Allow me to assist." Lie approached her from behind, employing his skill to facilitate her digestion of the elixir she had ingested. Utilizing his unique abilities, he swiftly helped Qiu Lingming process the elixirs. For an ordinary person, consuming such a quantity of elixirs at once would likely result in catastrophic consequences. However, thanks to Li Yi's affinity with nature, coupled with his special techniques, he was able to assist Qiu Lingming in digesting them without incident. Due to the nature of his affinity, the excess medicinal energy within Qiu Lingming was transferred back to Li Yi, enabling him to break through. Now, Li Yi had reached the first star of a martial artist, while Qiu Lingming showed little progress, still not even qualifying as a first-star martial apprentice, despite the vast number of elixirs consumed. It was evident that prior to awakening, she was indeed a veritable waste of potential. With her inferior constitution, Qiu Lingming could only process a limited amount of medicinal energy, reaching a saturated state, with the majority being returned to Li Yi. This makes no sense that Li picked up another elixir, pondering how he had advanced while Qiu Lingming exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Onward, he continued to experiment. In the evening, at the dining table, "Lingming, why aren't you eating? Do you lack an appetite? If the food does not suit your taste, just let me know what you desire, and I shall have the kitchen prepare it for you." Xiao Qingya observed Qiu Lingming's disinterest in her meal, mistakenly assuming it was due to her dissatisfaction with the food that no Qiu Lingming hurriedly lifted her bowl, intending to eat, but the elixirs had left her too full to manage. Li Yi interjected, "I took Lingming out for a substantial meal this afternoon, which is why she cannot eat now." Xiao Qingya raised an eyebrow, glancing at Qiu Lingming. Qiu Lingming nodded like a chick pecking at rice, setting down her bowl and chopsticks. "You little rascal, don't lead Lingming astray," Xiao Qingya chided, albeit playfully. "I am very obedient," Li Yi retorted. "Indeed, you are the most obedient," Xiao Qingya replied, bemused by the child. Unsure of what else to say. "Since you are full, take Lingming for a stroll in the garden to aid in digestion." Li took Qiu Lingming's hand, leading her toward the back garden. This time, their pace was leisurely. They strolled instead of rushing. Qiu Lingming shyly clutched Li Yi's hand, a small figure trailing behind him like a little shadow, her lips curving upwards, satisfaction nearly radiating from her face. Upon arriving in the back garden, under the night sky, the lake reflected a full moon, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Qiu Lingming gazed at the moon's reflection in the lake, captivated by its beauty, but even more so by the presence of the person beside her. "Are you well? I fed you so many elixirs today," Li Yi inquired with concern. "That I am fine. Only, I feel like I have disappointed you." "Silly girl, what are you saying? You are a genius. The rise of a genius always requires a challenging journey. That I have walked this path step by step as well. You must believe in yourself." Qiu Lingming nodded earnestly, seemingly catching a glimpse of a bright future. "Therefore, we must continue our efforts tomorrow." "What?" That single statement sent Qiu Lingming spiraling into despair. Li chuckled, glancing at the pavilion where an ancient zither rested on a stone table, his mother's instrument, which she often played during leisurely moments. "Weren't you always wanting me to accompany you in playing the zither? Come, let us go play." Chapter 56. The Tian Shengjian Zither. "Is that true?" A look of delight illuminated Qiu Lingming's face, her joy palpable. Her greatest passion was playing the zither, and the thought of sharing this experience with Li Yi thrilled her even more. Li Yi led Qiu Lingming to the pavilion, gesturing to the zither. "Play for me. Let us see your skill done." Qiu Lingming nodded with enthusiasm, rushing over, only to find she could not reach the zither on the table. Embarrassed, she glanced back at Li Yi. Li chuckled, standing on a stone stool, retrieving the zither and handing it to Qiu Lingming. Qiu Lingming gazed at the beautifully adorned instrument, recognizing its value. It was stunning. Typically, she played on simpler zither and had never had the opportunity to use such a luxurious one. The exquisite quality made her hesitant to play, fearing she might damage it. This zither belongs to my mother. If you like it, I can ask her to gift it to you. No, thank you. Qiu Lingming shook her head. Having already received so much care from the Li family, she would not dare to accept such a precious gift. Now play. I am eager to listen to Li sat cross-legged on one side, resting his head on one hand, patiently awaiting Qiu Lingming's piano performance. Qiu Lingming plucked the strings. The melodious notes filled the air. With his exceptional aptitude, Li Yi excelled in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. His skill so profound that even Xiao Qingyao felt inferior, that Qiu Lingming played the piano quite well, although her proficiency was not particularly high. For a child of merely 1 year, her ability to produce such music was nothing short of genius. Unfortunately, Qiu Lingming's talent was confined solely to playing the piano. Without cultivation, her potential remained untapped. Suddenly, Li pondered whether Qiu Lingming's physique was linked to the piano, perhaps requiring its activation, such as resonating with high-level melodies. Upon further reflection, he deemed this a plausible breakthrough avenue. After finishing her piece, a smile graced Qiu Lingming's face, her bashful expression directed at Li Yi, as if silently urging him to praise her. Eagerly anticipating his feedback, she longed to hear the opinion of the one she held dear. You played splendidly. I truly enjoyed it. Li Yi remarked that Qiu Lingming's face lit up with satisfaction. Receiving Li Yi's compliment filled her with joy. Li continued. However, you can achieve even greater heights. Would you like to learn? Qiu Lingming nodded enthusiastically, expressing her desire to learn. Her only innate talent lay with the piano, thus her keen interest in Lie, a prodigy well known for his mastery in various arts, was someone she was eager to witness in action. Undoubtedly matching her expectations, Li Yi approached the piano, his fingers dancing over the strings. The exquisite melodies resonated throughout the garden, the sounds lingering in the air like a sweet echo. Enraptured, Qiu Lingming found herself drawn into the realm of Li Yi's music. Unable to extricate herself as someone who understood the art of music, she recognized the profound excellence of Li Yi's skills. Upon completing his performance, Li Yi rested his hands on the strings. Listen, Yi Ge. Your playing is truly enchanting, Qiu Lingming admitted, feeling a wave of admiration wash over her as she gazed at him, her eyes sparkling like countless stars, transforming her into his little admirer. The narrative of their budding relationship reached a new milestone. Qiu Lingming's overwhelming admiration for Li Yi elevated her to the status of his devoted fan. Rewards were bestowed. The Tian Shengji Yin Qin, an ancient artifact of unparalleled quality, and the Tian Shengji Yin Gong, a vital technique for its use, the Tian Shengji Yin Qin. A legendary instrument with 16 strings, required the accompanying technique to unlock its true potential, with each plucked string symbolizing entry into a new realm. The Tian Shengji Yin Gong was an indispensable method for utilizing the instrument, as only by uniting the two could one fully harness its power, achieving mastery that could obliterate the very heavens with a mere touch of a string. What more could Li Yi say? Mining for resources was one thing, but the mere description of an ancient top-tier artifact sufficed to illustrate the magnificence of the Tian Shengji Yin Qin. Moreover, receiving the complementary technique was a stroke of fortune. Regaining his composure, Li looked at the starry-eyed Qiu Lingming and smiled gently. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Really? I want to learn. Qiu Lingming's expression radiated joy, her head nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Come, I will teach you. Li and Qiu Lingming sat side by side, engaging in hands-on instruction. While meticulously guiding her, he simultaneously delved into the Tian Shengji Yin Gong, explaining its intricacies related to the piano. This technique represented the pinnacle of musical artistry, encompassing profound depths. Though it paled in comparison to the Xian Yaozi Zai Gong, it remained a top-tier method. Simultaneously practicing both techniques consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, and there existed the risk of conflict leading to calamity. However, with Li Yi's innate talent, such concerns were unwarranted. As he taught Qiu Lingming, his own understanding of music reached a new zenith that he marveled at the formidable nature of the top-tier technique. Realizing that even with his comprehension abilities, mastery required diligent study. In the courtyard before the alchemy chamber, Li Yi was surrounded by an array of herbs as he skillfully crafted a pill by hand. Qi Lingming observed nearby, her expression devoid of surprise, as she had long grown accustomed to such sights. The initial shock had faded into a numb familiarity, mirrored by others who shared her sentiment. "Success!" Li Yi exclaimed, revealing a second-tier pill crafted by hand. Duan Yi sighed deeply and retreated into the alchemy chamber, feeling increasingly unnecessary in the presence of Li Yi's prowess. Was the gap between individuals truly so vast? He recalled the arduous journey he undertook to become a second-tier alchemist, while Li Yi had achieved the same in mere days, with his hands no less. Shaking his head, he resolved to focus on his own alchemy rather than compare himself to Li Yi. Anyone who dared to measure themselves against him was merely setting themselves up for disappointment. "Here, give it a.t.r.y.l.i.e. presented the pill to Qi Lingming, encouraging her to consume it. She took the pill and swallowed it. But moments later, a look of disappointment crossed her face. After several days of failures, Qi Lingming had resigned herself to believing she was beyond redemption. "Did he go? Perhaps we should just give up," she suggested, reluctant to let Li Yi waste time on her. "That doesn't make sense," Li Yi mused, pondering that the fault must lie with his approach. Having utilized resources and played the piano, he had already attained the rank of a 3-star martial artist. There was no reason for Qi Lingming to show no reaction whatsoever. Could it be her technique? Perhaps they should try a different approach. Li Yi was perplexed at Yi, still busy with alchemy. Li Yuntian approached. Having noticed that for days, Li Yi had either been with Qi Lingming playing music or in the alchemy chamber. "Father," Li Yi greeted, "My good son. Let me see what pill you've crafted by hand." Li Yuntian said with a beaming smile as he squatted down, "That I just gave Lingming one." Li Yi replied that Li Yuntian paused, sensing something odd but recognizing the bond between the two, concluding that their relationship was progressing smoothly. "That's wonderful, childhood friends, deepening their bond. Perhaps in a decade or so, I could hold my grandson," he mused. With Li Yi's talents and bloodline, they were bound to produce a remarkable offspring. The only concern was Qi Lingming. Should she prove inadequate, he had prepared several alternatives that as a father. He felt it his duty to ensure his son's future was secure. "Master of the house, you may not know, but young Master Li Yi can now handcraft second-tier pills. A feat I might not even achieve." Duan Yi emerged, expressing his astonishment. "That's so? My son truly is a polymath," Li Yuntian exclaimed, laughing heartily. "I cannot fathom what he cannot do. Not only does he possess these skills, but each one is also remarkably exceptional, leaving no room for other geniuses to thrive. You should remain humble, young man. Otherwise, how can others survive?" Though he appeared to be advising Li Yi to be modest, Li Yuntian's tone suggested otherwise, as if he viewed others from a lofty perspective. "Humility has always been my guiding principle," Li Yi replied, patting his chest. "Just like my father, ha ha ha." Li Yuntian lifted Li Yi in a display of pride, wearing a triumphant grin. Observing the humble father-son duo, Duan Yi could not suppress a smirk, while Qi Lingming gazed at Li Yi with admiration, sparkling in her eyes. "Come, today marks the gathering of the 3 clans. It promises to be lively." Duan Yi suddenly dashed out, presenting a brocade box to Li Yi. "This is a 5th-tier pill I crafted during my recent seclusion, beneficial for your cultivation." Li Yuntian accepted the box, unveiling a pill of exceptional quality, a testament to Duan Yi's dedication. "Duan, your efforts are greatly appreciated. It is an honor to assist young Master Li Yi's growth. Witnessing and aiding such a genius was an extraordinary privilege. Seizing the opportunity to contribute now would prove invaluable in the future." "Thank you, Manager Duan." Li Yi expressed his gratitude politely. "You flatter me, it is my duty." Duan Yi returned to concoct pills, while Li Yuntian picked up the elixir and administered it to Li Yi. A 5th-grade elixir, quite rare, one he had scarcely consumed in abundance. Upon ingesting the 5th-grade elixir, its effects began to manifest. Li Yi circulated the Xiaoyao's as I'd gone to digest the elixir, and with the affinity of flora and fauna. He absorbed the elixir's potency without any expenditure of energy, maximizing its efficacy. In recent days, he had assisted Qiu Lingming in digesting the elixir's power, although it was Qiu Lingming who had consumed it. The saturation of the elixir's potency meant that the majority was absorbed by Li Yi. With the substantial quantity of elixirs consumed, Li Yi had developed a degree of resistance, rendering the effects of first-grade elixirs negligible and those of second-grade elixirs almost imperceptible. At present, both Qiu Lingming and Li Yi could be said to have elixirs flowing through their veins. The potency of the fifth-grade elixir was worlds apart from that of the first and second grades. A chasm akin to that between heaven and earth. As he felt the overwhelming force of the elixir surge through his body, that in an unguarded moment, he experienced a breakthrough, not merely one level, but a direct ascension to 5-star martial master, consecutively breaking through 2 minor realms. This, Li was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized that this 5th-grade elixir contained numerous precious herbs, likely the highest caliber of elixir that Duan Yi could refine. While it was indeed exceptional, it felt somewhat wasteful. Such rare herbs, if reserved for himself, might have enabled him to concoct 6th or even 7th-grade elixirs. The immense potency contained within the elixir typically required an ordinary person 10 days to half a month to digest. Yet Li Yi completed the absorption in mere moments, facilitating his consecutive breakthroughs. Not only did he experience a cultivation breakthrough, but he also discovered that his long-dormant 9 transformations of glazed gold body had advanced to the 2nd layer, enhancing his physical prowess. Ubrat. Noticing Li Yi's breakthrough, Li Yuntian's brows knitted into a furrow. While others gradually absorbed the elixir's potency, Li Yi had directly surged ahead. "Wait a moment, you brat. You've reached 5-star martial master?" Li Yuntian exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. "Incredible! How did you attain 5-star martial master so swiftly?" A single breakthrough is understandable, but to achieve consecutive breakthroughs defies reason. Surely. Even a prodigy cannot accomplish such feats so easily. He wore an innocuous expression, exuding innocence as he replied, "I just practiced and broke through. That is all. Yuntian." He found himself at a loss for words. Feeling a hint of exasperation. "Father, let us go observe the 3 clans' competition for the seal." "All right." Yuntian reigned in his astonishment and led Li Yi to witness the 3 clans' contest, while Wan Ning carried Qiu Lingming to follow closely behind. The competition for the seal among the 3 clans was one of the most significant events in Shuzhou, bustling with excitement and serving as a testament to the power of the 3 prominent families. At the largest martial arts arena in the region, the Li, Wang, and Song families gradually gathered, raising the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The heads of the 3 families were all present, leaving spectators curious about how this year's events would unfold. Previously, the Li family had dominated, but it was expected that the other 2 families would not fare well this time either. Currently, the Li family boasted a martial respect expert overseeing matters. Martial respect, a rarity in the entirety of the Great Qian. And how could the other 2 families contend with that? The competition for the seal focused on the younger generation's talents, with martial respect experts refraining from participation, allowing everyone to observe that I am particularly intrigued by the much-discussed Li Yi from the Li family. Could the rumors surrounding him truly be as extraordinary as claimed? Who knows? I suspect there may be some embellishments. But which genius doesn't he boast? It's quite normal. Indeed, the Li family has produced a remarkable number of talents recently. Li Xian, Li Shui'er, and now Li Yi. It won't be long before Shuzhou undergoes a transformation. Jiang Yao, the governor of Shuzhou, wore a smile, yet his heart was heavy. The current equilibrium among the 3 clans in Shuzhou was beneficial for his governance, yet now that the Li family stood alone at the forefront, managing them would be a challenging endeavor. In the past, it was manageable, but now that the Li family possessed a martial respect expert, even if they became the local overlords of Shuzhou, he would find it difficult to address issues with them. Moreover, the Li family's influence was formidable. Li Xian was a student at the Royal Academy, while Li Shui'er and Li Yi were disciples of the formidable Xiao Hanyan, a heavyweight in the realm of martial arts. Being the governor of Shuzhou was fraught with peril, akin to walking on thin ice. He lamented whether he could navigate these treacherous waters successfully. Did he go, "Would you like some fruit? I've peeled it for you." Qiu Lingming offered Li Yi a meticulously peeled orange. "Thank you." Li accepted the orange and took a hearty bite. No need for thanks. A faint blush appeared on Qiu Lingming's face as she shyly lowered her head, continuing to peel fruit for Li Yi. Wan Ning observed the 2 children with a maternal smile. Despite their youth, there was a subtle, burgeoning connection between them. Jiang Yao stepped forward to announce, "I hereby declare that the competition for the 3 clans seal officially begins." Chapter 58. Contesting interests, victory to the strongest as the competition commenced. The first segment involved flag snatching, with each clan dispatching a team of 10 to the arena. These 10 were the most outstanding representatives of their respective clans. At the center of the arena stood a high platform, upon which 3 flags were displayed. These were their coveted objectives. Each flag they secured represented control over a market and territory, the extent of their gains dependent on their prowess. And their task was to seize the flags as effectively as possible. With Jiang Yao's announcement concluded, the first segment began. The young champions of each clan ascended the platform, vying for the flags. Coordinating in teams and relying on their individual skills, the atmosphere was electric, with spectators engaged in lively discussions, cheering, and exchanging banter. The stage was vibrant, while below, tensions between the 3 factions nearly erupted into conflict. Li Yi's gaze remained fixed on the high platform, observing their positioning. From the current landscape, it appeared that the Li family held a significant advantage, yet Li Yi sensed an unsettling anomaly that it seemed too straightforward. While the Li family appeared to be in a dominant position, the arrangement felt precarious, and the attention of the other 2 families seemed diverted from the flags that go. Would you like more? Qiu Lingming offered another segment of orange that I'll pass. If I eat any more, I might forgo dinner altogether. Li shook his head in refusal to do. Qiu Lingming consumed the piece of orange, glancing at the platform. Although she couldn't comprehend the intricacies, seeing the flags in the hands of the Li family brought her a smile as she inquired of Li Yi, "Are we winning?" Li shook his head, stating, "It's uncertain. Though we've secured the flags, whether we can retain them remains a question. Given our current positioning, if the Wang and Song families join forces, the Li family could very well be ousted from the platform." Ah! Qiu Lingming's eyes widened in surprise, her expression reflecting confusion. "Your analysis is quite sound," Li Yuntian interjected. Initially, he had been frowning at the situation on the field, but hearing Li Yi's assessment brought a smile to his face. Li Yi's clear understanding of the battlefield indicated that he possessed not only exceptional talent, but also analytical abilities far beyond the ordinary, which was indeed a cause for celebration. "ISN, at every clan for themselves?" Qiu Lingming queried, puzzled. Li Yi, reminiscent of an adult, gently ruffled Qiu Lingming's hair and smiled. "You are too naive. This is a contest for benefits, survival of the fittest that you'll understand when you grow a bit older." "Oh," Qiu Lingming replied, half comprehending, accepting that he surely had his reasons. Wan Ning observed with a hint of nostalgia, pondering whether the young master had forgotten that he too was still a child. "Yes, but not entirely. Young master, are you suggesting that the Wang and Song families will join forces against us?" Wan Ning inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. From the current positioning, it seems highly probable. Li analyzed. In the last competition, the majority of the markets were secured by our Li family, which must have been quite a blow to the other 2 families. Now that our Li family stands dominant, it is inevitable that they will conspire against us. Are we not in a precarious situation then? Wan Ning expressed her concern. "Not particularly. It poses no significant threat to our Li family," Li pondered. "What intrigues me is the confidence of these 2 families. They must have some sort of backing." Li's gaze shifted to Song Chongfeng and Wang Hanlin, as an instinctive feeling told him that these families were far from simple and were surely plotting something. Li Yuntian remarked, "You brat, sometimes you truly make me wonder if you are the reincarnation of some great being." Li's demeanor certainly sparked such speculation. "How could that be? I'm just a child. Merely guessing. Father, I'm your son. How could you doubt me?" Li Yi flashed an innocent and harmless smile. Li Yuntian. "Your words only serve to deepen my suspicions." He dismissed the thought, content that this was indeed his son. "Heir, do you believe we will lose in the first 2 segments?" Li Yuntian sought Li Yi's perspective, acknowledging the weight of Li Yi's insights. In truth, the strength of the teams dispatched by the 3 families is quite comparable. If the other 2 families join forces, we hold an advantage and may very well lose. Li Yuntian nodded, just as I suspected, gazing at the arena where all 3 flags were in the possession of the Li family. He felt no joy. Instead, his brow furrowed. The rules of the competition for the 3 clans stipulate no alliances, yet now that all 3 flags are in our hands, a partnership between the 2 families has become a foregone conclusion. Li Yuntian stroked his chin and scoffed. How intriguing. They could have simply joined forces to seize the flags but chose to put on a show for us instead. Are we not to remind them? Wan Ning expressed her concerns. Li Yuntian shook his head. It is already decided. They will come to realize it themselves. One learns wisdom through hardship. Lie remarked. They are quite confident regarding the first and second parts. But those 2 rounds are of little consequence. The third part is crucial. They seem to harbor great confidence in winning it, though I wonder what secret card they hold. Yuntian nodded in agreement with Li Yi's perspective, which was also a source of curiosity and concern for him. The first and second parts are inconsequential. The real spectacle lies in the third. The audacity displayed by both families indicates that they are well prepared with their trump card for the third part. The 3 families are nearly privy to each other's intelligence, yet it is evident that the other 2 families have concealed some unknown stratagem, and caution is imperative. Master Li, it appears your family is poised to take the lead. Wang Hanlin, head of the Wang family, smiled and congratulated. Is that so? I perceive that you and the Song family stand a better chance. Li Yuntian responded with a smile. You jest, Master Li. All 3 flags are in your hands. It seems the outcome is already determined. I extend my early congratulations to you. Song Chongfeng chimed. Yuntian retrieved a pouch of coins from his storage bag. Let us place a wager. I bet on your 2 families to win. 1 million gold coins. Care to join? The Li family is indeed affluent, but my family cannot afford such stakes. Song Chongfeng feigned a smile, yet a flicker of cunning glimmered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Li Yuntian. Jiang Yao, the governor of Shuzhou, sensed the palpable tension among the 3 and sighed deeply. It seems the winds of change are brewing in Shuzhou that he merely hoped it wouldn't escalate too far, at least allowing him the means to intervene. Jiang Yao turned to Li Yuntian's side, addressing Li Yi. I presume this is the second young master. Li, you flatter me, Sir Jiang. In your presence, how could my son dare to be called a young master? Li Yuntian replied that I have long heard of Li Yi's reputation and wish to pay a visit. Alas, my affairs have kept me occupied, but I am delighted to finally meet you. Indeed, you possess an extraordinary presence. Jiang Yao praised. Chapter 59. They are unkind, so we shall be unjust. You jest, Sir Jiang, Li Yuntian said, patting Li Yi's shoulder. Do express your gratitude for Sir Jiang's kind words. Li stood and cupped his hands. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Talented at such a young age, splendid. Jiang Yao nodded in approval, feeling a mix of admiration and reflection on the Li family's fortuitous fate, having produced so many prodigies, each more remarkable than the last. Meanwhile, the competition in the martial arena was nearing its climax as the time dwindled. The Wang and Song families exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously launched an assault against the Li family, encircling them and cutting off their retreat. This is bad. We must retreat. Realizing the precarious situation, they swiftly adjusted their strategy to evade the combined forces of the 2 families, despite their immediate efforts to respond to the sudden attack. It proved fruitless. The 2 families were evenly matched, yet 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands, leaving them trapped and besieged. The 3 flags they had seized were swiftly reclaimed by the 2 families, all falling into the hands of the Wang family. The situation shifted dramatically, and most spectators had not anticipated such an outcome. What is this? I placed 100 gold coins on the Li family to win. Me too, and they lost just like that? This is absurd. My money. The reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented, as many had predicted a victory for the Li family due to their strength, only to find the outcome starkly opposed to their expectations. What is happening? They actually lost. I could have done better myself. Those 2 families clearly conspired against us. It's 2 against 1. How is that fair? Many within the Li family expressed their grievances, as such results were entirely unforeseen. Li Yuntian said nothing, merely casting a glance at the elder beside him. Silence. The elder barked in anger, glaring at the discontented individuals to quell their unrest. Li Yuntian congratulated Wang Hanlin. Congratulations, Master Wang, on securing the 3 flags. Your family is bound to flourish, and the Li family shall continue to rely on your support. You jest, Master Li. My Wang family is hardly comparable to yours. This is but a minor victory, and I am sure you are not overly concerned about it. Wang Hanlin replied with a smile. Li Yuntian simply smiled in return, remaining silent. Congratulations, Master Wang, Song Chongfeng added. Wang Hanlin and Song Chongfeng exchanged glances. Confirming their understanding, Li Yuntian rubbed his temples and instructed, let us rearrange the order for the next round. We shall forego the second part and position all our elites for the third part. I wish to see what schemes those two families are concealing. Understood. The first two parts required considerations of overall strength and teamwork, utilizing our numbers. The third part, however, is different. It relies solely on individual prowess, a one-on-one arena battle. Whoever stands victorious at the end claims the prize. Officials will allocate resources based on performance in the arena, and securing first place is paramount. As the first part concluded, preparations for the second part commenced. The prearranged formations illuminated, casting a heavy pressure over the martial arena. My lord. Look at that child among the group behind Song Chongfo. He seems rather exceptional, Bai Lian pointed out, indicating a youth around 15 or 16 years of age. This individual was meditating with a serious demeanor, exuding an air of distinction that set him apart from the surrounding children. It was evident that he was no ordinary contender. Li Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly. Having no recollection of this child, judging by his age, he was likely preparing for the third part, and with such an aura, his talents must be remarkable. Could he be the Song family's ace in the third part? What could his strength be? He inquired of the elder beside him. Who is that? Do you have any information? The elder, who typically gathered intelligence on the Song family, was the most knowledgeable. After contemplating, he replied, I seem to recall. He is from the Song family's third branch that I remember now. His potential is quite commendable. Yet regrettably, he hails from the third branch. Orphaned at a young age, he is rather reclusive, spending most of his time training and seldom making appearances. That is all I know. I almost forgot about him. He certainly appears formidable. Li Yuntian remarked that if he truly possesses strength, then let him claim the first place. We are not in a position to lose. Each family has its victories and defeats. Such is the nature of competition, that if one family could maintain an unbroken winning streak, where would the equilibrium among the three families lie? Losing this round may mean victory in the next. The emergence of a peerless genius within a family is a fortuitous occurrence. What concerned Li Yuntian was the collusion between the Wang and Song families and what they were plotting. The second part commenced as all three families stepped into the formation simultaneously. Aware of the Wang and Song families' collusion, they had already resigned themselves to the prospect of not securing a single flag in the second part. Their strongest members were assigned to the third part, and they would do their best. As they entered the formation, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, as if a mountain were resting upon their backs. Making every step arduous, they summoned all their strength to resist. Any lapse in focus could leave them flattened like a puddle of mud. Breathing became labored, and a heaviness settled in their chests. The situation on the field was grim. The Li family's progress lagged far behind the other two families, and defeat was inevitable. Master, if this continues, it will be detrimental for us. Have we to relinquish the hard-earned position we have cultivated for so long to these two families? One elder protested that Li Yuntian merely smiled calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. See, they're already anxious. Observing Li Yuntian's composure, the elder realized he must have devised a countermeasure and pressed, Master, if you have a plan, please do not keep it to yourself. Your reticence is making me anxious. That Li Yuntian did not respond to the elder, but instead smiled at Li. What do you think our family should do? Seeing the mischievous glint in Li Yuntian's eyes, Li surmised his father's intentions and tentatively suggested, if they are unkind, we should not feel obliged to be just. Ha, truly, you are my son. No one knows me better than you. Li Yuntian laughed heartily, slapping the armrest of his chair. His eyes gleaming with satisfaction, he lifted Li into an embrace and kissed him, leaving Li feeling exasperated. The elder suddenly understood. Master, your meaning is. Li Yuntian's lips curled into a sly smile. They have disregarded the rules and conspired against us. Why should I adhere to the rules? If they wish to fight, let us fight. Do they truly think the Li family fears them? If anyone wishes to suffer losses, let them. The Li family shall not bear such a burden. Understood. Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, the elder realized that indeed, the Li family had little to fear now. Their confidence was substantial. Li Yuntian regarded the child behind Song Chongfeng with disdain. No matter how talented you are, if you disregard the rules, do not expect me to uphold them for you. Chapter 60. The Song family's secret weapon. As the second part concluded, the Li family, as anticipated, failed to secure a single flag. All three flags fell into the hands of the Song family, while the Wang family claimed 3 flags as well, as if the distribution had been preordained. What is happening? Are the Li family members truly this weak? They couldn't even secure one flag. That I thought the Li family was supposed to be formidable? Is this it? Some members of the Li family, having lost their wagers, could not restrain themselves from unleashing a torrent of invective. In contrast to these irrational individuals, many observers discerned an unsettling atmosphere. It was evident that the other two families had conspired against the Li clan. The reasons were self-evident, easily deduced even by the most unthinking. The Li family was clearly being targeted. If I were one of the other two families, I would undoubtedly also focus my efforts on the Li clan. The initial two sections were manageable, but the third segment posed a far greater challenge. For now, we must observe. The Li family has produced numerous prodigies in recent years, far surpassing the other two families. That an elder of the Li family remarked, I hope they can perform well in the third segment. He sighed deeply, aware of Li Yuntian's formidable stance, yet feeling the weight of defeat. An embarrassment that could not be disregarded. The third segment, the contest for the seal, commenced at that moment. The atmosphere became increasingly intense. This contest was the most captivating and revealing of a family's strength and potential. The discussions reached a fever pitch as each clan sent forth their young talents to battle in succession, showcasing the prowess of the younger generation. From the current circumstances, all clans appeared evenly matched, with the Li family holding a slight advantage. Go, will you be participating next? Qiu Lingming gazed at Li Yi with admiration, viewing him as invincible, someone who could easily dominate the arena. Did I suppose so? Unless they accuse me of bullying, he replied. That in the next 3 years, Li Yi would be 4 years old. Considering his previous accomplishments, a 1-year-old Li Yi was already a 5-star martial artist, qualified to compete. At 4 years old, would that not be sheer bullying of the younger children? You make a valid point, Li Yuntian conceded. Externally, only a small fraction of people were aware of Li Yi's true capabilities. If they were to discover that a mere 1-year-old child possessed the strength of a 5-star martial artist, their jaws would surely drop. That as for the 4-year-old Li Yi's potential, Li Yuntian could scarcely fathom. The extent of Li Yi's genius far exceeded the perceptions of outsiders. That Li Yuntian pondered. Should Li Yi continue to grow, would the royal family of the Qian lose sleep over him, ultimately demanding his surrender? Perhaps even to marry a princess. Shaking his head, Li Yuntian dismissed the thought. Marrying a princess is out of the question. Bringing home a revered ancestor is hardly ideal. Moreover, the royal family values their reputation and would permit only one marriage, likely even requiring a son-in-law to join their household, which is unacceptable to Qian is already engaged to a princess. We cannot afford to lose another dear if any royal figures approach you in the future, proposing marriage to a princess or the like. You must not agree. Li Yuntian cautioned earnestly. He feared they might deceive Li Yi, and should he acquiesce, it would put him in a difficult position regarding the royal family's pride. Why not? Li Yi blinked innocently. Consider it. Those princesses are coddled and spoiled. Marrying one would mean treating her like a revered ancestor. Furthermore, one could marry only one, and who knows, they might even require you to join their family. Li Yuntian explained dramatically. After hearing this, Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, that would not do. Exactly. You must remain vigilant. The royal family delights in wordplay, Li Yuntian advised, recalling his own past mistakes. That a princess, you say? Qiu Lingming's gaze flickered. Her spirits dampened. Why are you discussing such matters with a child? Xiao Qingyao shot Li Yuntian an irritated glance, then gently took Qiu Lingming's hand and smiled warmly. Lingming, you are Iris' fiancé. A betrothal has already been arranged. Li patted Qiu Lingming's shoulder, saying, silly girl, no princess could compare to you. Even if offered 10 or 100 princesses, I would not exchange you for anything. Is that true? Qiu Lingming lifted her cherubic face, her expression brightening with delight, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Li Yi, excitement coursing through her. Of course, Li Yi affirmed with a nod. Qiu Lingming smiled, her happiness radiating. If 10 or 100 princesses could not compare, then surely her place in Yi's heart was significant. He truly cared for her. Rest assured, no princess could be as well-behaved and nurturing as you. He added, Qiu Lingming nodded obediently, resolved to strive to be even better. Xiao Qingyao smiled gently. You, little rascal, have quite the knack for charming the girls. Mother, I'm not charming. I'm merely speaking the truth. Li Yi corrected her. For such a delightful individual who cherished her above all else, and even possessed mining talents, he would not trade her for any number of princesses. Xiao Qingyao affectionately ruffled the hair of both Li Yi and Xiao Lingming before casting an admonishing look at Li Yuntian, whispering, "Do not speak carelessly in front of the children. They are prone to overthinking that if misunderstandings arise, it could have adverse effects." "Madam, you are quite right," Li Yuntian conceded, nodding in acknowledgement before addressing Xiao Lingming. "Lingming, do you not enjoy playing the piano? It would be unthinkable to lack your own instrument. Tomorrow, I shall present you with a piano. Our Li family possesses numerous musical scores for your enjoyment." "Thank you, uncle." Xiao Lingming expressed her gratitude, "but we are family. No need for formality." Li Yuntian replied with a warm smile, patting Xiao Lingming's head before glancing toward the Song family, exchanging a knowing look with Song Chongfeng. He smiled thinly, nodding in acknowledgement. "Zahai, well done. Teach them a lesson." It appeared that the Li family's elite had all been dispatched to seize the seal, while the contest for flags had barely been taken seriously. Let us observe further. The events are far from concluded. The young prodigies of the Li family took turns stepping onto the stage to compete against their counterparts from the other two families. Initially fighting to a standstill, evenly matched, as the top talents of each clan took the stage, the contest for the seal reached its zenith, and the battles among the prodigies intensified. When Li Zihai finally ascended the stage, he swiftly triumphed over members of the Song and Wang families, achieving 5 consecutive victories and basking in the glory of his success. Victory seemed almost assured that Li Zihai, splendid work, show them what true strength looks like. The members of the Li family erupted in cheers for Li Zihai, rallying to support him. As the time drew near, Li Yuntian turned his gaze to the youth behind Song Chongfeng. If he truly was the Song family's trump card, the moment for him to act had likely arrived, as expected. At Song Chongfeng's signal, the young man opened his eyes, exuding a chilling demeanor as he stepped onto the arena, emanating an aura of pressure that belied his youth. All eyes were drawn to this young man. It was evident without question that he was the Song family's hidden weapon, a presence that could not be underestimated. Facing Li Zihai, he spoke coldly. "Song family, Song Bin.Li family." Li Zihai gestured courteously, then assumed his stance to confront Song Bin. This individual should not be underestimated. "Zihai, you have already fought 5 matches. Perhaps it would be wise for you to step down and allow me to gauge his capabilities," suggested a youth from the crowd. "Unnecessary," retorted Li Zihai, resolute in his decision. Having declared his intent, he would not withdraw midway. Drawing his sword, Li Zihai observed Song Bin, who remained motionless, and inquired, "Do you not require a sword?" "Against you, it is unnecessary," Song Bin replied with a calm, indifferent demeanor, but Li Zihai's brow furrowed slightly, feeling slighted. Without further hesitation, he charged directly at Song Bin. Song Bin deftly evaded Li Zihai's attacks, appearing effortlessly in control. After more than 10 exchanges, Song Bin had yet to counterattack. He simply evaded, while Li Zihai failed to land a single blow. Impressive. Li Zihai recognized that Song Bin's strength far exceeded his own. Realizing he was formidable, why had I not heard of him among the younger generation of the Song family before? With no time to ponder further, he focused entirely on the battle, pouring in all his effort. Song Bin continued to evade with apparent ease, as if he could see through all of Li Zihai's moves. This individual possesses remarkable talent. I had not heard of him among the Song family's young elite, remarked one of the Li family's elders, puzzled. Indeed, his skills, intelligence, and judgment surpassed those of his peers. Li Yuntian replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea without a trace of concern. Having witnessed Li Yi's prowess, Song Bin was hardly a cause for alarm. 9-star martial artist. Such talent is likely superior even to young Master Li Xian and young Lady Shuer. Someone gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought the Song family harbored such a hidden gem? 9-star martial artist. The other two were merely 8-star martial artists at this age. When did the Song family produce such a terrifying genius? Wang Hanlin finally grasped the implications behind Song Chongfeng's earlier comment, that the Li family was not alone in possessing prodigies. Li Yi's gaze remained fixed on Song Bin, sensing an unsettling discrepancy there. "What troubles you?" Li Yuntian inquired, noticing Li Yi's unusual expression. "Something is amiss with this Song Bin. What seems off?" Li Yuntian, unable to discern any irregularity, merely acknowledged Song Bin's exceptional talent, that I cannot articulate it. Li Yi replied, shaking his head. "Then who do you believe will win?" "Song Bin," Li Yi declared without hesitation. Indeed, it seems unlikely anyone could rival him. Li Yuntian concurred, sharing Li's assessment that at that moment, Songbin finally struck, delivering a powerful punch to Li Zihai's chest that Li Zihai spewed blood, hurtling backward off the stage and crashing to the ground. Clutching his chest, having endured but a single blow, he was severely injured. This level of force was beyond his capacity to withstand, utterly overwhelming him. What kind of strength does this individual possess? Zai. The members of the Li family rushed forward to administer a medicinal pill to Li Zihai. Examining his injuries, just as he was about to swallow the pill, Li Zihai lost consciousness. How could you be so brutal? One of the Li clan's youths declared, leaping onto the martial arena to challenge Songbin. However, in a mere exchange, Songbin delivered a powerful punch to the youth's chest, sending him flying from the arena, gravely injuring him and rendering him unconscious. That was excessively heavy-handed. Someone could truly be killed. Despite the fierce competition for family interests, such life-threatening incidents were exceedingly rare. Songbin coldly remarked, "The so-called genius of the Li family is nothing more than this. They are unworthy of my sword. I can't stand this. Don't hold me back. Let me go." Another youth exclaimed, but was met with a warning, "Calm down. His strength is formidable. We are not his match. Shall we allow him to flaunt his arrogance on the stage?" The younger generation of the Li family, filled with vigor, was unwilling to endure such humiliation. Even at the risk of death, Li Yuntian glanced at the elder, who spoke up, "Everyone, return. Do not make futile sacrifices. They are all of the Li family's youth. We cannot watch them recklessly seek out conflict." The spectator stands. The Wang and Song families exchanged knowing smiles, relishing the satisfaction of revenge. Last year, the Li family had displayed similar overwhelming might. The wheel of fate had turned, and now it was the Li family's turn to experience such treatment. Songbin looked down at the Li family members, mockingly deriding them, just a bunch of shrinking turtles, nothing more. "Hey, what did you say? Repeat that," someone shouted, eager to confront him. "Don't fall for his provocation," cautioned an elder from the Li family. "Everyone, return." Though it was frustrating and infuriating, there was no other choice. Could they truly allow each of them to be beaten senseless? If everyone goes up, it would be like the Hulua rescuing their grandfather. Wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Songbin directed his gaze at Li Yuntian. "Is this all the Li family has to offer?" Li Yuntian, instead of responding with anger, smiled. "Young man, I admire your courage. Youthful exuberance is commendable. Your talent indeed allows for such bravado. But I must remind you that such arrogance requires absolute backing, lest you find yourself easily defeated. It is merely an inconsequential defeat for the Li family." Li Yuntian, as the family head, would not allow such a trivial matter to disrupt his composure. "Is that so?" Songbin's cold gaze bore into Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian simply shook his head with a smile, choosing not to engage further. "Head of the family, are we just going to let it slide?" An elder seethed that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Li Yuntian replied with a sly smile, "I never claimed to be a gentleman. A rogue seeks revenge in a day. The selection banquet for Ir's future spouse will not be held in vain. Tomorrow, we will raise the prices and cut off their supply of medicinal materials." Li Yuntian whispered a few words into the elder's ear, who then smiled brightly. "Splendid. And looking at the smug Wang and Song families, they are akin to jesters. Laugh while you can, for tomorrow you shall not find Joyt that moment." Song Chongfeng, wearing a facade of false politeness, spoke. "I sincerely apologize. Bin's attack was rather heavy-handed. He should be fine, right? Fine. He nearly passed away. Since your Li family has no one left, the seal will belong to my Song family." Song Chongfeng laughed heartily, relishing the sense of vindication. Jiang Yao, the governor of Shuzhou, was taken aback by the unfolding situation. At this rate, the tension was palpable, and a conflict among the three families seemed inevitable. Just as Jiang Yao prepared to announce the victory for the seal, a youthful voice rang out, "I haven't taken the stage yet." All eyes turned to the Li family's arena, where the voice's owner, Li Yi, stood beside Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian was startled. What are you saying?" Even if the three families were to lose everything, Li Yuntian remained unperturbed. Yet when Li Yi uttered those words, he panicked. This child, is this really the time for bravado? The opponent is a 9-star martial artist. And he is merely a five-star martial artist, not to mention still a child. How could he possibly contend with Songbin? Songbin looked at Li Yi with disdain. You are Li Yi? I've heard you are the strongest genius in the history of the Li family. Yet you are but a child with incomplete teeth. That Li corrected him. They are fully grown now. His words drew a round of laughter. Wait until you grow up to challenge me. I do not take advantage of children who have yet to mature. Songbin replied impassively. That Li nonchalantly dug at his ears. If you are afraid, just say so. There is no need for pretense. If you're afraid, then relinquish the first place in the competition to me. Haha, I have never encountered such an arrogant individual. Songbin scoffed, despite his growing irritation. Ah, now you have, Li Yi retorted. Well then, come at me. Don't blame me for turning your backside into a flower pattern, begging for your mother. That would be a fitting conclusion for you. Chapter 62 Li Yi. Let us finish this quickly. I want to go home for some milk. Durr. What jest is this? Come back. Li Yuntian grasped Li Yi, preventing him from taking the stage. How could he bear to watch Li Yi go up? After all, Li Yi was merely a child of 1 year. What if something were to happen? Stop messing around. Xiao Qingya also grew anxious, holding on to Li Yi to prevent him from acting recklessly. No one understood why Li Yi suddenly spoke those words, wishing to compete with Songbin. Indeed, Li Yi was a genius, but Songbin was a 9-star martial artist, while Li Yi was only a 5-star martial artist. They were not on the same level in terms of realm, let alone experience and physicality. Yes, young master, wait a couple of years. By then Songbin will be no match for you. Right now there is no necessity to compare yourself with him. Wan Ning hastily dissuaded him, not wanting to witness Li Yi go up against someone with such an advantage. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was clear that Li Yi would lose. Wait until Li Yi is trained for a few more years. Not just Songbin, but even 10 or 100 of him would be no matched. At present, Li Yi had not yet matured. It was a risk he could not take. When have I ever been one to act foolishly? Trust me, he is not my opponent. That no, absolutely not. Li Yuntian firmly rejected that Li could not afford any mishap. He would not allow even the slightest possibility of injury. Dear, this is not about whether he is your opponent. It is a matter of danger. You cannot take such risks. Do you understand? Xiao Qingya spoke gently. The most important thing is to grow up safely. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Yuntian affectionately ruffled Li Yi's hair. Seeing his parents' concern for his safety, Li Yi smiled helplessly. Though he did not wish to worry them, he had no intention of letting Songbin off the hook at such a moment. With strength on his side, Li Yi was determined to settle the score directly. Who would shrink back and hide in the shadows? Songbin scoffed. Kid, listen to your parents. Go home and drink your milk. This is no place for a little brat. Let her go. A shadow silently appeared. It was Li Yin, ancestor. The members of the Li family respectfully saluted Li Yin. After his breakthrough, Li Yin's status within the Li family had dramatically changed, earning him the respect due to an ancestor, both in terms of generation and strength. With Li Yin's arrival, a wave of discussion ensued. That is this the Li family's ancestor, Li Yin, a martial sovereign. One can see him, but not perceive his presence. How terrifying that if he were to kill me, I fear I would not even realize how it happened. Wang Hanlin and Song Chongfeng, the heads of their respective families, displayed a hint of apprehension upon seeing Li Yin. Compared to Wang Hanlin, there was a glimmer of treachery in Song Chongfeng's eyes, plotting something sinister. Ancestor, are you certain? The crowd questioned. Are we really allowing Li Yi to participate? He cannot suffer any mishap. I have faith in and with me present, nothing will happen to him. That a martial sovereign's presence ensures that should any danger arise, I can respond in an instant. Safeguarding Li Yi. Li Yuntian furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply, before finally conceding. Very well. Then I shall trouble you, ancestor, that if anything seems amiss, I implore you to intervene promptly. That understood. That Li Yin nodded slightly. Husband. Xiao Qingya initially wished to intervene, but upon seeing Li Yuntian's resolute gaze, she reluctantly released her hold on Li Yi, allowing him to proceed. Qiu Lingmeng gazed at Li Yi's departing figure, her eyes filled with worry. Ego. Li Yi, a child barely taller than a half-grown plant, stepped onto the martial arena under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. That it was hard to believe that Li Yi truly ascended to the arena. A child. Is this a jest? Are they genuinely allowing Li Yi to fight Songbin? Even if Li Yi is a genius, must it be to such a degree? Is this an invitation to death? Do they think there are too many geniuses and are offering one to the Song family? The audience found it difficult to evaluate the Li family's actions, perplexed by the decision to pit a child against the 9-star martial artist, Song Bin, who was known for his ruthless methods. Wasn't Li the future of the Li family? At just 1 year old, was he truly being sent to face such danger? Due to the Li family's audacious choice, the arena fell into an eerie silence, where one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, laughter erupted. The Li family has gone mad. The consensus was clear. The Li family had truly lost their senses. Jiang Yao, seeing the situation escalating, hurriedly stepped forward to interject. Li family head, have you thought this through? It appears that this situation is rather unfavorable. Li likely lacks the qualifications to participate. Before Li Yintian could utter a word, Li boldly declared, "Who says I am unqualified? The regulations for the 3 clans contest only stipulate an age limit. Anyone under 16 may enter, but there is no upper age restriction." Jiang Yao covered his face, exclaiming, "I am trying to save your life. Can't you see that? Isn't it better for a child to go home and drink milk rather than meddling in such matters? If anything happens to Li Yi, a war between the 3 families would not be a trivial affair. What is the Li family's intention here? Are they perhaps engaging in entrapment?" Song Chongfeng interjected, "If young Master Li wishes to participate, it does not contravene any rules. Why must you, Lord Jiang, impede him? Song Bin, ensure that young Master Li Yi is well taken care of and allowed to fully experience the contest." The implication was clear: to eliminate Li Yi. Song Bin coldly remarked that killing a child bore no psychological weight for him, especially one so audaciously arrogant before him. He was determined to make Li Yi understand the harsh realities of society. Strength is the true currency of power, not mere words. Wang Hanlin scoffed. The Li family has truly fallen on hard times, resorting to sending a mere child. How laughable. Just because others flatter him, they believe he is invincible. Suddenly, Li Yin delivered a sharp slap to Wang Hanlin's face from a distance, the resounding crack startling everyone present. Wang Hanlin was sent tumbling beneath his chair, scrambling to his feet, terror-stricken by the inexplicable blow. With no room for retaliation, was this the disparity between a martial sovereign and a martial emperor? The gulf was indeed immense. In that moment, Wang Hanlin comprehended the difference in power. For Li Yin, crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. With a composed demeanor, Li Yin declared, "I do not intend to kill you. You should be aware of that." Following this slap, those who had intended to speak fell silent, fearing that the same fate might befall them. Upon witnessing the single slap, Jiang Yao sighed in relief that Lie, observing Song Bin across from him, sniffed the air and detected the scent of medicinal pills. Possessing an innate sensitivity to alchemical substances, Li discerned that Song Bin had consumed a type of pill designed to deplete potential and rapidly elevate cultivation levels. Despite Song Bin's status as a 9-star martial master, he was unlikely to live to see 50. Li had felt something amiss earlier. Having consumed such a pill explained Song Bin's unexpectedly high cultivation, surpassing that of his contemporaries, Li Xian and Li Shuer. Enough of this chatter. Let us commence that I wish to conclude this swiftly, as I have milk to drink at home. Although Li Yi's words seemed humorous, they were laced with mockery and disdain directed at Song Bin. Song Bin's typically indifferent expression broke into a rare smile. "That suits me just fine, but you will have no opportunity to return." "Is that so?" As Li Yi unleashed his 5-star martial master aura, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Disbelief swept through the onlookers. This child is a 5-star martial master? Chapter 63. Li Yi's formidable body techniques impossible. A 5-star martial master. How can this be? This child is merely a year old. The audience could hardly believe their eyes, their expressions wide with incredulity. The sound of their shattered worldviews echoed in their minds. In their understanding, a child of 1 year reaching even the threshold of a 1-star martial disciple was considered a genius, let alone a 5-star martial master. Such prowess was utterly unfathomable. Song Chongfeng, taken aback, stood up, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Good heavens, this child is a 5-star martial master." Jiang Yao and the others shared the same incredulous expression, exclaiming in astonishment. They had long touted Li Yi as a prodigy, but never could they have imagined the extent of his capabilities. The tales they had heard were not exaggerations. They barely scratched the surface of Li Yi's extraordinary talent. In that moment, They understood why Li Yuntian had orchestrated a marriage selection for Li Yi. So many prominent sects were eager to present their daughters and disciples to him. Had they been in his position, they would have done the same, lamenting their missed opportunity to align with the Li family. That instant, the one who reveled the most was Qiu Lichuan, laughing heartily, feeling assured of his prospects. Li Yuntian sighed deeply, having initially wished for his son to remain low-key. However, Li Yi's brilliance was undeniable and could not be concealed. Song Bin, typically stoic, now bore an expression of shock as he stared at Li Yi. "You are indeed a 5-star martial master. Are you afraid?" "It is not too late to surrender now," Li Yi retorted, twisting his wrist and gazing up at the towering figure before him. His neck ached. Speaking while looking up was exhausting. "You are undoubtedly a genius with the right to be arrogant, but at present, you are not worthy and you have no future." In an instant, Song Bin lunged at Li Yi, striking faster and with greater ferocity than before. With the interests of his family at stake, he was compelled to eliminate Li Yi. Should Li Yi survive and grow, he would pose a significant threat. A powerful blow aimed directly at Li Yi's face followed. "Watch out, young Master Li." Li Yi remained unperturbed, facing the onslaught with poise. Activating his 9 transformations of glazed gold body, he underwent a transformation, appearing to swell in stature, reaching approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters. His body took on a subtle glow, resembling glazed glass. The ancient sacred body was already invincible in terms of physical prowess. And the 9 transformations of glazed gold body further enhanced this, creating a terrifying amalgamation of strength. Anticipating Song Bin's attack, Li Yi extended his hand to block the incoming punch, the collision resonating with a sharp sound. Song Bin was taken aback. The force of his strike felt akin to hitting iron, sending pain through his fist. He quickly retaliated with another punch, only for Li Yi to counter with equal force. Li Yi's 9 transformations of glazed gold body allowed him to maintain his stance while the stone floor cracked beneath him, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Song Bin staggered back 2 steps, staring in disbelief at Li Yi. How is this possible? Song Bin began to question his own existence. How could Li Yi withstand his 2 punches? He is merely a 5-star martial master. The strength of this child was astonishing. Unyielding, Song Bin pressed forward, launching a barrage of punches, but Li Yi met each one with his own physical might. Though Li Yi's smaller stature posed a slight disadvantage, it hardly deterred him. The prowess of the 9 transformations of glazed gold body complemented the ancient sacred body perfectly. Despite Song Bin's cultivation being several ranks above Li Yi's, he found himself unable to breach Li Yi's defenses and was soon overwhelmed. Song Bin was left utterly bewildered. "This is impossible," Li Yi taunted. "Did you truly believe that consuming a couple of potential enhancing pills would enable you to defeat me? How naive. You could have achieved greater heights, yet now you will be stopped here. You know nothing. This is all for my Song family, and you shall die." Song Bin's earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by anger and disbelief. Li Yi countered Song Bin's relentless assault with his own physical techniques. The arena was left in ruins, not a single stone left unscathed. Good heavens. Young Master Li is actually holding his own against Song Bin, despite being merely a 5-star martial master. No, young Master Li has the upper hand. It is due to his formidable body techniques. What kind of technique is this? I have never seen anything like it. The onlookers from the Li family were equally stunned, their astonishment rivaling that of the rest. They stared at Li Yi on the stage, entranced, their minds momentarily frozen in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, they finally regained their senses. My goodness, is this truly young Master Li? This is beyond extraordinary. He has hidden his abilities so well. It was not merely a matter of concealment. How could anyone have anticipated that young Master Li possessed such strength? Heavens, is this the chasm that separates me from a genius? Can I have a second chance? Li Yunqian's voice trembled. My son has truly accomplished this. Having believed he understood Li Yi well enough, he now realized he knew nothing of his son. How much more did Li Yi conceal? This body technique was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Li Yuntian dared not ponder further. If he did, he would be unable to view Li Yi through a father's lens. Brother, he is truly remarkable. Qiu Lingming gazed at Li Yi with admiration as she watched the fierce battle between him and Song Bin. What defines a genius is evident. The disparity between the two is unmistakable. As they exchanged blows for dozens of moves, Li Yi transitioned from a slight initial advantage to establishing a firm dominance over Song Bin, who could no longer contend with him. Song Bin unleashed a flurry of martial techniques, his fists and palms striking towards Li Yi, yet all were effortlessly neutralized by Li Yi. With his unparalleled comprehension, Li Yi seized upon Song Bin's vulnerabilities, countering with such precision that Song Bin found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Do you now understand the extent of our differences? Chapter 64. Face you as sword, come forth. Damn it, Song Bin seethed, refusing to accept defeat. How could he possibly lose to a child, not even a year old? One who was several realms beneath him? Who was he looking down upon? You are nothing but a little brat, he exclaimed, his fury reflecting a near loss of reason. Li remained calm and collected, smiling as he replied, You see, you're getting anxious again, that I know you're eager. But do take your time, that if you manage to last this long against me, you will have ample opportunity to boast about it for the rest of your life. And in the solitude of your thoughts, you can relish the joy of having endured so many exchanges under my hand. Just be sure to hide that foolish smile from others. Veins bulged on Song Bin's forehead, and the impulse to kill surged within him, stronger than ever before. What can be tolerated cannot be tolerated any longer. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. Li yawned lazily. I believe I've heard that exact phrase 3 times already. Are you but a 3-month-old child, merely repeating the same words, seeking death? Song Bin drew his long sword, charging at Li Yi with murderous intent that if his fists and feet could not breach Li Yi's defenses, then he would resort to his blade. He was determined not to let Li Yi escape unscathed this time. Swordsmanship was Song Bin's forte, rarely drawn unless faced with an opponent worthy of his full attention. Yet Li Yi was precisely the adversary he was desperate to vanquish. The sword glimmered ominously as it lunged towards Li Yi. Though it was not a magical artifact, it was still a formidable weapon. Li Yi sensed the threat and swiftly parried the blade with his arm, the impact resonating with a sharp clang, reminiscent of metal clashing, that a fleeting sting coursed through his arm. After all, Song Bin was a 9-star martial master, his cultivation surpassing Li Yi's, wielding a sharp sword. With only the second transformation of the 9-turn Lioli golden body, he could not adequately withstand such an assault. Had he attained the 3rd transformation, his physical resilience would have reached a new echelon, making it feasible to endure Song Bin's strikes. But alas, he remained at the 2nd, that as Song Bin's blade advanced, Li Yi could only evade and retreat. Seizing the moment, Song Bin thrust his sword forward, propelling himself towards Li Yi extended his hand, employing his dexterous skills to grasp the sword, flicking it aside with a deft motion. Buzz, the sword trembled slightly. Li Yi's innate sword energy erupted, using the long sword as a conduit to strike at Song Bin. Sensing the terrifying edge of the innate sword energy, Song Bin instinctively released his grip on the blade, attempting to shield himself from the oncoming force. Yet, how could he withstand such overwhelming power? He was sent reeling back, crashing to the ground, his chest soaked in blood, a devastating blow that left him gravely injured. What just transpired? How did Song Bin sustain such injuries? Most onlookers failed to grasp the method behind Li Yi's attack. Only a select few sensed the formidable sword energy that had just surged forth. Is a swordsmanship prodigy, but I never anticipated he had cultivated such a powerful sword energy, Li Yin mused, stroking his beard in disbelief. Damn it. Song Bin howled in frustration, his countenance twisted with rage, his aura becoming increasingly erratic, as if he were possessed by a malevolent force. Truly, one cannot falter against the darkened state. It is tenfold stronger. Li surmised that Song Bin had consumed a pill, spurred by Li Yi's provocations to amplify his strength at the expense of his lifespan. The repercussions of such an action were dire. It was not merely a matter of lifespan depletion, but a descent into madness, potentially leading to insanity. Did I end this moment? Song Bin was willing to sacrifice everything to eliminate Li Yi. Yet, Song Bin was destined to be powerless against Li Yi. Even if Li Yi could not best him, Song Bin could not kill Li Yi, for a strong martial sovereign stood behind him, that if you seek death, I shall grant it to Li extended his hand and called out, Face you, I come, in the next instant. A resounding sword cry echoed from afar, that a white arc traced through the sky, resembling a shooting star. Simultaneously, the temperature plummeted as if winter had suddenly descended. Snowflakes began to fall. Snow was falling. How could it suddenly snow when it was not even the season? What was that? A sword. As the spectators noticed the suspended sword in the sky, blending with the flurry of snow, it seemed this snowfall was summoned by it. This sword was none other than the Fascia sword, the prized weapon of the Leaf family. I never imagined I would witness the Fascia sword being drawn in my lifetime. What is the origin of this sword? Since the inception of the Leaf family, the Fascia sword had never been unsheathed, and only a select few were aware of its existence. The Fascia sword could influence the local climate. What an extraordinary artifact! We were utterly unaware of the Leaf family's possession of such a treasure. What many did not know was that throughout the generations, only the founding patriarch of the Leaf family had the right to wield the Fascia sword, and it was the very foundation of the Li clan. It now appeared that Li Yi had also gained the sword's recognition, heralding its return to the martial world. Given Li Yi's talent, it was only to be expected that the Fascia sword would acknowledge him as its master. As the Fascia sword fell into Li Yi's grasp, it responded as obediently as a child. The sword trembled slightly, as if conveying its excitement to Li Yi. After years of dormancy, it was now ready for its first battle with its new master. Determined to perform admirably, Li infused the Fascia sword with his innate sword energy, causing it to shine even brighter, rekindling its former glory. In an instant, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground, layering it with snow as if deep winter had arrived. So cold! A puff of warm breath escaped his lips. Li caught a snowflake in his hand, marveling at the Fascia sword's might. Its mere appearance had transformed the local climate, a feat even he, a martial sovereign, could scarcely achieve. Die! Song Bin roared in fury, charging at Li Yi. Raised the Fascia sword and swung it down. What appeared to be a casual strike caused the snow to drift along the trajectory of Li Yi's swing. The sword energy, propelled by the falling snow, coalesced into a devastating slash. Song Bin's pupils widened as he sensed the terrifying force behind the strike. Before such power, he was but a mere insect attempting to halt a chariot. Instinctively, he raised his sword in defense, but evasion was futile. Even as Song Bin hastily tried to defend himself, he could not withstand the oncoming blow. It was an unstoppable force. Clang! The long sword shattered into two, falling to the ground. Thud! Song Bin's body went limp, collapsing to the earth, a narrow gash tearing through his chest, snow blanketing the wound as blood stained the white flakes. The heavy snow fell, swiftly burying Song Bin beneath its icy embrace. Had Li Yi truly slain Song Bin with a single strike? Incredible! Li Yi had actually killed Song Bin with one stroke. Is this truly a child of merely 1 year? As they beheld Li Yi standing amidst the snow, who could have anticipated such a conclusion? Initially, no one had faith in Li Yi. Any rational observer would have deemed his victory improbable. Yet in reality, Li Yi's prodigious talent exceeded all expectations. Not only did he triumph, but he did so before the eyes of all, slaying Song Bin with a mere stroke of his sword. The impact was staggering, rendering their minds blank, unable to process the enormity of it all. Chapter 65. The countenance of a sage he actually lost. Song Chongfeng could hardly believe it. Song Bin had been defeated by Li Yi. What a worthless fool! How could he lose like this? Song Bin was the third branch's heir, orphaned yet gifted. That was all he was meant to be. The intention was to have Song Bin consume a pill to secure the victory of the duel. Sacrificing Song Bin was inconsequential. It was simply his fate. Yet unexpectedly, Song Bin had fallen to Li Yi's hand. What was once deemed certain victory had spiraled far beyond Song Chongfeng's expectations, causing all preparations to falter. Wang Hamlin felt a surge of anxiety. A victory would be welcome, but a loss would spell disaster. Well done, Li Yintian exclaimed, laughing and applauding. The members of the Li clan snapped back to reality, erupting in cheers, praising Li Yi. Young Master Li Yi, splendid work. To vanquish Song Bin was a tremendous release, an unparalleled satisfaction. More importantly, it instilled hope for the future among the Li clansmen. Li Yi, so young yet possessing such formidable power, would undoubtedly grow to become a pillar of strength for the clan. With one individual's ascent, the fortunes of the entire clan would rise. The Li family had been exceptionally blessed, with Li Xian and Li Shuer already being exceptional figures. And now with Li Yi, it was as if heaven had smiled upon them. Moreover, each one was more impressive than the last. Li Yi was a true prodigy, inciting envy among others. Jealousy boiled over as they pondered why their own family had yet to produce such a genius. While the Li family boasted 3 deaths suddenly, I recalled that my daughter was a perfect match for young Master Li Yi. I wonder if it's still not too late. Brother, have some decency. Your daughter could very well be old enough to be Li Yi's mother. What do you know? At the wife selection event, there were indeed many older women present to this moment. On the stage, Li Yi sheathed the flying snow sword, and the swirling white snow came to a halt. Leaving only a blanket of snow on the ground, and no one discussed Li Yi's public act of killing. Instead, they marveled at his extraordinary talent. Jiang Yao, after a prolonged period of contemplation, finally returned to his senses. Gazing deeply at Li Yi, that a child of such promise would, perhaps in just a few days, create a sensation throughout Deqian. He could already envision what that moment would entail that the results of the competition for the seal were announced. With Li Yi claiming first place, there was no dissent regarding this outcome. Following this, the remaining positions were declared. Song Bin in second, Li Zihai in third. Overall, the Li family emerged victorious in this segment. The Song and Wang families exited in indignation, likely to conspire and plot their next moves for the deceased Song Bin. An orphan without kin or concern, Li couldn't help but lament. At least he died for the Song family. Shouldn't they at least collect his body? Li Yuntian, brimming with excitement, rushed to the martial arts arena and embraced Li Yi. Truly, you are my beloved son. He intended to plant a kiss on Li Yi's cherubic face, but was firmly rejected. Let us return home. Carrying Li Yi back, the Li family basked in glory, each member standing tall, as though they had emerged victorious from battle. Under the envious gazes of the onlookers, the Li family departed one after another. Milestone achieved in the counterattack narrative task. Through your unwavering expression of love towards Qiu Lingming, you have profoundly touched her heart, affirming your place in her life as the one she cherishes. Reward obtained, the countenance of the Confucian sage. The countenance of the Confucian sage, the pinnacle of Confucianism, attaining sanctity through literature. The description of the countenance is brief, yet the phrase attaining sanctity through literature conveys everything. There is no need for excessive elaboration. Simply knowing my prowess suffices. Attaining sanctity through literature, the countenance of the Confucian sage presents a formidable challenge. The path of Confucianism is arduous in its highest realm. The Confucian sage can only be reached by achieving sanctity through literature. While these for seemingly simple words are easy to state, how many in the world can truly accomplish such a feat? Although the difficulty of attaining sanctity through literature far surpasses that of other great paths, its value is immensely high, showcasing a strength that is unparalleled by ordinary paths that, of course, the countenance of the Confucian sage does not imply that Li Yi is currently a Confucian sage, but rather signifies his qualification and innate talent for becoming one that, much like the primal sacred body, which combines physique and talent, enabling Li Yi to grow far beyond the ordinary, ultimately allowing him to rival emperors, not merely because of possessing such a physique. The countenance of the Confucian sage signifies that Li Yi possesses both the qualification and the talent to become a Confucian sage. Li patted Qiu Lingming on the shoulder. You truly are deserving of being my chosen fiancé. Qiu Lingming, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean, Go? A hint of shyness colored her fair face as she lowered her gaze, her heart racing with joy, as if a little deer were bounding within her chest. Although she was uncertain of her own actions, being praised by Gu felt undeniably delightful. Cautiously inching closer to Li Yi, she nestled against him. Gu, is it true that you wouldn't trade me for any number of princesses? With her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation and innocence, she gazed at him. That I've already said it. No princess can compare to you. It seems this new milestone is significantly connected to this. Receiving Li Yi's affirmation, Qiu Lingming's smile radiated pure happiness. Gu is the best, she beamed, her expression somewhat silly. Lingming. Upon hearing the familiar call, Qiu Lingming turned towards the entrance to find her parents visiting her. Father, mother, what brings you here? She exclaimed, rushing forward. Enjoyed we came to see you. Are you adapting well to life at the Li family? Qiu Lingming nodded. Yes, both my in-laws and Gu have been very kind to me. That's wonderful. Li rose, uncle. Aunt, please enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave and not intrude. Young Master Li, you jest. There is no intrusion here that in fact, I fear we might be interrupting you, laughed Qiu Lichuan. After Li Yi offered his respects and exited, He initially intended to visit the alchemy room, yet was seized by Li Yuntian and carried to the front hall as a good luck charm. In the aftermath of the three families competing for the seal, various factions hastily sought to pay their respects to the Li family. Even more alarming was the fact that many brought their daughters along. Forcibly initiating a second marriage selection conference, Li's allure was simply too great. Even a slight association would be advantageous. Now that the opportunity had arisen, it would be inconceivable to aspire to such connections in the future. As for Li Yuntian's attitude, it was all too clear. He could hardly contain his joy, his grin nearly splitting his face that as for Li Yi, being paraded around as a good luck charm, he was left in a daze. Listening to the repeated flattery from each visitor, feeling utterly lost, I want milk. The tales of the three families competing for the seal spread as anticipated. Within a day, discussions erupted across Suzhou. And within 3 days, neighboring states were also abuzz with the news. Those who had not witnessed the event firsthand remained skeptical. After all, the matter was simply too outrageous, if they didn't harbor doubts. That would be truly abnormal. Meanwhile, those already connected with the Li family, such as Bai Yun Guan and Yu Shanzong, received the news and undoubtedly rejoiced, hastily arriving with congratulatory gifts. Chapter 66. The Island Master of Qinsing Island. The Instrument Spirit. This is absurd. Li gazed at Xiao Lingmeng with disbelief. Having studied her for so long, yet she remained utterly unresponsive. It was indeed perplexing. He pinched his chin, contemplating Xiao Lingmeng, who had lowered her head. Resembling a child who had erred, unable to meet Ege's gaze. Feeling she had disappointed him once more. Let us take it slow, Li sighed softly. Let us go play the zither and see how your skills have progressed. Xiao Lingmeng smiled and nodded obediently, following Li Yi to play the zither. The instrument was a gift from Li Yuntian to Xiao Lingmeng last time. Although it couldn't compare to Xiao Qingya's zither, it was still quite valuable. Gently plucking the strings, she played a melody for Li Yi, the lingering notes enchanting and unending. Under Li Yi's guidance and through persistent practice, Xiao Lingmeng's zither skills had advanced remarkably during this time. Even Xiao Qingya praised her, stating that within a few years, Xiao Lingmeng would surpass her. Excellent. Your progress is swift. Li nodded in approval. It's all thanks to Ege's teachings. Xiao Lingmeng recognized that without Li Yi's instruction, she could never have reached such a level. You possess considerable talent as well. That moment, a robust and resonant voice interrupted. I see you two little ones have developed quite the habit of mutual flattery. It was Li Yin, great-grandfather. Li called out sweetly. Greetings, ancestor, Xiao Lingmeng said, rising to pay her respects. Good, good, good. Li Yin repeated thrice, his complexion rosy and vibrant, as if he had rediscovered his youth. Then Li smiled. Great-grandfather. Your cultivation has advanced remarkably. Li Yin stroked his beard. Ever since you integrated the ancient cultivation techniques into my method last time, my progress has indeed been rapid. Thanks to you, you're too kind. That was my duty, Li replied. Li Yin glanced at Xiao Lingmeng and her zither, then turned to Li Yi. I see you've both been practicing the zither. While your talent is unparalleled, you must also devote more attention to cultivation. I understand. Li Yin stroked his beard. It seems I haven't truly listened to the zither in quite some time. Showcase your full abilities and allow your great-grandfather to appreciate your skill. He sat upright, eager to hear Li Yi's zither performance. Though not an expert in zither, he was certainly capable of appreciation. Very well. Li nodded and began to play for Li Yin. Xiao Lingmeng obediently settled down. Attentively listening to Li Yi's performance, hoping to glean insights, Li entered his zone and began to play. Li Yin listened intently, captivated, and was drawn into a meditative state by the music. After one piece, he stroked his beard, taking a deep breath, his expression contemplative, as if lost in memories. You truly are a prodigy. Your zither skills have reached such a realm that merely by playing, you can mesmerize me, far surpassing those who specialize in the art. Li Yin commended the great-grandfather. Have you encountered practitioners of the zither? Li asked curiously, aware that while the zither path was not obscure, few pursued it. Of course, in my youth, I had dealings with the island master of Qinsing Island. That woman can be quite beguiling, using the zither to ensnare minds. Leaving one defenseless, Li furrowed his brow slightly. Did Li Yin know the island master of Qinsing Island? The tone suggested a complicated history. Great-grandfather, did you perhaps fall under her spell? Li Yin sighed deeply. That woman has remarkable means. I was once deceived, but we are not adversaries. That Lie raised an eyebrow, sensing an intriguing backstory. Great-grandfather. Do share. Seeing Li Yi's curiosity, although reluctant to delve into the past, Li Yin acquiesced and recounted the tale that in my youth, there was a contest of talents between De Qian and De Yin, an event showcasing national prestige. The foremost talents from both nations would participate, representing their countries. A supreme honor that I was one of them. Amidst the myriad of prodigies in the grand realm of De Qian, I stood as one of the most distinguished, basking in the glory of my youth and forging numerous friendships. Among them was the illustrious lord of Qinsane Island, known as Shangguan Tianqin, a formidable talent among the elite of De Qian, whose prowess at such a tender age was truly remarkable. During that time, I was also close with His Highness, the seventh prince, now known as King Jing, who had developed affections for Shangguan Tianqin and implored me to accompany him to her residence to declare his feelings. Little did we anticipate that the seventh prince, in his naivete, would bungle his confession. Inadvertently provoking Shangguan Tianqin, in retaliation, she unleashed her musical prowess, enchanting both me and the seventh prince, leading us to proclaim our mutual affection for one another in a most embarrassing spectacle. Lasting the entirety of the night, that Yin sighed deeply, his gaze filled with nostalgic longing for the days of his youth. Brimming with memories, that Li pondered thoughtfully, concluding that such an encounter could hardly be deemed an enmity, but rather a youthful folly. That in those days, I was unaware of Shangguan Tianqin's capabilities, having fallen victim to her ploys. Now, however, I would not be so easily ensnared. That it had been ages since I last laid eyes upon them. I wondered how many of our generation of prodigies still thrive. Li Yin reminisced. He was filled with emotion. Lie, struck by a sudden thought, inquired about Shangguan Tianqin, great-grandfather. Is Shangguan Tianqin truly gifted? Among our generation of elite prodigies, I cannot ascertain their current strength. But given her talent, achieving the status of martial sovereign should pose little challenge for her. After all, she single-handedly established Qinsane Island. Now a pinnacle force, Li Yin explained. That Li's curiosity piqued. How does she compare to my master? You refer to Xiaohan Yin. There is no comparison. Although she is a later arrival, her talent is extraordinary, surpassing even Shangguan Tianqin. Moreover, she has the formidable backing of the Taiqing sect, a lineage of great depth. Li Yin remarked at As for appearances, Shangguan Tianqin and Xiaohan Yin are nearly equal, though the latter possesses a slightly superior grace. Li Yi, contemplating, mused, my master is that formidable. Indeed, Xiaohan Yin is remarkable, and being younger than us, with access to ancient cultivation techniques, she is likely to ascend as the foremost powerhouse of De Qian in due time. Suddenly, Li Yin cast a glance at Li Yi, chuckling, I almost forgot about you, this prodigy. In terms of talent, who could possibly rival you, great-grandfather? Is Shangguan Tianqin's musical prowess attributed to a unique constitution? Li Yi probed, seeking insight into Shangguan Tianqin's extraordinary abilities. Li Yin, taken aback by the question, replied, How do you know this? I merely guessed. Observing Li Yin's expression, it was evident he possessed knowledge on the matter, prompting Li Yi to inquire further. Great-grandfather, what do you know? Pray enlighten me. You guessed remarkably well. Indeed, Shangguan Tianqin possesses a rare instrument spirit body. What is an instrument spirit body? Li Yi asked, perplexed, having never heard of such a constitution. Yin elucidated. This constitution is quite unique. An instrument spirit, do you comprehend? Yes, Li Yi nodded. The bearer of an instrument spirit body resembles an instrument spirit, requiring them to discover a weapon that resonates with their essence, to which they must pledge blood to establish a bond. Only then can they truly activate their constitution. Otherwise, cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous. The efficacy of their training and potential are not solely contingent upon innate talent, but also on the weapon they bond with. Upon hearing Li Yan's explanation, Li Yi's understanding deepened, realizing the significance of this revelation. This is the key to awakening the Qilingming constitution. Without knowledge of the instrument spirit body, I would never have deduced this method. No wonder Qilingming is so attuned to the zither. It is the perfect vessel for her essence. Yin continued. It is surprising that you discerned Shangguan Tianqin's exceptional constitution. When the seventh prince took a liking to her, he researched extensively about her and uncovered some clues. Speaking of which, Shangguan Tianqin's fate is quite tragic. Her family was slaughtered, and she wandered with a treasured heirloom until by chance she bonded with her ancestral zither, awakening her constitution, leading to her current circumstances. Li Yi remarked that great-grandfather. Is the instrument's spirit body truly formidable? It is hard to say. Apart from one's innate talent, it heavily relies on the weapon's prowess. The stronger the weapon, the mightier the bearer. Conversely, if the weapon is weak, the same applies to the wielder. It is said that the instrument's spirit body is a special constitution from an ancient race that once flourished. But alas, they have faded into the annals of history. Awakening an instrument spirit body implies one is a descendant of this ancient lineage. Lie nodded, contemplating the implications. It seemed that awakening Qilingming's constitution could not be taken lightly. Recalling the Tian Xingjian stored within the system space, he thought it prudent to present it to Qilingming. Good treasures ought to be utilized rather than squandered. Furthermore, the timeline had shifted. Qilingming was now a devoted admirer rather than the antagonist of a tale of broken engagement and revenge. Assisting her in awakening her constitution might lead to a significant milestone. Great-grandfather, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Li declared, pulling Qilingming along. You child, how old are you? Focus more on your cultivation, Li Yin admonished, somewhat exasperated. That I understand, Li Yi retorted, bemused by the remark. Once in his chamber, he closed the door behind him. Brother Yi, what do you intend to do? Qilingming asked, her tone laced with shyness and trepidation. Li stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips, causing Qilingming to feel somewhat bashful under his gaze. Momentarily frozen in place, he produced the Tian Xingjian, and Qilingming's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of Navi wonder as she beheld the ancient instrument. The zither emanated an aura of antiquity, unmistakably extraordinary in nature, its design far from conventional, boasting an imposing presence. This truly is zither, she mused, recognizing its form, yet taken aback by its flamboyant design. Why does it possess 16 strings instead of the customary 7? Li Yi regarded the Tian Xingjian with an affectionate familiarity, likely a result of his prior cultivation of the associated techniques. An ancient artifact, the zither exhibited a degree of sentience, seemingly yearning to acknowledge Li Yi as its master, resonating with the essence of his Tian Xingjian Gong. Regrettably, Li held no interest in claiming the zither for himself. Instead, he presented it to Qilingming. Brother Yi, what is this? She inquired, perplexed by the gift before her. I have yet to bestow upon you a gift. This zither, known as the Tian Xingjian, is perfectly suited for you, and I offer it to you as a token of my affection, he explained. Qilingming was profoundly moved. A gift? This is truly from Brother Yi. It appears so precious. Her heart raced, and a blush crept across her cheeks. This gift is far too valuable. Li Yi interrupted. This is the first gift from your fiancé. How could you refuse? If you decline, are you implying you wish to break our engagement? Utilizing his ultimate bargaining chip, he broached the subject of their engagement. No, I would never. Thank you, Brother Yi, she stammered, accepting the Tian Xingjian graciously. And there is one more thing. Li placed a finger upon Qilingming's forehead, imparting the teachings of the Tian Xingjian Gong, as the two must be practiced in tandem. This? Qilingming stared at the Tian Xingjian Gong, a sense of familiarity washing over her, reminiscent of the zither skills Li Yi had previously taught her. What I have taught you is, in fact, a cultivation method. You must diligently practice this technique in conjunction with the zither, he instructed. Understood. She nodded earnestly, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Li Yi, tears welling in her eyes. She had never felt so cherished. That I cannot disappoint Brother Yi's expectations. Why are you still dawdling? You must establish a bond with it, Li Yi urged. Establish a bond? Qilingming exclaimed, unaware of this additional requirement. Indeed, this is no ordinary zither. You must forge a bond to utilize it alongside the cultivation method, he clarified. And how do I do that? She asked, perplexed. That I shall assist you. Li grasped Qilingming's hand, pricking her finger to let her blood fall upon the Tian Xingjian. Qilingming inhaled a sharp breath, feeling a twinge of pain. Unlike Li Yi, Qilingming could only adopt the most traditional method of recognizing a master. Seeking the acknowledgement of the Tian Xingjian, she entered the recognition ceremony. Qilingming embraced the Tian Xingjian, closed her eyes, and communed with it through her spirit, yearning for its approval that Li stood by, guiding her and using his abilities to assist Qiu Lingming, the Tian Shengjian Qin, a divine artifact. Upon awakening, possessed a consciousness akin to that of a mature individual. After Li Yi's intervention, the Tian Shengjian Qin ultimately chose Qiu Lingming as its master. In the next moment, the strings of the Tian Shengjian Qin resonated with a melodious sound, as if signing a master-servant contract with Qiu Lingming. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling rejuvenated, experiencing an unprecedented sensation. Excitedly, she turned to Li Yi and exclaimed, "I think I have succeeded." Li Yi smiled and replied, "I told you, you are a genius." Chapter 68. The Supreme Bone what? Ling Ming is actually a Qi Ling body. Are you certain you are not jesting? Someone explain to me what a Qi Ling body is. Upon learning that Qiu Lingming was a Qi Ling body, the crowd was first taken aback, followed by confusion as they inquired about the nature of a Qi Ling body. They were utterly baffled, having never heard of such a concept, but it certainly sounded extraordinary. The Lie shouted, "Great-grandfather." At the sound of Li Yi's call, Li Yin appeared in an instant, seemingly summoned at will, with strands of half-eaten noodles still hanging from the corner of his mouth. What is the matter?" Li Yin inquired. Lie wore a harmless smile. After a moment, everyone regarded Qiu Lingming with incredulous expressions. After grasping the essence of a Qi Ling body, they realized that this girl had concealed her true nature deeply. To have concealed the fact that she was a Qi Ling body all along. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Qiu Lingming felt immensely shy, pursing her lips and lowering her head. Appearing quite bashful, that a rosy hue flushed her cheeks as she edged closer to Li Yi. Li Yin began to comprehend why Li Yi had inquired about the Qi Ling body, suspecting that Li Yi must have already known Qiu Lingming's true nature. Hence his detailed questioning. Curious, he pondered how Li Yi had discerned Qiu Lingming's identity as a Qi Ling body, even assisting her in awakening it. Was this the keen insight of a genius? To think Lingming is a Qi Ling body, Li Yuntian chuckled, considering it an unexpected delight. Initially, Qiu Lingming appeared rather ordinary, and as Li Yi's betrothed, Li Yuntian had never been entirely satisfied, reluctantly accepting her. Yet now, he realized he had underestimated this little girl. More accurately, he had underestimated Li Yi's discernment. Is a once-in-a-millennium genius. How could his judgment be flawed? It was merely that his own vision was too limited. Looking at Qiu Lingming, he felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever. A Qi Ling body was indeed worthy of Ear's insight is truly remarkable. While we all failed to notice, he was the one who did. This is a good fortune worth celebrating. Li Yuntian clapped the armrest of his chair. Naturally, I am a genius. A genius's vision can never be lacking. Li Yi replied with a smile, then turned to Qiu Lingming. So what did I say? You are a genius. You must believe me. Yes, whatever Ige says, I believe. Qiu Lingming nodded obediently. Tio thinks she truly was a genius. Qiu Lingming had never imagined herself as such. She had never dared to think it, nor had anyone ever called her a genius. Only Ige had proclaimed her a genius, and he had indeed enabled her to become one. All of this was thanks to him. Milestone achieved for the reversal plot task. You have become an indispensable part of Qiu Lingming's life, occupying her entire heart and becoming the most significant man in her existence. She wishes to be with you for eternity. And in her heart, her love for you is not only profound but also encompasses an unrepayable gratitude that will persist across lifetimes. Reward obtained. Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone, a bone adorned with runes. Bestowing its master with a powerful technique, with strength rivaling that of ancient divine beasts. Those who possess the Supreme Bone will rise to become the pinnacle of humanity. The Supreme Bone is quite impressive. The reward is exceptional, seemingly transcending this realm. Observing the bashfully delighted Qiu Lingming, one could only wonder how many more milestones could be achieved. Qiu Lingming's feelings for him were deepening, now steadfast and unwavering. Any further emotional breakthroughs would be challenging. In such circumstances, any future milestone would likely require a physical transformation. Alas, she is but a little child. What can she accomplish to celebrate Qiu Lingming's awakening as a Qi Ling body? The Li family held a celebration, no longer needing to conceal the news, allowing it to spread freely. The reactions were merely shock, envy, and jealousy. Before they knew it, winter had arrived. With snowflakes falling, This snowfall was somewhat less impressive than the one during Li Yi's use of the flying snow sword. "Ego, I just learned a new piece. Would you like to hear me play?" Qiu Lingming asked shyly. This little girl often appeared shy and reserved. Whenever she learned a new piece or made progress in her cultivation, she would rush to Li Yi to report and showcase her achievements. That, of course, Li Yi replied. With a flick of her wrist, Qiu Lingming took out a guqin from her storage ring and began to play for Li Yi. It was not the Tian Sheng Jiyin Qin. Qiu Lingming had only just established a connection with it and needed more practice. Given her current level of mastery, she was not yet capable of performing a complete piece on the Tian Sheng Jiyin Qin. Fortunately, after activating her physique, Qiu Lingming's cultivation skyrocketed, her talent blossoming, and with Li Yi's assistance, she advanced rapidly, completely shedding the moniker of being a waste. "Madam, your guqin skills have become increasingly exquisite," Wan Ning praised as she approached. "Not really," Qiu Lingming replied bashfully, glancing at Li Yi. "What do you think, Ego?" "Very good, quite impressive," Li nodded. "Young master, young madam, breakfast is served," Wan Ning announced that Li Yi's daily needs were attended to by Wan Ning. And since Qiu Lingming was Li Yi's fiancée, she too was cared for by Wan Ning. They climbed onto the dining table to eat, that a spread of delectable dishes awaited them. But Li Yi's appetite was not particularly robust. He glanced at Wan Ning. Wan Ning hesitated. "Young master, madam instructed me to supervise your dietary restrictions. You mustn't drink milk." Li wore a look of despair, feeling utterly disheartened. Seeing this, Wan Ning felt a pang of sympathy and relented. "All right then." Reluctantly, she produced a milk bottle and handed it to Li Yi. Li picked it up and began to sip eagerly. "Young master, you really should wean off this, if you can't quit later." "It won't be appropriate," Wan Ning expressed her concern, glancing at Qiu Lingming. Qiu Lingming was puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind Wan Ning's strange gaze. That Li exclaimed, "I'm just a child. Drinking milk is perfectly normal." Wan Ning, aside from his body and age, it is hard to see how Li Yi resembles a child. "Younger master, madam said you both must attend the temple fair tonight," Wan Ning suddenly recalled. "The temple fair?" Li Yi asked, puzzled. "Yes, the temple fair. What is the point of a temple fair? It would be better to cultivate at home." "Lingming, don't you think so?" Li showed no interest in the temple fair. "Yes," Qiu Lingming nodded, mirroring Yi's disinterest in the temple fair, thus sharing his sentiments. Wan Ning replied. "Madam insisted. Both you and young madam must go." Li retorted. "What's the point of watching a bunch of bald monks burn incense?" "Bald monks?" Wan Ning was taken aback. "Nothing. Let's just go," Li sighed. That night, the Li family set out to attend the temple fair. The temple fair was primarily about burning incense, praying to deities, and seeking blessings for peace and prosperity in the coming year. Li had no desire to attend. Yet due to Xiao Qingya's insistence, he felt compelled to go, especially since she wanted him and Qiu Lingming to seek blessings for their marital harmony. Reluctantly, he joined in. This generation of adults is truly difficult to manage. Chapter 69. Master, hand over all your money. Upon arriving at the temple fair, the crowd was immense, a bustling sea of humanity. The noise was overwhelming and lively. With carriages halted, Li pulled aside the curtain, gazing outside, where throngs of people filled the streets. What joy could there be in this human sardine can? He longed for the warmth of his own bed at home, along with Wan Ning's comforting embrace. Though it may be a tad flat, it was warm, fragrant, and wonderfully cozy. He turned to Wan Ning. "Young master, what is it?" "Nothing," he replied, casting a glance at Wan Ning's chest. It had been a year. How had there been no change at all? Had she not been heeding his advice to drink milk? He looked toward Xiao Qingya. "Mothers are truly the best. Mother, carry me." Li stretched out his arms, seeking comfort. "You mischievous child." Xiao Qingya sighed in exasperation, scooping him up and placing him on her lap, holding him close. Li nestled comfortably in Xiao Qingya's embrace. Finding solace at last. "You little rascal, always causing trouble." Xiao Qingya playfully poked Li Yi's cheek, and the little one remained as endearing as ever. It had been quite some time since she had last pinched his face, and she couldn't help but indulge in the familiar sensation, which felt even better than before. For the sake of Li Yi's growth, Xiao Qingya had refrained from being this close to him for a while. Although reluctant, she understood the importance of nurturing his sense of autonomy and independence. After all, he was nearly 2 years old and could not remain cradled in his mother's embrace drinking milk indefinitely. Yet, The reality was that there had been no noticeable change. Li Yi's dependency on his mother had not diminished in the slightest. "Madam, vehicles are prohibited ahead. Please disembark," came the announcement. "All right," Xiao Qingyao replied, taking Li Yi's hand while Wan Ning led Xiao Lingmeng off the carriage. "Qingyao, dear sister," called the first madam by Lian and the second madam Gong Wenyu, who had also disembarked from their carriage, accompanied by several members of the Li family. Li Yuntian had intended to accompany them, but was unfortunately preoccupied with other matters. "Let us proceed together to the temple to offer incense," suggested Xiao Qingyao. Upon seeing the Li family members, the crowd parted to make way. "The Li family's display this year is indeed grand," one remarked. "Refrain from speaking too much. Have you considered the current influence of the Li family? This display is merely modest, that if I were in the Li family, my display would be tenfold greater." Upon reaching the temple, a group of monks warmly welcomed them and guided them to the incense offering area. The incense at the temple was not something one could offer casually, especially not the first stick. Li Yi recalled his own world, where the first stick during the new year would cost over 100,000 to secure a spot. "May the Buddha bless us," Li Yi sighed, realizing that shaving one's head was indeed a lucrative endeavor. The head monk, overhearing Li Yi, clasped his hands together and murmured, "Amitabha," before adding, "Virtuous. Young Master Li Yi possesses remarkable intelligence. I sense a connection with our Buddha. With such talent, he is destined to become a disciple of the Buddha. Why not convert to our faith?" The monk suggested with a benevolent smile that Lie remained silent, feeling a strange urge to laugh. Did the monk truly believe his own words? It seemed he had spoken them so often that he almost believed them himself. Just as he had imagined, the monk seemed eager to entice an innocent youth into shaving his head. "You wish for me to convert to Buddhism at the first utterance?" Li Yi's expression darkened. The monk's interest lay not in Li Yi's potential connection to Buddhism, but rather in the Li family's wealth. Li smirked slightly, his hands clasped in a gesture of Confucian poise. Exuding an air of authority, "Monk, the Buddha is compassionate. When the time is right, destiny will reveal itself. Virtuous. Thus, monk, have you found your destiny?" The old monk recites scriptures daily. "Monk, have you truly found your destiny?" Practice emphasizes. "Then, monk, does it appear your destiny has not yet arrived?" The monk gazed into Li Yi's innocent eyes, his words caught in his throat as he felt an unseen pressure emanating from the young boy. "This child is intentionally provoking me." "No, destiny is," Li Yi interjected. "The Buddha teaches that wealth is merely a worldly possession. Perhaps your destiny has been hindered by these mundane trappings. Why not give your wealth to me? After all, wealth is the root of all evil. Master, you should relinquish all worldly possessions and devote yourself to the pursuit of enlightenment. Allow me to bear the burdens of sin. As the Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? You may rest assured that you will come to understand your connection with the Buddha." The monk was left speechless, his jaw dropping as if an egg could fit within it. Is this little brat trying to deceive me? I have always been the one to deceive others. This is the first time someone has attempted to deceive me. It appeared the monk was reluctant to abandon his worldly possessions. Since you cannot do so, how can you guide others to abandon their worldly ties? Is this not misleading the youth? Li Yi confronted him. The monk took a deep breath, maintaining his benevolent smile. Young master, you are unaware. Thus, it is your own lack of sincerity that results in the absence of connection with the Buddha, Li Yi asserted. The monk's lips twitched, as if struggling to maintain his composure. Has the young master achieved such a state? I am not a disciple of the Buddha. Why should I do such things? Master, you are quite strange. Did you not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself? You must heed the teachings of the Buddha and avoid straying from the path that Lie stated earnestly. Xiao Qingyao chuckled softly. This child is quite something. Master, I apologize. My child does not know better. Please do not take offense that Lie, with a serious demeanor, responded, Mother, we cannot address the master in such a manner, nor must we apologize. After all, the master is a virtuous person who seeks to guide all beings and will surely forgive our transgressions. A true master, with a heart of compassion, would not hold our faults against us. Xiao Qingyao was left speechless, her expression a blend of embarrassment and politeness. The monk found himself unable to counter Li Yi's words. Smiling awkwardly, the young master speaks wisely. Li yawned, showing little interest. Mother, I shall take Lingming elsewhere to play. He took Lingming's hand and ran off to be careful. my child, Xiao Qingya called after him, glancing at the guards. Why are you not following? I shall go as well, Wan Ning said, chasing after Li Yi and Xiao Lingming, that Li held little belief in the teachings he had just encountered. While good people did exist, they were few and far between. From their brief exchange, it was clear that the head monk had ulterior motives. Did he go? Where are we going? Xiao Lingming asked, her large eyes fixed upon Li Yi as if he were the sole focus of her world. Let us explore, Li Yi replied, guiding her small hand as they wandered about, that he noticed a stall selling snacks and candies in the distance, pulling Lingming along. Come, let us buy some treats. This one. I would like a portion of that. Wan Ning, please pay. Young master, you just had dinner. Do you think you can finish all this? Wan Ning queried as she paid, that of course that Li's gaze caught sight of a few familiar figures. And his brow furrowed slightly. His memory was sharp, and he recognized the individuals from the Wang and Song families, behaving suspiciously, as if plotting something nefarious. That it was clear that they were up to no good. Young master, do not wander off. Where are you headed? Wan Ning called after him, accompanied by four guards. That Li pointed towards the furtive figures from the Wang and Song families. Look, are those not the people from the Wang and Song families? They are clearly scheming. Wan Ning followed his, but she did not recognize them. Shall we return and inform the madam? Indeed, Li nodded, running back to find Xiao Qingya. Just as Li Yi was about to leave with Xiao Lingming, he suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent, a chilling projectile hurtling towards him. Li, with keen instincts, sensed the danger, releasing Lingming and pushing her aside to evade the concealed weapon. The icy projectile struck a hapless bystander. Ah! A scream pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. The unfortunate individual collapsed, clutching their wound in agony. That Li observed the injury, recognizing it as a poisoned dart, and with his innate affinity for nature, he discerned its deadly nature. As the wretched victim writhed in pain, foaming at the mouth, panic ensued among the crowd, which was already chaotic. Assassins are among us. Protect the young master. A throng of guards surrounded Li Yi, shielding him from harm. In that moment, a group of black-clad figures emerged, formidable fighters intent on killing, and they charged directly toward Li Yi, their target clear. Arrows rained down from a distance, aimed at Li Yi's life. Young master, flee, we will cover you. The guards urged. That it is futile. We are encircled and cannot escape. That Li assessed the movements of the assassins. Realizing they were tightly surrounded, a premeditated trap, the guards valiantly defended against the attackers. All elite warriors of the martial king realm, forming a protective barrier around Li Yi, Xiao Lingming, and Wan Ning, temporarily fending off the assassins. Wan Ning anxiously held Li Yi and Xiao Lingming close. Wan Ning, just hold on to Lingming. I am stronger than both of you. That if you cling to me, it will only hinder my ability to fight. Wan Ning replied, releasing Li Yi. She looked at him, astounded by his calm demeanor. Was this truly the composure one would expect from a child? Young master, are you not afraid? Wan Ning couldn't help but ask. We are being attacked. Li yawned, feeling rather bored. What is there to fear? They cannot kill me. Panic and fear will only disrupt our formation and give them an opportunity to succeed. Wan Ning was left speechless, realizing that her young master was no ordinary child. He was a prodigy. The temple fair was a cacophony of chaos, with people scrambling to escape while others fought against the assassins, resulting in utter pandemonium. Xiao Qingya, witnessing the tumult, recognized the danger and urgently dispatched someone to locate Li Yi and ensure his safety. Li found himself ensnared within the ring of assassins, and those who had initially fled were now being driven back up the mountain. That a throng of black-clad figures surged forward. Young master, what shall we do? Wan Ning spoke anxiously, her heart racing at the sight of so many assassins. Her composure slipping. Li, however, remained unperturbed, surveying the group of black-clad assassins, several hundred in number, indeed a formidable force whose strength could not be underestimated. Was this the work of the Wang and Song families? The Li family's guards arrived swiftly, joining the fray against the assassins. In addition to the Li family members, several individuals from other clans also rallied to confront the attackers. Regardless of the assassin's target, such a large-scale assault, indiscriminately claiming lives, rendered any notion of simply observing out of the question. Are you all right? Xiao Qingya rushed over, enveloping Li Yi in her embrace, only feeling relief upon confirming his safety. She held him tightly, fearful of any potential harm befalling him. "Mother, I'm fine. You reckless child, you must not run off like that again," Xiao Qingya admonished, her gaze fixating on the swarm of assassins. Astonished at their sheer numbers, the Bai Lian stepped forward, sword in hand. "You all retreat and await rescue." She positioned herself protectively behind Xiao Qingya and Li Yi, as the others instinctively banded together, forming a line of defense against the assailants. Is this aimed at The second madam, Gong Wenyue, inquired with curiosity. Lie innocently lifted his head. "Don't look at me. I know nothing." Xiao Qingya shook her head. "How could this be a mere assassination attempt? It resembles a massacre or invasion. What manner of people are these?" Gong Wenyue's brow furrowed in concern. The strength of the assassins made a breakout seem nearly impossible with their current numbers. "Leaving them to await rescue," Lie stated. "It's the Wang and Song families." "What?" Shocked gazes turned toward Li Yi, who was questioned. "How do you know this? Why was Li Yi so certain about something with no basis? If it truly were the Wang and Song families, such a grand scheme would undoubtedly leave behind some trace. Did they not fear the court's retribution? Such actions could lead to the annihilation of their clans. I saw individuals from the Wang and Song families lurking, plotting something sinister. It must be this," Li Yi explained. "Then why didn't you tell me sooner? I was just about to return to inform you when they struck." "I didn't have time," Li Yi replied. Xiao Qingya. Exasperated, she gazed at Li Yi, who maintained his calm and collected demeanor, and curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid? What is there to fear, mother, if you are scared? Hold on to me. I will protect you." Li clung to Xiao Qingya's neck, drawing closer to her. Xiao Qingya. In that moment, she was truly at a loss for words, her lips twitching involuntarily. Relying on her son for protection. Though she could not help but feel a wave of exasperation, her heart swelled with emotion. This child had not been in vain. Those two families truly seek their own demise. Gong Wenyue declared, outraged. How dare they commit such acts? Unafraid of annihilation. Perhaps desperation drives them to such recklessness, yet they greatly underestimate us. An elder from the Li family remarked to At that moment. Another group swiftly approached. Their numbers substantial, seemingly allied with the black-clad assassins. Unlike the assassins, they were not cloaked in black, and their attire clearly identified them as members of the Song and Wang families, led by their respective heads. Song Chongfeng and Wang Hanlin. Indeed, it is you. Have you no fear? Is this rebellion? Do you not fear extermination? Rebellion. Such a grand accusation, Song Chongfeng scoffed. Delay will only bring change. Attack. Kill them all, Wang Hanlin commanded, initiating the assault without further ado. With both families' elite forces present, their might was overwhelming. It was utterly unexpected that they would resort to such desperate measures. Even if they succeeded, the court would undoubtedly eradicate their clans. Lie shouted. Great-grandfather. Chapter 71. The betrayal of two families, masters of Dian. Great-grandfather. Li's cry echoed, and in the next instant, a figure appeared in midair. Li Yin stood above, looking down at the united forces of the two families. A corpse dangling from one hand. You're quite composed. I thought you might not call for help. Li Yin chuckled. While Li Yi remained unflustered, he was still just a child, unable to contend with them. So he had no choice but to call for his great-grandfather. Li beamed innocently to Li Yin with a doting smile, then turned serious, casting the corpse at the feet of the two family heads. Having secretly protected Li Yi, Li Yin had long sensed something amiss, but chose not to act prematurely, waiting for the two families to strike and avoid raising suspicion. The two corpses, one from the Wang family and one from the Song family, were their strongest members. The moment Li Yin discovered them, he swiftly dispatched both with lightning speed. For a master at the martial sovereign level to deal with these two was akin to a dimensional strike, easily overwhelming them. While it was not ideal to openly confront the two families, given the laws of the Deqian, Li Yin's strength had not yet reached a level where he could oppose an entire nation. Thus, certain boundaries must be observed. Now that these two families had taken such drastic action, Li Yin could rightfully annihilate them. Faced with a martial sovereign, the two family heads did not panic. You truly value Li Yi. A martial sovereign is always lurking in the shadows to protect him. Song Chongfeng remarked with a smile. Li Yin, looking down at Song Chongfeng, asked, What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Use them all. Seeing their calm demeanor, it was evident they had anticipated this outcome. Since they had foreseen it, they must have countermeasures prepared against a martial sovereign like himself. This piqued Li Yin's curiosity about their intended tactics. You guessed correctly. We indeed have a backup plan. As the words fell, a string of prayer beads shot toward Li Yin's back. Such an attack was insufficient to strike Li Yin, who deftly shattered the beads with a swift motion. Turning to see the assailant, he recognized the abbot. Didn't he expect it to be you? All eyes turned toward the abbot, who had allied himself with the two families, a revelation that was utterly shocking. Upon reflection, it made sense. To set a trap here and conceal such a large number of people could not be unrelated to them. Just you few. That is hardly enough, Li Yin cautioned, surveying his surroundings. The abbot was merely a 3-star martial emperor, hardly qualified enough to serve him, let alone be a backup plan for the two families. Umitba. The abbot clasped his hands, and suddenly, a formation erupted from the ground. Enveloping the entire temple area, Li Yin immediately countered, striking the formation with a palm, but his attack was intercepted and dissipated. Seeing this, Li Yin frowned. Just as he had suspected, there was indeed another expert present. Someone capable of breaking his attack. A formidable opponent at Li Yin. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to have broken through. Congratulations. From a distance, two figures appeared, walking through the air and approaching rapidly. Li Yin's gaze fixated on them with astonishment. It's you two. Both individuals were at the martial sovereign level, 1-star martial sovereigns, and were contemporaries of Li Yin. Have you both also reached the martial sovereign level? More surprising than their identities was their strength, equal to his own, 1-star martial sovereign. Upon seeing them, Li Yin suddenly understood, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Hanlin and Song Chongfeng. You two have actually allied with Dian. Is this a coordinated effort? Ha! Didn't he expect it, did you? Did you truly think we would sit idly by? Song Chongfeng laughed heartily. Indeed, I never anticipated you would betray your country. What a disgrace. Li Yin ground his teeth. Filled with hatred. What else? Once we secure Shuzhou, what will the Li family amount to? The entirety of Shuzhou will belong to my Song family. Song Chongfeng's face contorted with malice as he guffawed. Li Yin raised an eyebrow, launching a palm strike from a distance. Boom! In the next moment, the cackling Song Chongfeng was reduced to a pulp. Tio described Song Chongfeng as being caught in the throes of arrogance would be most fitting. At close range, Li Yin needed but a single strike to eliminate him, and the two martial sovereigns could not intervene in time. From their expressions, it seemed they had no intention of stopping him, allowing Li Yin to massacre the two families without restraint, undoubtedly severing ties and treating them as mere pawns, save Wang Hanlin managed to utter a single syllable before meeting the same fate as Song Chongfeng. Li Yin turned to the abbot. I can comprehend the betrayal of the two families, but what prompted your treachery against the Qian? The Li family's growing strength, juxtaposed with the decline of the Wang and Song families, rendered the latter's fate inevitable. In such a scenario, allying with an enemy nation seemed a potential lifeline, a gamble worth taking. Unfortunately, they lost the bet. Never did Li Yin imagine that these two families would resort to treason. Undoubtedly, Dian had meticulously planned this assault for quite some time. As for the abbot, who claimed to be a savior of the masses, Li Yin could not fathom his reasoning. The abbot clasped his hands. The Buddha is merciful. The Qian has waged war for years, draining the people and harming lives, which is a detriment to the heavenly virtue that I, too, am acting for the sake of the common folk. Li Yin chuckled. Truly, all bald-headed monks are the same. You would dare engage in such absurdity, yet the lives lost into Qian are not lives. Exhausting the people and wasting wealth, the master remarked. Your staff is undoubtedly crafted from gold. The abbot sighed deeply and replied, since you are not a disciple of the Buddhist order, how could you comprehend the compassion of our Buddha? Li Yin remained silent and, without further ado, raised his hand to strike, only to be intercepted by the two men. To lay hands on a master of the Buddhist order would surely tarnish one's merit. The master is esteemed and must be treated with respect. Li Yin's expression remained impassive. Did they truly believe their own words? For whom were they putting on such an act? Suddenly, Li Yin had an epiphany. Ah, I see it now. They aimed to orchestrate a collaboration between the Wang and Song families to seize Shuzhou, and then engage a venerable master to stabilize the populace's morale. Truly, a deftly played game of strategy. What was promised to the master? A golden Buddha. The abbot joined his hands in prayer, stating, "Wealth is but an external possession, akin to refuse for us disciples of the Buddhist path. All is merely for the salvation of sentient beings." That a loud clap echoed through the air, revealing it to be Li Yi, whose small hands clapped enthusiastically. Li Yin turned to the two men. "Let us see your skills. I am curious to know how much you have progressed over the years." The three formidable warriors engaged in combat. Celestial beings clashing while mere mortals suffered the consequences, prompting the crowd to retreat and evade the fallout. Following the death of the family head, the two clans found themselves leaderless and in disarray. Dark-clad assassins surged forth, indiscriminately slaughtering without regard for allegiance. What is happening? The crowd was perplexed, unsure of which side was which. Li gazed skyward at the formation and discerned a sliver of insight from the faintly visible patterns. This formation was draining life. This novel can be downloaded using the open-source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtained this novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email: xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ: 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group: 149050832. Official TG Group: https t.me/fqtool chapter 72. Li Yi's trump card here. What seems amiss with this formation? Xiao Qingya inquired, surprised that Li Yi could comprehend the intricacies of the array.